Harry.
He's definitely a little diastema.
For those that know Harry,
He's diastemic.
What's going on back there?
Exactly. He's a good dude. All right. Good morning to you. 215-592-9494. Well, look, I guess the Phillies, can I use this segue? They had some gaps in their game last night, but they pulled it out. You know, this was
one of my favorite things is the segue.
Thank you,
days.
sir. This was that
was a pretty good one.
That was not bad.
That was pretty good.
Because there were issues.
We had some gaps.
So this was one of those, like, when the game's over, not that maybe you like literally write it down, but in your mind, there's this accounting for the positives that I saw and the negatives that I saw. Now, John, I don't know which you're reflecting on more this morning, but there were a whole bunch of both. In some ways, honestly, I think there were more negatives. The irony is the Phillies pulled out a win and got the W, which is, the ultimate positive, at least with regard to last night. But, John, so much within that game. What hits you on either side of the ledger? What hits you the most?
What hits me the most is Taijuan Walker has a 0 ERA and 2 wins.
Well, he didn't get a win last night.
Oh, he didn't?
No, he didn't pitch 5 innings.
Decision.
Yeah. But 2 starts.
Wow. So he
you
was
have to go
4 2/3.
Yeah.
He was that close. He was
Correct.
4 2/3. He was that close to having 2 wins.
Yeah.
And he's got a 0 ERA.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yep.
Alec Boehm continues to
you went to the negative pretty quick. that wasn't long on the positives, ladies and gentlemen. He was like, yeah, Taiwan. All right, let me talk about Boehm.
No.
Listen, John, Boehm is worth talking about, man.
I am worried.
It's a thing
about Alec Boehm.
I know.
That comes to the top. That simmers. That has been simmering. That boils to the top. I have a problem with the constant sulky remnants. The sulky reminders that, wait a second, is he flipping out right now?
Yeah.
Like I'm constantly vigilant.
I didn't think it was as bad though last
No,
night.
it wasn't.
Yeah.
It totally wasn't. But I do think his play is now being affected by the fact that he's, in a weird place emotionally.
I agree with that.
So that's not good. I'm frustrated by that part of things. It was awesome to see Trea Turner summon power.
Yep.
Because that, the speed and power combo is something that I am so it's rare
I'll say this.
From my experience.
Let me give you a negative for a moment while we're on Trea, because it is good to see him summon the power, and he needs to do that more and more if he can't move much to his left defensively. I mean, there's balls that are hit. It's like, I know Jimmy would have gotten it. But I'm also thinking freaking Desi Relaford would have gotten it. I mean, there are balls to his left and probably to his right as well. He just is, because that is one of the things that stood out to me last night. No, John, don't get me wrong. This is not me trying to come down too hard on the Phillies. I think they're a great baseball team. But candidly, for me last night, the negatives were more plentiful than the positives. I mean, the bullpen is like, because I don't think Taiwan.
Did Alvarado get us the save?
Well,
did it count as a save last night?
Yeah. But again,
Alvarado was scary.
It was scary.
Although the
awesome. The thing
18 pitches over 100 miles an hour.
Here's the one thing I'll say. In the midst of that high wire act by Alvarado last night, I wasn't dismayed with how the runners got on base. It wasn't a situation where he was wild. Like, the Braves were actually just getting hits, and I can respect that. I mean,
so it's hard to come in and get that big out in an inning, sit on the bench, then come back out and ratchet it back. It's hard for those guys. Like, like the fact they got through it, I was impressed.
With this bullpen, though, James,
have a choice.
The problem,
that's the problem. You don't have a choice.
Well, that stood out to me the most last night. The bullpen stood out to me the most. It's
because Kirkring was supposed to be emergency only, and he had to get up and start warming up because Alvarado gave up 2 singles in the 9th inning. That's not the way it's supposed to work. We don't have enough right now. Guys are stretching.
Correct.
Like I said, if Alvarado's out there throwing 18 pitches, 100 miles an hour or greater, that's going to, that wear and tear. I'm worried about that part of things.
I agree
not
with that.
right now, but in a couple months.
Look, so that's on the table. Look, the whole game's on the table, and obviously what it means within the course of the season at 215-592-9494. I mean, another one is Marsh. Like, at least with Boehm, I feel like I can say Boehm is a good baseball player who is currently struggling and may not work out here, but is a good player, I think.
A good offensive player.
Well,
Very gifted offensive player.
But I mean, on the whole, both offense and defense combined, he's a good baseball player. Marsh is a below average player. Period.
He's not a starter.
He's not a starter. But you know
he's
what?
A fourth outfielder.
But you know what, Ray? On this team, he starts.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So, like, and here's the thing about Marsh's low batting average, and you can track this to last year. That's, to me, particularly dismaying. Most of his at-bats are against right-handed pitchers. Like, he's been kind of platoonish guy. That makes his low batting average look even worse because Rob Thompson doesn't put him in a position to face left-handed pitching all that often. I mean, he's supposed to be elevated by 20 to 40 points, typically because he's facing only, right-handed pitching. So the Marsh thing to me is a concern. Now, look, I don't want to overdo it here, guys. I was excited the Phillies got the win. I really was. I mean, look, they haven't lost the series yet this year, and they can keep that streak going tonight if they can get the W. Obviously, you pretty much always are wrapping back to another good starting pitcher after Taiwan's done. Credit to Taiwan for looking like a good pitcher last night, or good enough. He didn't go long, but as John said, he didn't give up a run. I mean, Trea and Bryce both had massive home runs. I mean, they're both the fun home run types. The Bryce one in the 7th, you're down, you're up.
Awesome.
Like that's a big moment. Matter of fact, let's hear that moment. I want to hear Bryce's home run last night. If you missed the game, bottom line is the Phils are down, tight game, 2-1, well pitched, down 2-1, 7th inning, Bryce.
Harper swings, hits one high in the air, deep right center field, and that ball is gone into the Braves bullpen. And Bryce Harper has finally connected again against Atlanta, and he's turned the game around. 3-2 Phillies on Harper's second home run of the season.
All right, so when a moment like that happens, there's two things to me that go through my mind. Number one, right away. Number one, I'm psyched. It's awesome, right? Bryce did it. That's awesome. He's the man because he is. But the other thing is, you said, I hope my team's doesn't give the lead back up again. Like, let's be up for good because you're late enough in the game. Let's be up for good. Well, they weren't up for good. So it required then a Trea situation in the 9th inning. Trea in the 9th with another absolutely big one.
And he swings and drives one high in the air, deep left field. Eli White going back to the track at the wall. He jumps. He can't get it. It's gone. And Turner has taken Iglesias deep here in the 9th inning. Phillies are back in front on the solo shot by Trea Turner. His first of the year. And what a time for it. It's 4-3 Phillies.
And look, obviously, as I said, the Phillies have a chance to win the series tonight. That would keep their streak going, a 4 straight series out of the gate, not having lost the series. They are way up on the Atlanta Braves. The Phillies have an outstanding record. This is just one of the, look, maybe there's many games. I guess there's a ton that there's a ledger good and bad. This one for me just felt more, James, this one to me felt more complex in that regard.
I totally agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, especially in light of the night before and the way they lost that game the night before and the bullpen and the fact that, and the fact that it's been this, like, do you guys know what Alec Boehm's OPS is for the season? Take a guess. OPS
500
396.
Oh. Yeah.
He has a 396 OPS on the season. He has been horrendous.
Yeah.
He had one hit that mattered all season. That hit, and it was a big hit.
Opening game.
And that's it.
Yeah.
To John's point,
and by the way, they're 11 games in now?
They're 8-3. Yeah, 11 games. It's small sample size, but it's starting to be a sample size.
Not that small.
Exactly. And to John's point, last night he was better about it, but he still threw his bat down after that first one.
Did.
The spots are finding him. He's coming up in big spots with runners on when they need something. And I think his emotions, he is not controlling them. Like, he is not focused. He is not locked in these at bats. He is swinging early. He's striking out. He is not making good contact. Like, Alec Boehm is a problem right now.
He's thinking about the negative, and
Absolutely.
it's affecting his game.
And Alec, don't you understand? This is why you were shopped in the offseason.
Yeah.
You have to get this under control. This is a real problem.
Yeah.
And you're perpetuating the problem by acting childish, by acting impetuous, by having such a problem with struggling. And everyone's going to struggle, man.
Right.
This game, it's so tough.
Yeah.
And it's okay to struggle. Like, you have to get to that point where you come to that realization. It doesn't seem like it's amazing to me that he is 29 years old. and he's acting this way.
Yeah, and it's a 6-year in Major League Baseball. Guy's been around now. Look, 215-592-9494. So your reaction to the game, your reaction to the positives and negatives within it, and there were a bunch on both sides of the ledger, and what you think it means for this club. 215-592-9494. We're going to get to an awful lot today. Your chance to win Phillies tickets, a lot of Brandon Graham audio. He said some really interesting things. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls on all of this. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It is, of course, as always, 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, and let me tell you about the Masters. So you can swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Right now, all customers with the Masters, all customers get a profit boost every round of golf's first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tournament matchups and so much more. So many spectacular golfers in the world. Obviously, the most famous is not going to be playing this time around, but so many others are. And you can find the bet or bets that works for you and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Find those bets for Augusta and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. All sorts of bet types, including live betting during the tournament, obviously, as it's going on. FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber deposits one off the chop house.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich, or your panini, or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Today, cloudy with a late day shower possible, high 55.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Alvarado comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Jose Alvarado finishes off the Atlanta Braves. A 4-3 hard-fought win as the Phillies even the series at a game apiece.
Woo! Hard-fought is right.
Scott Fransky, Kevin Stocker, the call. Scoreless after 5 with Taijuan Walker going 4 2/3. He's not allowed a run in 2 starts. Bryce Harper, 2-run home run in the 7th. Also recorded his first ever 3-6 assist on a bunt to get the lead runner in the 8th. And Trea Turner's home run in the 9th, the difference. Sixers snapped a 12-game skid with a 122-103 win over the Wizards. Still ahead of the Nets for the 5th best lottery odds. Flyers 8-5 over the Rangers. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Cloudy, high 53, currently 42. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They've swung at everything outside, and I thought it was going to be one of those games. But, Trea came up with his first home, Bryce. But Brandon Marsh can't be an everyday option. I mean, I know they're platooning now, but I mean, he's done nothing.
And probably will remain.
They have 2 non-players in their platoon. That's the problem. Neither guy should be in a platoon to be a starter in the major leagues.
And here's one of the problems. They will probably remain the combination, if I had to guess, for at least 3 months.
And even then, it's hard to trade for a center fielder.
I know.
They have one.
The kid.
Justin Crawford. Yeah, he might be their best option.
I think he's going to have, they accelerated, him up there, skipping over. So I think he's got to be a reasonable option.
I will throw one positive out with Rhea talking about the strikeouts and the chasing. One guy who has not chased this year, Nick Castellanos, has been phenomenal at laying off the sliders, laying off the stuff in the dirt. He's obviously hit really well to start the year. To flip it around to a positive, I really like what I've seen from Nick so far this year.
Well, look, there's a lot to react to. Let's do it with you on the phone lines. 215-592-9494. Phils do get the win. And from that standpoint, that's fantastic, obviously. And the Braves are not clicking on all cylinders right now, but they're putting up a fight against the Phils. That was quite a game last night. Let's kick it off.
The Mets record is really good.
Yeah. No, yes,
the Mets
it is.
are right there neck and neck with us. They lost yesterday, but we're right there.
All right, let's get to Brandon in Lancaster kicking us off. Brandon, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, crew. How we doing?
Doing great, Brandon.
Yeah, gutsy win overall last night. It was great to see Trea come up with that big homer and Harper earlier in the game. But how about Taiwan Walker?
That's a good name.
Taiwan Walker, yes.
I like that. That's really good.
No earned runs in 2 games. I would never have thought it. But
10 and 2/3 shutty.
Crazy. This bullpen, though, is going to be an issue until we get a new arm in there or until Painter arrives. You got, Romano, Ruiz, and now Ross. All those 3 guys' last names start with R. You know what else starts with R? Runs.
Dude, you're on fire today, Brandon.
That's pretty good, man.
But I got to take a bite out of Bohm here today. I'm just done with his antics. I think it is now contributing to his poor play. 0 for 5 last night. He's hitting 178 on the year. I was hoping the ump would throw him out after the last game. He turned around, dropped an F-bomb. And it was actually a strike that he was arguing when he struck out. It's like, this guy needs to get off the team, and we need to get a reliever that we can, trade for him for. But I'm just done with him.
Well, look, it could come to that. Obviously, Brandon, that's a possibility. I'm still not ready to throw in the towel yet. And I am struck by the fact that the Phillies didn't in the offseason, which tells me that they did not like the offers they were receiving. And you can only imagine, Brandon, now that he has started off slow in the first 2 weeks,
how about those
offers aren't getting better?
Well,
so that's a problem. You don't
how
want to give
about
him
the
away.
way he responded to the fact that he was on the trading block this past offseason? The way that Alec Bohm, I don't know, shaped up, so to speak. I can't get over that
Yeah,
part.
me too. Yeah, you think a whole offseason of this team talking to him of like him trying to address this, and this is the best he can do at controlling his emotions when you've got cameras on you at all times. Like it's incredibly disappointing.
Really
Honestly, is the word that keeps coming out. Like I'm so disappointed with how he's handled the beginning of the season.
Yeah, it's not good, and it's a problem. All right, Brandon, good call, buddy. Appreciate that very much. 215-592-9494. I also want to throw. So let me give you 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day today. The first, as we've been talking about with the Phils, Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question: are you thinking more this morning about the positives or negatives that stood out to you from last night's Phillies game? As we've been addressing, there were a lot on both sides. So you can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter, the positives or the negatives, the 2 choices. Second poll question, John, this Goddard thing. So is he going to be on the team? That's a poll question. Let me just put that out there. Is he going to be on the team, 2025, yes or no? But let's dig in a little deeper, John. How much do you think the Eagles are playing with fire if he's not on the team? Put another way, how much are they playing with fire with most of us thinking he probably won't be on the team? And they have what they have in their room right now. They could get a tight end. They might not get the one they want in the draft. They could get a tight end that's not a complete tight end in the draft. Like, that's the thing about the guys currently here that aren't named Goddard. They either catch the ball and don't block, or block and don't catch. The beauty of Goddard, of course, has been, that he's done both, and really at a very high level. Not so much the catching, but I think he could have done more if more opportunity was there.
If he's healthy, yep, he can be a top, whatever you want him to be, a top 10, a top 5. I don't care how high you want to make that. You can make it elite. He could be up there with the best of the best in terms of production in the NFL. As long as he's healthy, he has the gifts to do that. He just hasn't been able to stay out there on the field.
Clearly. Do you think it's a problem if he's not on the team? Like, does it compromise?
We are a worse team if he's not on the team.
To me, the two that he helps the most by far, I'll even give you three. He helps Jalen Hurts, he helps Saquon Barkley, and he helps offensive coordinator guy.
And the offensive line.
Yeah,
in a way.
but not as much. Like coordinator
in a
guy.
big way, if he can stay
Well,
to pass protect.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say he helps Hurts. When I say he helps Hurts and Saquon, though, that's what I mean. Like he helps those guys from a running standpoint. He helps Hurts from a passing standpoint,
for sure,
and he helps whoever's in charge of the offense. And obviously,
like a jack of all trades,
changes every
he has
year.
to do a lot of things. Right. His job changes every play depending on where they are on the field. But really, he is asked to do a lot of different things.
I remain convinced they want to keep him. I remain convinced
they should. He's an amazing tight end.
Let me take it a step further. I remain convinced that they are trying to keep. They are
still here.
They are very much trying to keep.
Yeah, that's why he's still here.
Well, there's also this argument.
It could be that they haven't got what they want.
It could
for
be a
him,
bone thing. Like, do I think the Phillies really, really, really want to Bone back?
I think they want the Eagles want Goddard back way more than the Eagles wanted Bone back.
I'm
not
not convinced.
I don't know about that.
I feel like they plan to have him gone. They signed 2 tight ends this offseason. Like, I think that offseason played out in a way where they didn't get what the offers they wanted for him, and now they're reevaluating. And I think that's what happened.
And there's the organizational, not that Sirianni was here, but institutional knowledge of Lurie and Howie of let's not hold on to our guys too long. 2017 became 2018, became 2019, and they
hold on to him if they get the price point they want. I think they
Here's my thing. I don't know. I guess that's where I'm at. I mean, look, I think when the guy plays, and John, to your point, when he's healthy, I love him. Like, I'm a big Goddard fan.
Me too.
So look,
he
you can
elite.
Yeah, you can.
He is a top tight end when he can play.
You can weigh in on the phone lines on the Goddard thing. What do you make of it? Because I think we're going to have resolution draft weekend, one way or the other. I think he's either on the team moving forward or not. I don't think this thing's going to dwell into May and June and July with continued speculation. I think we're going to know in 2 weeks. By the way, we're 2 weeks of the draft. John, you ready for a convergence? 2 weeks from the draft, 2 months and a day from when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Because wasn't that February 9th? Am I remembering that right? Feb 9? So. And today's April 10th.
Feb 9.
By the way, Seltzer's not on his game because I just said Eagles win the Super Bowl and he didn't ding it up. I mean,
I was on the phone. I told him that.
Yeah.
Actually, you're right. You're right. It's a bad job by me.
Eagles won the Super Bowl 2 months and a day ago.
Bad job by me.
All right, look, your reaction and comments on all this, 215-592-9494. Something Brandon Graham said in an interview yesterday. We'll get to that. Plus your chance to win Phillies tickets. We'll get to that. And your reaction to last night's Phillies game. And what do you make of the Goddard situation? A lot going on here today. Joe Cameron, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Imagine a home that's consistently comfortable no matter the weather outside with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. That dream can become a reality. Say goodbye to cold, drafty spots because Window Nation builds their windows with top-quality insulation and seals, making them some of the best insulated options available.
I can feel a major difference in my house. Window Nation came 2 weeks ago. It's been, a week and a half. The windows are in. It's been chilly the last couple of days, but my home has been so much cozier than before all throughout. And I love that part. 3 windows in the kids' rooms in that part of the house, but the rest of the house is warmer. And I'm positive I'm going to be saving a couple bucks on my heating and cooling bills. Window Nation, they have a 96% customer satisfaction rating too. Over 20,000 5-star reviews, so you're in good hands.
And get this, right now they've got a buy 4, get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments until 2027. And if you get your windows for your whole house, they give you a free entry door.
This amazing sale ends April 30th, so don't delay. Schedule your fast free estimate today by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Jets' voluntary offseason program is underway in Florham Park, New Jersey. New quarterback Justin Fields addressing the media Wednesday for the first time since signing his 2-year, $40 million deal, telling reporters he does have something to prove this season and hopes to continue to improve off of last season when he went 4-2 as the starting quarterback in Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence underwent surgery on his non-throwing shoulder in December and told reporters Wednesday he is optimistic to be a full go by the start of training camp and then the season. He said he's already back to throwing. And NFL Network insider Mike Garafolo is reporting that Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers visited the Colts on Wednesday. Ewers visited the Raiders recently as well. Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson are set to compete for the starting job in Indy. The team could also add options in the draft as well. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring routine maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on a set of Ben Pro HD2 and Evo AS tires. See
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council Lesson Fund. Phillies slipping past the Braves 4-3. Trea Turner's first home run of the season. The difference in the ninth, 2 innings earlier. Turner singled to bring Bryce Harper to the plate.
Harper swings, hits one high in the air, deep right center field, and that ball is gone into the Braves bullpen. And Bryce Harper has finally connected again against Atlanta, and he's turned the game around. 3-2 Phillies on Harper's second home run of the season.
Scott Fransky, the call, and just what we expected out of Taijuan Walker. Hat tip to our caller, Brandon, for the nickname. Walker has pitched 10 2/3 scoreless innings in 2 starts. He went 4+ against Atlanta, allowing 5 hits, 3 walks, while striking out 5 in a no decision. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor's building a better future today. Cloudy, high 53. It is currently 42. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Alvarado comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Jose Alvarado finishes off the Atlanta Braves. A 4-3 hard-fought win as the Phillies even the series at a game apiece.
Woo! Hard fought is right.
So true, man. So true. Good morning to you. Now listen to this song. Although I'm still on the Phil's wrong a little bit. But they pulled it out. Survive. And advance. That's just to today. They would have advanced even if they lost yesterday. Okay. You know what is not advanced? I gotta rip someone here. We were having a conversation the other day off the air about social media, and I thought I forgot about me and Instagram.
Oh yeah.
So let me rip myself for a moment here. So I went back and I wanted to see how
you
many.
were into that for a minute too. Yeah.
How many? What do they call it? It's the gram? Is that what the kids
I believe
call it?
so. Yes, I think they used to. I don't know if they do anymore.
How many posts I've got on the gram?
I don't know if the kids are on the gram anymore.
Well, then I'm way behind the times because I'm trying to catch up to them. I'm like the guy trying to still use CDs.
You guys
right
start
now.
doing TikToks, Joe. If you want to catch up with the kids.
All right, so check this out, John. I've got 12 posts, if that's even what it's called, on Instagram. started this thing around Memorial Day 2022, so that's 3 years ago. Here's the first post, and this
we're averaging 4 posts a year.
Yeah, this is particularly pathetic when you understand the first post, what it says. Got a picture of myself in a tux. Look good, right?
Yeah, look at you.
Here's what I wrote. The hammer is now on Instagram. Look out, world. ...
So that picture that you posted.
What a prophetic
How's the world
post.
doing, Joe?
I think the world's doing fine without me, frankly. I really do.
That picture that you
Instagram
posted,
wasn't ready for
it's
it, you know?
actually the tiny little round photo that you used for some other
Facebook
profile
years ago.
Yeah,
Facebook.
like another, like the tiny
found a
little
good picture, and
circular
he's like, "This is
profile
my picture."
Correct.
is what he did post.
That's right.
So you can't really even see it, and it's blurry if you try to zoom.
Well, I'm just saying it's not.
That's not good content.
Not
really.
my finest hour, but I'll try to for the people
you're
out there
back is
that
the
are
point.
for the people out there interested in the Instagram thing. I'm gonna pick up my game.
You're back.
It's a.
I started trying to do it a little bit, and
Yep.
I was very confused with a lot of the options on the Instagram. Like it seemed like there were a lot of choices that I needed to be making. Like
We're sounding very old right now.
We
I know.
are.
My goodness.
We
You're
are
right.
sounding old.
in terms of
We
who
are.
I'm sending it out to, who I'm not
All
sending it out
these
to.
choices on the electric phone. It's so much to decide.
I know.
All right, 215-592.
It sounds
So
awful.
true. 94,
And I'm right
94.
there with you, Joe.
Yes. Well, thank you, sir. By the way, when you call in today, you can tell us when two people were right there with each other and then weren't. Or it doesn't have to be two people. It could be something else, entities in the sort. Why? Because we're giving away Phillies tickets today. And this, John, is the 55th anniversary of the Beatles splitting up. Put another way, John Lennon and Paul McCartney splitting up. Obviously a memorable split. By the way, there was a split, obviously, in hoops about 2 months ago with Luka and the Lakers. They had a reunion. Luka and the Mavs. They had a reunion of sorts last night as Luka played against the Mavs, was crying during the introduction. Yeah, we had big games. Obviously a great player. That was a more memorable sports split in recent times. The Beatles from 50-some years ago was one of the all-time splits. Today, with your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. This game coming up, by the way, on Tuesday. So next week, get yourself to an early Phillies game this year, Tuesday, April 15th. Next week, 6:45 first pitch, Citizens Bank Park. By the way, it's also Jackie Robinson Day. And prior to the game, the Phils will host a tribute on field to celebrate the legacy of Jackie Robinson. Tickets always available at Phillies.com. Here's the deal. Give us, in honor of that Beatles split, in honor of that Luka and the Mavs split, give us a memorable split. There are many. There are thousands, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a memorable split. Best answer whoever provides it. Like David Letterman and NBC. Big. Letterman, Leno, Carson's leaving. Who's getting the gig? Goes to Leno. Letterman's like, I'm out of here. He goes to CBS. That was a very memorable split. John Ritchie, when you think of a memorable split, what hits you, my man?
Your hair looks lighter today. I'm just
Don't
letting
know
you
why.
know. Maybe that's from all the walking
in the sun
you've been doing outside.
Could be.
Did you walk yesterday outside?
Didn't walk. Didn't work out.
Oh, come on. Are you serious?
I wanted to.
Are you kidding me?
I was very busy yesterday.
Oh, I don't care, man. Go out and walk.
The book is consuming me right now.
I was so busy.
I really was
I
trying
was
to
just
give
busy,
you.
guys.
I blame it on the book.
The book.
Yesterday there was only three things in my
I
life.
had to start
care.
go
There's
around
no-
20 of the
there's no
West
excuse.
Wing.
Yesterday, no, not doing that.
There's no
Yesterday was
excuse.
book, nap, Phillies. That's
There's
all
no
it was.
excuse.
Book, nap,
Stop,
Phillies.
stop making excuses.
What about
This-
working out while you watch Phil's? You ever think about that?
No, I don't have it in my apartment. I don't.
What about push-ups and sit-ups? You've got that everywhere you
Come on.
go.
It's not how I want to do it. I want to pump some iron.
I'm so disappointed.
I was
in
disappointed
our
too.
Phillies. I'm so
Yeah,
disappointed.
you sound real
in
disappointed in yourself.
Alec Boehm.
I'll get out of town. This afternoon.
I'm disappointed in Alec Boehm specifically.
Yeah.
Jody
with our
Cameron's the
Phillies.
Alec Boehm of
with the way
working
they're
out.
handling Alec Boehm. I'm disappointed in them, but I'm very disappointed in you,
I know.
Joe. A split.
Yes.
Sorry, I got
Okay.
off track. I thought maybe you looked like sun-kissed from being outside and active.
It could be because I have been walking out there. It's
stop.
It's
possible.
just the light hitting him.
It could be that as well.
I was
It
giving
could be-
Joe the benefit
be
of the
that as
doubt.
well.
Whoa, I was wrong to do that, man.
That's great.
Split. How about
Yes, sir.
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard had a split recently?
Epic.
Yes,
I
they did.
noticed.
Yes.
Notable.
Yes, they did. That is true indeed. Seltzer, and this goes for everyone, at 215-592-9494. Give us a memorable split. James, what do you got?
I'm going way outside the box here. I'm going like rectangle, square, triangle, whatever.
Mhm.
Ed Norton and Primal Fear.
Yeah, split personality.
Right?
Yeah.
Very
Not
good,
bad,
James.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. Now that's an interesting answer right there. I need a ruling though. Are we doing the fictional type, like all the fictional
Sure.
couples that break up? So we're combining fictional and real life. I think we should do only real life.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
real
that's
life.
crossing it weird. Now we're getting to Scarlett O'Hara and
Okay.
Frankly, my dear, I don't
might
give a
yeah,
not
damn.
why am I
care
forgetting
about
his
that.
name?
Rhett.
Yeah.
Rhett,
yeah.
Rhett Butler.
Rhett Butler. I don't know.
I think
James, I need you to
I
make a
don't think
ruling
we
right
should
now.
limit it.
Both or only real life?
I'm really torn on it. I agree. I think it crosses it weird if we go both, but I do think it's fun to have the fictional on the board. I'm really torn on it.
Rhea, you make the decision.
No, real.
Okay, fine. Only real life.
There you
Rhea,
go.
shut
All
it
right,
down.
Rhea,
there,
give me
huh?
an answer. I mean, there's so
Sorry,
many. There's so
James.
many thousands anyway. We're good. 215-592-9494. A memorable split. Rhea, what do you
I
got?
am going old school. The shocking breakup of Lee Iacocca and Ford. When
And then he
they-
went to Chrysler, right?
Oh, yeah, and he went to Chrysler
Yeah.
and stayed there for bankruptcy. My favorite part about the whole story was when Henry Ford fired him, he said to him, I just don't like you.
Wow.
The guy had been there 32 years.
Wow. How about that?
yeah.
All right. So, look, give us a big answer on a split. By the way, speaking of answers, we got an answer. This was pretty cool yesterday from Brandon Graham about blowing out the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, the Super Bowl, which was 2 months and a day ago was as non-competitive as just about any Super Bowl we've ever seen. Final score didn't show it, but we all know what happened in the teeth of that game. BG was talking yesterday to Kay Adams and talked about this regarding the Super Bowl.
We was on the sideline trying to hold it in too, because it's just like we felt good going into this game because we had a great week. We had a great week of practice. The belief in that we was gonna win that game, we knew that because of how just we showed it every day. And when it started happening, I mean, man, that's why we tried to stay low level because they stayed a lot of the Chiefs that year, they was blocking field goals, they was doing a lot of stuff, and we was like, man, if we just take it to them, we feel like we could really do some things.
Listen, they did more than just some things. I mean, that game was so over early third quarter, and for him, it was really cool to hear him talk about that they could just sort of internally yuck it up on the sideline, but make sure. Basically, what he's saying is we wanted to make sure the Chiefs and the cameras maybe didn't see it as much, but we knew we felt it. They knew the whole Delaware Valley, the whole world knew the game was over.
And that's
with
just
10 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's so rare.
Such a rare position.
So
to be
rare.
In. Every
Totally.
team I was ever on, every coach, all they talked about was this game will be decided by a point. This game is going to be a point here, a point there. It's inches here, inches there. That's the Super Bowl.
Well, how about how the other team was? Let me do the math real quick. I think they were 15-2, and one of them didn't count because they played Carson. Let's just throw that one out. 15-1 in the regular season plus 2-0. The other team was a 17-1 team. 17-1.
Well, so is this one. I mean,
I know, but I'm saying how bizarre is it that a 17-1 team can't compete 10 minutes ago in the third quarter, game's over.
We were that much
That was
better.
unbelievable.
We were that much better.
My God.
Than everyone.
They really were. All right,
now, this year, we are still
really were that much better.
Expected to be better than everyone.
I don't think the Rams game is close if it didn't snow.
As fans.
I don't know.
I think they were way better than everybody.
I think Jalen's injury also affected
But yeah, I think they were just way better than everyone. Way better.
They certainly were at the end. I don't think they were for a good portion of the year, but by the end of the year they were. All right, 215-592-9494. So give us a memorable split. And obviously, everything we're talking about here today with the Phils. Dan in Philadelphia. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, crew. What's up today?
Hi, Dan. Lots.
It's not, I know. It's not possible Brandon Graham comes out of retirement, right?
He's certainly talking like someone who's interested. We'll play that audio. My God, he struck me as very interested.
I can't imagine him on another team.
I don't think that's going to happen. But Dan, if I had to guess, I would guess he wanted to play and they didn't want him. That's just my guess. Because he's talking like someone who sounds still interested in playing.
But didn't he tear his bicep again?
He did. Well, he did. But I mean, that should be ready by September. Remember, when he tore it in December and came back in February, that's 2 months. Less than 2 months, I think. But they're about 2 months. I mean, you got 6 months to get ready for the season. What I tend to think happened is the Eagles knowing that he had torn the bicep and knowing, and knowing that they tricep, and knowing that in 2018 they struggled after having won the Super Bowl and held on to some guys for too long. It's just a gut feeling. He probably wanted to play because let's remember, Dan, when he played really well this year, including in the Super Bowl. But if they said we don't want you, then his options were retire or try to find another team. I don't think he's ever going to play for another team, but I do wonder if they're in a pinch, if they call him up, I don't think he's going to say no. I really don't.
I don't think he would say no. But yeah, I just can't imagine him on another team.
No, I don't think you have to worry about that. I will be stunned if that occurs. Stunned.
Me too. As for the Phillies, I mean, listen, it's early in the season. We're still rocking. I agree this is a legitimate concern. I'm just hoping that this team can balance its weaknesses with its strengths until we can actually make some moves.
Well, for the most part, they should, Dan. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to lose some games here and there because, like, those bullpen guys, they're going to cost them some games. There's no question. But it's not like they're not going to be able to still excel to a decent degree when you have this starting pitching and some of these players on offense. I mean, let's remember, a lot of us are frustrated today, and I'm expressing that. A couple of us are expressing that. They are 8-3. I mean,
Exactly. I'm not too frustrated because, like you just said, there are going to be games like that. I'm just hoping that this doesn't become the problem where you're not going to.
Well, know this, Dan. Let me just tell you something. Saddle up with this bullpen for the next couple months because it's going to be a roller coaster. It just is.
that's why I'm hoping Dombrowski, has
I know.
cavalry coming. So.
I know. All right, Dan, give me an answer.
By the way, guys, the
what?
Masters starts today. All right?
Sure it does.
All right, let's remember that. So we got that going for the next 4 days.
Correct.
My split would be the 13 colonies from Britain.
Oh, that is a big answer right there.
Oh, nice.
Colonies and Britain. I like that answer. Quite a bit. Major answer. Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. How's everyone doing?
Super, Ed.
So I had an Eagles draft take in a second, but with the Phillies, I think the Justin Crawford call-up has to happen sooner rather than later.
You can't force it. You don't force that, Ed. You don't force that. You do it because they're not going to fall out of playoff contention without him. You can lament what's out there right now. You can want Crawford. You don't listen. I'm not telling you, Ed. And I'm no expert on the player development thing in baseball. I'm not going to act like I am, but I've heard enough from enough people that are through the years that you just don't force a guy to come up 2 months earlier just because you're in a bad mood with what's out there. If it was the difference in making the playoffs or not, you'd have an argument, but it's not likely that.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, it would be a pretty low risk thing to put him at like 8 or 9 and see how he does. But, if you don't want to mess with his development, I understand that too. With the Eagles situation, and here's a kind of a thirsty take, and it reminds me of at the end of 2009 when the Patriots had, I think, Chris Baker and Ben Watson as tight ends, and they moved on from them. And what did they do in 2010?
Gronk.
Second round, they drafted Gronk in the second round and Aaron Hernandez in the fourth. I'd be willing to bet that the Eagles draft 2 tight ends before the end of the fourth round.
Don't buy it. Too much on defense they need, man. Too much.
Yeah, well,
because they also just signed all these other tight ends that aren't great, but I think are designed to make the team. Look, I can't tell you it's impossible, Ed. I will tell you I will be stunned.
In the first 4, you would be stunned?
Stunned if they draft 2?
Oh, 2, not 2.
Yeah,
no,
2?
Not 2. No.
Don't buy it. Don't buy it at all.
Okay.
Remember with Gronk, part of that, Ed, was coming out of Arizona. Gronk had all sorts of back injuries, and they probably were trying to cover their butts a little bit with the from an injury perspective, with taking 2.
I mean, it could be. I mean, I don't.
His the back was the big question. The talent was undeniable. The reason he was slipping to the second round is his back was so bad.
I mean, Ed, I'm just saying that they certainly might take 1, and that's a part of this whole Goddard thing. But 2, I think is a long shot. Look, if they had all these defensive players back and they had, they could just play with the roster, so to speak, then sure. But I don't think that's what this is. They got to fill some holes, man. They got to fill some holes.
Yeah.
Ed, give me an answer. A memorable split. You can win the Phillies tickets.
Well, since it is Masters Week, how about Tiger Woods and Elin Nordgren?
And the golf club.
That is so good.
Wow.
Oh,
Wasn't that Thanksgiving morning or the day after?
Well, it was the weekend. I don't know if it was the morning, but it was certainly that
weekend. It
weekend.
might have been the day after that, because I just remember we all woke up to it like, what in the world is going on?
That was unbelievable. And then all the sponsorships left him, and
oh my God.
Then his game left him, and then his back left him, and then he actually came back a few years later and got back on top. It was a wild story. 215-592-9494. All right, more from BG. What he said about the re-injury and having played in that Super Bowl. You'll hear that audio. Phone calls on all of these topics. So much to react to. Phil's last night. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey, Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey, Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey, Google, Navigate me to the nearest music venue. Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay is my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, huh?
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tyreek Hill is in the news again. The police were called for a domestic dispute at his house. His wife apparently has filed for divorce. Tyreek Hill has ratcheted up his own trade rumors. When do the Dolphins just get sick of the guy and move on? I mean, every story is unfortunate and gets sadder at this point. The Dolphins need a guy who is just focused on football and not the drama. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief.
I'm making the best meals these days and saving money. What's my secret? my friends at Wild Fork Foods. Wild Fork Foods is a modern-day meat and seafood market, and they're my personal chef and butcher, too. Their trained staff, known as Forkies, walk you through every step of how to prepare your products to perfection with over 700 items in store and online with prices that can't be beat. Mealtime has been raised to a whole new level at my house. Check out their USDA Prime London broil, only $4.50 a pound. Peeled and deveined Argentine extra large shrimp, only $8.98 a pound. Snow crab clusters, only $9.98 a pound. Or boneless, skinless chicken breast, only $3 a pound. I can keep going. And all products are blast frozen to lock in peak freshness, flavor, and quality. Visit their Neshaminy location at 600 Rock Hill Drive or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations, or shop online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He swings and drives one high in the air, deep left field. Eli White going back to the track at the wall. He jumps. He can't get it. It's gone. And Turner has taken Iglesias deep. Here in the ninth inning, Phillies are back in front on the solo shot by Trea Turner, his first of the year. And what a time for it. It's 4-3 Phillies.
But that was one of the moments of the year so far. You know, it's only been 2 weeks, but ninth inning home run to take the lead, in all likelihood, give you a win. And it did, because obviously Alvarado closed it down. That was good stuff there last night. Great to be with you on this Thursday morning. 2 weeks to the draft. Goddard thing is lingering. Who they're going to pick is obviously in the air. We'll find out in 2 weeks. A lot of possibilities. They could go up 10. They could go back 10. Remember, it's easier to go up 10 and back 10 when you're that deep. You know, it's not like if you're at pick 12, it's hard to go up 10. Hard to go from 12 to 2. Granted, the Eagles one time famously, they pulled it all off, but that's rare. There's a swath of 30 to 40. John, I really believe there's 30 to 40 different guys they could draft in the first round or early second round, depending if they move up to 20 or back to 40. I mean, there's just a ton of guys, which makes it, let's be real, makes it a little bit harder to kind of dig into knowing who they're going to, thinking who they're going to take. And it's complicated. There's just a lot of, and also, the top of a draft is typically, you poll general managers, you're going to get more consensus on these 10. These 10, most general managers will tell you 7 or 8 of the top 10. You get down to 32, it becomes the Wild West of opinions, obviously. So we'll see what happens with the draft. All right, Phil's last night, some good and some bad. Both sides of the ledger had some really notable things. Taiwan was great, John. I mean, he didn't pitch forever. It was only 4 2/3, but he didn't give up a run.
Is he great? It's hard to tell.
He's not great, but he's getting outs. I mean, what was it? The third inning with the bases loaded, getting out of that. That was a big spot.
Yeah.
So he
has
gets
not gotten out of them.
Is he better? It looks like it.
He
looks like it.
I think he's better than he was.
I think it would be unfair to say no to that. I think that would be unfair.
So great.
Yeah, shocking.
And look, he has pitched well in the majors before in his life. There's a reason he got $72 million.
Right.
Even if it was an overpay in the moment, like
of course.
He has it in him. He's done it before, and you hope. I mean, after the first start, they talked so much about how personally he took last year and how hard he worked this offseason, and that can be nonsense sometimes, but sometimes it's real. Sometimes guys have the competitive fire and they go back and they put the work in.
Sometimes.
So it is possible that we get a better version of him.
I just can't get over how everyone seems to really like Taiwan.
Well, on a personal level, they do.
Even though we as fans really didn't like Taiwan.
Yeah.
That team, and you know what? Your performance does dictate the way guys feel about you in the clubhouse. It's just the way it is. Even though his performance should have led those guys to dislike him, they still liked him.
Well,
I thought that was notable.
Yeah. They respected how he was going about his business. He just stunk for a year and a half.
He sure did.
All right, so that was certainly one of many positives. Rhea, biggest negatives last night? Because there's 4 or 5 options for this. What's the biggest negative?
The biggest negative is they have major bullpen problems.
I agree with you. I think that is the biggest negative.
They are going to. I don't know what the answer is, because the fact that they had to get Kirkering up in an emergency situation, you're like, oh, this is not good.
Correct.
The Romano not being able to pitch well is a huge problem.
It's
for them.
causing a lot of it. Like, we already knew they were a little light going into the bullpen this year, even if Romano was pretty good.
Yeah.
You could just do the math and be like, I don't have as many arms as I trust as last year. And now with him being like, it just feels like currently a non-option.
You've got to really rely now on, like, Luzardo's got to go deep.
Yeah, no, there's that whole thing. Yeah.
It's a whole, it's a
It is.
cascading effect.
It is. All right, so the whole Phillies thing on the table for you, 215-592-9494. Let's get to Logan right now in Delaware. Logan, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Doing great, Logan.
Good. So a couple things. I'll start with the negative, so that way we can end on a positive.
Mm-hmm.
The negative with Bohm is just, I mean, it's really baffling. It really is. I mean, there's guys like Marsh on the team whose jobs are in more jeopardy, and they're not running around pouting, stressed out at every at bat, desperate. Honestly, it almost looks like, when's that bat going to come where he's going to strike out and he's going to cry? Like, that's seriously what it seems like.
Look, I can't tell you you're wrong.
Or like throw his bat like at the dugout or whatever. I mean,
It looks like it's eating him up, Logan. Like we rarely see. It's like the Nelson Aguilar thing in 2016.
16, yeah, because he was good 17, yeah.
It's not quite the same thing, but every once in a while you can just see or hear if he talks. And in Aguilar's standpoint, he was giving quotes, and you could just tell the guy was so affected by the struggle.
But Alec Bohm knows that he was on the trading block this offseason. You would expect he would be on his best behavior rather than this, which is just a continuation of the impetuous behavior.
Well, I agree with that, and I'll say this, and Logan, hang on one second if you can. So let me just
poor play offensively.
So, there were, even when the Eagles had their struggles over the last few years, and at times they did. Obviously, they were having a good record even before they won the Super Bowl, but there were issues. There were a lot of people laughing at Sirianni with dog mentality. And I was one of them. I mean, it got all you'd hear about, dog mentality. It was a lot. But if you really drilled down into the heart of what he was saying is don't act like Alec Bohm. Dig down. This is your opportunity for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, however long you're a pro athlete. This is your chance. Okay, so you struggled last time. What are you going to do about it now? Dig down. And it's like, Logan, it's like Bohm is struggling with that. And it's just perpetuating. It's not good, man. It's
Nick
really
struggled
not.
a little bit last year in the beginning.
Who?
I mean, Nick Sirianni. He struggled.
No, he did. Well, he's had struggles at various junctures.
Yeah, so
that was one of them.
Yeah, and that was one of them. And then calmed down throughout the rest of the year.
He did.
So he actually, did it.
And there's no one, even when we were frustrated with always hearing about it, that would tell you that it's not a good message. Of course, all he's saying is fight through adversity. And right now, Logan, Bohm is struggling to fight through adversity.
Well, and you have examples on this team of people who, I mean, I know it's only been 2 starts, and maybe he doesn't have an amazing comeback season, but look at how Taiwan, at least,
I agree,
handled himself. I mean, he was getting booed on his first start of the season at home, and he had composure, and he showed that he worked his butt off in the offseason to earn his spot in the lineup, at least while Ranger's not healthy.
Totally agree.
Learn from these guys.
Logan, I'm with you, man. Give me
positive.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, the positive I think is they are striking out still, but their at bats and their new approach seem to be, for me at least, very noticeable.
I agree.
I think they had 14 or 15 3-ball counts last night. So if they can iron out some of these other things and keep that moving forward, I think that can make them really dangerous.
That was part of a long game. That was a long,
dude. Especially it was longer the night before. And there were so many more runs the night before.
It was a long game for 9 innings.
The barely went 5, and he had like 104 pitches.
Yeah, I know. All right, Logan, give me an answer. A memorable split.
Memorable split. I'll go with the trading of Babe Ruth. Cursed team for
yeah, that's a big answer too. All right, so Babe and the Boston Red Sox. How about that? Not a bad answer at all. By the way, speaking of answers, I'll give you an answer with some life advice with the Hammer coming up at 9:15 today. What do you need help with in your life? Get to Seltzer on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line. 3 ways you can get to Seltzer to get to me. Talk to my people. My people will talk to your people. Now, here's the deal. I'll talk to you right on the air. I mean, I'll tell you. I'll give you some help. But tell me what you're struggling with. We'll have some fun with that coming up at 9:15. Reds right now in Morgantown. Reds, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Hi, Reds.
So Phillies.
Yes.
You know, I
That pause says a lot. Go ahead.
yeah. I mean, listen, I love that they split with the Dodgers, and I love that they're. I'm sorry, not split.
2-3. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 2-3. Sorry. And I'm really hoping they do the same with the Braves here. But I mean, I gotta agree with Rhea here. I mean, that bullpen scares the living what out of me. It really does. I mean, I really hope that Dombrowski can pull a rabbit out of his hat, mid-year or something, move something around.
Well, the biggest rabbit is probably going to be two different starting pitchers that go in the bullpen. The problem is that's not going to happen for many months.
Yeah,
it's just not. It's just not.
Well, you need your guys to be like you need Alvarado and Stramanov to survive. Like they are one way or another. They're gonna have whether it's guys coming up from the minors or whether it's trades. Like they're going to have to find more arms they can pitch this season that Rob Thompson can go to,
particularly for the next 2 to 3 months. Because
that's what I'm talking about for the season.
This is when they're most vulnerable right now. This stretch.
I can tell you this. I agree with you, Joe. I mean, Romano ain't it.
No.
I don't care what anybody says. He ain't it.
Look, you never know. A guy could have it bounce back, but it's just something done. Multiple things do not look right with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Full-heartedly.
Not since Donnell Pumphrey got here did I feel so bad about a player so early in his tenure. You could just see. You could just see the guy couldn't play.
No.
Donnell Pumphrey.
Donnell Pumphrey can play. Like Jordan Romano has played like well. His arm might not be back.
My eyes have not seen it, James. If I didn't see it, it didn't count.
But did you watch him with the Blue Jays at all? I didn't think so.
Joe was a big Blue Jays fan.
He got outs, man.
All right, Reds, give me an answer for a memorable split.
Well, I was telling James this. I need clarification or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be looked down upon it, but can the split be someone who did something for so long, but due to death or just moving on because he was too old? Is that okay?
I mean, it doesn't sound advisable, but if you want to,
you can say whatever you want.
If you want to bring it, we'll judge it. Just give me an answer.
My answer was Bob Barker. Price is Right.
Not really.
No, he retired.
Death is not a split.
He retired first anyway, but yeah.
He didn't lose the job because of Parkinson, right?
No,
Diane
he retired.
Parkinson?
Yeah, he might have retired because of that. I don't know, but he retired on his own for sure.
I don't. If you retire because of that, it's not retired on his own. But I don't think he got fired from there. But it's not a good enough answer. Okay. All right. 215-592-9494. Brandon Graham on the re-injury, but having played through the Super Bowl. We'll get to that audio. Rob Thompson talked at the game last night about the bullpen. Also, BG on the retirement thing. Some pretty interesting audio. We'll get to that and more phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Just head to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups, and so much more. No matter how you want to bet this legendary tournament, it'll be even more enjoyable if you boost it at FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta.
21 plus in President Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is no withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota.
Jack, sell them for less.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's
something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some featured items from our latest seasonal menu. We make magic with shellfish. Try our cluster of Dungeness crab legs served Chicky style for the entire table to share or make it a meal. And our shrimp po' boy sandwich satisfies with our one-of-a-kind fried shrimp. Pair any of these with a cocktail like bourbon cherry lemonade or our Italian ice crush. Now that's flavor. Come taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
Pickleballer's hip, laptop wrist, golfer's back.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Runner's knee, cell phone neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 120 providers, over 20 PT rehab facilities, and more than 25 surgical centers all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Now serving Bucks and Montgomery counties. 267-650-3418.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
I love my dog, Cheney. Makes me so happy when I arrive home. He's happy to see me. And I want to keep Cheney happy and healthy. And that's why I love Dogs and Cats Rule. The lead dog, George Parante, will tell you that is the place to not only get help, but many solutions for your pet needs at Dogs and Cats Rule. Hopefully, it's going to start to warm up. Going to spend a lot more time outside with your dogs. So it's time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. And also, since you're going to be outside, you want to get some new toys for your dog, maybe a new ball launcher, something to tug on. When it comes to food, you've got an amazing selection of dogs and cats roll stores, second to none. Large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble cannot be beat. So visit Dogs and Cats Roll. They've got 7 convenient locations: Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation.
Fly ball left field, going back on it is Eli White to the wall. It is gone! Into the first row, Trea Turner. He has given the Phils the lead. It is 4-3 here in the top of the 9th inning. His first home run of the year.
Tom McCarthy with the call on NBC Sports Philly. Trea Turner, that is what you call perfect timing as the Phils eked out a 4-3 win at the Braves. Bryce Harper delivering 2 innings before a 2-run shot, just his second of the season. Taijuan Walker, he hasn't allowed an earned run in 2 starts, went 4 2/3. So Rob Thompson had to piece together a bullpen effort. Jose Alvarado getting the final 4 outs. 5-4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, schedule your free estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Cloudy today, a high of 53. It is currently 42. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Alvarado comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Jose Alvarado finishes off the Atlanta Braves. A 4-3 hard-fought win as the Phillies even the series at a game apiece.
Whew. Hard fought is right.
Well, that was a great end. It was a roller coaster to get there. There was a lot going on in that game. Hope you enjoyed it if you watched last night or listened here on WIP. Obviously, you can just tell from Fransky and Kevin Stocker there in the final 2 seconds of that. You know,
I love his little woo.
Yeah, there's just it sums it up pretty good. It was one of those kind of games. Phil's pulled it out. Obviously, a lot of positives and a lot of negatives within the game. You can react 215-592-9494.
Alvarado makes you go, woo.
Yeah, you're
18 pitches.
That wasn't a
$100
good one.
Or greater.
You sounded like Conklin doing Merrill right there.
We're like, woo.
Yeah.
Do you know what Matt Gell put in his story
Whatever that
about
sound is.
Alvarado last night?
Yeah. What?
10 coffees by the time he gets to the end of that game.
10 coffees?
10. He apparently is a coffee addict.
He always says he's beamed up, is his
Yeah.
line.
10.
10 is a lot of coffees.
That's a lot. I love coffee, but 10
coffees seems
That does seem like a lot.
seems aggressive.
All right, so you can react on the Phils as they get to
How
8
does he go
and
to
3.
bed?
Yeah. Also, you can react and watch on YouTube. So our show's on YouTube. Hopefully you know that by now. We've been saying it over the last week or so. It's right there, YouTube. You can watch it live. You can watch it back later in the day if you're not able to absorb it live as it happens. But it's all there. See our show, listen to our show on YouTube. Also,
the YouTube thing.
Yes, sir.
It made me more vain yesterday.
I get it.
You
don't want to look like a dummy.
No, I was hyper vigilant on nose hair. You guys notice nose hair now?
I don't, but I mean, every once in a while.
I have nose hair.
Okay.
I never, ever in my life noticed that I have nose hair.
So the 50s have given you nose hair.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, did you notice when this started happening? Because it's a thing.
I don't
And
have much.
I
Every
trimmed
once in
it
a
up.
while. Well, I hear you, man. Listen,
it's a problem.
The video
now
being
with
honest.
the video.
Yeah, video being honest is a little bit of a problem too. I'm not going to lie. It
Yeah.
creates complications.
Sometimes.
Okay. I mean, we have nonverbal forms of communication. We have hand gestures. We have sometimes the caller will say something. We look at each other. Get a load of this idiot. I don't know if we can make that facial expression anymore.
We cannot.
So I'm just saying you can watch our show, but you can also comment on what it's like to watch our show and what you notice. So run wild on YouTube, and we'll read some comments as we move through the show. Also, we're still looking for help on what should we have displayed behind us. So, John, let me give you some of those that have been said already, and I think these are all pretty good. We can add to this list, and obviously we can change.
I can't believe you didn't work out again yesterday.
I know.
You know we're going to talk about it every day.
I know.
So what goes through your mind as you're sitting there?
It's never going to happen. Like he'll have a couple days here and there, but if the world on him is not enough motivation,
it's crazy.
Like what's going to motivate him?
James,
Nothing.
yes.
It's not going to happen.
Yes,
I do not think it's going to happen.
With you.
I think you'll have a day
things.
here, a day there. I think there is honestly a 0% chance that you do like a real workout thing. And I'm just telling you.
I know. I'm well aware.
Well, that's the thing. I don't even know what your quote
that didn't seem to shame you at all. I'm trying to motivate you.
I'm annoyed.
Regularly?
You don't know the degree to which yesterday was one of the most important days I've had with my book.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it was an advancement yesterday. So yes, I backburnered the working out, which I did not want to do.
You have an excuse.
Again,
if you call it that.
You made an excuse
every day,
and you did not work out.
I did not.
So I don't care why. I really don't. The bottom line is what I care about.
Well, I understand.
And
that.
I really do. I'm so conflicted here. Half of me wants to stay on you for the benefit of our show. I want to win for our show. I also want you to lose to prove to you that you need to do this better. You need to prepare differently. You need to be more vigilant, like we would suggest on a regular basis, to stay more healthy with your, working out.
Physique and stamina and the such. Listen, you guys aren't wrong. You guys aren't wrong, but
you can do better.
I am
aware
of that.
So do better, because really, it's not just you.
Yeah, you're representing the show. It's a really good point by John.
You're letting us all down.
You could embarrass all of us.
I was going to say Ward Cleaver. No one will know what that means.
Again, can we get 80 years in the future with these? What are you doing, man?
I do like the old reference.
I know you do.
Ward Cleaver.
That's literally like 75 years ago. 7 years ago.
Beaver, you disappointed
Bring it up
me.
more modern, Joe. All right. Richard Cunningham. No, Joe.
All right. So let's get it going on the phone line.
Taxi. I got it. It's more modern.
Correct. 215-592-9494. And with the YouTube show, what should we have displayed behind us? We've had a good list that's piled up. We'll add to it. We'll tell you what it is shortly, but what should we have behind us? All right, Phil, some real good last night, some not good. Bohm, Marsh are issues. Bullpen is an issue. That's 1, 2, 3 right there, just from last night. Bohm, Marsh, bullpen, so obvious last night. Positives last night, 2 of your best hitters get your 2 biggest hits. There's a chance Trea will be their second best hitter this year. We'll see. Him and Schwarber kind of battling it out right now. That's fine. That's good. Both have gotten off to a good start. Bryce is obviously the guy. Bryce and Trea both had massive hits last night. Massive. There were some good things for sure. Taiwan, no question. But that was a game that, honestly, despite the win, and I'm happy with the win. I don't mean to say despite the win, but even though there was a win, I'm just being honest, I wake up this morning thinking more about what went wrong because of what it represents. And the bullpen is a whopper right now. Let's go to Seth in media. Seth, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. John, I can actually hear your nose hairs growing on air. It's gross.
Did they start growing more once you get
He's
to
gonna take that seriously,
age?
Seth.
Because I really do think a change has taken place in my nostril area.
I do think stuff like that accelerates.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, ear hair, nose
Ear
hair.
hair, nose hair, exactly.
Totally.
I mean, think about it. I mean, how many times do
How
you
do
see
you
nose hair
even
in younger
see
people,
that?
but on older, you see it all the time.
Yeah.
No. How do I see if I have ear hair?
Well, thank God you wear a headset on air now that you're on YouTube.
Great
Nobody
point.
wants to see
Great
that.
point. Don't have to worry about it. Nice. I like that. I'm just going to cover it up every day. Perfect.
That's pretty good, Seth.
How do I cover up my nose? Maybe that's the key to this.
I like it.
Joe, let me give you a little pep talk here for the gym real quick. All
Sure.
right, buddy?
Yeah.
All right. There's a quote that I was reminded of this morning. Okay, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. Okay, be the hammer, be the badass that you claim to be every Friday at 7:45. Make no excuses, take no prisoners, and whoop Seltzer's butt.
Yeah,
But you
Fritz.
can't
Yeah,
do
Fritz.
it
Yeah.
if you're not or Fritz. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, well, whoop Seltzer's butt too. You know what I mean?
How's he going to be a warrior, Seth?
You gotta.
What
be.
you're
You
suggesting?
gotta be.
It's
I'm
Joe.
suggesting it's consistency is what I'm. He talks a good game every Friday at 7:45. Be that guy.
Apply that.
When you go
That's
into
fair.
the gym, be that.
I got you. It makes sense. Yeah.
I don't think
okay.
you know how to apply this.
It's
to
not
the
my best
physical
trait. It's not my
realm.
best trait. I'm more the intellectual type, Seth, than the physical type.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you see now you're already making excuses for losing.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he did.
My
Seth, the
God.
Phillies. What'd you see last night?
So I was saying to Seltzer earlier, I felt like it was like a playoff game. You know, it felt like that for sure. Those little blue hits, a couple of bangers in there. The struggles, the back and forth. With it was an exciting game to watch.
It was.
Here we go again with the bullpen issues. A couple of years later, we're right back to having issues with that.
I had kind of forgotten about that, Seth. You're right. That was, 2020 for sure, and portions of other years. But it feels like since they got into somewhere in 2022, the bullpen had been a real plus. And you're right. Though. We can remember times where it was not. And there's a real the imbalance right now between the starting pitching excellence and the bullpen non-excellence it's an incredible contrast.
It seems to have happened in the past. Like I remember this happening before. You know what I mean? Like it's been a long time since both of them were firing on all pistons consistently. You know what I mean? Even on the run of the World
last year
Series,
they did. There
were some holes in the bullpen.
Yeah, but last year, look, they struggled in October in the bullpen clearly. But last year for the regular season, now Taiwan was your every fifth day disaster. But the other four guys, you had great starting pitching, you had great relief pitching. Anyway,
Yes.
Seth, give me a big time answer, a memorable split. You can win the Phillies tickets for Tuesday.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I'm going to give you an answer. You guys wanted to talk about having things behind you in the background.
yeah.
I love the idea of having your score tally up there. But I think specifically, John, I got a giant painting that I did of Jimi Hendrix. You should hang that behind you. Rhea, you should have a big picture of the guy that used to be there all the day, every morning was Cataldi. A giant.
Nobody wants to look at that. I had to look at it every day for a long time.
That's funny, though, Seth. That's pretty good. All right, Seth, a split.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's so many to choose from, but I'm going to go a little more pop culture and say Prince Charles and Princess Diana.
Oh, that's a big one, too.
Massive.
That is, there was cheating going on both ways. That's a big answer.
You watched The Crown, right, Joe?
I did.
That was wild.
I liked The Crown.
It was really good.
I liked it a lot, quite a bit. Some of the ideas that people have said on YouTube, on our show that they think should be behind us on YouTube. So that caller just said it might beat the Hammer record. John's Eagles jersey, it's a great one. John played for the Eagles. Hang it up.
The Snoop Dogg.
I just actually found. Oh, that's good. Yeah, the Snoop Dogg jumpsuit.
That's
I
right. I gotta write
found
that
a
one
lot
down.
of this stuff recently, going through my closet and crawl space and all the. Alicia is
that's your girl. That's your
my girlfriend.
Ooh, John's got a girlfriend. Woo.
She's good at organizing and cleaning, and my closet was really in bad shape.
Okay.
We've gotten into digging, refurbishing the closet and things like that.
When you say she's good at it, are you assigning her that role, or does she
Not
choose
at
to
all.
do that on her own?
I mean, this is something that she took upon
I want to
herself.
find out about this relationship. I'm digging
some
down,
degree.
digging down on this relationship.
Look, she really is. She's grabbing these giant bins and carrying them around and trying to move things. And, I have to assist. Otherwise, she's going to be, breaking her back.
Injured. No,
She's a hard worker.
That's good.
Anyway,
man.
we're doing a lot of extra stuff around the house lately.
Good for you,
it's
man.
like spring cleaning.
We'll see what you think might work behind you, because also photos of us young. That was another suggestion. I thought that was pretty good. I mean, we could blow these up. Obviously, we'd have to. We can't have these little
You've
things.
brought some young photos into the mix through the years, and they're just so precious.
We'd have to blow
We
them
have
up.
that great picture of you with the mustache that we
uni.
can put up.
Football.
Oh, that one.
Yes,
my,
I think we blow up the mustache pic and put it behind. Remember the mustache?
fake
pic?
mustache?
No, yeah, like that little wisp of a mustache.
No. It was he grew a goatee.
It looked like a mugshot.
We
is what
said,
it looked
hey,
like.
you got to grow a mustache.
Wasn't it during the pandemic?
I think
I think that was for the Flyers playoff
No, I
run,
thought
wasn't it?
It was over at our last
No, it was
location,
here. It was here.
wasn't it?
For sure here.
Yeah, I think it was
100% here.
Well, the picture that I have a picture, is from the previous studio, like way back in Old City, where you, it was like 3 days, didn't shave, and then shaped a goatee for something. It might have been something different.
Dig it
I'm
up.
talking about mustache, not good.
Dig it up. Look, we get the world's our
I know
oyster.
where the mustache one is. I could find
We
that.
can do anything we want here with our visual. It shows on YouTube. The world's our oyster. But if you have a suggestion, let us know. Also, let's listen to Brandon Graham talking yesterday with Kay Adams on the re-injury in the Super Bowl, but also the thrill of getting to play in that Super Bowl. Obviously, the third one he's played in, second one that he's won. Here's Brandon Graham yesterday.
How banged up were you in that Super Bowl? You can say it now. How banged up were you?
I was not ready, honestly, but I felt ready. Practice was great. I went out there and played a great game, but once I re-injured it again, I didn't feel anything. Even when my wife would say, like, look at your arm, it's real swollen. I'm like, hey, I don't feel it right now. I don't know. Like, I think I made it through. I think it's just, I just used it a lot. And after that, they got the MRI and they told me that I tore it again. And, you know, I knew I was already retiring, but that just confirmed a lot. I was excited with that. I just wanted to be able to have that uniform on, have those pictures with my family on the field. It was everything that I wanted it to be. So I'm thankful for that. And I got to touch Mahomes, even if it was hawking him down on the tackle. You know what I'm saying? I got to touch him. I got a picture of that.
There you go. BJ with his look, I thought he played well. Obviously, he didn't get as many snaps as some of the other guys that have been in the rotation December and January, but I thought he played well, and it was a shame he retore it. And obviously, going through the rehab process again right now. But
I like how he was fibbing to his wife. It's just played a lot on it. It's just playing football.
And it happened at the very end, right?
Happened on what I believe was the last play he was in for.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, to the phones we go. Martin, Valley Forge. Martin! That was really bad.
That was so bad. Wow.
I went for it, and
I appreciate you going for it.
It was really bad.
It was awful.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
That'll make drop.
Hello.
I don't appreciate you going for that because of the end result being
that
so
was
bad.
One of the worst ever. Hello, Martin.
Oh.
How are you this morning?
Worse now.
I was made worse just
Me
now.
too.
It's going down. I was just going down.
Yeah. All right, what do you got, buddy?
Right. What do I got? I got the bullpen. I don't know what you're gonna do, but it's obviously an issue. And do we have anyone in the farms? Like, I saw a lot of middle infield, but is there someone for the corner? Like, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, Aiden Miller, but he's young.
Selling some of the farm, like, I don't know, but Nick Castellanos, I gotta give it to Stelzer earlier. Like, he is the guy who there's a real big noticeable difference, and I think him and Max Kepler quietly just kept us humming along in some good spots.
Well, yeah.
And then on the draft,
sure.
I got one more thing for you. On the draft and the Goddard situation, look at a guy named Eric Arroyo out of Miami. A more complete out of the top tight ends out there. If he falls that low, or if the deals to go up don't make sense, he might be a tight end that comes in that you look at that might be able to plug in and play.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eye on him. All right, Martin, give me a big-time answer for a memorable split. You can win the Phillies tickets next Tuesday.
How about Randy Johnson's split finger?
Oh,
sure.
Well, I don't remember that being a big. Was that a pitch for him? Randy
I
Johnson's,
don't remember it being a big pitch.
It was a thing for Kurt. Schilling had the split finger. I don't think Randy Johnson had a split finger.
He had a slider and a fastball.
Yeah, I think that's
you
a
might
bad
have
answer.
a split finger too, but
I mean, let me put it this way: if I don't remember it, it probably wasn't that memorable because I'm the Hammer. The Hammer doesn't remember. How can common folk remember? Now, Schilling
apparently threw it in later years.
Yeah, Schilling had a great one. Great one. My God, he had a great one.
I don't think Randy was known for it, though.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to some of the highlights of the Phils game last night. There was a lot going on. And look, the Phils get on the board early with, well, it's not that early. It's middle of the game with a Stott hit. that puts them up 1-0. But then the
By
Braves.
the way, great base running by Kepler there to score on that. 'Cause the ball didn't even get through the infield, if you remember.
Yes.
That was great base running by Kepler.
Took me a moment to remember. Yeah, he went second to home.
Second to home on a ball that didn't leave the infield.
Absolutely correct. So the Phils take a 1-0 lead, but then the Braves come back with 2. You're in the 7th inning. You've kind of, I don't want to say wasted, but you haven't exactly capitalized on a good start from Taiwan. When he gives you 4 2/3 with no runs, you're in a tight game. You wish you had some runs. You don't have much. You're down 2-1. It's the 7th inning. The big guy, the main guy, Bryce Harper is up. 1 on. Bryce.
Harper swings, hits one high in the air, deep right center field, and that ball is gone into the Braves bullpen. And Bryce Harper has finally connected again against Atlanta, and he's turned the game around. 3-2 Phillies on Harper's second home run of the season.
John, that was an exciting moment, man. And by the way, when he crossed home plate, I'm pretty sure he was the one. There was an F. Yeah, I think we heard.
Oh, yeah?
I heard somebody say
some of those slip through every once in a while.
I'm just saying, like, somebody was very happy. Also, he had an F-bomb at the plate. I think it was him. The announcer seemed to think it was earlier in the game when he had fouled a ball off. And, you heard a loud F. Okay, you heard a U in there as well. So I'm just saying he was frustrated at one point. He was very happy at another point.
Even when he hit the homer, though, it felt like he was still kind of annoyed when he was in the dugout. If you saw it, like I think he was
sometimes he's like,
yeah, like he was so
stuck in a feeling.
Intense.
You know what really hit me last night? When I saw him hit that home run, I thought of this. And I don't think this is something many of us haven't thought of, but I just want to say it because it hit me in the moment, because it was such a big homer in the moment. In the end, Phillies had to win a different way because you had to come back, you had to take the lead again. But he is truly, Bryce Harper is truly one of the greatest Philadelphia players I've ever seen. I mean, like, I'm 46. At this point, I've seen Doc and Barkley and AI. Embiid obviously had his thing, but not on the same level. Utley and Schmidt and Rollins and Howard, like, we can go through the sports. Lindros, like Bryce Harper, Reggie White, you guys know what I'm saying. Bryce Harper is so, like, he is a higher level Hall of Famer than most Hall of Famers.
Without a doubt.
He's a high level Hall of Famer.
He might be the most clutch athlete we've seen in Philly. Honestly, like in terms of moments.
We don't talk about very often, but he is so clutch on top of clutch. And last night his clutch got erased because then our bullpen gave up the lead. And Trea's hit
had
is
to
what
do
gave
it again.
us
So let's get to Trea,
win.
because he obviously had the 9th inning home run that was, the ultimate difference maker. 9th inning tie game, Trea.
And he swings and drives one high in the air, deep left field. Eli White going back to the track at the wall. He jumps. He can't get it. It's gone. And Turner has taken Iglesias deep here in the 9th inning. Phillies are back in front on the solo shot by Trea Turner. His first of the year. And what a time for it. It's 4-3 Phillies.
So that was awesome. Now, I will say, full disclosure, like 5-10 minutes later, I was, not exactly cursing him, but I was frustrated with him when there's a ball up the middle off of Alvarado that I thought a better defensive shortstop would have gotten to. So last night you kind of had to
even get close to it.
didn't.
Yeah, I don't know if a shortstop gets to or not. He wasn't even close.
It's that he barely moved.
Yeah, he barely moved.
And didn't dive. That irritated me. Like, hard play, yes. One that you could make a stab at, absolutely. One that I think Jimmy Rollins would have gotten, yes, I do. I do think Jimmy Rollins. So my point is, there's the good of Trea, there's the bad of Trea. And I thought both were on display last night. In the end, obviously, it was enough to get the W. But one of those games that leads to this kind of Twitter poll question of the day, which is brought to us today by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's selection of premium one-owner, pre-owned pickup trucks at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question this morning. Are you thinking more about the positives or the negatives that stood out from last night's Phillies game? Obviously, there was a whole bunch of both. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Marsh and Bohm were the two worst hitters. Bohm is a better baseball player than Marsh. Marsh shouldn't be a starter. I mean, just going to be candid. Shouldn't be a starter. So that's tough to watch right now. Bohm is tough to watch because he's not only struggling, but frustrated, which is frustrating all of us with the way he acts out there sometimes. And then there was the bullpen, which, Sean, was another adventure last night. They got through it, but it was an adventure. And it doesn't bode well for the coming months with this group. I mean, it's a rough collection of arms right now.
Kirkring was on emergency only duty last night, and they had to get him warming up, which
Fast.
is not great.
He was fiery because you could tell he threw it
He's
and was getting the ball back because they were trying to get him in
the
quick.
hurried up warm up part because Alvarado gave up 2 singles. And his pitches were creeping up into it was 30 something, but 18 of those pitches over 100 miles an hour. Nights like that are going to wear on Jose Alvarado to where how often can we depend on wins coming out the other end? Like, this needs to be addressed. We need to get more help. Doesn't feel like we're going to be getting any more help anytime soon. So we got to figure out a way to get better without adding guys, because we're talking about the end of July is the trade deadline where moves can be made. But man, how do we make do? How do we triage this in the meantime?
I agree with you. I think it's a good word. They got to fight through it, and it's tough because right now they don't have a good bullpen. All right, 215-592-9494. We're also going to get to, coming up shortly here, more of Brandon Graham, what he said yesterday about retirement, maybe not retirement. There's a whole thing in there. Let's go to Derek and Paoli. Derek, good morning.
Yo, listen, man. I hope you don't disgrace the show by going out there and wetting the bed against Jack.
Man. I got this, man. I got this.
I don't know. I like you a lot, man. I don't think you have a chance, though. Really don't. Bro.
Oh, man, damn.
Just saying it like
that
it
felt
is.
so real too.
Man.
It was like, man, I'm rooting for you, but you can't do it.
I just feel like you like to just talk it up, and you got a good like trash talking game, but you gotta get it together.
Yeah, when it gets real, you know that you gotta actually do it.
I do know, but first off, Derek, I have a great trash talking game. Okay, not good.
Yeah, you
and
do.
yes, I do need to.
Some of us believing in you too, but
you should.
It's hard.
I'm an athlete. I'm not Bo Jackson, but I'm an athlete.
And that's the last person I would want to see you lose to is him. You know what I'm saying? But you want to send somebody? I'd rather we should send Rhea out there. She got a better chance, way better chance for you to go up against you.
Wow. Really, the shots keep coming.
Yeah, the shots do keep coming.
DoorDash at McDonald's, man. Now if you would have walked to McDonald's, I'd give you a pass. But you DoorDash at McDonald's.
Every once in a while.
What do you mean every once in a while?
Right.
You're still doing it?
Well, I haven't since the last time I told you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think you should be allowed to DoorDash
and I gave up sweets for Lent. And I think I'm feeling the effect. I feel pretty good. I do. I'm being honest with you.
Have you been weighing yourself and keeping track that way?
No. But
your clothes fit differently?
I'm not sure yet.
Well,
I mean, I haven't noticed that.
Well,
they're getting shorter on the other end.
Yeah, that's what they say.
What
I don't know.
that?
The legs. I think my stuff gets taught in the dryer, and I think it becomes not as.
That's only the first time you dry them. Once you dry them,
I over dry.
But no, once you dry them once, it never happens again.
I don't know about that. I think I over dry. I think I shrink my clothes.
Oh my god!
All right, Derek, give me what you got on the Phillies.
Nah, I just think, man, it's a little too early for us to be pushing the panic button on a lot of people, man. You gotta let it play out a little bit. 9 games, 10 games in, we pushing the panic meter, man. They gotta work their way through it, man. And I'm just not a fan of like booing dudes and all that.
No, I'm not advocating that.
Bohm is struggling, but hopefully he turn it around. You know what I mean? To see Trea Turner do what he did last night, hopefully that propels him to be the guy who they brought in here. You know what I'm saying?
I do. All right, Derek, give me a memorable split.
In the moment, I think the biggest split was when the Browns packed up and left and went to Cleveland in the middle of the night.
Nah, but you
so close.
God, that's a different answer. The Browns did not leave in the middle of the night. The Baltimore Colts did.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh.
So that's unfortunate.
The Baltimore part probably.
Because that could have won. By the way, that would never happen today, John. Like, the league is so much more advanced. The idea that a team could leave a town in an overnight without the town knowing about it would never happen
Well, it
today.
couldn't happen with social media today.
Well, that
I
too.
mean, people would just be like noticing that all of a sudden these massive trucks.
Well, how about the guy that got called up for the trucks? How about that guy who was probably a Colts fan?
Oh, yeah.
And then he calls Rhea Hughes at WIP and says, hey, listen, Rhea, go to the air with this one.
We don't even get a chance. Someone's organization would leak it now to Adam Schefter, and it would be out there immediately.
Yeah, it's just what happened these days. All right, let's get to something that did happen, and that's Brandon Graham retiring. He also was on Kay Adams' show yesterday and talked an awful lot about all sorts of different stuff. So, interesting answer from BG yesterday on the retirement thing. Make of it what you will.
How retired are you?
I'm 90% retired. I'm 90%.
I love that. That's my favorite answer. God, you have given me such gold over the years, and that is the best answer. You're 90%. Okay, let's break it down. The 90 I get. Baby girl, retirement, the torn tricep. What's the 10? What's the 10? What's the 10?
The 10 is how much I want to continue to train the way I'm training. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to look good, and training to train for a game is different, but I haven't really changed that yet. I just want to go out there and speed it up to where I want to look good and make sure that I'm staying fit, and while I'm still rehabbing my arm and making sure that when I do retire, I'm staying in the habit of that, because a lot of guys tell me when they leave, you got to make sure you stay in the habit of working out, doing what you do, because this is our first time really being off and not really having to train for anything. So I got a new motivation. It's just to look good, because if I'm gonna be on TV and want to talk and have my suits on, I got to be looking good.
All right, that's BG yesterday. John, gut feeling. Gut feeling.
He said, when I do retire
I know. In the middle of that. So, John, gut feeling. Do you think that he's really talking only about looking good and rehabbing the shoulder, rehabbing the tricep?
No.
Or he actually wants to play?
Well,
because I think he actually wants to play.
The fact that he did not say he is retired. Yeah, he's 90% retired. The fact that there is a percentage that is not retired, that matters. Kay's isolating that because
great follow-up question
makes
by
a
her,
difference.
by the way.
And yeah,
what's the 10%? What's the 10%? That was a great question.
He wants to play. It feels like man, I can't imagine being in his spot where you can physically do this thing, but you want to talk about a bow being put on your career with a Super Bowl going out that way, but you still feel like you got something left.
Isn't that what Chris Long did? Am I remembering this right? So he wins in 2017.
Yeah, he was back in 2018.
Yeah, but didn't he come back during the season? Am I wrong about that?
I don't think so.
Maybe training camp?
I thought he came back mid-season. I could be wrong.
I don't think so.
No, did he want to come back the following year? And
well, we were asking for three or 4
in 2022, they had
years.
Sue and those guys come mid-season.
Yeah.
But that's the only time I remember that.
It's just, look, here's my interpretation of what Brandon said and didn't say. This is my honest gut feeling. I think he wants to play. I think he wanted to play when he retired. I think he doesn't want to admit it publicly. It's just my honest gut feeling. That's, by the way, let's listen to more of BG because he continued on this topic.
So that 10% is just in case, but I doubt it, because I try to be a man of my word, and I don't want to have to play up in that back and forth stuff. I'm just going to accept it and just move on and get ready for what's next, because I feel like I'm going to make the next thing great. You know what I'm saying?
You will definitely do that, but all I heard was you're not fully.
I know.
I heard the door is not cement, boat lock, master lock shut. I heard you're going to stay in shape, which you're going to stay in shape because in January you might get we got to go face Mahomes. You told me you wanted to sack and you didn't get your paws on in the Super Bowl, and I feel like you'd answered that call. Am I right?
And you know what? We ain't there yet, but if it happens, we can say you said it first.
All right, John. It kind of makes me a little sad because I want him to be happy retired, but he sounds to me really conflicted. That's just how I hear it. Really conflicted, which makes me feel conflicted.
Wow.
Because I want him to be happy. And I don't know. Maybe he's happy as is. Maybe they didn't want him.
Well, I think it's very possible they didn't want him. I think it's very possible it's, hey, we love you. We don't think that what you would cost makes sense for our budget.
I mean, if they're going to get rid of other guys because some of them are old, Like Goddard's an example. He might be out because he's kind of old and he's way younger. I'm just saying it struck me. It made me a little sad because I want him to be totally content. We love Brandon. And maybe he is. I don't want to who knows?
He said, when I do retire, just yesterday, when talking to Kay, he said, when I do retire. That's a shock to me. I thought he was. When I
think he means
retire.
in his mind, truly mentally
And
get
Joe,
there.
that's the important part. It's only been 2 months. That was his life for 15 years.
Yeah.
You have to get used to that. I mean, it's a huge shift in your
for
entire
sure.
life.
Yeah, but
So-
my interpretation of that comment, when I do, I think he's saying when my mind actually accepts that I have chosen to be retired.
100%.
And it strikes me like he hasn't accepted that yet.
A lot of people don't.
Well, listen, we want Brandon to be happy. So,
He clearly does not think he's retired if he's saying, when I do retire.
All right. So look, make of it what you will. 215-592-9494. It really was an interesting answer. By the way, we'll get to coming up shortly here some of what has been said, John, today about our show on YouTube. Because obviously the visual is out there.
Yeah.
And people get to comment on YouTube, which is kind of cool because then we get to, Seltzer gets to read the comments on the air, and we'll have some fun with that. If people are being nice or
maybe
not
we'll have
nice
some
today.
fun with that. Are they fun comments or are they?
I'm not sure.
Sometimes.
All right. So what do you make of what Brandon Graham said, and also the Phils last night getting that W, 8-3? Obviously, some really good, also some not so good within that game. JP and Plymouth meeting. JP, good morning.
Oh, okay. Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Great,
hope
JP.
everybody's having a great day. Look, here's my concern with the Phillies. I said yesterday, I believe the bullpen I have an issue with. Now, here's my issue with Bohm. I see he's struggling. I see his attitude, and I'm a big supporter of mental health. Sometimes you just need to take a break. And if that's the case, that's the case. Be professional about it. It's okay. Sometimes people need to take a little break from life. It's okay.
I agree with that. I'll say, no, JP, you're right. But here's the one thing I'll say that comes to mind right away. He just had a 5-month break. This is really, really, really early. By the way, he also had a break on what day was it he didn't play? It's all running Sunday, Saturday. Point is, there was a game recently they sat him. So
Sunday, yeah, it was Sunday.
What does he need? 4 days off? What are we doing here? Because he's also being paid millions of dollars to play baseball. So I don't disagree with your point, JP. But part of the professional athletic thing is it keeps rolling on. And there's another game in baseball almost every day. So, you either answer the bell or you don't. Now, I was the guy that was supportive of the Eagles' decision to sit Aguilar in 2016 for that one game. I think it was smart. I think it was wise. And I think it may have helped him come back in 2017 and be a better player. But with that said, John knows as someone who's in the locker room, players respect guys that play. To use a baseball term, that post. You're going to get banged up. You're going to get, lingering issues. The baseball will find you. You get hit in the ribs. You get hit in the hand. You're fielding the ball. It hits your wrist, affects your wrist a little bit. And then the mental side. But, you got to play, man. Not every game, but you got to play, and he's got to play better.
You're right. I agree, because he's starting this season the way he ended last season with that crappy attitude.
Doesn't look good.
Right.
And no, it does not. And he was on the trading block in the offseason. You think he would have a different attitude,
Which makes this so much worse. It doesn't sit well with anyone. It shouldn't sit well with anyone that he knows he's on double secret probation right now. Yet you go and pull this stuff.
And one of my
frustrations,
JP, knowing that they couldn't get what they wanted for him this offseason, the price is only going down. No general manager seeing the first 2 weeks and saying, "Oh, well, I was only going to give you X in January, but now I'll give you X plus."
Let me revisit this.
That's not happening. All right, JP, what do you make of the YouTube show, man? Have you seen it?
So here's what I haven't seen it yet because I've been working all week. My plan is to check it out tomorrow.
Okay.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe in the background you have Thor's hammer or something like that. And then John, I was thinking with you, 21 years ago as a Christmas gift or a birthday gift, I got an autographed picture of you reaching for a pass.
No
I was
way.
thinking of something like that, but then somebody said somebody said like Jimi Hendrix, and you said the other day that Castles Made a Stand was your favorite Jimi Hendrix song. That's my favorite Jimi Hendrix song. I was like,
choice.
that's not a bad idea, but I was thinking maybe like You Catching a Pants or something, and like Thor's Hammer for Joe. And Rhea,
I thought I was about to say a
was thinking-
sandcastle behind you. That would have been something.
But a big picture of John catching a pass, not bad. By the way, John, a buddy of mine texted me the other day and said, and he wasn't ripping you. This to me is a sign of respect that you dealt with this. Because it was Junior Seau that hit you, right? Not you that hit him. The big famous collision. No, I mean a buddy.
I was extending for a pass over my head.
See, I hope you know when I bring that up, that's out of respect. The fact, like, if Junior Seau hit me, I would die.
Maybe, yeah.
No, not maybe. I would have actually died.
You might have
So
perished. Yes.
All right, JP, give me an answer. A memorable split.
Real quick, Joe. I worked out yesterday because of you, and this morning I find out you didn't work out again.
Yeah.
So come on, man. You
What a
gotta do it.
letdown.
I'm
right?
doing it this afternoon.
Sure.
Unless you have book
Yeah, I
stuff to
believe
do or
it.
some show to watch or something. Or a nap.
Don't believe it.
Yeah. What if you
my
feel
split.
tired? Oh no.
Here's my split, and
Yeah, give me a split.
I can't believe no one said it yet. And this number 5 said we could have broke records together. The split between Donovan McNabb and Trea.
Yeah,
Good answer there. That's a big one.
That is a really. I don't know how we're so far
We
today.
got great answers, man.
We've
We
got
the colonies.
We've got the colonies and
Colonies
Britain.
is pretty good.
We've got the colonies in Britain. We got Tiger and his wife. We got Babe Ruth and the Red Sox. We've got Prince Charles and Diana. Browns and Cleveland aren't going to win, but Donovan and T.O. certainly from our standpoint here could. That's a pretty good list so far. Really is. All right, speaking of lists, James, I know you got a list of.
You call him King Charles now?
No, I still call him Prince Charles.
Yeah.
He was that for
can't
too
even
long. Can't do it.
conceptualize this King Charles.
Don't do
I mean,
it.
really, when I say King Charles, I think it's a dog.
dog, same.
I really do. Having
Wow.
watched so many dog shows, but King Charles is not that man. He's Prince.
Yeah, he falls into the category of if you've been something for so long, I choose not to.
like 50
I
years of
refuse
my
to
life.
acknowledge
Every
your
year
ascension.
You've
I don't.
been Prince.
Yeah, I just don't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, too bad.
Can you get arrested in Britain for that?
Maybe. In Russia, you probably could. In Britain, probably
more
not.
than arrested.
All right, what they're saying about us on YouTube, James. I know a lot of comments have come in. You've got a list of some stuff in there. Are people being nice or are they being rude today?
What do you think?
Okay.
There's a little nice in here. We'll get some nice. Well, let's start off with some rude. First comment, is Joe in the larval stage of some strange humanoid?
I don't know what any of those words just meant. What does that mean?
Well, you know what the
you're a
larval, you know
pupa.
like a larval stage is, right?
I
No?
do not know
Oh
what
my
that
God.
means.
Really?
No.
Really though?
Larval?
Yes.
The larval stage.
Like larva,
Yeah.
yes.
Don't know. I don't know what that is.
You know,
like lava?
No.
Really,
What's
Joe? Come on,
larva?
man. Think about a caterpillar.
Yeah.
Think about before the butterfly emerges.
Gotcha.
It's like in the larval.
Oh, so this is a
stage.
compliment. This is saying I'm going to work out.
No, it's
some
an
strange
ugly,
humanoid.
gross little.
Yeah.
Ugh,
I didn't think he was
stage.
saying you were about to blossom.
I thought that's what he was saying. That I'm.
Well, you could look at it that way.
Well, that's how I
think he was
interpret it.
emphasizing the fact that the larval stage is usually disgusting to look at.
Well, I'm going to take it as a compliment. That
Thank
this
you.
person
That was from
believes
Dirk. So thank you, Dirk.
that
for the
there's a
compliment.
metamorphosis
Right.
about to happen with
All
the
right,
working
this is a
out.
good comment by Mark because it coincides with something someone said to me yesterday that I never thought of before, but is 100% true. So Mark said, how cold is it in that studio? There's a lot of layers being worn. And Moshe Kravitz pointed out to me yesterday that John wears his jacket in the studio every single day.
Yeah, it's really
You
weird.
never take it's so weird. Like I
not
never
think of
thought
it,
about
John?
how weird it was. And I take my jacket off every day. I put it there every day. Like,
oh, you know what?
it's weird. You
It is
never
weird.
take ever.
No, a change occurred when I got less heavy, and I'm usually cold.
Wow.
Like and old. Like since I got less fat and young, I am cold.
Okay.
And yeah, and I do get I wear scarves now a lot. I wear gloves. I went to my daughter's track meet yesterday and I felt like I was going to make a snowman.
No, John, it was cold yesterday. I was at Clark's tennis match. My ears were frozen.
Yeah, but here's the difference. It's not cold here right now.
We're in the studio.
And we've been here for 3 hours.
I know.
It's like 2 on air and an hour before that.
You do never
so.
take the coat off.
It's
you know,
a little weird. It is
in
very
the morning. In the morning, when I'm getting out the door, I feel like I'm like bone chilled from the
Me
time
too.
I get out the door. Even when we're in our meeting at 5, I'm
good
still
by then.
thinking like, holy cow,
wow,
it's cold.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm old and cold.
All right, James, let's do one more comment.
Okay. Okay. I was gonna add on. Adam said
do 2 more
I
comments.
can't picture
Go ahead.
Richie as a football player, so maybe that from seeing him is what Adam said.
fair enough.
All right. Michelle says a clean-shaven James looks 15 years younger. 15? Wow.
Well, first,
I already look pretty young to begin with.
First off, I hope people that were listening and watching 12 seconds ago just saw how many times James moved the microphone around.
If they're watching
he can't not
YouTube, they
move the
know
microphone.
that I move like this
I
a
mean,
lot. I didn't
God,
move my microphone.
John, you did not move your microphone?
I might have tapped into it like
You might
that
have-
by mistake.
John, did he or did he not just do this whole thing with the microphone?
Oh, well,
James,
yeah,
you're
I
not-
might have because I'm reading. I'm trying to turn to the computer and read, man.
noticed
See,
some-
look, if you look on
okay,
YouTube,
some
I'm reading off
movement.
the computer. Otherwise, I'm over here. I can't see the questions. I have to like turn this way. Then I'm
you're
talking it in the
making it- you're
microphone.
making an
What do you want me to do here?
All right, what was the
He's
comment
active.
that you look
Do I
younger
look
or older?
15 years younger with a clean shave?
No.
Well, it shows
That-
the scar.
but
when
you
the
do
dog
look
bit
It does
your
show
face.
the scar. So yeah, they're on YouTube. You see the
You
scar.
can't even see the scar.
Yeah.
It's an amazing
100
scar. Your face got bitten
by a
Eaten.
dog.
Yeah, I had a hole in my
Eaten.
face, like an actual hole.
You're really
in my
lucky.
face.
You're
I'm
really-
incredibly
it's
lucky.
unbelievable.
Apparently, it was like like inches, centimeter, whatever, away from my salivary glands. Like there were all these like things where this could have been. Apparently, it was a very clean cut. Like the doctor was just kept
Wow.
telling me how lucky I was, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, I don't feel very lucky.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
And you should feel lucky about the haircut because it's a good haircut.
Thanks,
Jimmy.
buddy.
It's a good haircut.
Joe's not ripping me for it, so I feel like that's a good sign.
2 words for once. Good haircut for once.
Wow.
All right.
Well, when my wife doesn't give them to me, they're usually better.
All right, 215-592-9494. Let's listen to Rob Thompson yesterday after the game talking about the bullpen. It was an adventure last night. It has been quite a bit this year when they've gone to the relievers. And Alvarado in the end closed it down, but even that was an adventure in the 9th inning. Here's Topper after the game.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with it, you know. Like I said, Ruiz has thrown the ball well. I know he gave up a run tonight? 2 runs? 2-1. Yeah, that was the killer for him. Leadoff walk. But, you know, I trust those guys. I have confidence in those guys.
Well, at least one person feels confident in him. Or put another way, he just doesn't want to publicly
Yeah,
say
he's confident in him.
Because that was brutal last night with those guys. And pretty much has been this year. All right, check out our show on YouTube. It's there. You can see it, the visual of our show every day except for Fridays when we're at Borgata. And also you can watch it live and you can watch it later in the day if you missed a portion. Just check out any portion of the show. To the phones, 215-592-9494. Dave in Wilmington. Dave, good morning.
Good morning. I watch you guys on YouTube anytime I'm off the bus, and James moves his microphone so much
Correct.
because of all the work he does.
He doesn't know. He doesn't
Because
know.
of all that's right, dude.
Because of all
I
the
have a
work.
million things.
Oh,
You're just
for
sitting
the
there
love.
talking. I got everything going on back here.
For the
Thank
love.
you, David.
This,
You know
Dave,
what?
He has people in the room with him.
You're right,
I'm
Dave.
answering phones. I'm getting audio together.
He has to move it. It
Yeah.
can't stay in one place because he can't.
He moves the microphone.
He does.
A lot,
Yeah.
He does a lot.
He
does a lot
He does
more
some grunt work. I'll admit that.
Yeah.
He does. He
than
does.
people realize.
I mean, James, I don't mean that as a criticism. It's
Oh,
true.
it's true. Yeah, I know.
Like, you'd be the guy on D-Day. You'd be the first one off the boat. You'd be like, all right, I'm the guy that has to step off first. That'd be you.
In this situation, yes.
Because
Thank you.
James, I admire your tenacity back
Thanks,
there.
pal.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. All right, go ahead, Dave. No one expected the D-Day first guy off the boat.
No,
announcer.
not even me. I'm still reeling from it.
All right, go ahead, Dave.
So, do you think sending Alex Bohm down to the minors could help build his confidence?
No, I think it would do the opposite.
Performs better?
I don't even know if it's allowed this deep into his career. I tend to think it's
He
probably
would have
not.
to agree to it for sure.
I don't have interest in that, Dave, because that would also just devalue him to such a dramatic extent. And look,
But the whole point is his confidence isn't there. He's been on the trademark and nobody wanted him. So we're basically stuck with him. So why not try something? And if it doesn't work, then he's just going to be the same Alex Bones.
Well, I'll give you one why not, because this may just be 2 bad weeks and he may be about to get it going. I mean, that happens in baseball all the time. The problem isn't, in my opinion, that he is struggling hitting. The biggest problem, in my opinion, is that he is struggling with struggling. And I think it's making it worse.
Continue to pull him down where he should be recovering from, a bad stretch.
It's one of Jalen Hurts' greatest attributes, because he has had his moments of struggle. Even those that think he's all that in a bag of chips will acknowledge he has struggled at times, including this past year. But he has a tremendous ability to remain focused. Look, I don't want every athlete to be a stoic, okay? But and not everyone can
helps you sometimes.
And not everyone can be like Jalen Hurts that way. But there's a really admirable trait with his ability to dig down and keep pushing. And it seems to be what Bohm seems to
Resiliency.
lack. Resiliency.
He is resilient.
Correct.
Alec Bohm is not. And it feels as though any adversity makes him the opposite of his response is to not get better. It's to almost dissolve in the wrong direction to grow worse.
Yeah. It's tough.
And more impetuous. Yeah.
All right, Dave, give me an answer for a memorable split.
So before I do that, because of my call yesterday, I actually watched Roger Rabbit again yesterday.
Yep.
And Christopher Lloyd is brilliant as the judge.
He's phenomenal. Absolutely.
He's phenomenal.
Absolutely tremendous. No
Again,
question.
I couldn't believe how great it was. I went in expecting to like it. I loved it. I thought it was an amazing movie.
It's a great movie.
Weird.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, Dave, a memorable split.
My split is they were friends, and then they split the country in half, Biggie and Tupac.
So how close were they at their closest
Yeah,
point?
I don't know.
I think they were pretty darn
They were
tight.
definitely friends, for sure. I just don't know how
people
tight.
aren't as tight as you think they are.
As the public personas they suggest they are.
Yeah. Like the Jimmy Johnson book I just read, John, last week, he was very clear. He's like, me and Jerry Jones were never, people portrayed us like best friends. He's like, we're never best friends. Like we were cool, but we weren't that.
We were cool until we weren't cool.
Cool until he fired me.
I tend to think Jason Peters and Jeffrey Lurie are not actually best friends, right? Remember that whole
thing?
How weird was that?
But he was able to do whatever he wanted. He never had to weigh in. He kind of, I'll move if you pay me another $1 million.
Jason Peters, bless his heart.
All right, 215-592-9494. The Bohm situation, what Rob Thompson said about it after the game. We'll get to that. Also, I've got a sports fact for you that I saw last night. Positively unbelievable about Philadelphia sports, something that happened yesterday. That and more of the Brandon Graham audio, what he said in that interview. We'll play that for you as well on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where with the Masters this week, every drive, every putt can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the Masters. The first major, obviously, in the calendar year here with golf. It's the best. Masters is the best. And find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. So many different ways you can bet, different bet types. Obviously, who's going to win in the end, but also who leads at the end of certain rounds. All sorts of combinations of things you can do available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's the website, FanDuel.com/hammer. The app, obviously phenomenal. Easy to navigate from game to game, league to league. So you can apply it to pro basketball or hockey down the stretch of the regular season. Baseball, another game tonight. It's all there for you, including everything going on at Augusta at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber deposits one off the chop house.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in, with healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. So when you walk in, you feel whether it's the freshest organic produce or those gluten-free crackers that taste totally delicious. Or it's simply the sight of a million easy dinner options that are also healthy. This is that Sprouts feeling.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors,
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
you can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free,
Yep,
and an upgrade is just $10?
that's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NBA season is almost over. The Cavs have clinched #1 in the East. The Thunder have held things down in the West. And the Celtics, it's been a quiet season. And that's a good thing. The expectation isn't a conference crown. It's to go out there and get another trophy. The only thing stopping them, injury. Somebody go check on Brown's knees. And more importantly, go check on Porzingis. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies go for a series win in Atlanta tonight, 7:15, live here on 94 WIP. After slipping past the Braves 4-3, Trea Turner's 9th inning home run, the difference. Bryce Harper, 2-run shot in the 7th. Taijuan Walker, 2 starts so far this season, no runs in 10 2/3 innings. Bullpen a little light. Jose Alvarado needing to record the final 4 outs. And these struggles continue with Alec Boehm. Went 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. Rob Thompson thinks he'll work his way out of it.
He's thinking about it, but he'll get out of it. I mean, this guy was the all-star third baseman last year in the National League, so I'm not going to pull the chute on him yet, despite what everybody says. So I have a lot of trust in him.
Would you consider maybe moving Castellanos over right now, or is that not something?
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Cloudy today, high 53. It is currently 44. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is your song, right, John? Not bad. I'll give it up.
Not bad, huh?
Oh, sure. How about that? Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than that.
A different kind of song. I dig it, actually. Pretty darn good. I'll give you that. All right, good morning.
Amazing.
Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on this Thursday morning on WIP. Moving toward the middle part of April, getting closer to the draft. 2 weeks, guys. 14 days, not 14 days and a couple more. 14, boom, 2 weeks. Thursday, 2 weeks from now, we'll have massive draft coverage. Been a different lead up to the draft, all the obvious reasons. I mean, 32nd pick, it makes it harder to kind of wrap your arms around it. It just does. But obviously we will be cranking it up more and more as we get closer. Let me give you a fact that is, I think, so unbelievable. I just couldn't believe it's true, but apparently it's true. So
I can't believe you can see through those glasses.
Know. These glasses they're dirty. So Bob Vitrone for years at the Philadelphia Daily News, and
does a great job.
He does. And
Yeah.
Rhea, he'll come up with these wild facts.
Facts
right?
out of nowhere
It's
sometimes.
crazy.
I'm like, how did you even
them.
research that,
Yeah.
Bob? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how do you research
I
it?
don't know. I know there are things that you can pay for to get them, but Bob's, he was the scoreboard editor of the Daily News for forever. His father was a legend.
Yep.
And Boop is a great guy.
All right, so check this out, because there's 2 teams that won last night we haven't even talked about yet today, John. For all the
Wonder
obvious
why.
reasons. Sixers and Flyers also won last night.
Sixers had a guy who I've never heard of scored 30. I never heard of him. Jeff Doughton? I never heard of him. Scored 30 points last night for the Sixers. I've actually, I'm not kidding. I never heard of him in my life. I saw Doughton scores 30 for I was like, what? Who? I'm not kidding. I swear on my life.
No, that's fair. So Sixers won on
Were
the
they-
road.
Did they yell at him? afterwards? Like, did
Oh,
they
for winning?
yell
Yeah.
at Jeff Doughton?
No, I can't do that.
Dude, what are you doing?
That would-
I know that you're playing for your own purposes. Like, what you're putting on tape is going to probably get you a job.
They're
at some
good. They're
point.
going to get that 5 spot, so they're good there. I mean, we'll see after the ping pong balls.
They're
but
ahead of the Nets.
They're going to have the 5th worst record. And I love, Rhea, how you keep saying in the updates they're ahead of the Nets because it's like,
it's the opposite. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
it's so all over the place. All right, so check
I
this
like
out.
to amuse myself.
I
You
know.
did something funny too the other day where you said that you used the word clinched, and it's like they've clinched that they've pretty much clinched the vice. It's like,
Yeah.
what are we talking about with clinching?
It's so absurd. All right, so check this out. Bob Vitrone gets all credit and love with this one. John, the Sixers won on the road last night. The Flyers won on the road last night. The Phillies won on the road last night. This is, according to Bob Vitrone, only the second time in the history of Philadelphia sports that 3 of our 4 teams won on the road in the same day.
No way.
Only the second time ever.
This is like, Bob's great and I believe him, but I struggle to
And when
believe
you
this.
consider that they overlap for portions of April and May and potentially June if they keep playing in the finals, they overlap.
There's third time. You read that thing wrong. There are 2 other times on
no
there.
way.
Mike Angelian just showed it to me. So it's
third
96,
time,
03,
third time, my
time.
fault.
Either way,
Yes,
still
my
not
fault.
believable.
So the 2 priors were 82, December 26, 1982, and March 31st, 2003. And now this one.
This is unbelievable.
Third time.
Like, I would have guessed hundreds.
And they also overlap in November and December.
Yeah, the
And
December
and
one
maybe-
were the Eagles, Flyers, and Sixers.
Yeah, I mean, right. Like, you
I
know,
would have
the-
guessed, if you
the
said how many
various- yeah,
times,
that's what
I
I'm
would have
saying.
said
The other
hundreds.
overlaps. Yes, the other overlaps is what I'm saying. It makes-
Hundreds. I would have guessed, if you had said how many times do you think this happened before you
about
asked?
hundreds, but
Over
you know.
all the years, like, I would have thought, I don't know, like 100? Like, I wouldn't have thought, like, I would have thought way higher.
Yeah, look, when the Eagles play, they only play once a week. And then obviously when the Phillies play, they play just about every day. And then the Sixers and Flyers play about 3 times a week. It's just hard to imagine. Third time ever.
It's pretty cool.
So
It's a pretty
seems
cool
wrong.
I don't think it's cool. I think it's the opposite. I think it should have happened way more. Like, this feels like a bad stat.
I
That
agree.
Bob came up with it. is
No,
what I mean.
that is very
Amazing
cool.
stat
Yeah.
by Bob. Yeah.
All right. So we'll throw that in the mix for you. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phones and talk to Jim in Philadelphia. Jim, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi,
Joe,
Jim.
if you were on this end of the line, you'd get in shape fast. I'm a pacer. I probably paced a quarter mile since I've been on hold waiting to get on you guys. Same thing with the Phillies. I watch Bohm up. You know it's going to come, a ground ball to third. His attitude's gone. It's just, and back end. It's going to be a long year for me. I need one more. I'm getting up there in years.
Well,
But,
a couple things. First off, they are 8-3. Second off, how old are you, Jim?
Well, I'm pushing 75. so-
You're fine. You're good.
Yeah,
Jim,
I'm in good
that's like
shape.
the old. That's
Yeah,
like
but
the old 62.
How old do
You're
you
good.
feel?
You're good,
Jim.
How old do I feel? About 120.
Oh, okay. Wrong way with that. But
no, I
we got to
feel
work on
great,
that
but
part.
I feel great on that. I'm still listening to music. I'm still, I got the whole
Awesome.
thing down. I've had a
Good.
good run. I've had a dang good run.
Well,
Good
keep
for you.
it up.
By the way, Joe, you know that George Paul you went to school with?
George Paul. Oh yeah, George. Yeah, I saw him at a funeral about 2 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, his father was an MVP in the Catholic League in the
Hoops?
60s at Doherty.
Ed
George
Hoops?
Paul's father, great basketball
Yeah.
player.
So his son, the George that I know, is a very good basketball player as well. He was one of.
Yeah. I
He was
coached
one of
those
only.
kids in
We had such
CYO.
a bad athletic class. We only had 2 kids from our 2 or 3 from our senior year class that played varsity basketball. 97 was way better than us, and we were 96.
So
and-
does that tell you something about your own?
yeah, it makes me look even worse.
Well, the fact that you tell us how good you were because you were playing as a middle schooler, but then you're telling us that your school wasn't capable of fielding a team.
My class.
Your class
Our-
wasn't
our
capable
class.
of fielding a team.
Yes.
Ultimately,
We were not a very good class athletically. That is correct. Yeah, it's
well,
just what it was.
that explains a lot.
Not everybody's a John Ritchie, Jim. I try
No,
to
it
tell John.
explains things, Joe, but you have to bear it in mind. Like when you're talking about competing against an athlete like Jack Fritz.
Nah,
I mean,
All right, let's go.
he's
let's
not the
dial it
greatest
back with an athlete like Jack Fritz a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, people.
But he is an
Again,
athlete.
the issue isn't Jack; it's you. It's anyone who's in any semblance of shape has such an advantage. Over you.
Jim, am I going to beat Jack in this competition?
Are you going to beat him?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. See, I was the guy that shut down the shooter, so I probably would have owned you. But
I'd like to see this.
If you tried hard, you probably would have. I'll
Even
give you
at
that.
75.
All right, Jim, give me an answer, pal, for a memorable split.
Okay, tell him what he won, Johnny. The Berlin Wall.
That's a great answer.
I think the rise of the Berlin Wall is a better answer. It split Germany.
Yeah.
The fall of what split? The wall,
the rock, the wall. It's a literal split.
John,
I think it's a good answer.
Does that one move you? The wall coming down? I think it's the wrong. It's the wall going up.
Yeah, the wall split Berlin.
Yeah,
taking the wall down does the opposite.
It brought it together. I know. Yeah,
Berlin.
Don't work for me. Too
Yeah,
bad.
I have a YouTube comment that was text to me.
What is it? Stop eating during the show.
Yes.
Because I'm eating my wedge salad right now.
Yes. Well, it was sent to us by someone we know and love well.
Okay.
Joseph A. Wechter Jr.
Oh, nice.
He said this is the first week he really feels retired, so he was listening to us earlier.
What's up, Joe?
He said you look ridiculous eating on YouTube.
There you go, Wechter. Tell him.
Thank you.
By the way, I just went back and listened. Jim just said the Berlin Wall as his
he did?
answer.
He didn't say.
I just listened to it. You said what? Give us a famous. He said the Berlin Wall.
Then that's a good answer.
Then it could be a great answer.
That's all he said.
Okay.
He didn't say the fall of the Berlin Wall or anything. He just said the Berlin Wall. So
all right. Very notable then. Okay. We view it in a different
We
light.
read a little too much into that.
All right, let's get to the Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Now's the time. Visit arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. First poll question. Are you thinking more about the positives or the negatives that stood out from last night's Phillies game? You can vote on that at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Obviously, there were a bunch of positives and a bunch of negatives. Second poll question. They got the win. I don't want to obscure that, but bullpen, Bohm, and Marsh were all disastrous. Second poll question. Do you think Goddard's going to be on the team in 2025? So, John, we last did this poll on March 10th, exactly 1 month ago. We don't normally have the exact same question, that soon, but, got through free agency, still here. Draft's coming up in 2 weeks. March 10th, the poll result was 43% said yes, he'll be on the team. 57% said no. I just feel like they're trying hard to keep him, but I could be dead wrong about that. It just strikes me like he's more. Let me put it this way. Milton Williams and Josh Sweat, and I really came to really appreciate Milton Williams a lot. And Sweat picked it up as the year went on. But I feel like they are players that are easier to find, those type of players.
Than a stud tight end.
Those type of players than a tight end that can block and catch.
Yeah.
I feel like the Goddard thing's more unique. I want to hold out hope that Sirianni's saying to Howie, dude, help me out here. Keep him.
How about Jalen?
Listen,
like the Jalen.
Goddard makes a big impact for Jalen and Saquon. He holds that edge. He blocks that edge. And then they have that play when he basically fakes blocks the edge. And then Jalen throws it to him as he flares out. And he catches a pass for 6 yards and he rumbles for another 7. And it's a 13-yard gain. I mean, we've seen that. James, you're laughing in there. You see more comments on what are you laughing at?
It has nothing to do with the show. I just saw something there.
Because you got a big old grin on your face in there.
I popped up. It's
all right. Everything all right?
Yeah, it's fine.
James, is Goddard can be on the team?
I saw a funny picture.
Yeah. Goddard can be on the team.
I don't think so anymore. I want him to be desperately, but the way this plays out, it doesn't feel to me like the Eagles want him on the team the way we want him on the team.
I just feel like I'm going to go back to what Sirianni said.
So if they
last
can't
week,
get
let's play this audio.
If they can't get what they think he's worth, then what?
Well, they either cut him or don't.
Well, that's the thing.
Like,
it
literally,
feels
it's one or
like
the other.
they're not finding what they think he's worth. So doesn't it make it worthwhile to keep him around?
Well,
like
see,
he really is a great tight end if he's on the field, if he's
Right.
capable of playing. He can give you everything in terms of blocking, pass
Right.
protection, run blocking, pass receiving. He's the all-round
Yeah.
tight end that you can't go find
But
out there.
here's the other problem. The reporting from Elliott and others has been they won't bring him back on his current salary.
Yeah.
There's multiple negotiations. Like the Eagles are negotiating with other teams. The Eagles are negotiating with Goddard, if they still are. I don't know if they still are, but certainly could have, on money, reduction of money. So it's like you got this whole thing right now. It's a weird one. Sirianni talked about it last week. If you listen to this and take it at face value, it absolutely sounds like Goddard's gone. If you think that Sirianni is trying to throw some deception out there to prod Goddard into staying, that could be an argument that it's an approach.
I don't think that's a wise argument. That Nick Sirianni has ulterior motives for, he's going to be.
I don't know, man. I think it's possible. All right,
like Oppo concepts.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's listen and then we'll react. Last week.
Dallas Goedert back? Right now, he's on our football team, and obviously Dallas Goedert has meant a lot to us. We'll see how that plays out. He's a heck of a football player, heck of a leader, and I want to be able to have back as many guys as you possibly can. But that is not the reality of the NFL. We got a lot of so we'll see what happens and how that happens. But of course, you want everyone back.
Look, obviously at face value, he's gone.
I can't believe
Clearly.
When he said that, it really was a shock to our ears, or my ears, that he went that deep with it, that far with it.
Unless he's trying to reach Goddard to tell him,
come on, man.
we really will cut you. We'll cut you. If you don't take less money, we're going to cut you or trade you. Period. End of story.
The reverse psychology idea. Maybe that's Howie. It's not Nick. Nick is not employing reverse psychology in a news conference.
Nick does a lot with the press conferences during the year about he doesn't want to give away stuff. He's careful with how he answers questions with us. I don't know, man. Might have been intentional. Let's listen to Jeffrey Lurie, the big guy, the real big guy, the guy that owns the team, also talked about this issue last week. Here's what Lurie said.
Would it be difficult for you to not have Dallas Goedert here?
What's that?
Would it be difficult for you to not have Dallas Goedert here? And when you lose some of these guys, are more difficult to digest than others?
So, you know what? It's hard for me because I'm so, I think, really obsessed with the team, the culture, getting to know the players. I take them all out to dinner from time to time. This is not a distant relationship. And so whether it's CJ Gardner-Johnson or it's Dallas or it's Milt Williams or whoever it is, we got to do what we think is best for the franchise in terms of winning big. But it's for all of us. These are not names. These are human beings that we really, really been through battle with, been on the big stage with, and enjoy. And so, no different than Zach Ertz. That was, it's the way it is. You've got to balance it all out. And the one thing is we got to do what we think is best in terms of roster construction, planning, and winning big.
That answer tells me he's gone.
Way gone.
Because every player he named.
Yeah, he said CJ, GJ, Milton Williams, whoever else he's got. Dallas got Zach Ertz. It's like, what? Why is Dallas Goedert's name in that group?
Now I think he is gone, John.
Like, oh, wow.
I don't know what else.
Never mind.
Yeah. So forget the reverse psychology thing. I guess that's it. I guess that's done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised he said that.
He said a lot. But you know what? Let me give a big compliment to Lori. That's really nice. What?
Why is it they're not holding these cards close to their chest?
Well, it's not easy when you answer these questions sometimes, man. I mean, they could hold them closer, but at the same time,
I'm surprised.
It may just be. It may be so
understood.
Look, it could just be. It's a day 3, 5th round pick. A team that didn't get someone in the 3rd or 4th round of the draft.
That's what it feels like.
Didn't get him in the 3rd or 4th round. Get the tight end. It's round 5, and that because there's going to be 6 of those teams.
The way they're talking, it's like Dallas already knows he's gone. Like they've already had the
I think so
he's
now.
like for all intents and purposes gone.
That's
the way
where
that
I'm at.
sounded.
Yeah. One other quick thing to that last piece of audio. great job with Lurie. Look, we know he's a great owner, but John, that's an example right there. Spending time with the guys, like, and probably not in the Michael Rubin way. Let's go party together. I had enough. All right, enough with that loserdom.
It was really weird.
It was so.
That whole situation.
It was so.
it's so.
It was
awful.
so culturally wrong.
Yeah.
You know, but I admire Lurie and the fact that you know, he spends the time to get to know the players, and
it's a very
important.
It's a family atmosphere. At
Didn't
least
keep any
it
of the free
was.
agents here that could have stayed for less money.
Milton, I took you to
his
dinner,
home.
man. Like, come on.
Milton's like, I'll take you to dinner next time,
Yeah,
buddy. I
you're
got
right.
I got $100 million now.
John, you ever
opens
get the
his
Lurie
home
dinner?
up to the team and to the employees? You know, after camp. After camp is over and before everyone gets cut.
But did you ever get the private?
Everyone in.
You know, the one-on-one or the 5 players on one dinner with Lurie.
I did not. No, I don't think that was in line.
This is like a
for
newer
me.
thing that he's doing.
2 possibilities.
Who knows?
1, it's a new thing. 2, John, good.
To make the
Yeah,
cut.
it's not good enough. Not good enough.
Quite possibly.
John sees Lurie and like Doc and Donovan and everyone leaving to go to dinner.
Well,
It's
remember we
like,
went to that Celtics game together? It was Doc and Donovan, I think.
oh yeah.
At a
Lurie
Boston
got booed?
Celtics game. Well, no, up in Boston.
Oh, up in Boston.
Well, he did it again with Jalen and all those guys too. He took
Yes.
them all up to Boston.
Up to Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Recently. All right. Jordan right now in Princeton. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning show. Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up, Jordan?
John, I'd like to tell you a story because I've been watching the YouTube videos. You guys are doing a great job. It's adding a new dimension to the relationship your listeners have with the show. Your voices and now your personas. But, you know, Joe, you don't look like you do in your promo photo on the Odyssey app.
In what way?
You look a little older, man. And I got to say, you can't take days off when you don't have days on. So now that you're on YouTube every day, this isn't a competition against Jack. This is a competition against the ladies, my friend. You know, you got to still stay looking good there. So we got to make sure that you're in shape because you're on TV now every day.
I like this. Appeal to his vanity. This is good.
Well, listen, you bring up a lot that I have thought about. Jordan, the video
Why are
thing.
you worried about that?
No, I'm worried. No, not the way you're framing it, John. I am worried about. Listen, Jordan.
Needler.
Say it again, James.
He said the Needler.
Yeah, the Needler. This guy. This is when he goes in a butthead mode. Like Jordan, when I wake up at 3:50. So do I feel like, you know, to use a term that sometimes will be applied to women, do I feel like getting all dolled up? No, I don't. But maybe I need to because, you know, we
How
are on
would you
video.
get dolled up?
Well,
That's a good question.
Like, for instance, I didn't shave today. It's been 3 or 4 days. So I look haggard. You know, now maybe I need to do that. You know?
A general level of health because you're going to take care of yourself, man. We want you to take care of yourself.
I'm pretty good.
No, you're not. Come on. A general level of health he's talking about. You're not pretty good.
I'm eating a wedge salad right now. That ain't bad.
Oh yeah, wedge salad is really known for being low in calories.
Is that blue cheese on that?
Yeah, blue cheese.
Ruxin.
And the bacon.
And
Lots
bacon.
of protein in that bacon. A friend took a picture of me in Heathrow Airport after a long weekend of partying a couple of years ago. I looked like a whale that had washed up on the beach. You don't want to look at that YouTube video, Joe, the camera, and say, my God, I look like a beached whale. Let's go. Let's bring it together, man. Bring it together.
Are you saying he looks like a beached
I've
whale,
been called
Jordan?
a lot of things, but never the beach whale before. That's
We're not there yet, but we're in our 40s, my friend. It goes downhill pretty quickly, I'm telling you. So you have that epiphany. I lost 40 pounds. I'm the walker. Jordan from Princeton is out here doing 15 plus miles a day. I've never felt better. I want you to share
Good for you.
in
Thank
the
you.
beauty of health with me. Let's talk about the Phillies. I'm going to tie my wagon to the star of Walker. This guy, 10.2 innings, 0 ERA, pitched to an 11 in spring training. The way I see this going is we've got a great middle inning guy when Ranger comes back from the back injury.
No.
I would love it if we get him because it's a spot that we're going to need some people. We need a guy who's going to go 4, 5, 6 or 6, 7 when we got a bullpen.
Jordan,
with
Ranger has heard you and has responded already.
Where did he get the effrontery?
No, he's saying he should be a long man.
I know what he's saying.
Ranger's a starter. He's saying that when Ranger comes back, Taiwan will be the
I thought
long
you were
man.
saying Ranger to the bullpen, Jordan.
No.
He's saying Taiwan will be a good long man
I got
once
you.
Ranger comes
All
back,
right,
which it
all
could
right.
be. I mean, especially in blowouts, that's when you usually long man.
Yeah, I got you. I misunderstood.
The guy's going 4 innings and giving up no runs. So if we fill him in the starter with Ranger, we got a solid guy to come in on those days where Nola doesn't have it. Because let's be honest, Nola's not going to have it some of those days. He didn't last year, and I think it's going to be there this year. But 4 out of Nola, 2 out of Taiwan, and then, the rest of these boneheads can fill in and hopefully not give up any runs.
All right, Jordan, very interesting call. Give me a memorable split. You can win the Phillies tickets for next week.
38th parallel, North and South Korea.
Whoa.
Created a dictatorship on one side, created a global economy on the other.
Yeah, that's a really good answer right there. That's very notable.
I didn't expect some of the directions that we've
It's been great. We've gotten
Yeah.
great answers today.
Yeah, we didn't get the Mason-Dixon line yet, but,
Yet was the key there.
Okay, well, the guy goes North Korea, I go America. All right. But what was I going to get to here? I want to play audio of Rob Thompson talking about Alec Boehm. He gives you an interesting nugget at the very end. There could be a lineup change tonight, John. Could be a lineup because Boehm's been 3-4 guy, right? He's been, guy
He
behind.
can't be there anymore.
Guy behind Bryce guy.
No, he can't.
Casty has to be there now.
All right, let's listen to Topper after last night.
The pitch.
Hold
Swung
on.
Ground ball right side.
Boehm's kind of going through it a little bit right now. Yeah, I mean, he's thinking about it, but he'll get out of it. I mean, this guy was the all-star third baseman last year in the National League, so I'm not going to pull the shoot on him yet, despite what everybody says. So I have a lot of trust in him.
Would you consider maybe moving Castellanos over right now, or is that not something?
No, we'll see tomorrow.
Rob Thompson's always been pretty forthcoming, John, with that stuff. Like a guy like Andy Reid wouldn't answer it. He wouldn't say yes or no. He just wouldn't give you. But when Rob Thompson says we'll see tomorrow, that tells me Rob Thompson is thinking about it and it might happen today.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know what I mean? It's not the way Rob Thompson gives you more than most coaches, because usually when he gives you that answer, it happens or it happens soon. Like maybe Boehm gets another day or two in the 4-hole or 3-hole, depending if you're facing a righty or a lefty. But it might not last much longer.
Think about what we're talking about here. We'll see tomorrow. And why again?
Well, because Boehm is struggling and Castellanos has played better.
But again, it's Boehm struggling more because he's struggling. He's making himself struggle more.
I agree.
Because he's struggling. This is like the opposite of a self-perpetuating, like positively, like sustaining concept. This is such a disaster.
Well,
the guy's driving himself into a downward spiral.
Yeah.
That's not how you pull out of the nosedive.
I agree. You know what's also notable? When Reese was here, he was the guy behind Bryce. I mean, it's what it was. Now you can make the case that Boehm got better since then. You can make the case that Casty joined the team. I guess they overlapped in 2022, right?
Not Casty, but Bowman and him, because Casty
and Reese were on the team. In the
Oh yeah,
World Series,
22, of course. Yeah.
But my point is, like, it was always Reese, and now it's like it seems
This
to
is
shift.
brutal. He's got no protection.
It's been tough.
Yeah.
They have lacked a right-handed bat that has been consistent. Casty has his 2 weeks. Boehm has his 4 weeks sometimes. JT has his little, but like they haven't had a guy that just really provides consistent protection for Bryce Harper, which is why I think Rob Thompson changes it so often. 215-592-9494. We played the audio earlier of Brandon Graham talking about, 10% open to coming back, 90% retired is what he said. Let's listen a little bit more on this topic, because in this interview with Kay Adams, there was conversation about a potential approach to him. Here's what BG said.
Who would the Eagles have call you to say, like, we need you? Is it Lane? Is it Howie? Like, who would have the best chance of luring out of whatever you do next?
Well, you know what? It had to be the one with the money. You know what I'm saying? The one that's going to pay you and get you the contract. So if he don't feel that way, it ain't nothing happening. It's just lip service.
I got to tell you guys, that further tells me that he wanted to play and they didn't want him, because his answer goes right to that. He's like, doesn't matter if Lane Johnson tells me, unless I hear it from Howie. It ain't
Money
real.
guy.
Yeah, or Lori, one of the
And
other.
I don't think he's saying it as much from the standpoint of like, I want a ton of money. He's just saying, whoever makes that decision, I need to know from that person that they want me. That's what it sounds to me
Do
like.
you think it's possible that the Eagles could still potentially
in season, but not before?
Joe, exactly.
Right. So
not before.
He stays in shape.
Because they're going to add at least 1 or 2 defensive
they're
ends
going to add
in the draft.
a lot. They're
No
going to
question.
add all sorts of
No
names
question.
that we know, all sorts of names that we don't know. But when it's all said and done, and he's still sort of just like waiting in the wings and fit, I think it's possible.
Like an Ndamukong Suh,
Yeah.
Linval Joseph.
Yeah.
But
maybe
what
that's
makes this one
he's
unique
thinking.
is he already like retired and is beloved here.
There's no parallel in Philly.
There is no parallel. Listen, the closest would probably be Trot, but they hadn't just won a Super Bowl. Trot played for the Eagles in training camp of 2007, got caught. I think he went briefly, I want to say, to Tampa Bay. Didn't make it there because he was, his body wasn't responding right. Came out of retirement in 2009 when the Eagles got in a jam halfway through the year.
That's pretty close.
And played about half the season in 2009, not even 07 or 08.
Yeah, no, that's
2009 he came back and played.
I didn't realize it was 2 years. Wow.
He played in 06 for the Eagles.
Wow.
Played in 09. Pretty unbelievable. Now, he may have played briefly in a regular season game in 07 for the Bucs. I'm not sure, but there wasn't much going at that point. All right, 215-592-9494. The biggest thing for me, this is just me on this topic. I just want Brandon to be happy. And I really hope, and look, it probably is, but I'm just saying, I hope he's not restless in retirement, John. And hopefully we get him on the show sometime and talk to him. Well,
99.9% of NFL players are restless in retirement. So if he is, that'll stink, but he'll have lots of guys he can lean into and who can provide all sorts of moral support for him. I don't think it's over. I think the fact that he told Kay Adams he's 90% retired suggests it's not over. The fact that he said, what was it? When I do retire, here's what, it's all just sort of, I will be available if need be, potentially.
Right.
And it could come to that, but man, that's a long time to wait. It's going to feel like an eternity if you're Brandon, and it's going to be exhausting waiting for the Eagles to make that call, I would assume.
And listen, let's say guys don't get injured until November. That's a long time to stay in shape.
Yeah.
For maybe they'll call me. Let's go back to the audio when Brandon said this yesterday that kind of triggered it. BG, interesting answer about retirement.
How retired are you?
I'm 90% retired. I'm 90%.
I love that. That's my favorite answer. God, you have given me such gold over the years, and that is the best answer. You're 90%. Okay, let's break it down. The 90 I get. Baby girl, retirement, the torn tricep. What's the 10? What's the 10? What's the 10?
The 10 is how much I want to continue to train the way I'm training. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to look good, and training to train for a game is different, but I haven't really changed that yet. I just want to go out there and speed it up to where I want to look good, to make sure that I'm staying fit, and while I'm still rehabbing my arm and making sure that when I do retire, I'm staying in habit of that, because a lot of guys tell me when they leave, you got to make sure you stay in habit of working out, doing what you do, because this is our first time really being off and not really having to train for anything. So I got a new motivation. It's just to look good, because if I'm gonna be on TV and want to talk and have my suits on, I got to be looking good.
A lot in there, John.
Yeah, staying. If you're gonna attack it that way, if that works for you, that's good. I mean, he says guys are telling him he needs to be conscientious. He needs to be focused on staying in shape, because if you let it go, the problem is, I know for me personally, I didn't have any concept of how to take care of myself outside of that circle of I don't know, people who were helping me take care of myself, the people who were giving me an itinerary every day for what my schedule was going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in my 30s and I've never had to create my own itinerary.
And you had some depression, right? I mean,
I'm sure I did.
I mean, you've talked
I'm
about being
sure.
bummed. Depression's a big word, but like
Wow,
you've talked about, and you got bigger, right? Am I remembering this right?
I kept eating the way I always ate. I was no longer exercising the way I wanted to. I was no longer taking the systemic anti-inflammatories that I took every day for my entire career. So my joints hurt and I wasn't going to go out and run.
Right.
But I was still eating the way I always ate. And oh, lo and behold, now I can drink beer and not have to worry about it the next day. Oh, this is great. So that's a lot of extra calories. And suddenly, within a year of retiring, my dad told me, "You look disgusting." My dad said to me, "Look at yourself in the mirror. You're gigantic. You should be embarrassed. You must weigh 300 pounds." I was like, "Are you kidding me? Come on, Dad." That's a little harsh.
Right.
And then I stepped on the scale at the airport that they weigh the bags on. The next time I was picking
I'm sure they
Did you say, "Can I step on the scale here"?
I didn't ask. I just stepped on it. And then I was like, you know what? It says 305. There's no way that's right. They calibrate it heavy just so everyone has to pay extra. So I was like, my dad's wrong. That scale's wrong.
This guy.
That's great.
And then a scale at home confirmed.
Took me a while to figure out. Well, I didn't have a scale at home.
Gotcha.
I didn't have a scale. I didn't have a doctor. I didn't have a support system.
Yeah.
And suddenly I needed one. So it takes a while to build that up when you first retire.
I remember when Elway retired, I thought in his press conference, he gave one of the best answers I've ever heard. He said that he viewed it like a graduation. He had graduated from high school. He graduated from college. And for him, this was graduating from the pro. I mean, from pro football. And I thought, wow, that sounds great. And then when I read his autobiography, he talked about how, while that's how he felt in the moment, the first 10 or 12 years after retirement was fiasco for him, disaster. And it wasn't until he became an Arena League football owner and then parlayed that into, let me get back into football in the NFL level and ran the Broncos years later, that he found purpose. Because you got to, if you just if you're 35 years old and all you got is, listen, great to have millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Oh my God.
But if you don't have something to do.
Yeah.
Jonesy. I mean, that's how it started here.
So Jonesy here and now Flyers. And
Jonesy was bored. I mean, because he couldn't play, but he got
Right.
got a nice contract from the Flyers, and he just came and hung out with us for like the first year, I think, before Big B gave him a contract, because he was looking for something to do. And now look at him. He's president of the Flyers.
That's great. All right. Well, look, we'll take your calls on all of this. We hope, we hope Brandon's content and happy and all that good stuff. We'll see. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, a lot happening, including reaction to the Phils. Life advice with the Hammer coming up next segment as well on 94 WIP.
You want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know that my family is getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love, and I don't have to worry as much about, hey, do I have to keep Louie, my dog, off the lawn after they fertilized? If you switch to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of, schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today. You'll get free seeding every year like I get, and it helps my lawn so much. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
It's tax time again, and this year, you could get a 90% tax credit against your PA state tax liability by making a donation to fund need-based scholarships for students in your community. Blocks makes it easy to participate in the program and earn a 90% PA tax credit. Ask your accountant about blocks.org. That's BLOCS.org and the Educational Income Tax Credit. Blocks is currently accepting applications for its spring donation cycle. Visit blocks.org/spring. That's BLOCS.org/spring.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Register today at pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
It's ours? Is this real life?
Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by NHTSA. Put the phone away or pay. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just got a $500 million contract from the Blue Jays. Okay, we hear a lot about big money deals, but we learned that $325 million of his salary is up front and a bonus. Why like a lot? If you and they're somewhat coordinated, give a baseball bat. A matter of fact, that is your lottery ticket. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief.
Hey, Joe Camera here. All right, let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well. Well, for me, and PI Dental has been year-to-year maintenance and tremendous year-to-year maintenance. They're the best in the business. They're decades of experience in complex dental treatment, but also the more simple variety of treatment, meaning, what I've been in, which is pretty good shape, and obviously looking to keep it in that way, keep it in good shape. If you are in good shape with your teeth, want to go to someone on a yearly basis, great. Get to PI Dental Center located in Fort Washington. They can help you stay there. But if you're on the other side of the ledger, big old problem, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, maybe you really need a restoration, you want a restoration, well, know that Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, who are both board-certified prosthodontists, they can do that for you. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. Bottom line, no matter which category you're in, PI Dental Center can help you in a big way. Get yourself there. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phillies as they look to take 2 or 3 for the Braves after last night's 4-3 victory. Phil's got a 9th-inning home run from Trea, a 2-run shot from Bryce Harper earlier. Taijuan Walker continues to hold down the fort pretty well, while Ranger Suarez he'll actually have a rehab start today in Clearwater. Walker is not allowed to run in 2 starts, so he lasted only 4 2/3 against Atlanta, which forced Rob Thompson to piece together what's already a thin bullpen.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with it, Like I said, Ruiz is throwing the ball well. I know he gave up a run tonight? 2 runs? 2 walks. Yeah, that was killer for him. Leadoff walk. But, I trust those guys. I have confidence in those guys.
Rhea's microphone's off there. Yeah.
Sorry, when plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Cloudy, high of 53. It's currently 47. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Harper swings, hits one high in the air, deep right center field, and that ball is gone into the Braves bullpen. And Bryce Harper has finally connected again against Atlanta, and he's turned the game around. 3-2 Phillies on Harper's 2nd home run of the season.
Yeah, that was big last night. Frankly, I'd say the bigger hit than even the Trea hit. Trea gave you the lead ultimately for good, but, Bryce's was a 2-run shot. And at a point in the game when the Phillies were down 2-1. Big
shout out to Trea for getting on base there, too. Bloop it. We got a true bloop and a blast there.
That is right. That is correct. Good morning to you, Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This segment, we're going to get to Brandon Graham. More of what he said in that interview yesterday, because he also talked about Jalen Hurts. We'll get to that shortly. Life advice with the hammer in about 10 minutes. John, I'm always here to dole out advice. I help people.
Sort of. You're always here.
I'm like hamburger help.
Not necessarily.
Oh, that's so nasty.
I don't think I've ever had it. Is it horrible?
When I was a kid and I said, don't ever feed that to me again. I'd rather starve.
Is it like dog meat?
Yeah.
No, it's just
I think
beef.
it's okay. I don't eat it often, but it's fine. It's just hamburger in the pasta.
Beef.
Yeah.
No.
It's like you add. Yeah, it's good. Tastes good.
I'm with John. I think it's solid.
I like beef. It's just seasoning for the beef.
All right.
Maybe I just don't like the seasoning.
Maybe.
Nasty.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
Good stuff.
You're
like
also young.
You
Taste
like
buds
a
change
sloppy
when you get older.
Joe?
I'm serious.
I love sloppy Joe.
Yeah, you would like Hamburger Helper.
You don't see the sloppy Joe much anymore.
Oh, you do if you're in my house.
But not like when we were kids. You're
Yeah.
right, Joe. Like when we were growing up, like it was in the cafeteria. It was a thing. Sloppy Joes were everywhere.
You don't see fried chicken much anymore, and that's a health thing. But you don't see, that was a staple. Growing up, fried chicken.
I see some sloppy Joe. You're right about the fried chicken, though. Man, it was like an art form. I remember the first time I had fried chicken as a small
so
child.
good.
I couldn't imagine anything tasting better than that.
It's glorious.
I couldn't believe it. It was hot and juicy, and holy cow, this explosion of
And the
flavor.
crunch and the-
Why can't I eat that for every meal, Mom and Dad?
Yeah.
It was this place in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania called Red Barn, and it hasn't been there since 1980, but it was delicious.
Reason you can't have it every meal is you'd be dead by now.
Oh, totally, no doubt.
All right, to the phones we go. Phil's got a win last night. It was one of those wins, though, that, there's a lot of people talking today about the negative side. I don't, mean to go into the, back to the Mike Schmidt quote from years ago, the thrill of victory and the agony of reading about it the next day in the newspaper, which sometimes we have here in Philly with, talk radio. There's a lot to be pumped up about last night. I mean, they won. They're 8-3. We just mentioned Bryce and Trea, all that stuff. You got a good start from Taiwan. But the bullpen was not good. And, even Alvarado, who was one of the better ones in the bullpen, even it was shaky.
And they're asking so much of him already.
They're
this
asking
year.
a lot. Yep. The Bowman March thing, both are issues in significant ways. In different ways, but significant ways. And I'd even add, I know it's lower on the list, but man, I thought Trea's defense again last night showed he's just limited in range. James, you notice that on some of those balls?
100%.
He's limited in range.
He's limited. His instincts aren't great.
He barely moved. The one in the ninth inning, it's like he had cement feet.
100%.
He didn't move.
Yeah. And then when you couple it with the fact that he's playing on the same side as Bohm, I know Bohm has improved, but Bohm is still a below average third baseman, maybe average at best. It's a tough left side of the infield. It
is. All right. So your reaction to all that. Also, something that Brandon Graham said about Jalen Hurts. We will get to that shortly. Joe in Northeast Philadelphia. Joseph, good morning.
Hey, morning, Chief. How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, how you doing, John? In reference to the Phillies, Rhea, you had said that you really didn't want Thompson back as a manager, and I agree with you because this guy, whether he has the bullets in his gun for the bullpen pitchers, he doesn't know how to use them. He wastes so many of the pitchers. Like I was out at the game Sunday with my daughter, and he takes Sanchez out in the fifth inning. After he gets the first two guys out, brings in Ruiz to get the final out, and then you would think he would maybe keep Ruiz in for the next inning. No, he brings in Romano and he gets lit up. Then Straub in the first game against the Braves, he only pitched 6 or 8 pitches, and
they're managing him.
They are managing him. Joe, maybe he over relies on this. He does not, for the most part, like when a reliever finishes an inning and then has to start the next one. I think he's probably a little too adherent to it. And I don't know what the numbers show. Like, I really don't.
And listen, they had to do it last night, and it worked out.
They did.
I mean,
but you can see it over now 4 years.
It is not a good practice.
He tries to avoid it.
Yeah,
and James, you're saying the numbers say you should avoid it?
Just think about it. I mean, yes, the numbers say you should avoid it, but also just think about it. If you're up and you're coming into a big spot to get a big out or a big 2 outs, and then you're all jacked up, you come in, those are how relievers work, and you go sit on the bench for 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Like, it's hard to recreate that. Like, we see it all the time.
What if they were conditioned to, though? Because back in the day, like Tug McGraw would come in the 8th all the time.
Sure.
Pitch all the way through the 9th. So how much of that is conditioning the mind to do that?
Probably a fair amount. Yeah, absolutely. They're not asked to do it very often.
No. All right, Joe, I need an answer from you, pal, on a memorable split. We've had some great answers today.
Well, the 44th president of the United States and his wife, Michelle Obama.
I don't think they've split. She actually denied it earlier this week. So I don't think they've actually
the
split.
rumors have been around for a while.
They have
but
been.
she did come out and say it's not true
Yeah.
for what it's worth.
But, you never know. But I hope they're together. It would be a shame if they're not.
Joe trying to be prophetic
But
there.
you never know.
Yeah.
People are talking about Jennifer Aniston and all this stuff.
Yeah, I
It's
saw
like,
that.
I don't know. I don't know what is going
I
on
didn't
here.
either.
All right, 215-592-9494 as we
By the way, I got to jump in on something because I noticed this last night from you. And I don't know why. It doesn't make much sense, but did anyone else see Joe's tweet last night about Charles Barkley and Rick Mahorn? Anybody
I did
else?
not.
Okay, so here's the tweet. It goes, I need help. When Charles Barkley and Rick Mahorn formed their tandem, was it thump and bump, or thump ampersand and bump, or thump and written out A&D bump? 3 question marks. Please advise. Smiley face.
Really?
What is going on here?
I just want to know how to spell thump and bump.
Why?
Because a lot of people say it's with an N. Thump N.
Is this a book
N.
thing?
What does it matter? You don't even say
Yes.
Sharich. Like you don't even care to say people's names right. Why does it matter to you if
What's
there's
going
an
on
ampersand?
here? This is a really weird tweet to put
in
out.
written form. It matters how it's written. Now I'm not saying Charles Barkley and Rick Mahorn are in the book. I'm saying Charles Barkley and Rick Mahorn may be in the book.
You were looking for other people to do your work, but you were too late.
Crowdsourcing.
Joe, it took
By the
me
way, no
less
consensus
time-
on Twitter. None.
less
I know, I looked
time
at the
to
responses.
Google
Yeah.
than it did for you to send that tweet.
Well, no, listen, trust me when I tell you, Rhea, I Googled it too. Answers are all over the map.
Really? I
Yeah.
thought it was just N.
There's T-shirts with an N.
Ah, okay.
There's things with an and, A-N-D. There's things with the ampersand sign. Like there's no consensus on thump and bump.
Please advise.
So
smiley
get
face.
Barkley on the show and ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah, get him on the show.
You'd probably be like, I don't know.
He would definitely.
He would definitely
say, I don't know.
100%.
He was misquoted in his own autobiography.
That was one of the greats of all time. The great
Real
Charles
quick, though, I
Barkley.
do have one other.
Right.
The first response is not about that. It actually says, "Are you trying to make sure my fantasy hoops trophy is accurate?" Uh-oh.
Yeah,
you gonna lose?
I'm in a tie.
Oh, really?
4 days to go, and I'm in a tie.
Wow.
And that's the guy I'm in a tie with.
I assumed as much.
So
yeah.
he's been a little bugger there. I spent last night on fantasy basketball at least 2 to 3 hours.
Now we know why you
I
didn't
was
work out.
Shockingly, you can't work
obsessed
out.
with watching
You couldn't
the
work out.
stats on my phone.
You
as
couldn't
they would come.
work
Like,
out
Jokic, get me
yesterday.
one more rebound. All right,
You
Jokic, get
couldn't
me another rebound.
Work out yesterday.
I spent
but you
hours.
spent 2 or 3 hours on fantasy basketball.
John, I took a bath after the Phillies
Joe,
game, just me
your
and my
health,
phone.
Your
Just
health,
watching stats.
your
That is so
physical well-being should matter more than fantasy basketball.
But it doesn't. It just, in this case, I'm being honest.
Call it like you see it.
No, in this case,
Wow.
I really want to win my fantasy basketball league.
But you don't want to win against Jack?
I do want to win that, but Jack and me aren't playing in 4 days. I have 4 days left. 4 days. So
I'm rooting for you, pal.
Wow.
thank you. I know. I am in
You got
fact.
to pick up whatever Doughton's name is. Doughton,
I
whoever.
know.
Jeff Doughton.
If he gets rebounds, I'll take him. It's all I need. I need rebounds and field goal and free throw and a little bit on turnovers, but I really
have
need
a dem?
rebounds. Yes, Bono got me 9 more last night.
Yeah, well, you want rebounds.
I got some guy, campaign, whatever that guy's name is, with the Wizards. He got me like 12. He's a guard. Got a guard that rebounds. That's the key. He's got a phone. Let's go to Andrew and Ambler. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, team. How you guys doing?
Doing well, Andrew. Man, you sound cultured.
Dignified.
Jeez.
I'm gonna keep calling. Hopefully, I can keep calling as I really enjoy talking to you guys.
Hopefully. Hey, if I speak like this, does it sound completely bonkers?
That sounds British, and the South African accent and the British accent always gets confused.
Wow, interesting.
Oh, man. So you actually thought I sounded British?
I did. I
Wow.
will say.
Well, thank
Yeah.
you. I mean,
Okay.
I sort of.
Oh, that's nice. I wish I sounded British.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Good.
if you're South African, the Brits were those that
I
came in
sounded
and,
cultured, I
you know,
bet.
Fair
it was
point,
an
Joe.
empire thing
Yeah,
going
it's
there.
a fair point.
You know,
Yeah.
Andrew, we have
There are
that.
a lot of places, though, that had that with
We
Britain.
have that in
So let
common.
it go.
You know, we both, shed that yoke.
The sun never sets, as they say.
That's why my accent is British, because my ancestors were British, but there's a whole other Dutch, Netherlands culture of the of other people.
Ah,
So, yeah, it's a whole
makes
history
sense.
thing. Hopefully, I win the Phillies tickets and I can.
Well, we'll find out with your answer. All right, what do you got on the Phils from last night?
So I've called a few times in just to say the bullpen's always the issue, but I have a theory behind it, and I wonder what your thoughts are. Do you think they went ahead and when they made the trade for Luzardo, they were just putting their full trust in starting pitching, going 7 innings on a regular basis to not have to worry about the bullpen?
Not quite the way you frame it. I think they know that it's an added benefit for a weaker bullpen, but I wouldn't say it's a strategy. Not entirely, not the way you put it. But I will say this, Andrew. Do I think Dombrowski is acutely aware that 2 of the starters, if they all stay healthy, and I'm not counting Taiwan, that Ranger and the kid could go into the bullpen in October? Yeah. Like I mean, that's the one part of this. That's why if you notice what I'm saying about the bullpen now, I keep saying we as a fan base have to kind of endure the next few months because I don't think they're going to make a trade quickly. And maybe, but they really are going to throw some great arms into the bullpen come October. And that could completely change the whole makeup of the bullpen. If you put Andrew Painter and Ranger Suarez in the bullpen, it's a totally different bullpen.
Right. Well, I mean, I think,
and that's what Luzardo. My point is, Luzardo's acquisition gives you that capability. Is my point.
Right. And I think you guys had a poll before the season started. You've brought up a few times today, why the fans were not excited, and the Marsh at bats.
Yeah.
The Alec Boehm sulking. So it just once again comes back to my point of that they just seem to be running it back year by year, and maybe this is now more evidence as to why the fans were not excited.
No, I think that's fair. The one thing you got to give them at least some leeway on the Marsh thing. They do have a youngin coming up somewhat soon, and so it's hard to go sign. It's unwise to go sign a guy 3 years, $45 million to play that position if he would get removed from the starting lineup halfway through this year for another kid. So like we've seen that before. I mean, it is important for the next 5 to 8 years of Phillies baseball that these young guys get a chance because, the Schwarbers and the JTs aren't going to be here forever. And this might be their last year. Like you got to turn this thing over. One of the reasons they got in trouble 15 years ago when they bottomed out, it wasn't just that Ryan Howard and Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins all declined. It was that Dominic Brown stunk. It was, and they didn't have as many good prospects back then as they currently have, but the ones they had, they didn't deliver. And the others they had, obviously they had traded for, some of those players like Roy Oswald and others. All right, Andrew, give me an answer for a memorable split.
All right, let's hope it works. How about Rachel and Ross from Friends?
Well, we said no fictional. No fictional.
Oh, you said no fictional.
Yeah.
Then it's got to be Brad and Angelina then, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
It's funny because Rachel's involved in both, kind of.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, the Titanic would have been a better answer, but it's okay. Brad and Angelina. I'll write it down. The boat.
That you're right.
Both
that would have
split.
been a clever answer.
Yeah, both split.
You've been ripping some clever ones off the board.
I mean, that's what I do. That's why I do a segment called Life Advice with the Hammer.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For Life Advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe the Camera?
The Hammer.
I'm an idiot.
I walk down the street. People are constantly asking me for advice. I say, not now, kid. You got to get to me on the show.
Hit me up at 9:15 on a Thursday.
Times Yours is brought to us by MHS Lift. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment simply needs repairs, get yourself to mhslift.com. Seltzer, what does someone need help with today?
All right, we're going to talk about Jack the Mike, and I think you really want to lock in on this, Joe, because I think there's an important question for you to answer.
Is this about working out?
Jack says,
this is a whole thing.
I am a middle-aged man, out of shape, a delicate flower.
Oh,
I made the mistake of challenging a younger, more strapping coworker to a variety of sporting events. I have bad hamstrings and irritable bowel syndrome and need to work out in preparation for the competition.
It's not hamstrings, it's groins.
Yeah, but the hamstrings are tight.
However, I cannot get motivated to work out. I find every excuse to not properly train. What advice would you have for me to find the motivation to work out? Yes, Hammer, help this person out.
It starts with this. Don't do as I do. Look, I am going to be digging in and digging down. This week there's been a lot going on. But look, what you obviously got to do is you got to create structure because I think most people work better off structure.
And routine is part of structure.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
When I say structure,
I think
mean,
routine is huge for that.
It's very big. So, whenever
you know what we need to create? We need to create a date when this is actually happening, because right now he's skating by. He's skating by with ease because he knows there's no real hard and fast day he has to be working towards.
I think that's probably part of it. I think you're right about that.
That's true. It's not untrue. Maybe 2020.
So let's get a date.
It's 2026.
I'm surprised you can go 7.
No, but I'm starting to think maybe 2026 because I'm getting worried how many people tell me I'm going to get injured.
Oh gosh, now you're getting.
And you think that'll change whether it's 2025 or 2026 or September or May?
Let me ask you a question. Rhea, you've been around here the longest.
Yes,
you've worked at WIP the longest.
Correct.
Is the radio station going to make me sign a waiver?
100,000%.
You really believe that?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I think
they made you
they
sign a
have
waiver to get your nipples waxed.
They did.
Yeah, this is way more strenuous than that.
And you cheated on that.
No.
Yeah.
You kind of did. A little cheating. Yeah. A light dusting of cheating.
What if I don't sign the waiver?
Shame we didn't have YouTube back then.
You're already looking at.
I got angles.
Good.
I got angles.
This is not good right now.
I got angles.
No, I don't think anyone likes where this is.
Maybe in the fall. I'm thinking about it. All right. So the point is, just get your ass in the gym. That's my
Why
answer.
is the competition happen? Well, Joe still won't sign the waiver. We can't get him to agree.
Yeah, that's life advice with the hammer.
Did you help yourself?
A little bit. Get to the gym. Let's get to Hope right now in Holland. Good morning, Hope.
Hi, how are you?
Doing great, Hope.
Splendid, Hope.
Okay, I have a vision for behind your desk.
Yes.
How about something very cool with like spray paint, all things Philadelphia?
So almost like a fake
mural?
Yeah, graffiti.
Like a fresco.
Like
cool
when
would
we
that
were in
be?
London, the Passyunk Avenue, that whole place there, that's super cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I thought that would be really cool. How are you
Now,
guys?
it is a lot of that's work there. We're going to have to get someone in who actually knows how to do these things.
That's an artiste.
As opposed to just like hanging something on the wall.
But I think it's a good idea. I'm going to write that one down. If someone put that together for us, it could look quite beautiful.
Even like things like with like besides Philadelphia sports, maybe Wawa.
Yeah.
Cheesesteak places, Pat's.
How about my book? How about buy my book at this website?
Exactly.
I think that's going to happen. Yeah.
Oh, that's a given.
That's a lock. Yeah.
That's going to be the biggest thing behind me.
That would be great.
Fresco of Philly, though. I like it a lot. That's good.
Okay, great. I'm glad you liked it.
All right. What do you got for an answer here for a memorable split?
Well, I think Tom Brady and the Patriots.
Not
that's
bad.
The best answer.
Listen, I'll tell you what, that may have been, let me think about this, the longest tenured athlete in our life who went to a different team. Probably, right? I mean, Kevin Garnett got to 13 years. Brian Dawkins got to 13 years. I think Brady was 17 years with the Patriots, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, I doubt there's how long was Ray Bork in Boston?
That would be comparable. That would be, that would
something
be
like that.
it's
But
something
it's
just
so
like that.
rare to stay in one place that long and actually end up going somewhere else.
And of course, Ray Bork in Boston, it was all about him trying to get a cup and Boston being good with that.
They gave him a parade.
And they did it together. Brady and Belichick, that one done together.
No, very different.
What do you think?
That's a pretty good answer, Brady and Patriots.
Do you think Brandon Graham, if he were
Don't even say
halfway
it.
through
Don't
the
even put it
season,
out there. Don't even
Play for another team?
suggest
another
it to the
team
world.
I don't
came
think so.
forth and said, listen, we need help and we can guarantee you this.
You know why I think no, John? I'll tell you.
As a vested veteran, if he signs with a team halfway through the year, once he plays a snap, that essentially guarantees whatever he's on the books for that year. So it's kind of like a quasi guarantee in a sport where there is none.
Here's my answer of why I think he wouldn't do it. Because I think he could have in free agency and didn't. I think he played well enough that there would be a team out there that's like, we're bringing in BG, veteran guy, rotational piece. He played well enough to earn that from somebody. So they either offered it to him and he said no. I mean, is it possible no one offered him because of the injury? It's possible. But I tend to think he played well enough that somebody should have wanted him. And I think that he will only play here if he plays.
I think the injury does change a lot. The injury does mess with perception to some degree.
That's true. That's true. All right, time's yours up ahead. Also, more of BG, what he said about Jalen Hurts yesterday. All of this, including your phone calls, and time's yours up ahead on 94 WIP.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Just head to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. No matter how you want to bet this legendary tournament, it'll be even more enjoyable if you boost it at FanDuel.com/JohnR. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP, so don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The MLB season is rolling, and there's value in the NL Cy Young race. One name to watch, Hunter Green. He's off to a hot start, top 5 in strikeouts, 4th in whip, and top 10 in ERA. And the best part, he's only going to get better. I like Hunter Green to win the NL Cy Young at +600. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat, dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, selling for less.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like, hey Google,
cool down my car. And hey, Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey, Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies are 8-3, trying to win a 4th straight series to start the season when they wrap up things in Atlanta. They're beating the Braves 4-3 last night. Phil's got home runs from Trea Turner and Bryce Harper. Harper also got his first ever 3-6 assists on the bunt to get the lead runner in the 8th.
Besides the homer and all that, I thought that was the coolest play of the game because I've never done it. I've never done that. So I was more excited about that than the homer because I did it. Just first time doing the game, and it's a tough play getting around and getting in the glove. I felt like I was playing third base again when I was younger.
Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phillies tonight. Phil's Braves, 7:15 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com. Cloudy, high 53. It's currently 47. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Alvarado comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Jose Alvarado finishes off the Atlanta Braves, a 4-3 hard-fought win as the Phillies even the series at a game apiece.
Whew. Hard-fought is right.
Those guys aren't kidding. There was a lot going on. This whole series has been a lot happening. But, man, that one last night, it was a W, but it was hairy at the end, as they say. Hairy throughout, frankly, in many ways. James, I know you got an event coming up. Tell us about
event tonight coming out. Rhea, you'll appreciate this. Maxie's at Temple. We're going to be hanging out at Temple to watch Phil's Braves tonight. Fritz and I, High Hopes event. We're going to be doing trivia for Phillies tickets, Miller Lights all around. It's going to be awesome. Coming out Maxie's Temple tonight for the Phillies game.
Very cool. Good stuff. 215-592-9494. Time's yours in about 10 minutes. Let's listen to more of Brandon Graham from his interview yesterday with Kay Adams, because they also talked about Jalen. Jalen Hurts. Let's listen to BG. Big praise for Jalen.
When you're now in these fancy sets and you might have to wear a suit and you might whatever, will you say, like, let's get you set for, you and your Stephen A. square off here. Is Jalen Hurts the top 5 quarterback?
Jalen Hurts in my book is a top 5 quarterback. I mean, you got, like, he won a Super Bowl. Like, he automatically go up there. He won a Super Bowl. I don't care what team, like, who did what. It's like, look, all year, all playoffs, he the one that grabbed the ball first. He has to hand it off. His mechanics, all the little things that you don't think about, that's just clockwork, has to go right. How many times quarterbacks fumble the ball in a big moment and then bam, it's game over. And now you're looking forward to the next year because of, a mistake that you got to live off of, but learn from, but then get ready for next year. I mean, people don't give him credit for those little things, but all that little stuff matter. And he practiced that stuff every day. He's my top 5. And, if I had to go, he my number 1 because of, him playing. I know I ain't playing for them other quarterbacks. All I know is him, and we won the championship. And I'm going to go just straight there. For this year, he got to be number 1. You know what I'm saying? He won against the GOAT.
You think he was thinking about you when he said that?
I do.
100%.
I mean, let's be real. It's a little bit of an overstatement there. I mean, if the measuring stick is win the Super Bowl, you become number 1. I mean, come on. And then what? I mean, Phil Simms beat John Elway. He wasn't better than Phil Simms. He wasn't better than John Elway.
No,
I know he did.
Has outplayed Patrick Mahomes both times.
I agree. I agree with that.
That's a huge deal for me.
I agree, but I will say, here's the one thing I'll say in Mahomes' defense. He was getting clobbered after 2 seconds almost every play. I mean, I just about never seen anything like it. So, I'm certainly not knocking Patrick Mahomes off the 1 spot. The question, I think, for most people in Philly is, where do you put Jalen? James, you probably got him 2, right?
2.
Yeah, that is.
He's number 2.
That is asinine.
Why? Why is that asinine?
Because there's at least 4 that are better.
Why,
at least.
though? You see, I think you underrate all the things. I think playing the quarterback
Here we
position.
go. Rev the engine. Rev it up.
It's true, though. Playing the quarterback position, what happens above the shoulders is more important than what happens below the shoulders. And this guy is as elite as I think he's number 1 in the league at what happens above the shoulders. But obviously he's not quite as good at some other things as some other quarterbacks, but he's still super fast, has a great arm, makes the right decisions, doesn't turn the ball over. Like, I don't know what more you want from the guy. He is the second best quarterback in the NFL.
Well, I want him to be better in the passing game more consistently.
But he didn't ask him to be.
Well, I do. I mean, not personally. I don't go to
I'm
his doors.
saying the team didn't ask him to be.
That's why they don't ask him to.
But that's what you assume.
I do assume that.
No, or it could be that you have the greatest running back in the history of the franchise, one of the greatest running backs in the history of the sport, and an amazing offensive line. What's best to win football games?
He's better than I thought. I will say that, and we'll continue to say that. I don't think he's nearly as good as someone like James thinks, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see in the future years.
I would have him too. I'm fine if he's in people's top 5. I think it's asinine to have him outside the. If you want to put Burrow and Allen and Lamar up there, that's fine. But anyone else in his range, I think it's ridiculous.
Well, 5's where the debate, in my opinion, really begins, because it's him, it's Jaden Daniels, it's a guy like Stafford, and I got to see, like, candidly, I got to see Jaden Daniels play more. I'll say this: I was impressed after he got through that injury the first time he played the Eagles and wasn't that good, and something was wrong with his elbow or whatever that was.
Also rib, I think.
Okay, I was impressed with him in the game in DC. I was impressed with. I know it's going to sound ridiculous because he got blown out. I thought Jaden Daniels played well in the NFC Championship game. His team kept fumbling. His defense couldn't do anything. So, I didn't think he played bad. Got
I
to see
feel
that
like guys usually take a step back before they spring forward again. Though, like CJ Stroud
CJ,
last year, Jalen after 2022.
Sometimes. But look, Jalen's in there somewhere. And, we'll see. John, it will be interesting when the offseason rankings come out after he won the Super Bowl. How does the nation compare him to Lamar, him to Josh
Where
Allen,
does
him
Chris
to Burrow?
Sims put him?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
No,
people
you're
will
right.
be looking at that.
No, I know. He won't be lower
Can't
than
wait to get mad
he
about
won't be
that.
lower than 7. My guess is he'll typically be somewhere between 5 to 7. But there will be people like James that'll put him in the top 4, no doubt. We'll see. All right, 215-592-9494. I will say the irony of BG saying I got him over the GOAT. Well, then the GOAT ain't the GOAT.
That's a really good point, actually. Yeah,
yeah,
that is ironic.
It's like, both can't be true. All right, let's go to John in Lower Merion. Good morning, John.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing great, John.
Okay, so getting to Alec Bohm, maybe what I think would help him is a standing ovation.
No.
No.
Is this sarcasm or is this sarcasm, John? I need to know the truth. Sarcasm?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. I
No, but more importantly, Brandon Graham, I just don't think the guy's ready to retire. I mean, I retired 2 years ago, and you just know when it's time. And I just don't think he wants to. And I could definitely see him being like what they did with Hugh Douglas back in 2004. Just bringing him in.
Well, Hugh was a little different in that he was signed in the offseason. I think it's pretty clear. I think that BG won't be signed in the offseason. Now, could he get signed in October if there's interest?
He's definitely got to forget about the money if he wants to play.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. And when he referenced the money thing earlier, I don't think he was actually talking money. I think he was talking the guy that makes the decision. Is what is how I interpreted that one comment from about a half an hour ago.
It's just hard to call what's really going on. Are they just waiting to see what they get in the draft?
John, I will tell you this, and I'm going to keep the name private because it was said to me privately, but I will tell you there's a Philadelphia athlete one time that told me, we were face-to-face conversation, he wanted to continue to play. He was a really well-known player, and the team didn't want him anymore. And the team told him that, and it was framed publicly as a retirement, which it was a retirement, but it really wasn't his preference. So, those things happen.
Yeah, sometimes I get it.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's just it's out of your control. You don't get to leave on your own terms, but, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah, it's a tough spot there. All right, John, give me an answer for a memorable split.
I'm going to go with Sonny and Cher.
That's a pretty good answer too. Yeah, because it had double ramifications. It was their personal marriage, but also the career element there. Sonny and Cher's good answer right there. John, you and I still got a duet. I got you, babe. Someday.
I can't wait. We're waiting for it.
Sonny and Cher didn't affect me at all at any point in my young life or old life.
I think it's because I may have smooched that one gal in the Cadillac bar in Hoboken after we had.
I got you, babe.
I got you, babed up on stage together.
So what makes you want to do it with John?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Well, because I got Amy. I got Amy at this point, so there's no gal in the bar in Hoboken.
There
So
you go.
now all I got is Richie, and it's all platonic. Yeah.
Certainly hope so. Otherwise, that could cause problems around here.
All right, let's go to Rob. Rob, good morning.
Hello.
What's up, Rob? Robbie.
Hey, I am right here.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Got a quote, which I think you're all going to appreciate it. Hopefully it'll motivate you. From Walt Disney, the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing.
That's true.
Good quote.
Yeah.
Really like it.
So I got a book on Walt Disney. We'll see if I get to it. Last night I started a book on Putin. I was actually choosing between a Putin book and a Walt Disney book.
Why?
I actually find it pretty interesting. Putin has done so much bad stuff. I want to learn more about it.
Really strange.
I know, but he really is a problem. He really is. Anyway, Rob, I will take that Walt Disney quote under advisement.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Can I give you a famous split?
Please do.
The crack in the Liberty Bell.
Wow, that's another good answer.
Wow.
This might
Really
have to
good
turn into
answer.
a poll question tomorrow.
I think
guys.
it does.
That's
I
a
can't
great
pick
one right there, though.
We have 8 to 10 that is a really great one. We have some big answers. All right.
Yeah.
Speaking
big.
of answers, let's get to the answers of our Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's selection of premium, one-owner, pre-owned pickup trucks at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, John, 2 different poll questions. The first today relates to Goddard. Will he be an Eagle? Last time we did this poll, which was exactly 1 month ago, 43% of people said he will be an Eagle in 2025. Do you think that number went up or down?
I think that number went down significantly.
It did, but not significant. 37% say he
Oh.
will be an Eagle.
Jeez.
63% say he will not. Second poll question. Are you thinking more about the positives and positive or negative after last night's Phillies game?
I think. Jeez. I
That's a
guess
toughie.
That is tough. I'm going to say negative slightly wins out here, like 57%.
So we're known as Negadelphia at times in Philly, but this would be Posidelphia.
Damn straight.
67% skew on the positive side of things, which is good. If that's a glass 2/3 half full. 2/3 half full?
Very
It
nice.
don't work that way. With that said, let's do what we do every day.
The time is yours. Can't wait. Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Well, let me just say 2/3 half full might be the dumbest comment I've ever said. That's great. Yeah, it's 2/3 half full. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that there. Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Joe, you cracked me up. You calling yourself an athlete is like me calling the Time Yours line and calling myself a radio host. Get real, jabroni.
Wow.
Jabroni, you.
Wow. Okay.
Hammer, what's wrong with you? How hard is it to work out? How hard is it to walk or run or lift weights? You are going to lose to Fritz 5-0. Put the McDonald's down, put the Wendy's down, put the snacks down, and let's get out and do this because you're not beating him by heart. Time's yours.
I'm going gym this afternoon. I'm digging in this afternoon, not long after I get home.
Hey, Joe, leave Seltzer alone. He's a fine, handsome-looking man who works his butt off, and if he wants to move his microphone, he'll move his microphone. Leave alone. Time is yours.
Yeah, but people,
Thanks, Patrick.
it's going to be a thing. Trust me, on the YouTube show.
Me moving around is a thing for everyone.
Like
Yes.
people are going to really
Oh,
start
yeah.
seeing the
Well,
idiosyncrasies.
it's why I do it's why because I'm like flying around back here. It's like works for my personality.
But just so you know, James,
I'm always
you
that
also
way.
move even when you don't have to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I can't stop. I'm kinetic
Yeah.
energy.
And that will be noticed.
Me and my daughter. My daughter's is always exact. She's just pure kinetic energy.
Hey, John, just want to let you know there is a device out there called ear, nose, and eyebrow trimmer. You might want to look into it, buddy. It does a good job. I'm yours.
Yeah, I actually I grabbed one.
Did you?
I did. Well, it's not exactly like just for the nose, but I did get a little trimmer yesterday.
You ready? I'm going to go
Ordered
for
one.
it. You ready, John? Clean it up there.
Yeah, I need to.
Get the lawnmower.
And I do think
Well done.
it has gotten worse, like in the last year.
Well, it's only going to continue.
Joe, being an athlete and having athlete's foot is not the same thing, all right? You're not an athlete.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. And with that, John Madden, get yourself some fast acting Tinactin. With that, we shut it down.
The Time's Yours line.
I think it might be Madden's birthday today.
It
Is it? I thought so. Look at that. How about that?
Call 215-238-4500.
John, what was Madden like? You know him a little bit.
He was exactly like he came across when he would do games. There was no pretense.
Did he go into football coach mode, though, because he was a tough coach, and we didn't see that, the public, with his football announcing. But did he ever go into football coach tough mode guy?
Well, he was usually in football coach tough mode guy talking. Like I would see him at training camp. He would come to Napa, and or I saw him in Las Vegas. And I told you about the conversation. It was me and Rich Gannon and John Madden, and we were talking about how Derek Brooks was calling out our plays exactly verbatim during the Super Bowl. And John Madden was telling me that should not matter at all.
And I disagree with
you
that.
You should be
That's
able
just...
to run your plays and execute them, whether they know the play and know how to say the play or not.
But isn't he wrong? I mean, in all due respect to the great John Madden, isn't he wrong?
I guess that's a really interesting debate.
And that's like saying to a baseball pitcher, it doesn't matter if the batter knows
what type of pitch you're throwing and where you're throwing it. Hey, it's going to be a fastball upper corner. Like, okay, I'm going to swing it. I'm going to swing it in that corner. Like, what are we talking about?
I don't buy that.
I mean, like, maybe you can still succeed against a defense if they know your plays theoretically.
Maybe you get by.
My point is, it absolutely helps the defense. Like, there's no way it doesn't help the defense.
You're not going to be as good as you otherwise would be. It's just, there's no way. All right, let's quickly turn to, we're getting right to it, a memorable split. Best answer wins the Phillies tickets. A memorable split. Joe, I need a quick answer from you, my man. Give me a split.
This is going to blow them away when they split the atom.
That's another big one.
Oh, man.
Holy mackerel. I do think we're going to need a poll tomorrow. Let's get one or two more here. That could win tomorrow.
That might have, if we were voting, that might have got my vote.
David in Wilmington. David, give me a split.
I was going to say the split between the Colonials and the British.
Already said. Do you have a different answer?
Yeah, the Republicans and the Democrats.
Not quite the same way. That's more like a divide than a split.
Yeah.
Tom, give me a split.
I'm on a banana split.
Yeah.
I was waiting also for someone to say it.
Yeah.
Rector texted it to me like 3 hours ago.
There you go. Look, I could read you a million we've had. I won't read them all. I'll just say this. This has to go to a poll tomorrow. We have at least 7 to 10 that are phenomenal.
Great answers today.
Yeah. Really, really great answers. All right. We'll get to that tomorrow to figure out who ultimately wins the Phillies tickets. Everyone have a spectacular rest of the day. The rubber match tonight. Luzardo on the mound. And hopefully he can keep the Phil streak of winning each series rolling. So Phil's tonight. We're getting closer to the draft. We'll have a show tomorrow from Borgata. We look forward to that. And hope you look forward to Joe and Hugh. They are up next.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. I got to go with my guy, Colin Morikawa, to win it coming up. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95. Plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka are the perfect drink to enjoy on the golf course this season. Light, refreshing, real vodka, real brewed tea, and zero bubbles. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that'll empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and save $84 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires, only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer ends April 15th. See store for details.
The PGA Tour is coming to Philly. The Truist Championship will be played at the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to watch the top PGA Tour players while enjoying specialty cocktails, Philly's favorite foods, and a variety of fan activities. Kids 15 and under get in free with ticketed adults, so bring the whole family and enjoy excellence at every turn. Tickets are selling fast, so secure your spot at TruistChampionship.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneaker peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Luka Doncic returned to Dallas on Wednesday night, his first time back in front of his former home crowd as a now member of the Los Angeles Lakers. Rarely have we seen a player so emotional as we did when Luka was watching his tribute video before the game. It's a nice reminder that these guys are human, but also great to see a player as invested into an organization as the fans are. Still doesn't make up for the fact it was the dumbest trade in NBA history. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He swings and drives one high in the air, deep left field. Eli White going back to the track at the wall. He jumps, he can't get it. It's gone. And Turner has taken Iglesias deep here in the 9th inning. Phillies are back in front on the solo shot by Trea Turner, his first of the year. And what a time for it. It's 4-3 Phillies.
What a time indeed. What a game last night. Phils win
down in Atlanta. Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Get your boy Kyle Quinn behind the glass. We got a lot to get to today, including some very interesting things said yesterday by BG. The draft is 2 weeks from tonight is the first round. We'll get to you people as well, and a lot with the NFL, and including a situation we're monitoring. But we start with the Phils. What a win. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, I know that we're living in trying times, but still, if I go in the grocery store, I should be able to get exactly what I want. I shouldn't be told that I can't do this, that, and the third, especially when you're at the deli part of the store.
But they didn't have what you wanted?
No, man, they didn't give me what I wanted, but I didn't make a stink.
That's what Daily Douglas is for.
Yeah. I didn't make a stink. But I went into the store yesterday. I'm not gonna say which store it was. And so, I went to the part where they already had prepared meals or whatever. Because I'm back on my health kick, so I went to get some protein.
Shredding season.
So I went to get some chicken, right? Yep. So, you get an 8-piece for like $7. I'm like, okay, that's cool. So I asked for 8 thighs. Lady told me I can't have 8 thighs. She said I can give you 4 thighs and 4 drums.
They're rationing thighs and drums?
I was thinking, and I didn't want. It was like she was a nice lady.
Yeah.
And it was right after I got off of work, so I was a little tired. Dealing with y'all all day. I was tired,
sure.
So I didn't. It was no pushback. I started pushing back after I bought the chicken.
Well, I would like a thank you note from that lady because of us. She was let off the hook
because normally I'd have been like, well, hold up. Why can't I get what I want?
Yeah.
But she presented it in such a nice way. And that's another thing. If you say something the right way, you'll probably get better results.
Well, that I agree with. Tone makes a big difference.
Because she was like, hey, she said, and she said it in such a nice way. She said, I can give you 4 drums and 4 thighs. And I was like, okay.
I'll take it, lady.
But then when I got to the counter, I was like, but that wasn't what I wanted.
That's not what I ordered.
And so now I just said, you know what? I'm not going to say nothing to her because she was nice. I'm just going to come here and talk bad about it on the radio.
Well, you have a platform every day. All right, 215-592-9494. We're not going to talk bad about Trea Turner today or Taijuan Walker. That was a big win last night. That was back and forth. That had an atmosphere, that game to it.
Playoff atmosphere.
It did. I mean, the Phillies-Braves games always do, but that was a great game last night. Back and forth. More of a pitch. It's funny.
It was a pitcher's duel.
The opposite, right? Because 2 nights ago, it was Sale and Wheeler. We all thought that would be the pitcher's duel. No, that was more of an offensive game. Last night, Grant Holmes, who's got
Mr. Natty Light himself.
Natty Light, he's got an interesting look to him.
What do you say? What's the cow say? Drinking Natty Lights and ripping smokers.
Yeah, some heaters yesterday.
Ripping heaters. That's what it is.
Yep,
ripping heaters.
But it was a pitcher's duel. And look, your guy Taijuan did well, back and forth. And Trea Turner, and I feel like I've given him a lot of credit so far this year. I like the way he's played so far this season.
Yeah.
He's been better in the field.
Yes.
He's run the bases. But the one thing Trea hadn't had until last night was a big hit, right? He's had some singles. It was okay.
Yeah, that home run was money. That was money.
Yeah, that felt like a big win last night because, the beginning of the season was great. But if they had lost the first 2 in Atlanta, we'd be like, oh, is it going the wrong way? I felt much better when that 9th inning ended and they got through that game.
I wouldn't have looked at it that way, but I would have understood why you felt the way that you felt. Atlanta's battling for their life right now.
Yep.
And you could tell by the way that they were playing last night that that's the mindset that they're in. You talk about the pitcher out there on the mound last night. It was a little unfortunate at the beginning. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to say. A little unfortunate the way that he was throwing some bad pitches and we were swinging at him early on.
Yeah,
he was throwing some really bad pitches.
Early on, it might have been their worst game so far this year in terms of chase. They were swinging at a lot of stuff out of the strike zone.
It was one pitch he threw that barely made it across the plate.
Yep.
I was like, hell, I threw that the first time I went out there and tried to throw the ball.
When you're comparing a major leaguer to your first pitches, it's not great. But how about your guy? So you were close yesterday, not exactly a spot on with his line last night. So Taijuan went 4 2/3, but of scoreless baseball.
Yeah.
Hugh, I got to tell you, I didn't see this coming. And I think he's going to pitch this great the whole year? No, but I feel like he's serviceable again. Like the Taijuan that we've seen so far this year reminds me of the Taijuan 2 years ago, where he pitched for most of the season. He wasn't great. It was fine, but he was part of your rotation. He looks way better than he did last year.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie, Joe. He had that 4th and that 5th inning.
You were more worried.
Oh man, when he loaded the bases, loaded the bases, and I was like,
take him out.
It was because that's what I asked. I was like, should you take him out? And it was like, no, let him go one more because of the way you feel about our bullpen.
Which it's not very good.
Well, it's not great, but it was like, how much can you flirt with disaster?
Yeah.
Or flirt with danger, I should say. Because he loaded the bases one time and he was able to work his way out of that, and he did it again and he was able to work his way out of it. But man, it goes a lot towards you trusting him a little bit. But boy, you got to give a shout out to that defense that they had behind him, though, because they came up clutch. There were some clutch plays made on the back end of some of those hits.
There were. It's a really good win. Harper with the clutch home run, and when they blew that lead, Turner came back ninth inning off Iglesias. Phillies win last night 4-3. Good job by Taiwan. Huge hits by Harper, huge hit by Turner, and I do like what I'm seeing out of Turner so far this season. But Hugh, as with every Phillies game so far, there's some good, there's some not so good, right? Yeah. And last night, the bullpen again, it's just thin. I mean, let's just be real about it. It's a thin bullpen, and last night they were trying to stay away from Kerkering again because they used him a lot, trying to stay away from Strahm. So we had the Jose Ruiz situation. He's just a guy. I don't think he's super good. He's not bad, but he's more of a low-leverage guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Joe Ross for more than an inning. I mean, those guys are going to give up runs when they came in. So the bullpen had some issues last night until Alvarado closed it down. But Hugh, the elephant in the room that continues to be part of the season, it's there, and there's no avoiding it now, is Alec Boehm. Hugh, last night, Alec Boehm, 0 for 5, 4 strikeouts last night. I also thought he looked his worst in the field last night. I'm starting to wonder if he's taken out the frustrations at the plate back into the field, which you never want to see. He is hitting so far this season 178, 10 strikeouts to just 1 walk. They've got an Alec Boehm problem. We talked about this a couple days ago, but now we've reached the point where I don't think they could ignore this anymore. And I'll come around and tell you, tonight for me, Castellanos, who's been way better than Boehm so far this year, has to be in the cleanup spot. I'm dropping Boehm in the lineup immediately. They can't let him hit cleanup anymore because I was shocked that the pitcher I know he was a lefty. I was shocked they pitched to Harper because if I'm the opponent right now, I'm not throwing anything to Bryce Harper when Boehm is behind him. Or the same thing when it comes to Schwarber, depending on the lineup that day. Whatever guy, it's Schwarber or Harper around him in the lineup. I'm not pitching to I'm not pitching to those guys. I'm pitching to Boehm. I would drop him in the order. Hugh, what's your thought right now on Boehm? He looks like he's wearing all these emotions, and what do you do with him? Because it's not a game or two now. We are 10 full games in, and he doesn't look like the guy he usually is. He looks way below that guy.
Allow me to long talk for a minute because I think it's warranted because I understand where you're coming from. Everything that you're saying, I agree with to a certain extent. But here's the one caveat, Joe. You won yesterday. And I feel like to make those drastic changes after you win is probably unwarranted. Now, you want better play from him. There's no question about that. You want that. But I think that you're trying to salvage what you can from this player because I still feel like even though there was the rumors that they were trying to trade him and everything, he's still here. That's a fact. He's still here. And you don't want him to get any further in his head than he already is. So I feel like this. I understand exactly where you're coming from, and normally I would be on board with that if the circumstances were that they won. So I'm gonna say stand pat on this.
So you're just gonna be a do nothing Douglas.
Well, right. See how you turned it to do nothing. I thought I did a great job of setting that up because to me it makes no sense to do it right now. Now, as we progress through this, and the fact that we're going to St. Louis next, right?
Right. Tonight in Atlanta, then St. Louis this weekend.
Yeah, and hopefully he can go down there and he can have a bounce back.
Well, he's from that area. Family usually goes to those games, St. Louis. Maybe
listen to what happened when Taiwan mama came to the game. He showed out for her. So hopefully
maybe we need mom.
You can't do it the week before he go home.
Well, yeah, but I also have to put the team over Boehm here, right? So to me, there's 3 options: 215-592-9494. Your reaction to the win: huge homer by Turner, huge homer by Harper. Alvarado closed it down after the rest of the bullpen shaky as well. But the Boehm situation, where do you come down? To me, there's 3 options. They could do nothing, right? They could just keep riding it, and because at some point, to your thought, Hugh, he's a 275 career hitter.
Yeah.
Eventually, though,
what was the saying? You hit what's on the back of your baseball card or whatever. Eventually,
you would think he'll rebound. Okay, so that's option 1. Option 2 is what I want to do, which is drop him in the lineup tonight. I want to take some pressure off him because I do think there's pressure hitting 3rd or 4th every day. Drop him, wherever 8, 7, 8, 9, somewhere towards the bottom of the order. Probably 7 or 8. 9 feels like it's a marsh spot. But put him towards the bottom of the order and get Castellanos to hit well this year. I think Castellanos has done a good job, and I trust him way more to get a big double and a big spot or a home run than Boehm right now. So put Castellanos in the middle of the order. I drop Boehm.
Or there's option 3, which is just bench him and put Sosa in because Sosa right now is giving you better at-bats. The only thing with that, I'm starting to wonder if they're going to lose him fully mentally. Like the offseason happened. He knows they tried to trade him early this season. You spoke about this, that the players are very vocal how much they love Sosa.
I think
if
that's
they
the biggest
bench him
thing,
tonight,
Joe.
I wonder if you're just going to lose him totally.
That's the thing. And I understand where people are coming from because for a lot of fans, we talk about money when it comes to players and what you should get over. I got to tell you, it's not as easy as it sounds. And we're dealing in a day and age where I was telling a story this morning about how players are different. Number one, they make more money. And especially nowadays, they're more in tune to their psychological, makeup more than any time that I could ever remember, which is a good thing. So you have to figure out not only how to get the best out of the players that you have, but also have them in a great mental space. That's the tough thing about it. And I think that, and all of this to me started when his teammates started praising Sosa. That's when it felt like it started to get worse and worse for him as far as his attitude.
It's snowballing.
And last night was the first time, because I've seen it on his face, but he really wore his frustration on his face last night.
He did down the first baseline after making an last at bat when he struck out and he looked like he started to argue with the ump. That's typically unlike Alec Boehm.
Yeah.
So a couple days ago, I mentioned Boehm's body language. It drives me crazy. It's Carson Wentz-esque. There's another thing when it comes to the mental. And when I say lose him, Ben Simmons is a villain here now, right? But Ben Simmons at one point was a good player. He wasn't great. He was flawed. But then they lost him. Like the Sixers lost Ben Simmons. He checked out mentally. And I think we're on the verge of Boehm checking out mentally. They gotta hone in on this. Otherwise, they're gonna lose this player. He's fragile mentally. And right now, it feels like he is totally in his own head. 215-592-9494. What do you do with Alec Boehm? All right, so Hugh wants to just leave him alone. Let him be. I'm dropping him. Yeah, do not the Douglas over here. I'm dropping him in the order tonight. He can't hit cleanup for me anymore. There's just no way he's a cleanup hitter right now on a team that's trying to do anything seriously. Kyle, what are you doing tonight with Alec Boehm as he goes 0 for 5 last night, and it's just a terrible start to his season?
Yeah, dropping him in the order is not enough. Doing nothing is absolutely not enough.
No.
I can't even believe this guy right now. We have an alarming situation going on, and it needs to be handled with the utmost urgency. Everything that Topper's done, the organization's done, the team has done this season has showed me that they are operating with an enhanced sense of urgency. Alec Boehm is the only one that hasn't been adhering to that. And I think the biggest message that they can send to him and the team that they're taking all of this and every game and every moment very seriously is by putting his ass on the bench. If they lose him, then guess what? You found out that you don't have a guy that you can go to war with come October. And maybe that means that that accelerates the timeline of what you do with him. If you want to trade him at the trade deadline and get something that can actually help this team go win a championship, then fine. I want to find out. The lever I'm pulling is I want to find out really what this guy's made of. Put his back all the way against the wall. Put some splinters in his ass and see how he responds to that. I'm benching Alec Boehm because I'm sick of the nonsense.
That was strong.
I think you get one of two things that happen. He responds to it in a productive way. He comes back, realizes, okay, after all the trade rumors this offseason and now this, that it's really time for me to turn this thing around. Or, like I said, they lose him, and then you know what you have. The time to find out for me is now. I'm done waiting. I know it's early, but I want them to treat this with a sense of urgency.
What's interesting is they already tried something like this, right? Because they sat him on Sunday and Sosa played. What's interesting is Topper put him right back into the middle of the order. Like, Rob, wake up. He can't. If you keep hitting him in the middle of the order, you're screwing your team. Like right now, he's giving you 0. I mean, last night, 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. Hugh, that's why I think it's all in his head now because, like, Boehm's not great. He's pretty good, but he doesn't strike out much. This is unlike him. He looks like he's fried mentally, not physically, mentally. That's why people call and they say, well, he had 97 RBIs last year. I don't care about that. He doesn't look like that guy right now.
No, he doesn't. But you also see, here's the thing in this situation that's happening. Yes, they did try to trade him last year.
Publicly.
I
mean,
mean,
they didn't deny it at all.
And they came back and they amended that. I'm thinking back on some of the things that I've heard him say and where I feel like this spiral has started. At the beginning of the season, he talked about how he was grateful about being in this situation because he knows that a lot of guys would have gotten traded. And he felt that, and he felt grateful for that. And he started out pretty good. I think that what he's doing is looking at Sosa. He's looking at somebody else's grass, and it's starting to wear on him a little bit. And not only that, he's listening to what the accolades and the praises that all his other teammates are giving to somebody else.
Well, the guy that's playing in place of him.
Yes,
Sosa.
and for a lot of folks, I understand people talking about the money. It's not about that. It's about being accepted and know that whatever you're going through, somebody has your back. And right now, he's probably not feeling that way. He's probably not, because it feels like with all of that stuff that has transpired over the last couple of weeks, that's where it started, when all of that started happening. When you start having Zach Wheeler giving ringing endorsements to Sosa and things like that, that's when it feels like, to me, that his attitude started to get progressively worse.
Yeah, it's not good right now. 215-592-9494. Your reaction to the win last night: huge home run by Turner, huge home run by Harper. Hughes guy, Taijuan Walker, that's a good job. I know it's not 6 innings or 7 innings, but I'll take 4 2/3 scoreless against the Braves. Good job by Taijuan last night. Phillies get a nice win, but the Bohm situation, what should they do tonight? I would drop him in the order. Hit him 8th, put Castellanos in the 4-hole. I cannot have this guy hitting cleanup. He wants to leave it alone, let him ride it out. Do nothing, Douglas. And Kyle wants him to have some splinters in his ass. Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Happy told you so, Douglas Day.
That's every day around here.
See, I never do that.
Every day around here. Yep. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, got a new Hugh. We got Nostradamus Douglas now.
I mean,
we've had Nostra Douglas.
Yeah, we have. He's the Taiwan whisperer right now, is what he is.
Hey, got to pay the man his respect, though. Taiwan still got a 0 ERA.
I know.
He fell 1 out short of Hughes' prediction of 5 shutouts. So,
I mean, it's close, but he gave me heart palpitations.
While you talk, Chris, I'm going to check in on Taiwan's Cy Young odds for Hugh. Go ahead, Chris.
all right, let's get back to reality here. Alec Bohm, get some pine, you bum. I am sick and tired of baby Huey sulking and stomping his feet. He is absolutely terrible and is complete and utter trash, and I'm tired of it. And I have a solution. I have a solution that fits another need of ours. And Joe, I think you're going to like this. We trade him for a bullpen arm, and that's not outrageous. We can get a good or very good bullpen arm for him. Get him out, get rid of one of our problems, and solve another problem in the making. And you know what? Put Sosa there. I'd rather see Sosa. Sosa's far better defensive third baseman than Bohm, and he's not this cancer to the chemistry of the team and the sulking. And I can't take it anymore. And in the meantime, Joe, you're dead wrong. He is going to be in the lineup, and you're going to platoon him with Sosa. He needs to hit 9. Marsh is better than him because they both.
I don't know. They both stink. I mean, they both stink.
They both stink at the plate, but at least he doesn't act like a little petulant child and whiny, crying. Like his body language is just so atrocious. Guys, I can't take it. I don't care about his feelings. I care about the results. He's hot garbage, and I'm tired of his stench and his stink. He's a bum. He's garbage. I want him gone. I'm tired of it. Alec Bohm, you stink, sir.
Chris, appreciate the phone call. All right, the people are weighing in there.
That was powerful.
Very strong. Do you like the Nostradamus thing? Do you like the Taiwan Whisperer? Because that's what you've become around here now. You realize that.
I have another name, but I can't use it on the air.
So that's an off-air name?
Well, yeah. I got to tell you in the break.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you this.
I definitely get in trouble for that
If
one.
you come close to nailing Taiwan's start next time, I'm going to start betting this. Because we're at the point now, we're 2 in a row. It's pretty darn good. 215-592-9495. All right, Chris wants to bench him, hit him 9. Look, no matter what they do tonight, Rob Thompson can't, for my money, he cannot let him bat 4th tonight. Like I don't think we're far away from teams intentionally walking Bryce Harper. I don't care that it's April 11th. He's not going to get pitchers to hit with this guy behind him. Right now, Alec Bohm is completely in his head, and that's worse than a regular slump. Like, players go through slumps, so it happens. This doesn't feel like a physical thing where he makes a little tweak with his batting stance or his hands, and he's going to be fine.
He's in his headspace.
You know what? Watch it. There's been a few of them over the years here, Hugh, watching players in their own heads. It's actually uncomfortable to watch.
He's definitely in his head, and he's living in the last pitch that he swung at.
Yes.
You know what I mean? If you understand that, he's getting up there to the plate where it looks like to me, and he's thinking about what he's thinking too much. And when it doesn't work out the way that he wants it to work out, he gets frustrated.
Well, when he strikes out, it's an alarm because he doesn't strike out, right?
Yeah.
He's not like Castellanos or Schwarber or even Turner. They strike out a lot. He makes contact. So when I see a game where he strikes out 4 times, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is in his head now. Michelle is in Harper. What's up, Michelle?
Hey, what a nail biter of a game last night. Anyway, let's talk about Baum. First of all, the last caller, that was awful. Baum just needs a wellness coach. It is in his head. He needs somebody like a BFF. And, the teammates aren't, they're talking about Sosa, and it's hurting him a little bit. But look, we can't beat him up. We got to save him. We're not going to trade him. He just needs a little bit of help. He just needs a little bit of help.
He needs to be saved.
No, he is going to be saved. We're not going to let him sink. We're not. Hey, we're the city of brotherly love. We're not going to make him sink down. I mean, come on. We got to pull it together. We got to get him a little bit of somebody outside of the organization. We need somebody just to be there for him because he's getting beat up left and right right now, especially from your last caller, and he doesn't need to hear that. We have how many more games? 170-some games? Let's not destroy him now. Let's build him up.
So, a couple of things, Michelle. First, I mean, all in seriousness, I'm sure they have a mental skills coach on their like he needs that. Like he could use some help, and maybe that will help him. And then half joking, are you suggesting a Trea Turner-esque ovation when they come home next week?
I'm not sure, but they need somebody. Listen, no trade in him. But listen, they need somebody outside of the organization. He needs a one-on-one personal wellness coach, his BFF, somebody that he can talk to. It's not just
I can't take it.
What do you mean you can't take it? Who is that?
This is Major League Buddies, Michelle.
What?
This is professional baseball, not Major League Buddies. Needs a BFF. He had BFF. They had this stupid little daycare for years, and nothing came of it.
Isn't Marsh's BFF? Don't they live together?
And look how it's worked out for both of them.
One of them needs to move out. Yeah.
Get real.
Time out. Mental health matters. Mental health matters.
It does.
Did you guys hang up on me?
No,
we're listening, Michelle. We would never.
No.
We would never do that.
What about my mental health? This guy stinks. I'm tired of watching him.
You need some help too, but listen, we're here to help him. We're here to help him. Let's help him. I'll be his BFF. I'll talk to him.
Well, then, Michelle, we'll get you. Kyle will give your number to the Phillies, and if you could help, Michelle, I'm all for this.
I'm
Michelle,
not going to do that.
Good phone call. Here's my thing. The Phillies. It's 2025. I imagine the Phillies have on staff someone the players could talk to, whatever you call it, mental skills, mental health coach, like a performance coach. Teams have this now.
Yeah.
You can't force him to use that person to help to talk to that person. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. At some point, though, if we've done that already, and I don't know if he has or he hasn't, they got to react to his performance.
Yeah,
right?
you got to be willing to move on. I feel like it's too early for that.
Listen, the reason I'm not saying totally bench him today is I think they're about to lose him. Like I think they're about to lose this player, and he'll provide nothing the rest of the season. He seems to me like he is on the brink of just
He's fragile.
Ben Simmons-esque, we lost the player forever. And I don't want to go there, so I'm dropping the lineup. I mean, he cannot hit 4 tonight for me. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down in the Bohm situation? Are you a do-nothing Douglas? You want to drop him in the lineup? Or are you like Kyle, sit him on the bench? Where do you come down on Bohm? Your phone calls. We'll let you hear what Topper said after the game about Bohm. We'll react to a great win as well and get you set for Hughes Clues on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round off the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to 20 matchups, and so much more. Man, I'm going with a fan favorite this year to get his first win at Augusta. Let's go with Rory McIlroy to be the outright winner of the Masters. Now, FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bets as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The Ego Power Plus Savings Event is on at Lowe's. Right now, get a free Select Ego 56-volt battery with purchase of a Select trimmer, blower, or mower kit. That's a $299 value. Plus, shop today for new and exclusive items you need for your lawn. So get ready for spring with the latest in innovation from Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Only at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offer valid through 4/16. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIB.
People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's a warm-hearted person.
This is what they call petty Kyle right here.
Yeah.
He just needs a best friend, that's all. He needs help. And I need him not to bat fourth tonight. That's what I need. Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, reacting to a great win last night. Let's not lose sight of that. It was a really nice win.
That's why you can't be hasty.
Well, you can't. Well, you can. But sometimes you could react. What are we trying to do? We're being proactive here, Hugh. Just like Sean McDermott.
That's
we're being
Sean
proactive.
McDermott trigger word proactive thing.
That's right.
That's kind of lame.
You want to be reactive. We're being proactive.
Yeah, that's kind of lame.
Well, sometimes that's how you have to do things here. All right, Phillies win last night. Good win. Big home run by Trea in the ninth. His best moment of the season so far. Big home run by Bryce, who was due for a home run after not hitting one, since the first weekend of the season. But the end of the day, they have an Alec Bohm situation. He goes 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts last night. He's off to an awful start. I think this is all in his head right now. And my solution is tonight I'm dropping him in the order. I'm putting him 8th, bat him 8th, and I'm going to bat Castellanos 4th. I can't have this guy in the middle of my order right now. Hugh wants to leave it alone, let it be. And Kyle wants to bench this guy. Where do you come down on Bohm? 215-592-9494. Can we hear from Topper here on Alec Bohm after the game last night?
Bohm's kind of going through it a little bit right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's thinking about it, but he'll get out of it. I mean, this guy was the all-star third baseman last year in the National League, so I'm not going to pull a shoot on him yet, despite what everybody says. So I have a lot of trust in him.
Would you consider maybe moving Castellanos over now, or is that not something?
No, we'll see him.
All right, so that to me seems like he's open to switching him in the lineup because he didn't say no to the Castellanos up and Bohm down, but
you're not pulling him.
It sounded like, at least there, that he's not going to bench him right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tough part about being a manager. And a lot of times when you ask these questions, I've never been a manager, but I try to put myself in that situation as a former player to see how I would feel or what I would try to do, in this situation. And that's why sometimes for me, it's basically a shade of gray, because I understand, again, where you're coming from, and we're in a position where trying to win games. And Topper has, this year especially, he's been quick with the trigger. He's been quick to make moves and everything. But this is one where there's a lot of moving parts to this. And yeah, you could justify by saying, well, hell, we didn't want him here anyway. But he's here, and he's a part of what you're trying to accomplish. And I think that's the thing that people aren't really realizing, is that if they haven't made this move yet, and if he's still here, they feel that at some point he can help them accomplish the ultimate goal. So you have to try to work this situation as best you possibly can to get the most out of him.
Yeah, and although I understand Kyle's point and others that want to bench him, the reason I'm not hitting that button yet is I don't know if he's going to recover if you bench him. It might be over, and then you have a sunk asset. Like, until you find a trade partner, what do you do with this guy the rest of the season? Like, I think if you drop him to 8th tonight, he won't be happy about it. But at least his 0 for 4, if it happens again, it's not like, I think it's part of the reason why it's weighing on him is he's striking out in big spots, right? Like, it's the middle of the
money
order.
Time.
I gotta get. The number one priority is I have to get him away from the spotlight of being the cleanup hitter on the Phillies, because obviously right now He's not even close to that.
Wouldn't you like to know what you really have?
I think I do.
With this guy, though?
I know, but I think I do.
Well, then, okay.
I know,
mean,
but what
then,
am I going to do in April with him? I'd
I
like to
think-
trade him today, but I don't know if anyone wants him.
I think to your point, Kyle, they do know what they have in him, and that's why they're still trying to work with him. Now, because I mean, he's as far as his mental makeup and stuff, he's probably a little bit more. He's probably skews more mental midget than anything. But when he's on top of his game, he's a 275 hitter.
But so I disagree with the whole they brought him back because they believe in him. They brought him back because they couldn't find a trade partner and an obvious upgrade for him.
I said when I said that, it was more you couldn't get anything for him, and he's a part of what you want to do. I didn't say that like they believe.
Well,
in
I
him.
think
That's
he's
something totally different.
I think he's a part of what they want to do by default.
Yeah,
but because he's here.
Even if that's the case, he's still a part of it.
Now they botched
but I
this.
think he shouldn't be.
Yeah, the Phillies botched this.
He's not right now.
They're
not a
part
part
to
of
blame.
anything.
The Phillies are part to blame too for this. I mean, the fact that they made it so public. I mean, my goodness. I mean, didn't someone in that room say, "Hey, maybe we should shut up about this. He's going to be sensitive if we end up bringing him back." Like, I actually, in retrospect, it's remarkable how open they were to any reporter that they could get a quote from, or get an off the record quote that they were looking to trade him. They were talking to everyone in the league about trading him. Bryce Harper opening day was like, "Yeah, the rumors are true." And maybe
and see that, and he got past that. I'm telling you, he was okay with that because a lot of times as a professional athlete, you might hear rumors about being traded or whatever, but when the season starts, you didn't get traded. You're a part of that organization.
Right.
And that's how it works. So everything that you're saying is true. I'm not disputing that, but he's here now, and he's a part of their immediate plans right now.
Like, I mean, I could have also said last year Bryce Huff was a part of what the Eagles are trying to do to win the Super Bowl. It doesn't mean that he's going to actually. Well, not really.
No,
he's not a legitimate contributor. It's just a nice way of saying he's here.
Okay, this is where the fandom you got to take it back just a
Absolutely
little bit.
Absolutely not.
Because Bryce Huff, to your point, was a part of what they wanted him to be.
No, he wasn't.
Well, he was
They
part.
paid him. He was one of the highest paid players they got in free agency last year.
Eventually, though, they changed
and
it.
they benched his ass.
But they wanted him to be a part of it. He was a part of it. That's the point you're missing.
Wanting him to be a part of it and being a part of it are two completely different things.
Okay, but Kyle, they still think that he can be a part of it. Why do you think he's still? Yes. Why do you think he's still in the
Bryce
lineup?
Huff?
No, we're talking about two different. We're talking about Alec Bohm.
We know why Bohm is
Bryce
still
Huff.
here. It's so obvious. They tried to trade him and they couldn't, and they didn't have an immediate obvious upgrade. That's why he's here. He's here because he has to be.
And
if they had their way, he'd be out of here.
And they have to make it work. That's the point I think you're missing. Like, he's here, nothing we can do about it. Let's try to make it work.
Sure. And I'm not saying trade him today. I'm saying bench him. See if you can light a fire under his ass. If it doesn't, then you really know what you have.
So I think in retrospect now, a lot of this is like hitting me in retrospect. It should have been a red flag to them. Then nobody offered them anything. Like, we have people.
You don't want to give him away, though.
I know that, but why didn't anyone offer them anything of substance? Right? We have a lot of people that call this station that believe in Alec Bohm. Like, I've been getting yelled at for days that he's a great player.
This to me
obviously the rest of baseball said, nah, not really.
So this to me is like the emergency hatch. I'm going through it already.
Yeah. I'm telling you, there's shades of Simmons with this. Ben Simmons, as much as we laugh at him now, was not a bad basketball player the first 3-4 years of his career.
No.
Then he became a bad one. Part of it was he checked out mentally. And you could blame Embiid or Rivers or all of the nonsense with that. And he was just a baby himself, and he was fragile mentally, Ben. But Ben went from being an asset to just done,
and to a liability.
And I think we're close on Bohm. If they don't get him right, I just think he shuts down, and we may never see him be good here again.
And now back to my original point, because you compared Bohm to now Carson Wentz and Ben Simmons, which is not great company.
We are going in the wrong direction.
But think about what happened with both guys. Now things did not end well with either of them, but Carson Wentz showed his true colors when you benched him for Jalen Hurts. Ben Simmons showed his true colors when they benched him in the final 2 minutes of playoff games. I mean, none of us are crying over Ben Simmons and Carson Wentz not being here anymore.
I know. So you want to see the true colors?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we might be close to that. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on Bohm? Big Phillies win last night. Should they bench him, let it ride it out with him, hitting where he's sitting in the order, or drop him in the order? That's what I would do. I need Castellanos sitting clean up tonight. Derek is up on WIP.
Derek.
What's up, Derek?
What's going on? Can you just give me a second, please? Because this is the stuff that gets me agitated, right? So the only grace I will give Alec Bohm is that him getting traded, it got public, right? So that's a scar, right? It's hard to be on the trading blocks. They couldn't trade him. Now you got to come back in the locker room and it goes public, right? But my advice to Alec Bohm is, right, go put him on the bench, right, and have him go up there and stand next to my boy Taijuan Walker, right, and let him put his mentals back together, because Taijuan Walker, he got booed on opening day and he wasn't even pitching, right? Then the day that he was pitching, they booed him. He went out there and he threw a great game. So here you play sports professionally. So most of the game, it is mental. You know what I'm saying? Alec Bohm definitely has the talent. It's there. He was an all-star last year. But this is the same guy when he made that error and they booed him and he said, I hate it here, right?
Yep.
The fans, as soon as he came out, he apologized. Well, he was supposed to, right? He was supposed to. But everybody, he's growing up, he's maturing. Behind the scenes, he's not, though, right? If that was the case, why would the Phillies be trying to trade an all-star, what is he?
Third base.
Right, yep.
At his age, if he was getting over the hump, he obviously not doing something right in the locker room.
Yep.
For him to want to get rid of an all-star like that. And I just feel like a lot of times, especially in this town, like we be hard on people, but we also be soft on people that deserve to be a little bit harder. Other night, he had a nice open the game with a nice hit, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He had a nice hit. And what did he do in his next at bat, right? The Phillies had a little something going. What did he do? The first pitch he saw, he swung at.
Yep. Double play. Yep.
So he just gotta get it together. And sometimes you gotta sit back and watch for you to understand. And don't punish Sosa. You know what I'm saying? Sosa's playing great ball. So give him all the flowers you want to give him, Zach Wheeler, whoever. Who cares about what Bohm's feelings are? If Bohm was doing what he was supposed to do, they'd be celebrating him too. But he gotta like go through the motions, man. And he gets booed and all that kind of stuff, it come with the territory. But all this, be easy on him and do this and do that, man, save all that, man.
Yeah, I'm done
being
being easy. Yeah.
Man.
No,
and
he's been here 6 years now, Derek. It's a good phone call. Yeah, it's a little challenge. You mentioned earlier here with the Topper's job, right? It's challenging because if we just look at it in a vacuum, 6 years in the major leagues, we shouldn't treat him with kid gloves. But we all acknowledge as well, he's mentally fragile. So if you're hard on him or bench him or whatever, you may lose him and then it's over.
I will say this to that, and Derek, I understand where you're coming from, and it's not, you're not coddling. I don't think you're coddling. I don't think I'm coddling. I think it's you're trying to understand how to reach the player. And to your point, I was telling you the story this morning, Joe, when Harold used to tell me stories about when he played, how the guys didn't want people to know that they were hurt because they were scared if they were hurt that they would lose their job.
Right.
So they were driven by something that's totally different than what some of these athletes are driven by this day and age, because they make a ton of money. And when you get drafted, if you get a guaranteed contract, that's exactly what it is. It's guaranteed. So now there's not that pressure of feeding your family because the family's fed. Now you have to figure out what drives this player. And that's the thing that I'm talking about. A lot of times, especially us as sports fans, we look at athletes and you justify why you can't do this, whatever, because you make a ton of money. It's more to it than that. You got some guys that have been coddled and pampered their whole lives. And they've been told they're that dude their whole life. Think about that for a minute. And then all of a sudden you go into a situation where you might not have struggled your whole career. And then you get in a situation and you're not playing well and you're starting to, you're reeling a little bit, you're in your head. And then you have some guys, and it might sound silly, but this happens, that are praising somebody who you know is directly trying to take your job and they're supposed to be your friends. Now, for a lot of people, they look at that and they be like, oh my gosh, you're not really my friend. Some people think that way. I don't think that way. That's competition, but everybody doesn't look at it like that.
So I think the hard part for Topper here, Hugh, is it's double whammy. It's one, worrying about losing the player, but two, and there was a story that came out a few weeks ago about them benching him in the playoffs. And in the story, Matt Gelb wrote it, that there was, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it in front of me, but there was like, it didn't just come overnight. There were some maybe players on the team that were saying like, hey, this is ridiculous that he's acting like this. And maybe it pushed Topper to say, all right, we got to bench him. So my point on this is, how do the other players on the team feel? Because Topper's thinking, I got to not lose the player. I'm trying to help him out. But if the other guys in the clubhouse are like, enough, we got to try to win a game tonight. Sosa's a better option. That's hard on Topper because if his other guys want the other guy in the game,
you got to do it. You got to do what's best for the organization. Kind of, this is similar to me, to the whole Joel Embiid thing. It really, really is, and that's the thing that I look at, because Joel Embiid, the whole time during this season, they're talking about his knee and him getting back on the court. Joel Embiid was more fixated on who the hell talking about me or dry snitching on me in the locker room,
rather than the big
rather than the bigger issue. And that's, in a nutshell, that's how most athletes are. You will be hard pressed in this day and age, in this era, to find guys that really don't care what's being said about them and just go out there and do their job. Because you always hear in everybody's speech or whatever, they talk about what happened to them in the past or how they was treated in the past. That is just, some people can internalize that and still thrive off of that. Some people can't. It just drags them deeper down into wherever they are. And that's what it feels like is going on with Alec Bone.
It does, and I don't know how they make it better, but I do know this. They cannot have him hit and clean up tonight. I can't do it. 215-592-9494. I drop him in the order. He wants to let it be for at least a little while longer. Kyle wants a bench tonight. Where do you come down? Before we go any further, we do have a $100 gift card, not $94 like it says here. We changed that on this show. $100 gift card to Sunoco. Let's play a little game we call Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. Kids with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in. Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
You know, I kind of thought about this a little bit. And yesterday, I made it a little hard yesterday.
It took a while.
It took damn near the whole show for everybody to figure this out. So I said, today, you know what? I'm going to make it easy.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to make it easy.
Generous, Douglas.
And I would not be surprised. Sure. No, I'm serious. Seriously, all jokes aside. And I would not be surprised if the first caller that calls in for this gets this. Because this clue is fire.
That hasn't happened since early on in Hugh's Clues, and then you were hurt.
Then I started.
You were hurt. You started making them hard.
Okay, but this was easy.
What do you got?
This was easy. You ready, Joe?
Yep.
This was the hottest toy back in the day when I was growing up. The absolute hottest toy.
Wow. The hottest?
The hottest.
If that's a consensus, this should be very easy.
Yeah,
then.
it
should be easy. It was the hottest toy.
All right.
The hottest.
The hottest toy when Hugh was growing up. There is clue number one. Let's go to Dan in Malvern. What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, Dan. What's going on?
Hey, just a couple notes here. Great.
Took notes now.
Really, really great game last night. Really showed the grit of the team and the determination of not giving up. Walker, I thought, pitched great. Got out of some jams. Showed the grit out of him. So good outing, I thought. Hugh, you were a little off on the innings, but that's okay.
A little. I'll take a little.
No, he was close.
I was a little.
Wait, he was 1 out away because you said 5 innings,
yeah,
right?
I did say 5.
Two right,
hits. Yeah, he was close. Yeah.
All right, you were close, Hugh. Sorry.
Oh no, it's fine, dog.
Trey Turner's 9th home run. Really, really good to see him. Get a major hit for the beginning of the season. Took him a little bit, but it counted. Let's talk about Alec, man. I just frustrated with him. Really, really frustrated. His behavior, going 0 for 5. My POV is to send him down to AAA. Let him work things out. It's all mental. All mental.
So to me, that's the nuclear option, Dan. I mean, that if you're sending him down to AAA, you're basically saying you can't help us in the major leagues
Send him
right
down
now.
before you go to get to see Mama in the Lou. Man, that'd be cold-blooded, man. You going to see Mama get a home-cooked meal. Mama probably got family coming over, about to cook some nice vittles, your favorite meal.
Head to Lehigh Valley with Stubby.
Man, I would be hot.
Yeah,
I'd be hot.
Exactly.
Go put a tomato pie jersey on and head to Allentown. I mean, Dan, if it lasts longer than this, it's got to be part of the options. Because right now, he almost feels unplayable. I mean, you watch him some of these games, it does feel unplayable sometimes.
I mean, it looks like I'm watching, Saturday T-ball. with his antics.
Well, and then he's taking it out to the
awful.
field too. I thought last night he stumbled over the one ball and they couldn't turn the double play. It's not good. All right, Dan, what's your guess for us? Hugh's Clues, a popular toy when Hugh was young.
Oh, Hugh, you're a lot older than I am, so
wow.
I really don't know. Let's. Oh man. I honestly I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Dan. You don't have to apologize. I mean,
that's all I kind of figured.
He did call you old. I mean,
this is probably for the
outing
shot. This is definitely the unk demographic here.
Yeah,
this is definitely in the unk demographic.
He very kindly called you old.
I mean, it's fine.
You're a lot older than I am.
Listen, I feel good and I look good for my age if I do say so myself.
It's because it's shredding season.
Yeah, it's shredding season. Yeah. It's shredding season.
Of course, Matt in West Deptford. What's up, Matt?
Yo, Joe. What's up, Hugh?
Hey,
what's up,
Matt?
man?
Listen, I mean, I wanted this phone call to be a positive phone call, but then Kyle hit me with the Alec Bone. But I just want to start off and
all
say,
my
listen,
fault.
Right?
Listen, I just want to say this. Yes, I did not want Trea. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that told you don't know baseball, all that stuff.
Oh, that was you, man.
Comes full circle.
yeah. Listen, I get phone calls, texts when you guys play my sound clip and all that. But listen, this year, Joe, I mean, you hit it on the head. Like, Trea Turner's a different player. He's getting on base, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like when he's getting on base, we're scoring runs. Like I remember early in the season, I forget which game it was, but it was an 0-2 count. He got on with a walk, and then someone hit a bomb, or he got.
I think it was the home opener where he pinch hit, and then Sosa hit the double behind him. Yeah, Matt, I've been very hard on him his first 2 years here. I like what I'm seeing so far. Better in the field. He's running more, and he's got a better approach at the plate, and I was happy for him last night. That was a huge home run.
No, absolutely. I think that is the game. And once I seen that, I said, you know what? Maybe something's different this year, hopefully. And like he's been getting on base, and then last night a clutch home run. You know, that's a big home run.
Yep.
It's good to see Walker pitching good. You know, it just stinks with sports. I mean, when you get a contract, not every single year, you know, that player's going to be awesome, but hopefully this year he earns that money because, you know what I'm saying? Then you got Luzardo. You don't know where he's going, even with Ranger Suarez. We might not even need bullpen help later. You know, you have no idea.
Well, yeah, and they could put Ranger in the bullpen if Taiwan keeps doing this. Matt, what do you think about Bohm? What would you do tonight?
So Kyle put me on the spot. Listen, I mean, I said bench at first, but it's a lose-lose. Like, I agree with you, right? Like, if you drop him in the lineup, right, he's a baby regardless. So he's gonna, like, we could lose him regardless if we drop him. If we bench him, then we could lose him. You know, so it's like, I honestly agree with you with this Ben Simmons, like 2.0. Like, it sucks because he's not a bad hitter, but he's just so in his head. And it's like we wanted to trade him so bad. And then you got the players. I couldn't believe when Wheeler said that it was Sosa was his favorite player. I was like, wait, what did I just hear?
I know. Like, yeah, well, he hears it, and then you get Bohm hearing that, like Hugh's been saying, and maybe that's in his head too. All right, Matt, give us a guess. Hugh's Clues, a popular toy when Hugh was young.
Listen, I'm with the other caller. I have no clue. I have zero clue.
You know what? The ironic part is you thought the first caller would get it, and we got no guesses.
People are stumped by how old you are.
But Matt, is Matt still online?
No, he's gone.
Well, I want to say, Matt, thank you, because I feel like callers like Matt, I never take it personal, but it makes me want to talk baseball better. So I want to say thanks, Matt, because that stuck with me.
Well, and it stuck with him. People texted when we used that drought.
It stuck with me. And so I appreciate that, man, because I don't like when you hear stuff like that, it just makes you want to be better. But I just want to give you props, man. I appreciate that.
You're the anti-Alec Bohm. 215-592-9494. All right, we come back. All your phone calls. The Phils, big win last night, but the Bohm situation. What should they do? Bench him, drop him in the order, or just let it ride and let it be? We'll hit that. Your calls, guesses for Hugh's Clues. You guys might need a second clue quickly here. Plus, Brandon Graham on his podcast tour with some very revealing comments on his retirement and his current status as a retired player. Hugh has some strong thoughts on this. We'll get into that next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber deposits one off the chop house.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like, hey Google, cool down my car. And hey, Google, turn on the dog feeder. Or change up your adventure. Hey, Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue. Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Spring is here. The sun shining, the flowers blooming, and the backyard officially a margarita oasis. Kick off the warmer weather with tequila from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Stock up for Cinco de Mayo with Lunazul Tequila Blanco 750 milliliter. Grab 1800 Tequila Silver 1.75 liter for your outdoor happy hours. Both are $4 off. Both are perfect for margaritas. Shop more tequilas on sale for spring in-store or online at fwgs.com. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. I got to go with my guy, Colin Morikawa, to win it coming up. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. Smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Springfest at Lowe's means can't miss savings for your home and lawn. Right now, buy 3 bags, get 3 free on Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil. Plus, buy 2, get 1 free on select exterior paint and stain via mail-in rebate. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/16, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See rebate form for complete list of eligible products. Offer excludes clearance and mist tints and can't be combined with any other offer, promotion, discount, or coupon.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Steve Kerr is the coach of the Warriors. Joe Mazzulla, the coach of the Celtics. The other 4 coaches to win an NBA title in the last 6 years have all been fired. Nick Nurse, Frank Vogel, Mike Budenholzer, and now Michael Malone, all dismissed. Hardly any of them getting a longer leash for the accomplishment that they pulled off. Is it the new way of the league? Perhaps a sign that the player empowerment era has only grown? Either way, the message is clear. No job is safe in today's NBA. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let it be.
This is Hugh's song today.
Isn't it Paul McCartney?
Beatles.
Oh, he was with the Beatles. Okay, just making sure.
Yep, nailed it.
No, I'm just making sure.
He is singing.
Yeah, that's,
yeah.
because I know the time he went off and did his own thing. Yeah.
It's Hugh's song to Alec Bowman and Rob Thompson.
Let it be. Well, this is still fluid. See, the unfortunate thing about when we do these on a day-to-day, y'all try to pigeonhole me into
That's right.
today.
That's right, today.
Don't work like that.
Like, have an opinion.
Well, I mean,
Don't
God
work like
forbid.
that. I do
We're
have
living
an
in
opinion.
today.
It's just a fluid opinion. It can't be yes or no.
Well, here's mine.
That's not how we
I can't. I even when I'm working, I write in pencil because I like to erase.
No, I'm writing this in Sharpie. Pen not bad for tonight.
I don't use a pen. I write
can
in
cross
pencil.
things out.
I
You're
write
not
in
submitting
pencil.
a math
No, it
paper.
looks better when you erase.
No.
And you wipe off the paper.
Sometimes.
Kyle's chiseling
Changed
in
my
his
mind.
stone here.
Ben
You and this cat right here, y'all dig in every day.
Hugh, I can't have
Can't wait till
tonight.
Kyle Jr. get here either. He's going to be a feisty
You're really
little
rushing
dude.
that situation.
I know. You got to stop.
You got
Kyle
to
Jr.
break here. All right,
People listen.
215-592.
Oh, somebody been listening to y'all.
215-592-9494. Your guess is for Hughes. We'll get to what Brandon Graham said yesterday because Hughes got some strong thoughts on it. And really what happened with his retirement. But the Alec Boehm situation, what are you doing? Benching him, dropping him in the order? That's what I would do. I'd put Castellanos 4 tonight. I would put Boehm down more like an 8 spot in the order, try to take some of the pressure off him or leave him alone. I mean, Hugh wants to just let it be, let it ride it out. It just feels like this guy is so far in his head that tonight I can't have him hit for it.
Yesterday was telling, though.
It was.
It was telling.
4 strikeouts?
And he was hot. He was hot. Yesterday was telling.
And then he was arguing with the ump on the last one.
Yeah,
He doesn't
was-
usually do that.
yeah.
He just feels like a player totally in his head. Will in the Northeast is up. Hey, Will.
Hey, Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
What's up, Will?
What's up, buddy?
All right, listen, man. I really think you should move him to first bat. Let him bat first.
First?
What?
Yeah, let him bat first, man.
He's hitting 0-45. I can't have him hit leadoff. Will, what are we doing?
Let him lead off,
No,
man. That's what he needs. I'm trying to tell you, man.
You want to
Put
give him
in-
more at-bats?
Listen, it's going to work. I promise. Because the whole thing is, he's going after all these guys, right? And it's more pressure on him. It's no pressure. You batting first. He's going to get a hit. All they have to do is tell him, all we want is a hit from you, man. He's thinking too hard. There's a lot on his mind. I've been said about the mental thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of players that suffer with that. But it's all about, listen, I want the teammates to give this man a hug and say, this is a we season, not a me season. All we need you to do is mentally get back to the hitter that you used to be the person that you are, man, and guess what you are? You're a winner, just like the rest of your teammates. Let's get back to the basics, just get some hits, and let's come on and win this championship together, man. It's not about you. It's about the team now. And everybody is mentally chimed in except for you.
So we just gotta, you gotta work with him. Let him bat first. I guarantee you, he's gonna start hitting, man.
No, I can't do that.
That's a lot.
No, Will, I can't.
That's a
I can't.
lot.
I mean, come on.
I mean, it is an outside the box thought. So we've run the spectrum. Last segment we had someone said send him to AAA. This segment we're going to hit him leadoff.
Is anyone like less suited to be a leadoff hitter than Alec Bohm?
Not right now.
He can't run. He swings at the first pitch. Like, what are you talking about, Will?
He's hitting 045.
You out of your mind?
Tell him to go back to the way he used to be. He used to
Oh yeah, well, why didn't they just do that from the get-go? Hey, Boom, just be how you used to be. Okay, you got it.
Tone is so rough.
They didn't think of it. They didn't think of it.
Well, you know what they did think? We want to trade him, and then no one took him. That's what they thought.
Off your rocker, Will.
Exactly what y'all was saying about Castellanos. What did I say about him?
You were right about that. Yeah, you did say to stick with Castellanos.
He did. That's just that's about as equivalent as hitting an 8-leg parlay.
Stop with that. This is kind of Will's bit. He resurrects the players that are just.
They didn't put him at leadoff though.
No, that's true. They did not.
You're pushing it.
Yeah,
And I'm telling you, the next guy you're gonna have to look out for, and I say late May, early June. Guess what? Kepler, he's a monster. You just wait till he
late May. My blood pressure can't handle this. It's April 10th. I'm losing it.
No, you got to go out on a high note, Will.
You watch, but all right, listen.
Well, you got a guess for us? You got a guess for Hughes Clues?
Hey, look, all right, Hugh. I'm thinking like you said, hot.
The hottest toy.
I believe hot is one of the names is in the title.
Oh, I know what he's saying.
Hopefully, I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm thinking Hot Wheels.
Close.
Good guess, Will.
That's real close.
And
you know how much Hot Wheels have changed over the years? When I was younger, the Hot Wheels, I'm here, so I just wanted to,
Okay, go ahead.
The Hot Wheels used to have details of the engines on the bottom. You know, they used to have a car, the year that the car was made.
Okay.
And they had intricate details of like the engine. It wasn't you know what I mean? It was just the plastic on the bottom.
Yeah.
They don't even do that anymore. They just write the name Hot Wheels and tell you, because they're mostly concept cars. They still do the original, the newer cars. But they don't put that detail into the Hot Wheels like they used
Not
to.
like the old days?
No.
It's like a lot of things. Not like
It's
the
not
old
like
days.
it used to be in the old days.
It's not. Chris in Yardley's up. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
What's
Chris.
going on?
I am so happy, Kyle, that you mentioned that Alec Bohm can't run. I mean, he is 225 pounds. He's 6'5", and he only hits singles. And when he gets on base, he can't even steal a bag or he can't even make it home. I mean, this guy right now is not only so bad with his attitude issues, but gosh, even his physical stuff. He has been a Philadelphia Philly for 6 years, and I can't remember a season where I have seen him hit homer after homer or can even hit for power.
Well, he
He's getting
doesn't.
to a
I think his
point-
career high is 20, and I would say his average year is probably about 15, 16 home runs.
Yeah, but for being as big as he is and being what we picked him third, I mean, what is he doing? He is to a point where, for me, it's really two things that get me with this situation. Number one, it's the fact that I believe that, mental stuff happens with players, but you can change your attitude. His attitude right now is atrocious for the team. And it kind of brings me to my second point, which is when players are playing well, right? When Sosa is almost getting hit by a pitch in the face and then beats out a ground ball to give the Phillies the lead. When you have Nick Castellanos now hitting for power and not striking out as much, and you also have all these teams responding to these players, Copper needs to go in and he needs to say, you know what, we need to reward our players for playing well. Even with Walker starting last night, it kind of shows he got another start because he pitched well the first time. Now he shouldn't probably because of how bad he's been. But, we have to reward our players for playing well. And I'm kind of sick and tired of this idea that we're babying Alec Bohm, even though he's been a Philly this is his sixth season. I mean, he's 28.
I know. When people call him a kid, I think it's the daycare stuff that people think that. When people call him a kid, I'm like, hold on. He's going to be 29 years old this season. He's not a kid. He's in his prime right now. I mean, hopefully he bounces back, but this is his athletic prime. He's not a kid.
He is not a kid. And to be honest, for being, like I said, picked as high as he is, for having the expectation that he has, he's not even like a Bryson Stott or a Brandon Marsh or someone like that. This whole daycare thing, we do expect more out of this guy. And honestly, this is not the first time we've had this conversation. He couldn't deliver in the playoffs. He hasn't delivered in many times in the past couple of years. This has to be a slap in the face to Rob Thompson, but more so a slap in the face to Muno Sosa and Nick Castellanos, who get benched who go back in the order, and they can never gain their way up because then we put this baby at number 3 and number 4 every night, and he strikes out or he can't hit for power.
Yeah, Chris, I think you're onto
ridiculous.
something with Topper's got to not just manage Bohm, but the whole team. And if you're right, like if Castellanos is earned to hit above Bohm in the lineup, there's just no question. He's a better hitter right now. And the Sosa thing, like Hugh mentioned this last week, it holds weight when the best pitcher on the team, when Zach Wheeler says he's my favorite player in baseball, that resonates. Like if his teammates want Sosa to play over him, it's a problem for Topper, Hugh. Like he's got to manage. Like I don't want to lose Bohm versus the other guys want Sosa.
It's more of a problem for Bohm than it is Topper. Topper is going to do what's right by the player. That's why for me this is a fluid situation because at the end of the day, if he's not hitting, at some point you're going to have to move on.
It's like the analogy to Bryce Huff. At some point they had to not play Bryce Huff and play guys that were better.
But see, here's the thing that I think Topper's trying to guard against. You want to give this player, and you're right, by the way, Chris, but you want to give him every opportunity to try to work his way out of this. And then when it's all said and done, if he can't, because at this point it's mental. It's on him.
Totally.
He can't compartmentalize what somebody's saying about somebody else, and it's not you. The only way you combat that is you have to play better. You can't start sulking and things of that nature. See, for me, that's the issue that he's dealing with. He's worrying about what happened a couple days ago instead of staying in the moment. So he needs to learn how to get past that. But I hear you. But they got him here for a reason, and they're going to try to work with him until they can't.
Well, I agree with you, Hugh. But I guess my thing is we've seen Trea struggle, right? We've been very critical of Bryce Harper. We've been even critical sometimes of like Aaron Nola, right? In the past. And I don't see these guys responding the way that Alec Bohm has. I mean, if it's really that bad mentally, then I'm all on board with benching him. I mean, originally I was going to say, just drop him down to the lineup. He's probably still a better hitter than like Brandon Marsh or some of the other guys that we have. But if it's really that bad, which honestly it could be, then I'm all on board with we need to get this guy on the bench and we need to have him, have some days off because if you can't, especially in this town, if you cannot handle adversity like that, I mean, gosh, like he can't be a Philly at this point.
Well, especially if they're trying to win a World Series. It's one thing 5 years ago when he's coming up and he's just trying to learn it and they're not a good team. They're trying to win the World Series. Like you can't have this. You're trying to win the World Series. Chris, give us a guess for Hugh's clues. A popular toy when Hugh was young.
I was going to say Hot Wheels, but you said it was something similar to that. The only thing that can come to mind is Hess trucks.
That's a good guess.
The Hess trucks, that's not a bad
Chris,
guess.
good guess, not it. But at least people are on it a little bit now.
Yeah, they're getting it.
They're Hugh's giving out other clues.
Well, that's true.
What do you mean?
Well, it was similar to Hot Wheels. It wasn't the first clue.
Well, it wasn't the first clue.
Yeah, it's not how this game works.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But
they still ain't got it.
Well, because you're just in your feelings because you thought someone would get it in the 10 o'clock hour, and now you're careening towards
what has happened is the younger callers are calling in. The OGs probably get this one because the younger callers, they're not thinking about stuff.
This is because someone called you old in the first segment.
No, I don't. Man, listen, being old is a privilege. I'm not worried about that. It's a privilege to get this age.
All right, it was a privilege watching Brandon Graham's career. He's retired now, but it does sound like Brandon's going through some stuff in his head post-retirement about how the process went. Let's listen to BG. He was on with Kay Adams. Listen to how he described how retired he is right now.
How retired are you?
I'm 90% retired. I'm 90%.
I love that. That's my favorite answer. God, you have given me such gold over the years, and that is the best answer. You're 90%. Okay, let's break it down. The 90 I get, baby girl, retirement, the torn tricep. What's the 10? What's the 10? What's the 10?
The 10 is how much I want to continue to train the way I'm training. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to look good and training for a game is different, but I haven't really changed that yet. I just want to go out there and speed it up to where I want to look good and make sure that I'm, staying fit and while I'm still rehabbing my arm and making sure when I do retire, I'm staying in habit of that. Because a lot of guys tell me when they leave, you got to make sure you stay in habit of working out, doing what you do. Because this is our first time really being off and not really having to train for anything. So I got a new motivation. It's just to look good. Because if I'm gonna be on TV and want to talk and have my suits on, I got to be looking good.
So he said he's 90% retired, and then he talked about he used the phrase "when I'm retired," as if he didn't just retire a couple weeks ago. Or how about that extra 10%? What's going on there? That 10% of Brandon that he's not willing to say he's retired yet.
So that 10% is just in case, but I doubt it because I try to be a man of my word, and I don't want to have to play up in that back and forth stuff. I'm just going to accept it and just move on and get ready for what's next, because I feel like I'm going to make the next team great. You know what I'm saying?
You will definitely do that, but all I heard was you're not fully.
I know.
I heard the door is not cement, boat lock, master lock shut. I heard you're going to stay in shape, which you're going to stay in shape because in January you might get we got to go face Mahomes. You told me you wanted to sack and you didn't get your paws on in the Super Bowl, and I feel like you'd answer that call. Am I right?
And you know what? We ain't there yet, but if it happens, we could say you say it first.
All right, sure sounds to me like he's leaving the door open. He also used the phrase accepting. He said he's accepting where he is. What is he accepting? Listen to this. This is Brandon Graham on with Jason Kelsey and Travis on the New Heights podcast. I'm going to assume this is what he means by accepting his situation as a retired player. Here's BG with the Kelsey brothers.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I wanted to give it another run because I got hurt. And I was like, man, I got a whole bunch left that I can still do. I prayed before I had went in the day before. I was like, I'm going to put it in his hands. If we don't come to a conclusion that we can do it again, I ain't even going to fight it. So when I walk in, he like, BG, like, what you want to do? I say, man, what you want me to do?
Throw it right back at him.
He was like, BG, this is such a fairy tale ending, man. I can't let you, man. And when he said fairy tale, I was like, all right, Lord, I'm done.
Hugh, what's your thought on all that? Because I heard that as it almost sounded to me like he didn't really want to retire.
No.
And how I don't know what the right word is, convinced him. We
told him that this
is the best way.
Yeah.
This is how you should do it here. But that I don't know if that's what BG definitely wanted, because he said he walked in that room thinking he was going to play, and then he walked out thinking, I guess I'm retiring.
And I've said this to BG. You know how I feel about BG, and I love BG. And I told BG this, is that, man, you had the type of ending that anybody that has ever played this game dreams of. Read the room. Like, read the room, bro. I know you want to play. You're going to always want to play football. I mean, that's never going to go away. Like, there are Sundays when I want to get out there and what they say, the spirit is willing, but the body is weak or whatever. I feel like that every Sunday. And a lot of times that motivates my workouts and things like that in my why. So, you're going to always feel like that, BG. But read the room, bro, because there is nothing else left for you to do. That desire is always going to be there. That wanting to be in the locker room, missing that dynamic, it's always going to be there. But you need to move on, And I know that for us fans, we don't want to see it because he was a hell of an Eagle. But BG has had a storybook career. He went from being a bust to the greatest Eagle that has ever put on this uniform. And I say that with full sincerity. The only cat that ever played in this uniform as long as anybody, he's the longest, and he's won 2 Super Bowls. There's nothing left for you to do but taint your legacy. And what I mean by that is because, BG, people look at you, and you know what they remember about you? They remember the 2-sack game you had with the Rams. They remember the relentless pursuit that you had to get a Super Bowl win in New Orleans against Patrick Mahomes. You know what they remember me for? Going down to Jacksonville and getting 3 sacks and then coming back to Philadelphia and getting hurt and losing in the Super Bowl. I mean, which I don't have a problem with that. That's just my reality. Your reality is you left the game playing at a high level. Brian Dawkins left the game playing at a high level. Jason Kelsey left the game playing at a high level. I left the game on a stretcher. Ike left the game on a stretcher. John Ritchie left the game on a stretcher. And I'm being, I'm elaborating a little bit because they didn't, but you get what they got kicked. We all got kicked out.
I guess that's how you end up at WIP.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, though. You got kicked out. We all got kicked out. Read the room, bro. Just retire. There's nothing in your life you're ever gonna want for except to play football. That's a fact. And if that's the only thing that you're ever gonna want for, that's a hell of a life to have.
So I appreciate you have a perspective on this that very few people have. Like you literally live this, right? Like
yes.
and as an Eagle and a pass rusher, like there's a lot of similarities between you and BG in a lot of ways. Hugh, as a fan of Brandon Graham, though, I feel conflicted about how he handled it. Because BG said he walked in the room wanting to give it another run, and he said, Howie, what do you want me to do? Feels like Howie retired him.
Well, Howie, inadvertently, he did. In a sense, he did. Because
but Howie could have said, hey, we have a lot of young guys here. We're going in that direction. We love you. We can have a special day for you if you want to retire as an Eagle. But if you want to keep going somewhere else, we respect that. I don't know.
Where are you going to go, though, Joe?
I mean, someone would have taken him. He can still play.
Again, why?
Because he wants to play.
Joe, why? No, and I understand that.
Yeah.
But everything that I just said, why would you want to go play somewhere else?
Now, maybe he would have said he ultimately didn't want to, and it would have ended up the same way. And just the way he presented the story, Howie didn't give him those options. Howie basically said, come on, man, this is a fairy tale, and let's just do it this way.
Yes.
I almost feel like he got coerced into retirement.
Well, Brandon's played, 15 years?
Yeah, but he said he walked in the room wanting to give it another run.
And he's going to, Joe, you're going to always feel like that. But Brandon's body is starting to break down.
Well, obviously, yes.
Now, that's a fact. You had one injury, and then you turn around and had the same one back to back. You know who's talking to you when they do stuff like that happen? Jesus. Jesus is trying to tell you, son, you've ran your race.
So
You've ran your race.
Howie and Jesus retired.
Yeah, Jesus is telling you you've run your race, bro. Yeah. There's nothing more for you to do. You have reached the pinnacle. I guarantee you, sitting here right now, that you could ask a couple Hall of Famers that never went to the Super Bowl, would they rather have their Hall of Fame career or the career that BG had? Some cats taking BG's career in a heartbeat.
I think you're right.
To leave the game the way that he left. Emmitt Smith, Super Bowl winner, Hall of Famer, left on a stretcher. Went out there and played until he couldn't play anymore.
He was averaging like 2 yards a carry for the Cardinals.
BG leaving the game on top. He leaving the game in rarefied air. There's not a Hall of Famer that's in the Hall of Fame right now that I can think of, and I might be just being facetious at this moment, but I'm cooking. There's not too many guys that have played this game that could say they had the career and the ending that BG had.
Rare.
James Harrison, great Steeler, maybe a Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion. He went out on a stretcher. He went out playing for the Patriots and they lost. You can't top what BG's done.
So basically, you think he should accept it?
Man, listen. Watch your kids grow. You're gonna always want to play football. You're gonna always want to do that. You're gonna always want to impart your wisdom on the young guys. You can do that because you are the OG. You're goated. So leave it like it is, man. That's my advice. Leave it like it is.
215-592-9494. How does the BG thing hit you? Because it just does feel like he's wanted to play, and Howie said, it's probably better if you retire. Where do you come down on that? I feel conflicted because it feels like BG wanted to play and Howie retired him. I don't know if they gave him the option of you could go elsewhere if you really want to do that. 215-592-9494. Back to your phone calls on all this. BG and Alec Boehm, what should they do? Bench him? Drop him in the order, which is what I would do, or just let it ride. That's what Hugh wants to do. You could weigh in on that next, and let's give people a second clue on the other side because they need it. Hugh, you thought this would be an easy one.
It was easy. People ain't thinking.
Well, obviously not. 215-592-9494. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Right now, all customers get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on any of the outright winners to first-round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. I have my bet in on Colin Morikawa. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official part of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and, well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Spring savings have arrived at Canacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Canacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Canacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Canacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Canacelli is a nice place to do business.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Clouds with a shower possible late this afternoon. High 55.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Dill. You guys been on 215-592-9494. We got a $100 gift card to give away today, Hugh, to Sunoco.
Sunoco.
And we're trying to give this
some
away.
gas away.
Hugh's clues. All right, you gave your first clue. Why don't you give a second clue before we go back to the phone lines for everyone? Because they need it. We're arguing about Bohm today. Some of the BG thing. We're trying to also give away a gift card and celebrate a big Phillies win. Hugh, second clue today.
This second clue is a banger.
Okay.
Joe disrespected this toy. He laughed at me when I told him about this toy.
Well, I don't think
I felt some kind of way.
I didn't laugh.
You did laugh.
I called it something different than you called it.
Well,
diminished
you
it
kind of
down
laughed,
to it.
and you diminished it. Yeah, that was not cool.
It wasn't meant in a malicious way.
He did call it what it was.
Yeah,
no,
you just got offended.
No.
Because
you were a little sensitive.
Because you thought it was the hottest toy out
It was the hottest toy.
And then when I said it my way, you're like, well,
no, but
that's not what it is.
like because it was disrespectful.
You've been a little sensitive.
Disrespectful.
Yeah, this is
couple
sensitive.
couple days. I admit that. I own that. I own that. You know, people not saying my name or I don't hear my name.
Yep.
I get real sensitive about that though.
Even when they do say your name.
I mean, because I don't hear it. Y'all. It's good thing y'all here.
Yeah.
Because I'd have acted a fool if not. But y'all said he did, so I was cool.
He did. All right, 215-592-9494. Are your calls on Alec Bohm? What should they do? Let's check in on our Twitter poll. I'm curious. Actually, sometimes I can guess before the show, Hugh, where the Twitter poll is going to go.
Yes.
Like what people might vote for, depending on just the temperature of the room. I have no idea. So the three options today for Alec Bohm: drop him in the order, which is what I would do. Do nothing, which is what Do Nothing Douglas over here would do. Or the big one, bench him, which is what Kyle wants to do. Our Twitter question today. Let's check out where everyone is on this today. So far, about an hour and a half into the show, we have, it's kind of split. 46% are with me. Drop him in the lineup. 33% with Kyle. Bench him. 21% on nothing.
Standing pat.
Standing pat. I mean, you're losing the poll. I mean,
today is not. This is not my shining day.
It's a loss for you.
You're getting smoked.
Long talking is not working. It's my favorite today.
Well, I think people are tired of Bohm. I think they're,
I think
they're
it
voting
is.
against Bohm more than just voting against
it's
you.
a little bit of that.
Yeah,
but it's still a little early. I feel like it's premature.
Well, it's his sixth year in the major
I mean,
leagues.
you're talking about. I'm talking about in
this
this season.
No, it is early in this season, but it's not early to get him out of the fourth spot.
I get it. I get it because people can't compartmentalize the fact that we're talking about this year. They're throwing the other five in there too.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
as they should.
Part
That's
of
part
fandom.
of it.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you see a pattern throughout 6 years of a guy's career, it's safe to say that this is not just an April.
I mean, and we've seen him. I mean, he was an all-star last year. If I'm not mistaken, that was his first one. I mean, but
he was. But there are a lot of guys that make a baseball all-star team.
I don't give a shit.
Listen,
Michael Lorenzen made an all-star team.
I understand that.
Pat Neshek made an all-star team, and then he used to come after me on Twitter. Pat Neshek did not like me, and I didn't like Pat Neshek.
What'd you do to him?
Well,
let's talk about that.
Well, I just said he's
because you were pro Gabe.
Well, because I defended Gabe when Neshek was
Wait a
complaining.
minute, was he sliding your DM talking greasy?
No. What he did was he used to like tweets that people were ripping
tweet.
me.
Oh yeah, but he wouldn't say nothing to you
Back
personally.
when you could see people's likes.
Oh,
I
okay,
we need to bring that back.
I might be able to find it. He once liked a photo of me as a clown. Pat Neshek, the Phillies
okay, so he'd be.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
Because he was a big baby. Gabe wanted to warm him up, but he said he was pitched last night. Like, get in the game.
I gotta say, I love the Giglio clown.
I find it fascinating.
They're great. Yeah. I have one say it to my friend.
I find it fascinating how we as Philly fans don't understand that the athletes from back in the day they're not the same ones anymore. You very rarely find those guys anymore.
So you're saying
they're hard to find them.
Now.
If that's the words you choose to use.
Well, how would you describe it? Softer, not as tough?
I look at it like it's not about I don't look at it as being tough. I look at it as we're in a different era where, and this is gonna sound real soft to me to say, but feelings matter.
Oh my!
Psychological.
You are out of control.
I am trying to tell you.
Get this guy off my show.
Listen to what I'm saying.
What happened to you?
What you mean? I grew up in an era where you compartmentalized your feelings and you kept moving. That's what we did, and to this day we still do that. These guys and gals, they don't do that. They're in touch with their. I was about to say feminine side.
Not so much. The line here.
Yeah, I'm not so much the feminine side, but the psychological side of the pressure of being in sports. And in order, because this is what it is. This is a part of analytics. And in order to get the most out of these guys, you got to figure out what makes
Just call them babies. That's what they are.
But see that's a derogatory term. when you're talking about the day and age that with the athletes that you're dealing with
While
nowadays.
we're playing amateur psychologist here on the show, I do think
What
part
you
of
mean
this.
amateur? I'm not going to tell that. Lie.
Yeah,
but I know people.
I do think part of it is that the criticism never stops. These guys, just like everyone else, are on their phone all the time, right? Like it's not like
and they see it.
They see it, right? And they pretend they don't. And maybe some guys are better than others at ignoring it. But I don't know how Alec Boehm handles all of this. But he's in his head. That is obvious to me. And I need him dropped in the order starting tonight. Let's talk to Jay in Philly. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up,
Jay? What's up, buddy? What are you thinking?
Hey, man, you got to bench him. But if you bench, he's done. He's done. I think he's cooked. He don't have the mental that if you benched him, he's going to come back, to show everybody. And if you drop him in the lineup, that's going to mess with his mental too. I think he's so close to Ben Simmons, like you said, Joe, right now with the mental, that I don't think there's anything that we can do. If you just leave him alone and he struggles, you're going to lose him. So I really don't think there's nothing that we can do for him.
Well,
right
and
now.
leave him alone. The reason I can't leave him alone is because he's hurting the team.
Yeah,
right?
you got to figure that out. I think
he'll hurt the team less batting eighth than fourth.
I think there's some common ground to be had here. But the floor is yours, Jay. But I think there's common ground.
So he's not being of value. He's not hitting. He's not. He now has an error that he normally wouldn't have, and he's not a good clubhouse guy. You're bringing no value to this team at all. Your team, the best pitcher on the club, that his favorite player to watch is a guy who's playing platoon with you right now, who's outplayed you. So that says a lot, man. That says a lot. And nobody else stepped up after they heard that and said, "Oh, that's my guy." Spoke about him. They heard that and it's quiet.
Because they might feel the same, Jay. They might feel the same way. I mean,
exactly.
but see, here's Jay. Not to cut you off, but here's where I think that there's some redeeming qualities, because everything that you just said, I understand how Alec might take it. I look at that like this, and this is how you should look at it. If they're praising him, then I have to start doing stuff so I can get my praise. Sure. I can get my accolades. I got to get my flowers. And the only way I do that,
you're from a different generation.
Yeah.
If he felt like that,
Pop Douglas.
We would see different. We don't even see like we would see different. You would feel different.
Yeah.
He obviously doesn't think like that.
Yeah, he don't. He don't. But that's what I'm saying, Jay. You have to figure out how to get him to see it that way, because that to me is a challenge. Oh, you like him better than me? Okay, I'll show you. Yeah. That's a challenge.
I wonder how much longer they can wait to do this, though. Like, how much rope do you give him? Right? How much rope do you give him? So you want to leave it alone tonight? He bats fourth or third tonight. How much rope are we giving this guy?
We go to St. Louis this weekend, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I let him get a home cooked meal.
So you're talking about another week or a weekend?
No, I didn't.
Weekend.
Listen.
So when they get back here next week,
we got 3 game set against the I'm about to say
Cardinals.
the Rams, the St. Louis Rams.
We got what year?
Don't even exist anymore.
What year are you in?
Hey, dog, when I get to cooking, I'm gonna be thinking about what's coming up in my mouth.
All right. They come home Monday to play the Giants. Monday the 14th against the Giants.
You better make some hay this weekend, because you're like 0 for 10 in this series or something like that.
Struck out 4 times last night.
Yeah, so you better make some hay in this next series. I'm going to give you tonight, but the weekend is a given. Let me just say that right now for everybody, that the weekend is a given.
You're worried about running into his family.
No, it's not, Joe. It's not that. What I'm hoping, listen, see,
he's
y'all.
He's worried about mom.
Not running into his mom, because you had to do what's best for the team. But what I'm hoping as a coach, because now I'm channeling my inner topper here. I'm hoping that him being home helps him being around people that he knows, loves, and cares about him. Helps get him out of that funk. And then I'm even going so far as thinking that maybe I'll have a talk with him about the slump that he's in. Hey, man, I know you're slumping and you did. We believe in you. Because sometimes you have to reaffirm you got to reaffirm players and let them know that you believe in them.
Skip Douglas.
That's what I'm just saying, man. We see this is the problem with you people.
Oh,
this is the problem.
It is 11:38.
But no, this is the problem.
We have guests in here, and you're using you people.
You people are unwilling to adapt to the new style of athlete. You people don't want to do that.
We've been doing the bum thing for 6 years.
No, because like he stinks and get him out of there. He's a bum. That dog don't hunt no more.
He is a bum.
See,
but
Jay,
not adapting to that.
Jay, who's still
he
with
has
us.
to adapt to the team.
Jay, this is the problem with you.
Oh,
He's too sensitive.
My bad, Jay.
he may may put up numbers on a bad team and it won't matter, but he's not built for this team and for this city and for what we need. He's just not. So guess what? You gotta cut him loose. And the longer we keep him while he struggles, the less value that he has in a trade. So you gotta get him out of here though. But he's got to go. You said if he doesn't hit, he's batting 0.45 right now.
No, dog.
What does he have to bat?
It's pretty bad.
No, listen, Jay.
0.35. That's the line.
Jay,
we get below 0.40.
Jay, wait a minute, hold up, because y'all clowning. But Jay, listen, he going home. Jay, he going home this weekend, man. Let the man go home. Let him go home. Let him sleep in his high school bed.
From his mom cooking. He gonna be tired from his mom cooking.
He's not.
Few more weeks of this, we're gonna send him home for good.
He needs to be around people he care about him.
Yeah, talk him in with a warm glass of milk and read him a bedtime story.
I'm trying to get solutions to problems.
No, you're
you know what? Jay's got an idea. We trade him to the Cardinals. We just leave him there. All the home cooked meals he wants. Jay, what do you got for us for a guess for Hughes Clues?
So
don't let me down, Jay. Do not let me down.
Look, I have no idea.
Oh,
you know, real quick. Imagine if your significant other spoke to you like Hughes Clues. Imagine if you walked in the house and she just came up to you and said, "I'm feeling an emotion," and turned around. Like, what is going on? He's Clues.
Hey, you know what, Jay? I mean, that's on you, because if she say I'm feeling some kind of way and she turn around, I already know what that means.
You're in trouble.
It's time, time to perform.
Oh, that's what you think.
Yeah, it's time to perform.
I thought she was mad. All
What
right,
she say? If your wife come up to you and say, you know how I'm feeling, who thinks anything else?
Well, it depends.
It's
the tone,
time to perform.
The tone matters.
Lather Vaseline on me. They don't care what the tone is, because the tone might be a little rough in your house.
All right, Jay, what do you got?
I'm just saying.
Hey man, I have no idea. Super soaker.
Super soaker. All right.
That's not a bad guess.
But not you were convinced someone's getting this on the first try.
See, my OG, see Jay, he gotta be young, man. Because the OGs know what this toy was. The hottest toy on the block.
He was gonna feel
I recognize this toy.
Over. Yeah, I mean, I remember.
I knew what it was.
Yeah, but he's gonna
somebody's out there right now.
He's gonna feel old when the show's
trying to call in because they know the answer. They just can't get through.
Mm-hmm. You're manifesting this
I
now?
believe in it.
Okay.
No, I believe it's the next person. Next person's going to get this.
All right, let's talk to Tony and Fox Chase. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's going on?
Tony, what's up, buddy? What are you feeling on Bohm?
I'm feeling like, and I'm speaking from a management point of view, we need to, what do we have? 11 games into the season. We still have 151 games to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got a player that was all-star caliber last year. I say we drop him down the lineup, and iron sharpens iron. Bringing in Sosa, bringing in other players to challenge him and motivate him. That would be the ideal way to go. I still have faith that he can regain his composure, his form. We just don't want to give up on him. You know, in management, the hardest thing to do is find a better replacement. Now, unless we have a better replacement in place, which we don't, we keep working on him, developing him, and let's not bench him. Drop him in the lineup, take the pressure off of him a little bit. I know he's a major league ball player and he's getting paid handsomely to perform, but it's too early in the season to just bench the guy, drop him in the lineup, and I guarantee you, I'm going to the game on Monday in San Francisco for the Giants, rather, and I'm hoping he's still in the lineup. I want to see him. I want to see him pull a Turner, like when Turner wasn't doing well and all of us.
Are you going to give him a standing ovation, Tony? Are you going to stand up, give him the ovation on Monday?
Yeah. I'm willing to do whatever.
A one-man standing out.
That's right.
I hope to see
Tony's
you in the
guy.
crowd,
He's
Tony.
going to save the day. He's going to save
That's
Alec
awesome.
Bohm.
This is a joke, quite frankly.
Tony, I'm with you. I keep him in the lineup tonight, but I drop him. He can't hit fourth. I mean, I think it's actually hurting him right now more than helping him. You would think fourth, he's in the middle of the order, guys are on base, but I think the pressure there, you could see it on his face. He's in his head.
You can see it in his body language.
Yeah, you can. Well, his body language is
getting
not
worse.
good. Yeah, it's not good. All right, Tony, what do you got for us for a guess for Hughes Clues? He's desperate for someone to win this thing. Desperate.
hot in his. I'm 56. I'm gonna say Transformers.
That's a really good guess.
so
they were hot.
Tony, good guess.
And they were more simple to transform back in our day. They hard as hell to transform now.
Have you
seen some of
one
the transform?
lately?
The new ones?
No, I mean I haven't played one lately.
They're so much more intricate than they were.
I used to struggle with those big time.
Well, if you
Yeah.
saw them now, you would truly struggle because it's so many different moving parts. Because they put the emphasis on the movie Transformers.
But are the kids struggling or are the grown-ups struggling?
Well, I would probably say if you're one of the kids and you don't transform it a lot, because there's a lot of parts to it, it'd probably be hard to transform if you don't keep the what's that? What do you call those things? The instructions. Forgot it. For instructions. Yeah, instructions.
Oh, so
you forgot the word instructions?
Yes, I did. I was about to say the manual.
That would have worked.
Yeah, the manual.
Yeah,
But
manual.
you got to keep the manual because it's hard to. They are hard to transform. Forget you, Kyle. How about that?
Thomas and Broomall. Thomas, what's up?
How's it going? I'm not letting you down today. But my Phillies point with Bohm, I'm kind of torn because I feel like you need to bench him for a few games.
Mm-hmm.
But if you bench him, he's not getting the workout in. So I could go either way with setting him down.
You mean
or,
at bats? Like
having
he's
him.
not getting at bats if you're
Yeah,
benching him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you're right. It would take him out of live
'Cause
reps. Yeah, you
a lot
lose
of the
that for a few
times-
days.
A lot of times he's on base. I mean, how many times has he left guys on base?
Well,
Like,
so he got
is
the
a
he got the
liability.
hit on opening day, right? The game-winning hit
Mhm.
opening day, extra innings. I think he's 0 for his last 12 since then with runners in scoring position. He's been it's atrocious.
Now, off topic, would you think? I'm gonna give you a thing. So Whit Merrifield last year, right?
Yep.
And how long he lasted? Who lasts longer, Whit or Jordan?
Oh, Jordan
Romano.
Romano? Oh, that's a good question. Both similar contracts too, like a 1 year, $8 million kind of deal. That's
Yep,
an
and Whit had
interesting.
10
Romano?
million.
I would
Whit
probably
had
say
10
Romano.
million.
So Whit lasted to what? July? They cut him in July, somewhere around there.
I believe so.
That's a good
believe so.
question. I think, man, I think actually Romano could be out of here quicker.
You think so?
Yeah. If Painter comes up and Rager comes back,
Well, yeah. with
they
that,
they could acquire
just think-
pitchers here. And look, if he stinks, I mean, they also might put him on the IL. We never see him again. I mean,
no,
he
it's
stinks.
your description of when he was out there pitching. You said he was struggling to throw 93.
And he was putting all he had. I mean, it was full effort, max effort, 93, and Mookie Betts taking batting practice.
Of him out there sweating, just throwing as hard as he can. Not really.
I mean, there wasn't much difference between you and him throwing out there. We saw your first
Caught
pitch.
it straight.
We saw yours. All right, Thomas, what do you got for us for Hughes Clues? What's your guess?
One last thing,
Mm-hmm.
Cody Clemens. You could you put him at third? I know he played first a little bit last year.
He could,
I mean,
yeah. No, I think they did do it at one point last year. Now I don't know how good defensively it would be, but it is weird. Cody's on this roster, and it's like he has no place. They don't use him to pinch hit. He doesn't play for anyone. He's just kind of there. Thomas, what's your guess for Hughes Clues?
So I think that I got this after the first clue.
Ooh.
It was easy clue, and it was hot. I'm gonna say easy bake oven.
That's actually I think he put things together. Now I didn't picture you as an easy bake oven guy.
That's what I'm saying.
I can see it.
Thomas, you picture me cooking little cakes and stuff in easy bake oven? That's what you picture me
I do.
doing?
Well, it had the name
In the streets of Mansfield, Ohio?
The man I know today.
In the streets of Mansfield, Ohio. I'm baking cakes. That's what I'm doing.
You kind of
Hey,
cooked
it
it.
was a hot thing. It was
Yeah,
hot.
no,
no,
he
you
took
know
your
what?
clue
Hey,
literally.
Thomas,
Yeah.
I appreciate you thinking outside the box, but no, that's not it.
I gotta say,
But you're close.
this is a big L for you so far.
It's not.
It's a
you
colossal
peacocked in
L.
here thinking, oh, they're gonna get this on the first clue,
I
first
just knew
try.
it, man, because
You guessed the first caller would get it.
I did guess that. Now, I mean, what, 5, 6 callers
It's
in?
noon almost. This is a tough one for you. All right, let's go to Dave in Mount Airy wants to leave Bowman St. Louis. What's up, Dave?
What's going on, guys? How are you today?
Dave, what's up, buddy?
I definitely want to leave Bowman St. Louis. I think, if you even ignore his start this year, very soon we're going to have the question of whether we want to sign Bohm to a long-term contract because he's coming up on the end of his rookie stuff. And so he's going to be a free agent, and we're going to have to make a decision on him. And there's no way we're going to sign him for a long-term deal in Philly. So let's cut bait now and leave him in St. Louis. Maybe I know St. Louis doesn't want the Arenado contract. We could pick up that contract, have a legit third baseman that for the rest of the year, and we have Aiden Miller in the minor leagues who can play third base in a year or two. So I think the sooner we make that move, get rid of Bohm, bring somebody in who can play third base. Cody Clemens is fine, but not the answer. I think the sooner the better. So I would love to see us leave Bohm in St. Louis and bring back Arenado.
You know, it's ironic, Dave, because during the offseason, when I was thinking through the potential Bohm, destinations if they did trade him, that one came up. Because Arenado, they tried to trade him and he blocked because he had no trade clause. But I did see Philadelphia I think Arenado has like 6 teams, Hugh, he'd be willing to go to. Like he'd accept a trade. The Phillies are one of those teams. So, Dave, I don't know if that happens tomorrow, but by the time we get to the trade deadline, I think you might be onto something there, Dave. There could be something there because the Cardinals aren't going anywhere. And I could see them moving him this trade deadline. No question. Dave, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, Hugh, I think it's early. It's early for a trade. Now, would the Phillies trade Bohm? Yeah, they try to trade him in the offseason. But I think it's early to get someone else to take him right now.
Yeah,
that's what makes it complicated because what do you do with him until the trade deadline?
Yeah, hopefully, if you're really done with him, it's not going to do you any good to trade him now because he's not hitting great. You're not going to get a whole lot for him.
Yeah, you want to rebuild the value.
You want to try to do that. So nothing's going to happen this soon. But to your point, I give him to this weekend, and then you have to start doing things a little different because the one thing Topper has done this year so far, he's not waiting a long time to pull the trigger on certain moves that need to be made with this team.
Yeah, so the idea of benching, which a lot of people want to do, Kyle wants to do, like, is that a day? Is that 2 days? Is it 3 days? Because they did this. They sat him down Sunday, right? Like this is already happening.
For a couple days.
Right, they sat him down Sunday. They had the off day Monday, and they came back and played Tuesday, and he hasn't responded from that. So, like when people say bench him, is that for tonight, and then he's back in the lineup tomorrow, or is this an extended thing? Because the whole objective, and you've been saying, is we got to get something to click, something to work. I don't know if he's going to respond from a real benching. If he doesn't play for 3 or 4 days, you might lose him forever.
Yeah, you have to figure out how you can get the most out of him. And I think that's, to be honest, that's a conversation. How you feeling? Where are you in your head space? Last night you looked a little frustrated at your last at bat. Is there anything you want to talk about? And take it from there. Because this at this point, I feel like it's mental. Because you said it last week. You didn't, or Kyle, one of you guys, you didn't like his body language.
Yeah.
It was something that wasn't as noticeable to me before as it was last night. Last night it was more demonstrative. He was more animated when he struck out last night.
I know I'm being kind of facetious when I say this. Sometimes it feels like he's going to cry. He looks like, you ever see someone that looks like they're about to cry? He looks like that sometimes. And I don't know if he's actually ever going to do that, but he just has that, like he's wearing it. It's on his face. 215-592-9494. Your phone call's coming up. What to do with Alec Bohm? Drop him in the order, which is what I would do. Leave him where he is. Hugh wants to let this ride or bench him outright. Where do you come down on this? And the Brandon Graham situation. He spoke about Howie and his conversation. Brandon said he's about 90% retired. He talked about Howie saying this is the fairy tale ending. I'm conflicted because it feels to me like Brandon wanted to play and Howie nudged him towards retirement. Hugh says, hey, Brandon, accept it. It's time to go. 215-592-9494. And your guesses for Hugh's clues here. We have a $100 gift card to Sunoco. Your guesses. Why don't you tell everyone as they think on this in the next few minutes, the 2 clues you've given out so far. Let people stew on them for a second here.
This was the hottest toy on the block when I was growing up.
Okay.
And Joe disrespected this toy. He laughed.
Well, no, I just said I called it something different, which you
got offended.
You got because you explained that. I was like, oh, it's this, right? It's like,
but that's not what it was.
But it is.
It is not.
Okay.
It's not.
When we get to the answer, everyone will realize I wasn't being disrespectful. I was calling it what it is. 215-592-9494.
I'm not disputing that.
Plus, we'll get to a couple days with the pitching. Someone who is gaining trust and some who are losing it. That's the next Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to 20 matchups and so much more. Look, it's the best golf event of the year. Find the better bets that works for you and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. I'm talking about betting on Augusta this week. FanDuel.com/hammer. Tee off with a variety of bet types and bet the tournament as it unfolds through Sunday. FanDuel.com/hammer with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some features from our latest seasonal menu. Try our Southern California chicken sandwich, our delicious Southern glazed cutlet with avocado and jalapeno pineapple salsa, and our seafood pasta with our signature crab, mouth-watering shrimp, and penne pasta with our world-famous red or Sicilian sauce. Pair it with a seasonal cocktail like our very, very cherry martini or our watermelon shandy cocktail. Taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning-fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts, and for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch Class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneaker peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly.
Auto Parts. You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Complaints of a lack of upsets and a boring slate of first-round games, the talk of the men's NCAA tournament, discussion which has been quickly forgotten about because of how thrilling the Final Four was. So is this what we can expect going forward? Has the transfer portal and NIL landscape made Cinderella runs for mid-majors tougher? The future of the tournament remains to be seen, but you might be wise to go chalk in next year's bracket challenge. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, swinging a high drive. That's going to tie the game. A blast by Riley, who missed out on back-to-back bases-loaded opportunities. Here he hits the solo shot, and he has tied the game. It's 3-3 here in the bottom of the seventh.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Back and forth game last night. Phillies with a Harper homer and a Turner homer, and Alvarado closing it, finished it out. Also, heck of a start by Taijuan Walker, 4 2/3 of scoreless baseball. But that bullpen, Hugh, an issue right now, and it continues to be. It's thin down there. You feel it every single night. And it got me thinking last night, just watching the game and watching how they won. And your guy, Taijuan Walker, doing a good job last night. It does have the wheels spinning in my head a little bit here. Let me ask you a question. Well, I'll present something, but first I want to ask you and everyone something. Are you buying what you're seeing from Taijuan? Now, he's your guy. I mean, you basically called his first 2 starts to a T. Are you buying the new Taijuan?
I think so. Because the one thing I saw last night, he's locating very, very well, throwing heat, playing with a lot more confidence. I ain't gonna lie though, that fourth,
you were a little nervous.
Ooh, when he loaded the bases, then he came back and did it again. Ooh. Yeah. I was like, oh, they about to let me have it tomorrow. But he worked his way out of that. Defense played well. Shout out to the defense that they had behind him. You got to start that's a confidence builder against a good team because. If I'm not mistaken, I remember somebody saying, hey, wait, let's see what he does against the Braves. Was that you that did that, by the way?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And he did it.
What a dope.
Listen.
I know.
You know what we got last night that we didn't get the other night? A pitcher's duel. Almost tweeted that out. But I was like, wait a minute.
You were nervous?
Yeah, because it just started to go a little south.
Yeah.
We got my man Natty Light on the mound for the Braves against Taijuan. And I'm like, wait a minute. This was the game that we thought we were going to get the other night.
Grant Holmes' nickname should be Natty Light, by the way.
It is Natty. Well, I call it Natty Light.
I like that.
Yeah, me too. So, all right. So you are buying Taijuan. Here's what I'm buying with him, Hugh. He looks to me like he's competent again to at least be a 5th starter, right? He's playable again. Now, I mean, do I think he's going to keep putting up zeros every start? No. I mean, we could be real about this. I don't think that's going to happen. But he looks competent. He looks like they could roll him out there as a 5th starter for a little while and get away with it. And Hugh, that has opened up my mind to something. So Ranger Suarez starts a rehab assignment today. Let's play this out. Let's say Ranger needs 2 or 3 weeks to get ready to come back. 2 or 3 weeks from now, if Taijuan is still pitching like this, what do they do at Ranger? Because my first thought is the bullpen stinks right now. Ranger's been good in the bullpen before, really good. I mean, 3 years ago, he was maybe one of the best 2 or 3 relievers. He closed games. Hugh, I am considering riding with your guy Taijuan, letting him stick in that 5th spot in the rotation and saying, Ranger, we need your help in the bullpen because I know you could do that. Where do you come down?
Now, I know why you're picking Ranger because Ranger has more experience
and he's
in the bullpen. Yep. But listen to me, and this is.
Wait, are you about to propose high leverage Taijuan?
Listen to me. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm thinking, I'm not gonna lie, thinking in a vacuum. The 4th and 5th inning yesterday. Didn't feel good about that. Look, and I want to say, even when y'all forced me, y'all twist my arm to make that prediction yesterday.
Let me twist your arm.
I did it. You
never
did.
Do that.
You put pressure
for
on
transparency.
You put pressure on
the audience needs transparency.
But yesterday, when he worked his way out of the jam, I'm like, I don't know if I could live through another one of those. I know it's a long season, and I'm being a little snowflake.
So you're the Taijuan guy.
I know I was being a little snowflake.
So you're moving him to the pen?
I would probably in a 2 or 3 inning kind of setting. Yes,
high leverage Taijuan.
I don't know about how much how left. We talking about what, sixth inning?
I don't know. They need help down
Seventh
there.
inning?
We all agree they need help down there. The bullpen's not very good right now.
I would say I want to see if I can put Ranger in the start lineup and get more from him, and I'll put Taiwan in relief.
All right, let's hear from Topper. At least we're being honest together about the bullpen, that it needs help. Topper, and I know he can't say the truth, but here's Topper lying to everyone about his bullpen right now.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with it. Like I said, Ruiz is throwing the ball well. I know he gave up a run tonight? 2 runs? 2 walks. Yeah, that was killer for him. Leadoff walk. But I trust those guys. I have confidence in those guys.
You think he's telling the truth, that he's got confidence in all those guys?
I do.
Stop.
I think it's early, and you have to. I think what you're not factoring in is the desperation from the Braves. This was it. Like you even said going into this series that this could bury the Braves.
It could have.
They're fighting and scuffling. They were fighting and scuffling yesterday. They've been doing that this whole series. This you can't deny. With the star power that they had, I think Ryan had his family down there. Rasheed Wallace was down there watching. Like they had some people watching the game. That had somewhat of a playoff atmosphere.
It has a big game early season feel. Yeah, it does.
That felt more to me watching the game last night and the night before. That felt more playoff atmosphere-ish than against the Dodgers.
They both felt big. Yeah, I mean, look.
Yeah, but that Brave game, those Brave games have been a back and forth, infinite tussle.
The Braves feel like they're bringing the most intensity of anyone they faced so far. Because Dodgers are just a great team, but the Braves need these games. Yeah, I am. Kyle, where are you at on Taiwan? I'm starting to feel comfortable enough to let him roll as the 5th starter until Painter gets here. And I need help in that bullpen. If Ranger is healthy in 2 weeks and ready to roll.
Oh, yeah, and Ranger in the contract, yeah.
I'm not worried about that. You worried about Ranger's contract?
Well, he's worried about his contract.
With Major League buddies again.
Come on. I need outs. You worried about his dollars in his bank account.
See,
I need outs in the 6th inning.
This is the problem with fandom.
The problem with me, basically.
Because you don't want to look at it for what it is. Ranger Suarez is in a contract year.
Good for him.
You're gonna tell Ranger Suarez when he just saw Nola get paid at Wheeler, hey, you know what? In a contract year,
head to the bullpen. Yes.
No.
Yes.
I want to get paid like a starter. I want to get paid like a frontline player.
So now while we're airing things out, you know what the problem with you is?
what I do?
You're thinking too much about this guy's feelings.
I am.
This is just like the
who cares?
I am trying.
Sensitive
Somebody's going to pay him millions of dollars. It's gonna be fine.
He wants to be a frontline starter.
Good for him. I want to win the World Series.
I do too, Kyle. But
some are questioning.
I thought you'd be on this. We're propping up your guy Taiwan.
No,
now you're ripping
what
Taiwan.
I'm saying, I'm not.
You build him up just to tear him down.
It's unbelievable.
What's today? Thursday? Oh, it's getting close to Friday.
Yeah,
that's what this is. Where it wraps up.
Full transparency. I love what I'm seeing from Taiwan so far.
Get out.
It's been great. Yeah. Taiwan Walker. Some are referring to him as.
Okay.
Look, they haven't even listened for Cy Young. It's not
the
even
thing
like
is about Taiwan yesterday, and the first game against the Rockies, I was like, whatever. Let's see it a little bit more. What I liked about him yesterday was that he did get into a little bit of a jam.
And he worked twice.
The Taiwan from the past 2 years would have imploded.
Oh, there would have been 7 runs.
It would have been awful, and we would have had to yank him. The fact that he worked out of that was a really, really encouraging sign. I just don't view him as a guy that can come out of the bullpen. First of all, he doesn't throw hard.
And I'll look in his career. I don't know if he ever has come out of the bullpen.
Right. Ranger has experience doing it.
Yep.
I would feel a lot more comfortable. And even if we needed to bring a Ranger in for long stretches, I understand that he's a lefty and we need a righty, but Ranger's been a starter for a while. That's where that experience will come in. He can go against lefties. We've seen him shove against lefties in the postseason. I would feel much better about Ranger coming out of the bullpen. And by the way, Ranger's got back issues. Maybe limiting the amount of times he's throwing the baseball is the best thing for both parties.
It might help, and he's been good at it. I mean, if you tell me Ranger's healthy and it's a big spot in the 7th inning, if Topper went and got him, I'd feel good. I think they have an option now. I never thought this was possible. Before Taiwan's first start, when we all laughed at your prediction, I thought he was going to be off the team in 2 weeks, and now it's like, wait a second,
he looks pretty decent. He
looks at least like he belongs in a rotation somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, and these are questions, and these are things that you're going to have to answer as we progress through this. But my initial thought immediately is that Rangers not gonna want to go in the bullpen.
Major league buddies.
I'm not trying to be his buddy. I'm trying to give you guys.
Well, you think Taiwan's going to want to go to the bullpen?
I don't think either one of them. But who's gonna? But I think you have a better chance of putting Taiwan in the bullpen than you would Ranger. In a smaller sample size.
I think Ranger would do it. I mean, he might not be happy deep down, but I mean, what is he going to do? Say no?
I mean, this is a year of sacrifice, but I don't think initially he's going to want to do that. I don't.
So, look, they do have a couple weeks to play this out. He starts his rehab assignment today. Look, 3 weeks from now, if Taiwan's struggling, the conversation might be moot. Yeah, right. But if Taiwan's pitching well, I think they have an option there. 215-592-9490. Let's go to the phone lines here. Anthony in Morristown is up talking Bohm, Phils, and everything else. Hey, Anthony.
What is going on, guys? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Anthony. What's up?
So I got a little thing on Bohm, a little thing on BG, but I would name this toy right now.
What do you got?
Simon.
Nah.
Simon
I know Simon.
says.
Yeah, Simon's. You talking about the one you had to repeat though, right? The repeater.
Yeah.
The blue. It was the blue, yellow, red, and green.
Yellow,
yeah.
It's not Anthony. It's not it. You would have
I had
heard
one of
the
those. I had
celebration
one.
buzzer.
Wow.
But all right, I actually think
all
people are giving good guesses. They're
They
just
are.
not getting.
They're just not getting this one.
Yeah. All right, Anthony. What do you got on all those topics?
So with Bohm, honestly, I think you sit him, and maybe not even for the whole game. You put him in the locker room. You have him listening to the game while he's meditating and just calming himself down.
That's a thought.
Trust me, because at some point, if they get down, he might get this feeling like I need to go out there and just maybe by 6th, 7th inning, switch him in for somebody to go up to bat, and maybe he has this confidence that he didn't have before.
Let's send him on a darkness retreat too with Aaron Rodgers in Egypt
with some ayahuasca.
Visit a witch doctor.
That might be the way we get rid of him. Where'd he go?
I didn't go
He's
that
somewhere.
deep.
He's in Egypt. He's on a retreat. I don't know. Anthony, what do you think about BG?
BG, he needs to remain retired. He doesn't want to become a Tom Brady or one of these other people that retire and unretire. He won his last year with the Super Bowl. He's got 2 with the team. That's the perfect time to end it and then just, hang out with the team, help support them, whatever, but, retired.
So I hear you. It is a great ending. I mean, Hugh's right and you're right, Anthony. But what if he wants to play football?
Can't play forever, man.
I know, but why are we deciding his ending?
Well, because
he should get to write his ending, and I don't mean he gets to play here forever. If the Eagles the Eagles have a lot of young defensive ends, right? They signed Ojulari, they signed Uche, they have Jelix Hunt, they have Nolan Smith. I mean, sometimes teams move on from you. That's okay. The Eagles are in their rights to say, "Hey, Brandon, we're ready. We're ready for the next step." But if Brandon wants to play football, and I'm not saying he wants to play somewhere else, but he should be allowed to play football.
I mean, you should play as long as you can, and Brandon's trying to do that. But again, Joe, there's nobody that has had the career that Brandon's had in the NFL. He's one of one. And I feel, me personally, if it was me, as much as I want to play, you risk tainting that legacy, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Because Brandon might not, again, Joe, you're never going to get rid of that feeling. That feeling is never going to go away. That feel every Sunday I have to calm down because I want to play, but I can't.
You should try.
Oh, hell no, man, I would die because I couldn't breathe after we ran the first play. It's hard to play football. I mean, it's no joke. And I remember when I retired and walked out there on the field and I saw that, I was very humble because I was like, damn, I can't believe I did this for 10 years.
Because they were moving so fast. Yeah.
Brandon did it for 15 years. And your body, read the social cues, your body's starting to break down. You can't, even though you might feel like you could play, but your body's telling you, bro, you can't do what you used to do. That's the hardest thing. And I get it, man. And I'm not sitting here trying to tell Brandon, that he shouldn't do what he feels in his heart or anything like that. But the writing's right there.
I wonder if it's actually harder when you still have something left in the tank.
Yes, I could imagine.
Right. Like if you're done and the league is telling you you're done, your body's telling you, it's like, all right, I can't play anymore. I'm not good anymore. But if you're still good, like I think it's part of why Jason was so emotional last year. Because he
can still play, but
right.
And he probably still struggled, especially with them winning the Super Bowl. You don't think Jason wanted to play?
I'm sure he did.
And Jason probably sat up there every day after he retired and said, damn, shouldn't have retired. But this is the decision I made, my family. And then you have to see this when you have to start looking at other things that you find joy in life. Like his kids, he just had another baby girl. Like there are other things and other things where other ways you can channel your energy. Brandon just hasn't found that yet because football is life. And everything that he says about the locker room and the camaraderie, I get all of that. But, dude, you're not going to lose none of that. You're just not going to be a part of that locker room anymore. But the guys that you've played with over the years, you still got that family. Still got that family.
215-592-9494. Don't forget, later in the show, we have our new segment we end shows with now about you people. Yes, the YouTube audience, because we are live on YouTube now. You can watch the show as well as listen to it on YouTube. We'll check in with the YouTube audience coming up in a little bit. T in Georgia's up. Hey, T.
Yo, what's up, how's it going, guys?
Hey, T.
I appreciate you. Listen to you on the Audacity app down here on spring break as a teacher. Alec Baum, here's the deal. I'm sorry, send him down to AAA. And my rationale for this is maybe those young bucks on the farm team are going to get a message. And then maybe in return, Mr. Baum will also get a message and realize how important and how blessed he is to be in this position.
So here's what I would say to that, T. They would need to be able to have someone that could come up and take the spot. I mean, like, Aiden Miller is one of their top prospects. He's a shortstop. I think he could eventually be a third baseman. I think in 2 months, 3 months, if Aiden Miller's hitting the cover off the ball, maybe he comes up and takes the spot. But if you're sending him down, are you just sending him down and playing Sosa every day? Is he the third baseman then?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with.
Okay.
And then also, I'm going to have to mention something. I'm not sure. I'm talking about mindset, like mindset Q. It's gonna adjust, in my mind, Alec Bohm's position in life.
Well, it would have to be humbling. I mean, any player that's been in the big leagues this long to be sent down to the minor leagues would be incredibly humbling. I mean, I don't know, Hugh. I don't know how he'd respond to it. I actually think he'd be embarrassed.
Yeah, a little bit of that, especially when you talk about being an all-star, and then all of a sudden, what'd you say?
Is that bad though?
Maybe not.
To get sat down?
No, to be embarrassed.
Oh, so yeah, I think it would be bad for him. I don't know Alec Baum's origin story. I don't know how he came up, but it's obvious in some aspects of his play, he hasn't had a whole lot of adversity because it doesn't feel like he handles it well. Say like on the flip side of that, we talk about Taiwan Walker in the year he had it, and we laughed and giggled last week when Topper was talking about how he got booed and how he felt bad for the kid, and everybody was like, so what? He endured that for a whole year.
Yeah.
And he compartmentalized that, and he came out and he's having the start that he's having. Everybody's not built the same.
Well, look at the opposite. I mean, we could all have our opinions on how great of a quarterback Jalen Hurts is. Here's what we all agree. He's mentally tough. Right?
Yes.
Think about Jalen Hurts. You said his origin story, benched and then transferring, second round pick. You know, Jalen Hurts, we all agree, is a mentally tough player. And Alec Bohm right now is it. T, we appreciate the phone call. All right, let's go to Angelo in Westchester. What's up, Angelo?
Hey, what's up?
Angelo, what's up, buddy?
So my comment here also, one quick thing. Thank you here for taking a picture of me last week at opening day. Just had to get that out the way real quick.
Oh, there you go, man.
I was being nice.
Yeah, at least that day.
Dude, you're always nice, man. My one thing is with Bone is this: we're too late. I mean, if he sat around here, but we're saying 6 years on the ball club, he sat around guys like Harper, Schwarber, Nola, Wheeler, Real Mute, so the list goes on. And he's not learning. He has the same mental age as when he came in here. And it's not going to get better. We could send him down. That's not going to do anything but diminish his trade value. But there's really no trade value because we didn't get rid of him during the offseason. We don't have a replacement for him like other guys. Like we have. The one thing I was confused when we signed Trey Turner is we had Aiden Miller down there. So we put a lot of pressure on the both of them. And then we have Crawford in the outfield. There's 3 guys in the outfield next season that are likely going to be fighting for a platoon spot, if not a bench spot. because Crawford's going to be starting on this team next year. So it's a lot of the same things, and I don't know why we put our basket. I mean, so much in the breadbasket with Bone.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Well, here's the one thing though: they haven't re-signed him. I think they realize he's not long for here. It's just a matter of the present versus the future, right? Like I don't think he's going to be their third baseman 3 years from now, Angelo. I think that ship is sailing away. But do they need him?
Who can we go in the direction now that we sat here waiting for so long? Is my big thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I if I had to guess, I think they're going to still trade him. I think at some point between now and the end of his contract, a year and a half from now, they're going to trade him. It's a matter of when and what they could get back, and like none of this is going to happen tomorrow. So they got to try to get still something out of him before that all happens. And I would drop him in the order tonight. Angelo, what do you got for us for a guess for Hughes Clues? What is he talking about?
G.I. Joe figures.
That's a good guess.
Good guess, Angelo.
Now they're getting warmed up. Are we talking about, like, to be more specific, even you didn't win, by the way, but I just want to know which ones you're talking about. Are you talking about the 6-inch G.I. Joes, or are you talking about the little G.I. Joes?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's not here anymore, but that's okay.
Yeah,
I think he was thinking about the little ones.
The little ones. Because I don't know, because when I was growing up, the big G.I. Joes.
That's what I had.
Was with the hair. They had the facial hair.
I love
they had. So it just all depends on which one he's talking about.
How do you feel that we're 2.5 hours in and people haven't?
No, people got it. It's just that
no, people did not get it.
Well, people that follow me on the Twitter, they got it and they heard it. They know what it is.
I wonder if the you people have it.
The you people ain't got it. They're warm though. Okay. You're warm. Okay. I think you're forgetting about this.
You checked in on the you people?
I checked in on the. Well, I don't check the YouTube. I wait for Kyle. I like that to be a surprise.
Yeah, I like
for the mean and hurtful things to be said to be a surprise.
He was an idiot. I didn't know that. Let's go to Andy in Westchester. What's up, Andy?
Bad clue, Hugh.
Oh, that might be a top seed next year in the bracket of Hughes.
And you know these clues are fire. Andy, I think me and you're about the same age. Just think about it for a minute.
I know. I have a bunch of things, but I'll hang on. But I like also it's wise old Hugh with Brandon Graham. I actually, are you certain he was saying Howie said that to him? Because I thought he said he was praying and that Lord told him to, go out on top.
You know what? We could play it again, and so John Clark put up. That's where I first saw it. And then we went and found the audio.
He did say something about the Lord and Howie,
but Howie was part of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So John Clark put the quote up. We played the audio of the quote, and then at the end, the context, the backdrop was Howie talking about his conversation. Brandon talking about his conversation with Howie, suggesting that he retire. Like the person he was referencing, saying it's a fairy tale ending, was Howie.
Okay. I kind of missed that because I thought he was saying he was praying and that's the answer he got. But all right. Well, anyway, with Bohm, I kind of feel like I feel for him in that he's going through this mental thing, but is it possible to put him on the 15-day list on the IL and just let him go clear his head?
It is. Yeah, I mean, teams do this. You kind of have to have it's like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like the player's got to be on board. I mean, you can't just tell him you're hurt and he's like got to pretend he's hurt. Like the Dodgers do this a lot, Andy, and I always think half of it is make believe. But I think everyone's on board. Like it's almost like a break for their pitchers they give them, and they say, whatever, back inflammation. There's something very vague. So if they do it, they probably have to be on the same page with him. Like, hey, let's take a little rest here, and we'll just call it a sore back or whatever.
Right. Or, I mean, you hear personal reasons.
Right. Yeah, you can do that too. Yeah.
If you bench him, then he's sitting there stewing. You know what I mean? He's sitting there with everyone, and he's going to feel like crap. If he's just gone for a couple weeks, maybe it gives him some time to get together. But who knows? He had a whole off season, and doesn't seem like it worked.
It does not, unfortunately. Andy, where are you at? What's your guess? What do you got for us?
All right. So I know all the ladies would be falling all over you if you rolled up on your green machine.
Andy, you nailed
That's what
it.
I'm talking about. The green machine was the hottest toy on the strip.
Tricycle.
I had the stupid big wheel that, ended up burning out the wheels on.
No, listen. I was telling Joe, the big wheel is the Mustang. And the green machine is the 5.0.
All right, Andy,
that's the one. The 5.0 ball.
Was I being disrespectful? He was trying to describe
it to me this morning.
And I was like, the tricycle.
It's not a tricycle.
Well, it is.
And he got upset because it was a tricycle.
It's not a tricycle.
How many wheels? How many wheels?
Tricycles are metal.
How many wheels did
it
have?
It
3.
It's 3 wheels.
But hold up though.
Saying that.
The big wheel had a handbrake. The big wheel had a handbrake.
Oh, wow.
Right.
And dude,
the two levers.
Man, listen.
Living in
You used to
caveman
hit that-
times, a
you used to
handbrake
hit
was
that
a
hand. Man, listen.
big invention.
When you were little and you hit the corner on the big
was a
wheel,
long time ago.
you hit the corner on your big wheel, man, on your green machine, and hit that handbrake and spit out.
And the ladies were
And
there.
all the ladies, oh, look at him.
That's
He
why
was
you always had
winning.
holes in your wheels.
That's
Spit
it.
it
Yeah,
out.
you had to get
Turn
another
holes
big
in
wheel.
them.
Mom was like, "No, you ain't getting another big wheel." Well, Mom,
But I don't think calling it a tricycle is that offensive. It's like
it's
disrespectful.
It's a
It's
tricycle.
not. It's like calling a Harley a motorcycle.
no,
That's what it is.
It's not. No.
Is a
It's
Harley a
disrespectful.
motorcycle?
A Harley is a bike.
What?
So it's a horse.
It's a motor.
It's called a horse.
What are you talking about?
Most people call Harley horses.
It's
They're
a-
iron
okay.
horse.
Okay,
But it is a
but is it
motorcycle.
not?
But
a
it's an
motorcycle?
iron horse.
Is-
A Harley Davidson is an iron
I feel like you're
horse.
tap dancing.
Andy,
I am not tap dancing.
Andy, congratulations.
I am standing on business.
You're tap dancing. Andy won a $100 gift card to Sunoco. Get the highest level of performance out of your car with 94 Octane, now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations in Philadelphia. All right, coming up, we'll get to your phone calls on Boom, BG, Taiwan. Big win for the Phillies last night with the Turner home run and Alvarado closing out. But we got to get to a pretty juicy situation brewing in the NFL that the Eagles could potentially get involved in. A huge name, and maybe he's not going to be on his team for very much longer. We'll hit that next. Midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and every drive can bring you closer to victory. Right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. I'm on Colin Morikawa in this tournament. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber deposits one off the chop house.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dockett, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safe safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hardworking, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is this you singing to Alec Bone? For
No,
one
I
of
thought
our
it was
first
for the
callers?
big, I thought it was for the big wheel.
You on his tricycle.
Big wheel, man. Green machine. Green machine. Green machine was that thing though, boy. With that handbrake, hit that handbrake on him. It didn't sound like that, but as a kid, that's what you wanted it to
I
sound
can
like.
see you going right back to your childhood this morning. I can see it in your face.
Doing donuts in the parking lot, in my big wheel,
and
rolling up.
The girls are cheering for you.
This is my childhood, by the way. Toy Story. Big Toy Story guy.
Toy Story's great. We got a little Woody thing going on over there.
A little Woody. That just sounds real crazy when you said it.
Sorry. You kind of remind me of Woody from Toy Story.
I used to dress up as Woody all the time when I was
I
little.
mean, can you not see it?
You used to dress up as Woody.
I mean, if you asked me to say a Disney character, that Kyle would be.
I'm childish.
Woody.
Even when it wasn't Halloween, you could see me dressing up as Woody.
He used to dress up as Woody all the time.
Now Hugh's gonna giggle for the rest of the show. There it is. All right. Before we go any further with this nonsense and all the Alec Boehm stuff, which in general is nonsense because he's just struggling so much right now. Hugh, we got a situation we got to monitor.
What we got?
All right. So yesterday, TJ Watt, one of the great pass rushers of
TJ Watt, a beast.
108 career sacks already at the age of 30. He is unbelievable. Last year, in a down year for him, 11.5 sacks. Year before, 19.
He gets off the ball.
4 years ago, 22.5 sacks. All right, so we know how good TJ Watt is. He had a cryptic Instagram post where he kind of put up peace signs. So,
Deuces.
well, A lot of people out in Pittsburgh are saying this is not him. This is not the way he typically acts, right? He's not like a look at me social media guy. So what's going on here?
Tired of losing.
Well, maybe that's it.
Or tired of not going to the playoffs.
Or tired of not getting the kind of money he wants after
too.
Myles Garrett got his contract. So there's a lot going on here. Mark Colobi, who covers the Steelers, a guest of the Pat McAfee show often, he said it's something to watch, that there's something going on here with his contract.
We on TJ Watch?
We are officially on TJ
Watch.
TJ Watch. Yeah, that's what we're on. Hugh, that's good
Nailed
stuff.
it, Hugh.
All right, do we have some audio here on NFL Network? What's going on with TJ Watch? Let's hear it.
TJ Watt is in a contract negotiation situation with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We have seen several top edge rushers get paid. Myles Garrett topping $40 million. We still have Micah Parsons need to get paid. We still have Trey Henderson needs to get paid. But TJ Watt, set to make just $21 million this year, is in that category. Generally, when a player makes a social media post that forces us to talk about it on TV, like we're doing right now, it is because contract negotiations are not going as well as anybody had hoped. If they were going well, if things were all wrapped up, then this would be more like this and less like this, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're reading into it. So I think we could safely say the contract talks between TJ Watt and the Steelers are not off to a rip-roaring start. Doesn't mean they won't get there. They've gotten there before. He is a great player who deserves every penny. But for the sake of this argument, right now in this discussion, let's assume that TJ Watt is not exactly the most thrilled person on earth dealing with this contract.
You know a photo of Howie with the binoculars from a few years ago?
Looking to see.
That's me right now. I'm Howie with the binoculars watching this thing. Hugh, your thoughts on Watt, and let's play it out. Let's say this thing hits a snag and they really can't agree to a contract. How much are you willing to give up for TJ Watt and Jalen Carter rushing together? What do you think?
See, now this is where I'm with you to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we're going to part ways, and Kyle's probably going to go bananas.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to get TJ Watt because I'm not going to be able to pay. Because the money that TJ Watt is going to want for the time that he's here, you're going to have to pay Jalen Carter. Like, Jalen Carter is going to get a boatload of money. So you gotta have to pay him, TJ Watt, and Jalen Carter eventually. So I don't think that this is a move that presently, the way the Eagles are constructed, that they could do. I really don't. I would love for it to happen. Don't get me wrong, because when we talked about it, I was like, oh, that'd be great. But now when I think about the money that we're going to have to get and give to him and the money that Jalen Carter's going to get, it's not going to fit.
So I understand your point. I'm disappointed in you, though. I mean, aren't you thinking about? Don't you used to be a pass rusher?
I am,
what happened
and I was
to you?
like initially.
What happened?
But see, this is the problem, because I feel a lot of times as fans, we always talk about what we want, but we're not being realistic about how we're going to get it.
All right, so here's why I get that.
You see what I'm saying? So we have to be realistic.
It reminds me of the Myles Garrett thing.
Yes.
He's the same age. He wants a record contract. And you're right, the Eagles have issues salary cap-wise. It's why they've let players go this offseason. They got to pay some other guys.
Yeah.
But the longer this plays out, you know who has 20 picks in the next 2 years?
The Eagles.
The Eagles. So I'm monitoring this, because what if this gets to the summer and they still can't agree to a contract and he's holding out? I understand the money deep down is an issue and the Eagles got to figure out how they're paying everyone. But what if I'm not giving up 2 1s for him. Like, I'm not, because he's at that age where he could fall off soon and they got to figure out money stuff. But what if it gets to the summer, Hugh, and he's holding out in Pittsburgh and they could get him for a small price in terms of the trade value?
The trade value, but then you have to pay him because that's a sign and trade.
I know, but the double whammy is what I think the Eagles probably won't do. The 2 first-round picks and $40 million a year. But what if the summer rolls around and he's like, I'm not playing with Pittsburgh anymore, and they say, all right, we'll give you a 2 and a 3. I got to bring him in.
Yeah,
I have to.
But you giving a 2 and a 3, and you're still running the risk, if you don't sign him, of him leaving at the end of the year.
This is his last year of his deal.
Yeah. So, I don't think if I'm TJ, I'm in my last year of my contract. I'm not playing for anybody if they're not signing and trading. I mean, if they're not signing me, if I'm traded,
right? I'm
not doing none of that, because you're 30. You're still playing at a high level, but you're 30. So you're looking for that financial security. So no, I'm not playing. I'm not playing for less than whatever it is, whatever dollar amount he wants to play for. I'm not doing that.
Do anything for
Here's what I'm doing. I'm monitoring the situation. I'm Howie with the binoculars, and if the price drops because he holds out or whatever, I'm pouncing on this, and I'll figure the contract situation out later on. I mean, how could I not? Kyle, I already know what you're going to say, but TJ Watt, we could call him our literal white whale here.
Yep.
Imagine TJ Watt and Jalen Carter together.
Where was this energy with Myles Garrett? I'm wondering.
Wait a minute.
For me?
Yeah, they're like the same age.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Myles Garrett's probably better.
Hold on. Because I did say I would not give up 2 1s for Myles Garrett.
Okay, I would do that in a heartbeat for TJ Watt.
I wouldn't do that.
I think you're out of your mind.
Well, because we have to also pay him and the 2-1. I'm saying
great. Awesome.
If
You'll get TJ Watt. Love it.
If the price drops, I'm watching this.
Bro,
I'm monitoring.
I will do whatever it takes to get TJ Watt.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Well, at least I want him here. Hugh doesn't even want good players anymore.
Yeah, you can pretty much copy and paste my entire argument for the Myles Garrett thing and just do it for TJ Watt. This is one of the biggest no-brainers you could possibly have if you're the Eagles.
I'm just, again, imagine TJ Watt and Jalen Carter together.
But financially, it's not going to make it.
I don't get. No, screw that. I don't.
Well, hold on a second. What if we made it make sense?
How?
Will
you get rid of AJ?
Yes. Do I need to spend this much on the offensive side of the football?
Wait a minute. AJ, you getting rid of AJ Brown?
No, you asked me a question.
And you answered it very, very quickly.
Okay.
You said yes.
For the next 2 years, if I could have AJ Brown or TJ Watt, I would take TJ Watt. And I'll still score a bunch of points with Devontae Smith and Saquon Barkley
and Golden
and a receiver they could draft in the first or second round. And I'll put TJ Watt and Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter, and let's go win the Super Bowl.
Y'all talk about me living in a fairy tale world.
Y'all
don't know how these things work. Like, you got to pay TJ.
I'm subtracting the AJ money.
They're definitely not going to do that this year.
Could.
You're not subtracting that. It's a beautiful dream. It is, but it's not going to happen. That's one of the reasons why Sweat's not here, because they didn't want to pay him. Matter of fact, he took a pay cut.
Yeah, but this is different.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I'm not saying
TJ Watt,
that.
yeah.
I'm not saying TJ Watt and I'm not saying Sweat him in the same stratosphere. But you're going to allocate a lot of money to TJ, which when you look at our cap, our money, our coffers, we ain't got that much.
Do you
bread.
even Howie, bro? Like this whole it's a nice dream. People would have said that about AJ Brown before we traded for him on draft night.
Yep.
Saquon Barkley.
Like
Howie can make these things happen.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen.
I didn't think that was very personal. I'm just wondering if you even Howie.
All right, so let me throw something at you. Let me throw something at you.
What you got?
Okay. Because we keep saying they can't afford another defensive player because they're going to pay Jalen.
They're about to get a ton of bread.
Let me just say something, and I'm not even saying it's going to happen. It's just a hypothetical. What if Nolan Smith turns into TJ Watt? Guess what he's going to ask for? Like, let's say Nolan Smith comes out this year, and the way he played the last 8 or 9 games, he does it for a full season. He has 18 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to want $35 million a year. Are we going to let Nolan Smith go?
I think that when you talk about what he could potentially be, this ain't the contract, because they're all coming up, because they were all drafted around the same time. I know the Kobe's 5th-year option is coming up. They got to figure that out, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm just saying, just going to live in this world where they're going to pay Jalen Carter. Then eventually we're going to let Nolan potentially go. And what if Quinion turns into an all pro?
I know that's a whole lot of what if the hypotheticals, but right now, if I'm Howie, all of my resources that I'm potentially going to allocate are going to be for Jalen Carter, because Jalen Carter right now is the end all to be all on this Eagles defense. He's that guy. So what you're talking about, I will cross that bridge when I get to it. But right now, when I look at this team and the way that it's constructed, a lot of money on the offensive side of the ball
and not much on defense.
I can't pay both of those guys.
See, like what I'm envisioning, at some point they're going to have to make a hard decision.
Yes,
and either take money off the offense and give it to the defense, or let a defensive player that they want to keep go. And so that could be like the TJ Watt's just a name for right now, but it could be Nolan Smith 2 years from now.
But right now, to your point, Joe, they're not thinking that way. I think they're more thinking, okay, if that happens, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
That's what they're doing.
But it's almost a guarantee that Jalen Carter has to be that guy. Jalen Carter is a throwback to when Reggie White and those guys used to play. Jalen Carter played damn near 90% of the snaps.
He's amazing.
Only cats that do that are offensive players. So when you look at the league as a whole, and I'm not saying this to trigger anybody, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. Luxury, not a necessity.
See, but listen, you trigger.
But no, because people aren't hearing what I'm saying is that defensive players nowadays, if you're playing a 60 snap game on defense, you're probably like Brandon and those guys playing 30 snaps. They're not playing the whole game. They're going in a rotation.
Well, especially the upfront guys.
Yeah, the upfront guys. They're rotating those guys. Offensive linemen never come off the field. They never come off the field. Jalen Carter, think about it like this, people. He was the only defensive lineman that didn't come off the field. He's going to get that kind of money because of his contribution and what he brings to the table. He's a 60-snap player, 60-snap-a-game player in an era where guys only play half of the game. So he has to be your priority. TJ Watt, the same thing. So when you look at that, who they got? Cam Hayward, right? They got Cam Hayward, they got TJ Watt. Those guys were drafted there. The money that you're going to give for TJ Watt's going to want to get paid.
86% of snaps last year.
Who was that?
Well, TJ.
That's what I'm saying. Those are those guys.
I know.
We don't have those guys. We don't have all of those guys. We got one of those guys. So they're not going to want to pay. I don't think they're going to want to pay both of them.
How about having 2 instead of 1?
No, I would like that, but financially, I don't think that the Eagles are going to be in a position to do that.
I think you have anti-elite edge rusher bias because you're worried about people coming for your sack record.
That's
why you're okay with Josh Sweat.
I am not.
We saw it. We saw right through it. We saw right through it.
Yep.
You guys are ridiculous.
It's why you were hesitant to buy in the Bond thing because he's 53. We see right through this.
Right through you.
I sit here
because if
every
TJ
day.
Watt arrives, you fall down the list of great Eagles pass rushers.
And I have an agenda. I am okay with that. But I like how when I bring logical facts to the table, it always comes out in your guys' eyes that like I'm hating. I'm not hating. I'm thinking.
Well, listen, we're like anybody else in their car listening. Like, wait a second. Hugh doesn't want TJ Watt.
Yeah,
why? And then the wheels start spinning.
Is that right? Is that what it is?
He must not want him to get more sacks in an Eagles uniform.
Okay. All right. Okay.
At least you admit it. At least you admit it.
It's gatekeeper Douglas.
Yeah, it's his growth today. You admit it.
I cannot win with this one.
Yeah.
You guys are a mess.
Wow. I'm surprised you didn't you people.
I thought about it, but I was like, it is. I'll wait.
We got maybe the hardest you people of all time earlier in the show.
I know. It was outrageous. All right. At least we're not the only one. Cashmere the Pocono is disappointed at Hugh. What's up, Cashmere?
What I do? Wait a minute. Hold up, Cashmere. What did I do?
I am disappointed in you, Hugh, because you as a former player should know that if another player is not doing his job and he's sulking on the field and making your team worse and is making it harder for you to do your job as a player because you were one of the star pass rushers in the league back when you played, Hugh. And guess what? Just like Bryce Harper is one of the star home run hitters and star hitters of his Phillies team in baseball, he's making it harder on guys like Harper and Turner because of him sulking and him not being able to get a damn hit to save his life. He's making it harder on them. So guess what? Hugh, as a former player, you should be saying to this cat, yo, bro, you're making life more difficult on me because let me ask you a question, Hugh. Let me ask you a question. What would you be saying to a player in his 5th or 6th year and he continues to sulk on the sidelines? He's throwing his helmet. He's missing blocking assignments. He can't shed blocks. He can't make any tackles. He's not doing his job. And he's sulking on the sidelines. He's got a piss-poor attitude. And you got other teammates calling this cat out, saying he's not doing his job. Hugh, what would you be saying, Hugh?
You want me to answer this question honestly?
Answer.
Yes.
I'm going to say, hey, bro, are you okay? We need you. We need you to pick it up. We need you to pick it up.
6 years, bro.
Hey, see, Cashmere, you asked me to answer a question. And I gave you the honest.
Doesn't like your answer.
He wants it answered. He wants it answered a certain way.
Nobody likes my answers. Nobody likes the way that you have to handle these situations.
Maybe look in a
but
mirror,
guess what, Cashmere? Guess what? I hear what you're
this is why he
saying.
defends Bone. Bone's the same way.
Guess what, Cashmere? I hear what you're saying. But you can't handle every situation with a heavy head. You remember Latrell Sprewell? Y'all remember him?
Yes. I remember
what happened when
Latrell
Sprewell? What? That's what I'm getting to. What happened when PJ was yelling at Latrell? Got hands put on it. You can't talk there. Like, my point is this.
PJ got choked out.
You can't talk to everybody like that nowadays. That's when it started. Cat started talking about, hey, coach, don't get Sprewelled up in this piece. That's why coaches like Bill Parcells and those old school coaches, they had to hurry to get out the league. Cats ain't dealing with that no more. Cats, you ain't talking.
Bone's not going to Sprewell Topper.
He's not going to Sprewell Topper. But
No.
here's the thing. But can I mind if I rebut you real quick?
No, you got it.
Here'll be my rebuttal. I understand, like, here's the thing. I understand what you're saying. Like, a guy like Jimmy Johnson wouldn't be able to coach in today's NFL because he would get on players like that. So I understand, you know, even though he was one of the great defensive coordinators of all time, if not the greatest, I get that. But here would be my issue, right? This city still has not changed. We still demand, and I know I live in the Poconos, but Joe, just like Joe, you gave me an eye count as an honorable Philadelphia fan, right? You agree, right, Joe?
Oh, you're a great Phillies fan. I don't care if you're in the Poconos or right next to us.
Yep, and so I count as a Philadelphia sports fan. So I count as one of you guys. So I will say this: we still, as a Philadelphia fan base, Hugh, we still hold our players accountable. We still demand a lot out of our players. And if we see you, and here's the thing, right? If we see you sulking on the field, throwing your helmet, throwing your bat, acting like a 6-year-old who just dropped a piece of cake. If we see you acting like
that would hit home. That analogy hit home.
Really did, yeah.
While still,
everyone's been there.
While still performing awfully, terribly, and making life more difficult and making the game harder for guys like Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber and Trea Turner, who rely on Bohm to be able to do his job to not a great level, but to a level that can make us better because we're trying to win a championship here, man.
No, I hear what you're saying.
You know, the Harper point you brought up, Cashmere, it's a great phone call with a lot of passion. Hugh, I do wonder at some point if Harper, because Harper's the one on days where they face a right-handed pitcher, right? So Schwarber leads off, Turner's 2, Harper 3, Bohm 4, right? Harper's the one that eventually is going to be the most affected because pitchers are going to stop pitching to him or pitch around him and make it hard. Like, eventually I wonder how long until Harper goes to Topper and be like,
what are we doing?
I need protection, right? Like, and that could be Castellanos right now, or however they're going to do it. Like, if I'm Bryce, I'm like, because this happened in the playoffs. Remember the year they played the Diamondbacks? The Diamondbacks stopped pitching to Bryce because they wanted to go after Bohm.
Yeah,
like that's also another element to this that Topper's got to be sensitive to. If Bryce is being affected, then I got to make a move.
And I understand all of that. I don't think we're there where we have to make those drastic decisions just yet.
Are you serious? It's April 10th.
No. And you say it jokingly, but you see it. There's some level of seriousness in there. It's too early for that move to be made. Now, everything that Cashmere said, everything that you're saying, I believe that to be true. But there's also the delivery when you're talking to a player. And the way that I said everything that Cashmere said when I said, hey, man, we need you. Because that's the truth. I need you. I need you to protect me in order. It's the way you said. You can't go to say, hey, dude, you stink. You make too much money to be playing like this and da-da-da-da-da. That's nobody responds to
this
that.
whole thing about you taking the pledge, it's done.
Wait,
you did take the Phillies accountability.
You didn't take it seriously at all.
What do you mean I didn't take it seriously?
Because nothing that we've talked about with the Phillies so far has been pledge-like attitude.
Wait a minute.
You've abandoned the pledge instantly. You didn't even take it seriously. You're doing nothing on everybody.
You were giggling through the pledge.
It was a joke.
You were giggling.
Seriously? I'm giggling?
No, not now. No. During the pledge.
Well, you were. Everybody heard it.
We took the pledge to hold the Phillies.
You know why I try to bring some maturity to this station, and especially in this time slot?
Yep, that's right.
Because you guys, because I called the toy a tricycle.
It was not a tricycle. It's a green.
So mature.
Because you guys are so emotional about everything.
No, not us.
You're ready. Like, okay, granted, it's more of a one-game sample size. It's more than one game sample size. But it's too early to be making all these drastic moves just yet.
So you didn't take the pledge seriously.
I did take the pledge seriously.
No,
but I also took
the pledge nonsense. But that's not the pledge.
The clock is ticking. There's only 151 games to go.
You
the
said
clock is
151 games.
215.
11 games in, and we're already making moves. We're already benching people. We're sending them down to AAA already.
All I said is drop them in the order.
Boy, I tell you, you people today, man.
Oh, here we go again. Defending everyone with the you people stuff. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls. Daily Mock coming up there. So we also have another Sunoco gift card to give away. They gave us 2 today.
Ooh.
How about that?
How are we giving away the second?
We'll do it by caller number 4 right now to the contest line. 215-988-1258. 215-988-1258. Caller number 4 right now. 4 where Bohm should not bat tonight. Caller number 4 wins this gift card on the other side, the Daily Mock at 1 o'clock on Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Bonterra Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers on May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round off the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to 20 matchups and so much more. Man, I'm going with a fan favorite this year to get his first win at Augusta. Let's go with Rory McIlroy to be the outright winner of the Masters. Now, FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bets as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is no withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd compared the Luka Doncic trade to Babe Ruth last night. The Red Sox dealt their Bambino and didn't win again for nearly a century. Hopefully Kidd was joking, but the early returns aren't good for his Dallas Mavericks. Last night, Luka scored 45 points against the Mavs. It already looks like one of the most lopsided trades in NBA history. Is it Babe Ruth bad? Not yet. But let's see how many titles Luka wins before we make a final judgment. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
Oh, it is that time of the day. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. 2 weeks from tonight, Hugh, we're going to be at the link.
2 weeks
for the first round of the NFL draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select at number 32, unless they move around the board, which they could. Let's go to
be there all night, bro.
Oh, you better lock in. You know, last time this happened when they won the Super Bowl, we did the draft show from the link. Pick 32. We stayed there all night, and then they traded out of the first round.
Wait a minute, that was y'all did. I thought you were my last. No, we didn't get that.
No, we did not.
It was like 16th or something. What was it? Quinyon was what?
20
something?
23, 24, somewhere in that range. All right, let's go to this today's mock draft over Pro Football Focus. Number 1 overall, no surprise here. We've had this the whole time. The Titans select quarterback Cam Ward out of Miami. Number 2, we got a trade here.
Well, we got
trades in this mock. Number 2, the Chicago Bears trade up and draft Abdul Carter. They trade with the Browns.
Okay.
So they give up number 10, number 39, number 148, next year's first rounder to move up. I mean, would the Bears be on your radar if they have a new coach and they add to the offensive line and they add Abdul Carter? They'd be on my radar.
They've been working hard. And the quarterback, even though they didn't win a whole lot of games, he didn't play that bad.
Yeah, there's promise. I think the coach was the bigger issue last year. All right, so the Bears land Abdul Carter, number 2. Number 3, the Giants select Travis Hunter, wide receiver / corner from Colorado. Number 4, the Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle LSU. Number 5, the Jaguars select Mason Graham, defensive lineman from Michigan. And I'm scrolling down, but I don't have to go all the way to 32 because in this one, it's Howie season. The Eagles trade up with the Minnesota Vikings to get up to number 24. So the Eagles surrender number 32, number 96, and number 161. So they trade, what is that? Would that be a 1, a 3, and a 5? I think I'm right on that. A 1, a 3, and a 5 to move up to 24 to select a player that did come up once before on our mock drafts here. Donovan Ezeraku, edge rusher from Boston College. Again, he's got an awesome name. That sounds like a pass rusher name to me.
Nigerian nightmare. He's Nigerian. He could be a nightmare. Yeah, I mean, it's a guy 6'2", 248 pounds. Can fit into this 3-4 defense like the Eagles like to run. Slide from a 3-4 front to a 4-3 front. I like this. We talked about this young man earlier, man. I think he would be a good fit for this. I really do.
So let me ask you this then, because we talked about Ezeraku. We both like him as a player. I think he's got an awesome name, and he had good production at Boston College. Are you willing to trade up and surrender picks to move up or move around the draft? So that's not a small haul. A 1, a 3, and a 5 to go up 8 spots. Basically a 3 and a 5 because you're swapping the ones, right? So a 3 and a 5 to move up from 32 to 24. You in on that, or you want to just stay put at 32?
Excuse me.
I like the idea of moving up. They have 20 picks the next 2 drafts. Use them.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't have a problem moving up to get this edge rusher, especially when you talk about looking at this mock draft. and the guys that are coming off the board, you want to get a good edge rusher. You want to get somebody that's going to come in and contribute almost immediately. So yeah, I don't have a problem if that's what you have to do to get one of those guys. Then yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, yesterday when we were talking through all this, the scenario of the wide receiver came up, and I think you said, "What if all the guys you like are gone and the receiver is the best?" Well, this is a way to avoid that, right?
Yeah.
You trade up and you make sure you don't lose, Donovan Ezuraku or whoever the guy they have pegged as their edge rusher. I like this player. We talked to him a few weeks ago, and I like the idea of Howie trading up on draft night. And it's not just because we have a shorter night and we get to go home and get some sleep. It's the idea that I think
you want to get somebody that you feel is impactful.
Yes.
That can come in, especially on the defensive side of the ball, that can come in and contribute like immediately.
And they don't need 20 picks the next 2 years. I know it's cool to say it, but we're not adding 20 rookies to a roster that's trying to win the Super Bowl.
This is true.
So what are they doing with those 20 picks? They could move around the board. They also could trade some of them
for TJ Watt.
For TJ Watt or
all
veterans.
Of them.
All of them. And now, if we're talking about trading the whole draft for Abdul Carter, that's a little bit of a story. Elliot brought that up yesterday.
That would be more sense.
I'd rather trade them all for TJ Watt.
Oh, no.
All right, you got that price tag.
Abdul Carter has never played a snap in the NFL.
But he also only costs like a total of $40 million the next 5 years.
That's wonderful.
But
we don't know if we don't know if he's as good as a player as TJ Watt.
We don't. He probably won't be.
Yeah, but that's kind of my whole point.
But if he's 80% of TJ Watt at
no
a fraction of the cost, he could be 80% TJ Watt.
Not for the whole draft.
You know what Kyle is? Kyle the cat that go to the dealership and he said he want a Hellcat, but he only got RT money. He only got RT money, man. My bad. He like that.
Yeah, he's offended.
Yeah, my bad.
Are you in on Ezuraku? Would you trade up for Ezuraku?
You know what? I think I'm
Great
avoiding it just because of the nickname that you brought up the other day.
What you mean? The angry African?
Yeah,
again.
Well,
Hugh Douglas said that.
We're not
Joe
workshopping
Giglio.
that one.
No,
we can't do that.
That one we're not workshopping.
When I said it in front of the boss, he was like, he turned beet red. He was like, hold up.
Who said that? Hughes said it. I told you his nickname.
I didn't think it was that offensive when it came out of my mouth.
The Rock. The Rock is a very simple, inoffensive nickname.
I don't like the Rock either.
What do you
That
want?
makes me think of Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, he got that thing.
And he's kind of a tool.
You're out on the.
You think so?
Hold on, you're out on the real Rock.
Yeah,
the Rock's awesome. What would the Rock
He's
do?
the type. Well, hold on.
He did blow up though.
He's the type of guy that will only accept movie roles where he's the hero. He's such a look at me guy.
Wait a second.
He made a lot of
He's
money.
not a very good actor.
He made a lot of money as
I
a
don't
look at
give
me
a
guy.
crap
You
about
want
wrestling.
The Rock to be the villain?
He is a villain out in wrestling.
He would be a pretty cool villain if you've seen
He
him.
was a heel back in the day.
Awesome, but he won't accept any movie roles where he's acting as the villain.
Oh, who cares?
I care. It's fraudulent.
Oh, I think you're being too hard on the Rock.
Oh, wait, you think I'm being too hard on the
Too
Rock?
hard on the
Too
Rock.
hard on the Rock.
You think hold on. The Rock makes like 40 million times what Alec Boehm probably makes. We can be a little harder on
But
the Rock.
he's way
than
better at what he does than Alec Boehm.
He is
Disagree. He's
Hold on.
not a very good actor.
You don't think so?
He puts butts
Did
in
you
the
see
seats.
Black Adam?
And not really.
Did you
does
see
he?
Moana? Yes.
Moana, yeah, he blew up for him.
Hold on.
I think they're doing a
Maui?
live action.
The
Maui.
Rock
they're
puts
working
butts
on
on
that.
seats.
You don't think The Rock's a box office hit?
No.
Oh, stop.
No.
Yeah, he definitely.
Are you
is.
kidding me? To who?
He's a little bit of a diva.
America.
He's a little bit of a diva, but yeah, he
The
puts
Rock-
butts in
All
seats.
right, I'm going to put up a poll. America, comma.
No, is the Rock,
Does The Rock
no.
put butts in
Is
seats?
The
No,
Rock,
I'm going to address
is
America.
The Rock a box office star? Yes.
Yes, he is.
There's no
No,
question.
I'm going to say, does he put butts in seats?
Well, he does. I mean, he put butts in seats in the 90s in the WWE and F, and he does it now in movies.
He's a fraud.
You're totally off on this.
Ah, that's so strong.
Donovan Ezuraku, number 24 to the Eagles in our mock. Somehow we got to Dwayne Johnson here when we're just trying to talk about Donovan Ezuraku from Boston College. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Violet in Virginia talking to Alec Boehm. What's up, Violet?
Violet.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Violet, what's up?
Well, I am a huge supporter of Alec. I don't know what's going on. There is definitely something going on. I don't think you sit him down or bench him because I just think that's going to even mess up his head even more. I don't know if it's an injury thing, a head thing, or what's going on. And I know I keep harping on this and I keep going back to the first part of last year. I just don't feel like that was a fluke. So I don't know if there's a way to hone in or try to find out what was going on then compared to now. But I do think something has to be done. Maybe moving him down in the lineup because he's had some good defensive plays. He's just not hitting. But I mean, if we're going to look at that, I mean, overall, the Phillies aren't like lighting it up with the scoring. I mean, there's some guys are hitting, but there's some guys, I mean, I love Brandon Marsh, but it's not like he's freaking lighting it up.
No,
every time
he's
coming
not.
up the
Yeah,
bat.
Violet Marsh he's been rough. I mean, he's not played well at all.
And I really like him. There's just, I just think it's early. I mean, my gosh, what is it? 158 more games or something? I mean, you can't keep letting it go, but there's something's going on. I don't know what.
Well, I think it's all mental. I mean, because I don't think he just forgot how to hit. I mean, he's been a pretty good hitter in his career. I think it's all in his head right now.
And that very well may be true. I mean, and as far as him getting annoyed or slamming the bat, I mean, I guess I can relate to that because I'm a person that wears my emotions on my sleeve. I always have. So it's just relatable. I mean, it's just human. Some people show it and some people don't.
Yeah. Well, you're right, Violet, you're right about that. Unfortunately, he shows it a lot and he shows it in his toughest moments. Violet, we appreciate the phone call. By the way, I just pulled up here top 100 stars leading roles at the domestic box office. All right. They've got The Rock, Dwayne Johnson at number 11. He's ahead of Will Smith, Johnny Depp, Steve Carell, Eddie Murphy. This is box office.
That's wonderful for him. I'm getting crushed in the YouTube comments about the Rock take.
Of course you are.
But people reaching out to me saying that I'm so right. You guys are pumping up the Rock way too much.
You may think
he's a fraud.
You may think he's overrated, but he puts butts in seats. That's
You might not like it,
baloney.
but he puts butts in seats.
That's the point. He puts the butts
when
in seats.
when they had the WrestleMania here and he was the heel.
Guys are showing.
Man, that was bananas. I didn't even get a chance to go, but I was down there. I didn't get to go in, but I saw it.
What do you mean you didn't get to go in?
Well, I went to a wrestling event.
Yeah.
Listen, I love all of you. Wrestling fans are different. I didn't know.
I used to be a big one.
Yeah.
And now I just
I hear deodorant is optional with those.
I moved past that.
Kyle, you said it. I didn't.
But I know the wrestling community pretty well. That different is a good word.
It's a.
I mean it in an endearing way.
It was I forgot the event space, but it's off of Columbus Boulevard, Columbus Boulevard.
You talking about the old ECW stuff?
Yeah. Bruh. Kyle, to your point, there was some musty individuals up in that thing, man. And I had my son with me, and I was like, "You walk in the building." Not the only person that had on deodorant was me, and Harper was too young to wear it, but nobody wore deodorant. Except shout out to the Blue Mini he had on. I don't know, he wasn't funky.
Okay, so no,
Blue Mini.
Blue
Mini's
Mini.
a listener.
So
He's
yeah,
a
no,
VIP
Blue
guy.
Mini. You want like because I want Blue Mini think I thought he was funky, but it was some funky.
don't
it was some
cross
funky folks
Blue
over there.
Mini on the
Yeah,
show.
no, Blue
So
Mini, my dog now.
You know what the Rock has in his contract?
What?
It's called a no-lose clause. His character won't lose any fights in movies.
It's fine.
That's so fraudulent. It's unbelievable. I want to see somebody kick the Rock's ass.
That's why
You're rooting against Maui?
Of course.
No.
That's why
He's a hero.
in the Fast and the Furious, him and Vin Diesel didn't get along. And him and Tyrese had beef.
By the way, The Rock ahead of Vin Diesel on this box office star list.
Vin Diesel's another fraud.
Well,
he's the same type of deal.
Yeah, but
he won't be a villain.
I agree with you on that. I don't like Vin Diesel, but Vin Diesel has
I
no
like
range.
Vin
He wasn't a wrestler. He didn't lead the WWF.
Being a wrestler doesn't endear him to me. I don't care about wrestling.
But at least
it's
he's
lame.
got ability.
Do you know how much him and what's his name? The big Eagles fans, Silver Linings Playbook.
Bradley Cooper.
Do you know how much money they make for just their voices with
A
those
lot.
Marvel movies?
Bradley Cooper's ahead of all these people on the list, by the way.
That's what I'm saying.
He's eighth.
Vin Diesel's getting paid for saying "I am Groot," like a ton of bread. That's all he says the whole movie. I am Groot. Getting paid.
It's lame.
It's like your dream.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. What should the Phillies do with Alec Bohm? 3 options today. Drop him in the lineup. That's coming in at 48%. Bench him at 32%. Nothing. 20%. So 80% of people want some action here on the Bohm
Action.
thing. They either want him dropped in the lineup, which is where I'm at. They want him benched fully, which is where Kyle's at. 20% are do nothing. Douglas is over here. Just let it be. Let us ride it out.
At least for the weekend. He's going home to see his mama, man.
That's wonderful. He could go home and see her and then sit on the bench when the game starts. Let's go to David in the Northeast who wants to talk to Ike. What's up, David?
Hey, Mr. Douglas,
What's up, man?
you just got to call your mom. That's all you got to do.
But you don't have to see her. You call her, right? Alex doesn't have to see
Well,
her.
I mean, he going to
Come
St.
on.
Louis. He want to see his mama.
Do we have to drop the doctor, Hugh Douglas?
Maybe. What doctor?
Love Doctor?
Love Doctor. Yeah, well, Love Doctor made it to the Final Four,
He
so
kind of sounds like a doctor the past few days.
Yeah, you're right about
I mean, because I try to get into the psyche. A lot of these questions that are asked of me, David, I can't answer yes or no. And I know for the purposes of what we do, that does not serve us well. So I tend to long talk, and I have to pontificate. Well, not pontificate. That's not good. I have to elaborate on my stance when it comes to these things.
Because of you people. Just saying.
Well, it's because Dave, if we're being honest, sometimes what I'm saying people can't comprehend. So I have to long talk a little bit
there it is.
to try to help with the understanding of the people because they don't get it.
You know what? I appreciate you calling me David. I like being called my full name.
Okay.
You're all right, guys.
But thank
You're
you.
all right too, David. What do you want to do?
Where is Ike at?
Where's who?
Where's my boy Ike at?
Ike? He's in the hallway somewhere.
He's on in about what 45 minutes.
Yeah. You want to get?
I guess he's trying
leave
to
him a message?
Is he trying to? Is he trying to avoid you, David?
I told him to shoot a courier pigeon down to Atlanta, and he might have took my advice. He may be out there cleaning out the howitzer to shoot another buzzard down to Atlanta.
No, he getting ready for his show.
What is he doing?
He's shooting buzzards.
Shooting buzzards.
But what is he sending the
Carrier
pigeons?
pigeon.
Why is he sending the pigeons to Atlanta, David?
Well, we talked yesterday, and I told him to give the pitcher a little bit of encouragement.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
that work?
That's good.
He said, I said, well, how are we going to go down there? He's all the way down in Atlanta.
He tried to do it right. I guess raspy voice too. He tried to do it in the Ike voice.
Stick his funny ass in
You heard him.
in a howitzer and blast him down there. He doesn't even have to flap his wings only when he's ready to land.
Do you want us to give him the message, or you're going to tell him?
I'll text him.
Just call him later again.
And another thing, Mr. Douglas.
Yes, sir.
You were talking about you were talking about a singer a couple days ago.
Who?
Yes.
A singer?
A singer.
I found a brochure. They used to have shows at the vet called the Superfest.
The Superfest. I think I've heard.
You were talking about whatchamacallit. What's his name? The male singer.
Yes.
Luther Vandross.
Vandross.
Luther Vandross.
Yes.
One shining hue. Yeah.
One shining
I'm
moment.
looking. Hey, look at this.
We
got a
can't
picture on
see
the front page.
I'm trying to.
No, wait. Show us again. We missed it.
Wait a minute. Where's it at, David?
This was at the vet.
Okay.
1986.
I remember like it was yesterday.
Nah. Well, yesterday was what I heard you talking
Oh,
about.
I got you. You went to this?
I went to this show.
How was it?
Okay.
I bet it was good.
With some fine looking women.
Oh boy, David.
Hey,
you dog.
David, I'll tell you what,
At a threesome.
David. I know. Like speaking of that, you got me on this now. You know, Mary J. Blige coming to town.
You going?
I gotta find something to wear. 'Cause there's gonna be a lot of women
You
out
get your
there.
outfit picked out?
David, thoughts on Mary J. Blige?
Well, let's put it this way. New Edition, Maze, Mars Day in the Time.
Okay, I remember Morris Day at the time. What time is it?
Cool in the Gang.
Cool in the Gang.
Oh, yeah, it's classics.
JT.
Stephanie Mills.
Yeah, she's still doing music. She's still doing her thing.
Atlantic Star.
Yep.
Kyle with the disrespectful. Yep. I like the Whispers. The twins. Yeah, Rocksteady. Yeah.
Philly only.
I didn't know the Whispers were. They're from Philly. I didn't know that.
David said so.
man.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Hey, the Philly's the happening sound, man.
Come
Where you
on
been,
now,
man?
Hugh. You got to know this.
I didn't
stuff.
know that. Like I know a lot about music. I didn't know the Whispers were from Philadelphia. I didn't know that. That's what's
How
up.
hard did that go roll you're in, buddy? He don't want you there no more.
Who?
What?
They're
A
from
Gopher hole.
Mm-hmm.
the Gopher. I was in a Gopher hole.
Oh, you were in a gopher hole?
Yeah.
When?
I don't know. I guess when the Whispers came to
David, a good call.
Philadelphia.
David, good phone call. David's got real potential. I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
well, he called me and said, I want to talk to Ike.
Well, we're going to give the message to Ike when we see him in the hallway.
Whispers are from L.A.
That's same
by the
thing.
way. I mean, there's a lot of great groups from Philadelphia. Shout out to
How
Gamble
long
and
have
Huff.
you been here?
Huh?
How long have you been back here? 3 years?
3 years? Yeah.
Facts are totally optional on this station. I mean,
Hold on.
they are optional.
Did David
call
really
it by the
ask us to look at this?
Yes, he did.
Well, I think he thinks because we're on YouTube.
Well,
he's on YouTube.
And I tend to do that.
I wish David was on
Before we
YouTube.
got on YouTube, I used to do hand gestures and stuff and ask people, can you see what I'm doing? So I mean, it's what we do.
I think it would enhance the show if the YouTube worked both ways. We could see the caller and the audience as they could see us. That would be something else.
Good time.
All right, let's go to Aaron, who's up next on WFE. What's up, Aaron?
Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
What's up, man?
Aaron, what's going on?
Hugh, I mean, great athletes thinking alike. I was pumping gas this morning, and you gave the clues, and the first thing that popped into my head was the Rubik's Cube, and I said, well, I didn't really enjoy that thing. I usually just threw it against the wall because it got me so frustrated.
Yes.
But then the second thing, the big wheel came in. And then remember the Toys R Us, the Christmas catalog that would come out?
Man, every year you cut out the toys that you want, or you would circle the ones and give it to your parents.
I miss
Oh,
Toys
man.
R Us. That was the best.
Dude, just like it was like on the front page of the Toys R Us Christmas
Yes.
catalog, the green machine just popped into my head. Man, I'll tell you what. But Hugh, you there?
All right.
No, I'm listening.
Aaron,
No,
I'm with
I
you.
thought you was about to wax
Yeah,
poetic.
take
I was
your
about to let
time,
you
man.
go. Take
No
your
problem.
time.
You
Let
and I
it
are thinking the
breathe.
same thing. It was a heck of a tricycle. It really was.
It was not a tricycle.
All right, give me a chance to throw my butt in here. Okay, I've
What?
agreed with you, Hugh, for the last couple of days, but yesterday, man, you just threw me a curveball, man. I couldn't understand it.
What happened? What'd I do? Let me try to help you out.
So, and here's, were you and Kyle serious about wide receiver at number 32?
Yes.
Aaron, please help me.
Dead serious.
These guys
Dead ass.
are.
What'd you say? Like the kids say, I was dead ass.
Yeah, just no, you're an ass. That's what you are.
So,
Aaron,
Hugh,
go ahead.
I'm gonna ask you to put your money where your mouth is,
Okay.
and I'm gonna propose a wager between us. If the Eagles draft a wide receiver, I will fly out from San Diego. I will take you people, you and Kyle, to your favorite steakhouse. And then, Joe, I won't leave you out. Me and my wife will take you and your wife out to your favorite
Oh, he want to do
vegan
the
restaurant.
he want to do the adult stuff with Joe.
The child stuff with you guys, adult stuff. I mean, this is great. Yeah.
Joe and I are kind of on the same.
Yeah, I
same
know.
side of the
Yeah.
fence,
Me and Kyle. Well, Kyle's almost there because Kyle working on Kyle Jr. He working on little Kyle.
No, I'm not.
If the Eagles do not draft a wide receiver with the 32nd pick, you guys got to give me a tour of the studio and let me sit in for a segment.
We could do that. Yeah, that's. I mean, that part seems easy.
Wait a minute. What did Kyle seemed like he was about to
Well,
say
because I like this bet. I mean, it's very easy for us to pay off our
Kyle
end.
took a deep
And
breath.
if you guys win, I mean, I get a free meal out of it.
I'd rather have David in the Northeastern studio.
Are you people going to stand with your
Stand on
with your
business
statement, or
here.
what?
Said you people.
Stand on business.
I'll
Is it
stand
a deal?
I'll stand on business.
It's a deal. I'm saying it for him. Aaron.
Okay, all right, bet made.
All right.
Hey, as far as the Bohm situation, this guy's 28 years old. What does he have to learn? He's not changing. He is an emotional wreck that lacks confidence. I said he's a lot like Joel Embiid, and Hugh, you disagreed with me, and I might be wrong there, but maybe is it me, or is he like the Carson Wentz of baseball?
That was Joe's analogy.
He has the worst body language I've seen here since Wentz. I mean, when things go wrong, his shoulders.
He turtles up.
Yeah, he turtles up. I mean, it's and you feel like he's going to cry on the field. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's like three things are guaranteed in life: death, taxes, and Bohm is going to have an emotional breakdown at some point in the season.
Yeah, and tax day is coming up, so maybe that's the deadline here for Bohm as well. Aaron, we appreciate the phone. How about that? Aaron just made a bet with you guys.
They did.
So if the Eagles don't draft a receiver, he's coming in here and we'll give him a tour. He'll sit in for a show. Seems pretty simple. If they do draft a receiver, you guys are getting dinner.
Well, hold on. What are the betting odds that the Eagles take a wide receiver?
Not great.
No.
Okay, I mean that.
So he won.
But he's not really asking for anything besides just wants to say hi to us.
I don't want to hang out with Aaron.
Well, he'll sit in this room. I get free dinner. Listen, I get to yell at the Eagles made a mistake and free dinner if this happens. I'm actually maybe rooting for it now.
This is about me.
It's about you. They can't draft a receiver in the first round.
Oh, they can.
But they should not. They should not. Absolutely not. 215-592-9049.
By the way, real quick, David called me back.
Yeah.
He's upset that he got cut off. He wanted a few more minutes.
He had
We
7.
I was about to say, game damn near 10 minutes.
He had a long time. I mean, and we took a message for another show.
Yeah, well, you know what? In case people wanted more, Harper in the Northeast is on the line.
All right, we'll get to him next. All right, we'll get to you people before we go. You people in the YouTube chat, phone calls on Bone Plus. Someone wants the smoke from the Eagles next season. We'll get to that as well on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, it's on me. And guess what? Spring is in the air. You know what else is in there? The smell of the grills firing up, people. It's time to take cooking outside again. Picture this. You're in the backyard. A juicy Hatfield marinated tenderloin is on the grill. And on the flat top, you already know what it is. It's bacon, sizzling to perfection. That's what I'm talking about. A nice spring day. Longer days and great food with family and friends. Head to simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retail locations near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Get ready for a double play of excitement at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Catch every pitch, every hit, every home run live on their 75-foot wall of TVs. Fuel your fandom with $5 Miller Lights or grab the legendary deal. A Miller Lite and 2 hot dogs for just $10. Plus, every Wednesday when your home baseball team plays, Cheerleaders is bringing you the same unbeatable specials. Cheerleaders Philadelphia, where the game meets the party. Your late night destination awaits. Go see the girls and Cheerleaders, open until 2 a.m.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back and unrestricted withdrawable funds. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Defino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Check in with you people coming up in a little bit here in this segment. Back to your phone calls on Alec Boehm on the BG retirement. I guess a little wrinkle that was thrown in yesterday by BG in his podcast tour. But Hugh, before we go any further, how about this? So we wondered, and we'll find out, I believe, sometime in the second week of May.
Yeah, I think it's early May.
Early May, we'll find out the NFL schedule, right? We'll get the release of the schedule.
The games where we home. Well, we know the home and away, right? We just don't know
the order. Yeah, we know who we're going to play. We don't know the order. And then, of course, the Eagles will open the season with that season opening Thursday night kickoff as the defending champions. And we wondered a few weeks ago, months ago, whenever it was, like, I wonder who it could be, right? Like, who's the right matchup for, or whatever it is, Amazon or NBC, to kind of start the season off. And Hugh, one of the options was the Detroit Lions, right? Because they're a team that will play here this year. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
Big picture matchup, 2 big teams in the NFC. They should have probably played
they
last
were the front
year.
runners all year long.
Right. And then the Lions fell apart and they got picked off. So we didn't get to see them in the playoffs. Maybe that would be the opener. Well, I can tell you who wants it to be the opener. Amon-Ra St. Brown, star receiver for the Lions. He was with Kevin Hart for some reason.
Yeah, another guy similar to The Rock and Vin Diesel. Who's just played out.
Kevin Hart blowing. Man, come on.
No, I'm with you on Hart. I'm Kevin Hart.
Way too much Kevin Hart.
You don't like Kevin Hart anymore?
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, like, when he got on the podium after they won the Super Bowl in February 18, it felt like we jumped the shark.
By the way, 33% are with me on the poll that The Rock is a fraud. That's a significant amount of people who think he's a fraud.
33%.
It's a wonderful Hugh spin. You're losing and saying, well, I got 33%.
No, like, sometimes we put out polls where it's like we know
I know
that the majority of people are going to be against us.
Yeah.
But the interesting part of the poll is how many people are actually with you. That says more.
A lot of haters.
That says more than the fact that 66% of people say he puts butts in seats.
A lot of haters. I think people forget
people know
the late 90s wrestling days. I mean, that was where The Rock put butts in seats.
Don't care about that. I'm talking about him as an actor who stinks, by the way.
It doesn't matter.
He's not a good actor.
The Attitude Era.
He's a terrible actor.
Incredible television.
Don't care.
Anyway, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Back to Amon-Ra.
For some reason with Kevin Hart. Listen to what he said about playing the Eagles week 1.
My way. That's what I wanted to hear.
Hopefully we play you guys week 1.
Oh, is that your wish?
It is.
Well, guess what? I'm going to make a call. You want us, you got us.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. And I'm sorry.
First of all, I don't know if Kevin Hart has any pull in this. I don't think he does.
No, but it's funny. He said, you're welcome, man. I'm sorry.
I'm going to make a call.
That would be a fun game.
You want the Lions week 1?
That would be a fun game because the Lions are looking at it like this. I can tell you exactly how they're looking at it. We should have played y'all. It's the matchup that everybody wanted, but it's a year too late because the stakes are not the same. But in your eyes, you look at them as the same. Like we would have gave the Eagles all they could handle. That's fine. That'll be a good game, and everybody be excited to see it.
So I have two thoughts. We're going to play them here anyway, right? It's a matter of when: September, October, November, December. Wouldn't you rather them a little bit later in the season, in the cold, out of their dome, in bad weather? And Goff does not play well in the elements. On September 7th, it could be 80 degrees outside for all I know. The other thing is, our defense is a work in progress. Their offense is pretty darn electric. I think I'd rather see them in November rather than week 1.
No.
Why?
I think week 1's the best time to get them. They have 2 new coordinators.
Well, that's a fair point.
Like, so.
There's both sides of it.
If anything, they're going to take a few weeks to hit their
And Aiden
stride.
Hutchinson, they'd be coming off their injury. He'll be
Yeah.
back.
They're still learning things on both sides.
Yeah.
I think that's the best time to
So catch them early.
Yeah.
I'm with Kyle this one.
Okay. I get it. Just, Goff in bad weather, he stinks.
Yeah.
Goff in nice weather or a dome is pretty darn
Well,
good.
so we don't know if the game's, we know if they're here.
They're coming here.
Okay.
It's a matter of when we get them here. All right, you want to start off with the Lions? You want them?
Yeah.
I'll take Detroit. Come on.
And plus, forget the Eagles fan in me. I think the NFL fan was hoping all season to see the Eagles play the Lions.
The great offense versus the great defense.
Yeah, that was sort of we felt like we were on a collision course, and the Lions blew it. Now, this feels like the best opportunity to scratch that itch for a lot of people.
Yeah, it would be a marquee, like,
hell yeah.
It is like a whoa matchup to start the season. All right, let's go. We got Herb in the Northeast. Herb's up next. What's up, Herb?
What's up there, Joe? Okay, I'm getting ready to umpire down here at 11th and Bigler. So anyway,
Hugh, you going to the game?
I got a game. I got a game today. I had a game yesterday over at Fairmount Park.
How'd that one go?
Very good. Everything went good.
Do you have a big strike zone or a small strike zone?
No, I wasn't on the plate. I was on the bases. My friend Jack Stanzak, that I used to play ball with, coaches the Roxborough High School, but they lost 12-2. Anyway, you've been ripping these guys. Look, Marsh is not hitting, and Bohm is not hitting.
Nope.
If you're going to change the lineup tonight, you're going to change the lineup. Then okay, 7, 8, 9. Bohm's 7, Remuto's 8. And Marsh is 9.
I'm good.
Okay?
So you're with me. What, Castellanos sitting clean up tonight?
Castellanos, yes. I see something in Castellanos this year. I noticed him the last couple nights. I see him. Okay, Castellanos. He's swinging it. He's in the strike zone. That one he ripped right to center field yesterday.
The wind knocked that down, Herb. That should have been a home run. The wind stole that.
Something. That was a line drive base hit. Okay, and that's the way Richie Allen used to hit. That's the way Ryan Howard would stroke a single. Okay, he was on that pitch. Okay,
stroke a single.
He's going to. I think Castellanos is going to have a big year this year. Okay, and if he keeps hitting like he hit yesterday, the way he's stroking the ball the rest of the players are going to see that. Harper's Harper. He's going to grind it. He's going to grind it, and he's going to get his pitch, and he showed you last night, home run. So, it's a process, okay? Because a lot of these guys are playing in spring training. They were not playing on the road. They were playing only at home.
Well, the vets, they don't like to get on those buses.
Right. They don't want to go on the buses to start and
they don't want to ride the bus.
Lineup. You know what I mean? Which I think is stupid because you don't get you need to see certain pitchers, okay? Because the other you're in a bus and you're playing a team like Detroit or New York
in Lakeland
or Baltimore,
Sarasota,
You say Sarasota. It ain't that far.
No.
The thing is,
Fort Myers, you get all those spots.
You're going to see guys that are in the starting lineup that's pitching. They're starting 5. You're going to see these guys. Very few. They're not going to have. They're not going to have their minor league guys. They'll have a few, but they're most of them that are going to, from like the second week on, from like March the 5th, March the 10th, you're going to see guys that are the pitchers. Okay.
You ever
So
ride a
need
green
to-
machine, Herb? Like Q? Green machine?
You need to see these pictures, okay? And
Forget
then
about it, man.
by staying home at Clearwater and lifting your weights and taking BP or whatever you're
different.
doing, or getting ground balls, that ain't that I can do that any day.
Well, yeah,
okay? You have to hit the starting pitchers for the other team, okay? And you got to see a little more. So,
How the workouts
10 or
going
12
lately?
Games ain't enough.
Herb, you working out lately?
Yeah, gradually, man.
Yeah.
I've had a bad cold a couple weeks
Oh, no.
ago. I umpired when it was 50-mile-an-hour wind, and it must have got in my sinus and in my throat, and I've been coughing and
Not good.
spitting up phlegm, and it
That's
was
gross.
just bad.
Yeah.
And it's finally, I'm finally feeling a little better the last couple of days.
Well, that's great, Herb. All right, Herb, have a good game today. Hugh will be there.
He won't be there. Hughes regimen. Going home. Get some rest.
Hope Herb feels a little better.
Yeah, me too.
You sound like he was a little sick.
Mm-hmm.
You noticed he was blaming Boehm's slump on not riding the bus and going to the road games in spring training.
Yeah, not getting that extra work in. That's what I kind of heard from that.
Kind of calling him lazy. That's what I heard him say.
But he said most of those cats don't like ride. Don't ride the bus.
The young guys do that.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tom in Middletown. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, listen, I got something for Joe and for Hugh. All right, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're in a quandary with Boehm.
Agreed.
And I agree with you. Like I don't think you bench him. You put him down in the lineup. The guy was an all-star last year. Put him down in the lineup. Let him work himself way back up. Like I don't know what's going on with this kid. Like it's not physical. I think it's mental. I don't know. But let's just let him try to work himself back up into the lineup. Obviously, we tried to trade him. Nobody really was a taker. And so we've got to just work it through. Like, just let this guy work himself through and just move him down the lineup and see what he can do.
You know what? I think it would take pressure off him, Tom. If he goes down there and he grounds out a double play, it's a different kind of feeling than if he's batting fourth tonight and the first inning, two guys are on and he grounds to do a double play. I think that you almost have to protect him and get him out of a big spot.
Yes. But benching him, I don't think is going to help him. You need to just move him down, let him work himself back up again. Like I said, he was an all-star last year. I mean, he's shown potential. I mean, he's a number 3 draft pick.
Yep.
I mean, the guy's got skills. He's just got to work it out himself, like within his own self.
He does. So what do you got for Hugh here?
Okay, well, Hugh.
Yes.
With your toy, there's a toy that reminds me of you.
What's that?
Okay, it could be a violent, like type game, short armed. Okay, but you knock the head off of people.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots, baby.
That's not nice.
Rock'em Sock'em.
I used to have a Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Me too. They're awesome.
Yeah, they were pretty cool.
Dude, that's the way you played, though. You had short arms. You were physical, but you knocked the heads off of people.
Yeah, that's what I try.
It's true. There's nothing really funny about it except that Hugh has short arms, and that's funny.
No, my friend Lance told me that. Man,
But
your arms was longer.
Actually, Tom, good call. Speaking of Shrimp Douglas, we had some sit-ins today. Some nice people hung out with us for a few hours. They did it for charity and hung out. And we took a picture.
Hold on, they hung out with us for charity?
Well, they
Make-A-Wish kids?
No, they bid on something for a good cause.
Okay.
And the prize was
the way you framed that was like,
okay,
they did us a favor by
they did
by hanging
charity
out
a
with
favor.
They kind of did.
And this was
a favor.
well, they did. They were very nice. Anyway, when we were we took a photo together, the four of us at the end, and one of the guys said, "I'm taller than you, Hugh."
Yeah,
and I just thought to myself, "Why he's Shrimp Douglas?"
Yes.
That's why Shrimp
Never
Douglas.
meet your heroes.
No, like, do you know how many times
He
I
was
get that?
surprised
Oh,
he was
I
tall.
thought you were bigger. Yeah, I hear you.
Nope.
That's cool.
But your arms would be longer. You play in the NFL.
No, it's best when the kids, like, when I went down to Delaware State, the kids sized me up like, oh, he's a first-round draft pick.
You were a defensive end?
He played, I got a shot.
That guy's an Eagles Hall of Famer.
And they should feel that way.
Doesn't believe in defense.
And they should feel that way.
Dinosaur arms,
And
shrimp.
his size? What is he,
He
5'9"?
said, little T-Rex arms. Yeah. If he played in the NFL, I got a shot. And they should feel that way.
5'9" from Central St.
5 foot nothing.
Douglas. All right, let's grab Tyler, and then we got to get to you people. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Happy
Thursday. How y'all doing today?
Oh, we're good, Tyler. What's up?
Good. So, first thing, I have to apologize to Hugh. Last time I called, I was dogging Taiwan. You guys were at the stadium that day. I said he'd go 4 innings, and he was right. So, you got to give props are due. So, congratulations on
I appreciate it,
the
Tyler.
Taiwan Whisper.
Tyler, you don't have to do that, man. Listen, I've been
inflate this guy's ego.
I've been in Philly long enough to know how we roll and how, it can get a little tight around. But I got thick skin. I'm good. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no problem. But, yeah, with this Bowman thing, look, home cooking this weekend. Let's move him down the order. If that doesn't work, you got to bench him for at least a week. We got Sosa. We got Clemens. We got guys who can fill that role at third base. He's got to figure it out. Or almost do what Dennis Rodman did. Take a week vacation. Go to Vegas. Go to AC. Blow off some steam. Let's see what happens.
Tyler, I understand the idea and it makes sense. I never thought we'd put Dennis Rodman and Alec Bowman in the same conversation, but we arrived here now. Tyler, good phone call, man. We appreciate it. Yeah, so I get it, and they could do that. I think they did it in 2022, I guess, early in the season. That was when he had the moment where he said he hates it here, and then Girardi sat him down for a few days after that to kind of calm him down, and then they kind of built him back up. You could do it. The only issue with that is you're playing a man. Like if you're literally not going to play him for a week, you're playing a man down. The opponent has 26 guys and you have 25 because we got a head case here. We're trying to figure it out. That's not easy to do it for that many days. I can see it for like a series, but if you're going to a week here, you're playing with a lesser roster because you're trying to help him out.
And you hope that he figures this out, man. I do believe that it had something to do with outside forces as far as what he's dealing with and how he's handling that to me, that's the biggest thing. When you're in a slump like that, it doesn't help to get frustrated.
Yeah.
You just have to work your way through it. And I hope he's talking to somebody because I know for a lot of people, the psychological aspect of sports is not a big deal, but it is now.
Sure.
And this is the space that we're in. And I know for a lot of people, it's hard to wrap your mind around the fact that, he makes too much money, but that is a part of it. I remember when Coco Gauff, was it Coco Gauff? When she was like, I left the game for mental reasons. And everybody's like, what are you doing? She was at the top of her game. And you had to sit back and say, okay, it's different now. These kids are probably a little more overwhelmed with social media and everything. And everybody has access. Everybody has access to you now that you never really had before in some way, shape, or form. And if you're not one of those people that can turn it off, on and off like you want, then it's hard to manage all of that.
Yeah, it's like it never goes away. The game doesn't end.
And that's why, and I'm saying that because you remember, he said early in the season, he got away from everything. He just unplugged.
That tells me when someone does that, they know themselves and they need to put it away. Otherwise, it'll overwhelm them. All right, speaking of people, let's check in with you people.
You people.
It's time to hear from you people. What do you need, you people?
All right, so we've gathered the best of the best YouTube comments today. There's a lot of them. Actually, there's a new account in here.
Okay.
Who I think was created solely to say mean things about me.
Great.
So rent free in your head, whoever you are, buddy. First comment that I saw today, which is a great one. This is from Jimmy. Everyone make sure to say good morning to Hugh before he whoops our ass.
Well, see, Jimmy, it's not about whooping anybody's ass. It's more about, we're in a safe space. And if you're coming to somebody's home, you just don't come in and plop your butt on the couch. You speak.
People are feeling the sensitivity.
No, I mean, because as you come in the home, you got to speak to somebody.
This is kind of like Spike's thing. Because remember, he had the bill of Spike, right? You got to say hi to all three of them when you enter the show. If you say hi to one, you have to say hi to all. Everybody.
Yeah, and that goes for anybody, man. And it's just common courtesy.
Yep.
But it is. I admit it was a little sensitive.
Yeah. Speaking of Hugh and me, Ashley wonders why is Kyle such a what to Hugh? I don't think I'm mean to you.
I don't think
you're
are
a nudge.
You are a nudge, but I think we do it to each other. And like I said, and I'll say this to the day that because people ask me the same thing. Why are you No, he's a fan. He's a diehard fan. He's a 4-for-4 fan. And my job here is to try to take him behind the curtain, even though he ain't trying to hear it most of the time.
Yeah, I just don't like the excuses, the lying.
It's not excuses. But we're gonna be on different sides of this sometimes, but it's never personal. It's never personal.
So in other words, you're plant-based and he doesn't like it.
Well, basically, no, he doesn't like it because Kyle likes Kyle likes what he wants. That's why I can't wait to little Kyle.
All right, so some of the popular Hughes Clues guesses that we've gotten today.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, include Pet Rock. Heard of the Pet Rock? I know that was a big thing.
That was a big thing.
Pet Rock was so stupid.
Yeah, but it was a big thing.
No,
though.
it was a big thing.
Sea monkeys.
You know what they were? Brine shrimp. And I was mad. I was about to say something else that started with an F because I was mad. Because I was the guy that went out and saved my little coin. It was like $30.
Poor Hugh.
To get the sea monkeys. And they have them in a little pack, and they say, you got to take them out of the pack, and you just watch them grow. You got to feed them every day with this little powder. Yeah. No, and they were supposed to grow, and we thought they looked like sea monkeys. They were brine shrimp. They put the eggs in the dry powder, and they put it in the thing, and they tried to tell you it was just brine shrimp.
I found an article. The sea monkey fad scammed millions of boys and girls.
Man, I was hot. That's why, hot.
Yep.
Hot.
Many people wondering if you would fit on a big wheel, Hugh.
Not now.
No,
but to that point, I was gonna get a big wheel. It was a motorized big wheel. It was a company out of Pittsburgh, and I was gonna get it, and I was gonna go pick it up, and I forgot the contact info because they'll make you one. You could get there are trikes for there are
adult size big wheels.
Yes, and it has a motor on it. I could have made it any way I wanted to make it. I could have put a wheelie bar on the back of it. I was gonna get one.
You know, when you search this, the third thing is adult big wheel tricycle.
Well, see, they're wrong.
Okay.
That's just a description, but that's not what it was.
I mean, this is how they're.
And I was gonna
it.
get it green. You can get some with the white wall tires and there. Man, they do these things.
Handbrake,
all that. It's like it's like you got to see. It's like riding a big wheel with an engine.
So, Joe got powder comps yesterday.
What I got today?
You ever hear of Moby?
The artist?
Yeah.
Musical artist?
He does,
you talking about, here we go. Like he's saying with
I think he does one of Bryce Harper's walk-ups for the Phillies.
Moby saying, did he say, is that too sexy? Not too sexy.
I don't know.
He's saying one with
he has glasses.
No doubt.
Yes, he does.
The glasses.
That one I kind of see.
Moby. Okay, I give you Moby.
Yeah, you also got cotton candy on a stick. I'm not sure what that one means.
That's weird. Maybe because I have a bright blue sweatshirt today. Is that why?
Maybe.
It's got a cotton candy kind of thing.
Also, many wondering why you hate AJ Brown.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't hate AJ.
Well,
no, hold on. Because Hugh doesn't want to spend on defense, and I say, well, what if we reallocate the resources? That's not hate.
It sounds like a hater.
That's
no, but you were kind of abrupt when you said get rid of him. He was just like get rid of him.
He was the first one that popped into your head. You were quick. You were quick to throw AJ Brown on the trade.
Yeah, he was like get rid of him.
Some would say too quick.
Hold on. Would you rather get rid of Devontae or AJ?
I would like to keep them both because we're here.
No.
Okay, that's not my choice. Okay, if I had to make a choice, I'm keeping AJ.
Yeah, no, get rid of the big mouth.
That's me too. I think AJ's better, but I think he's a big mouth and he's older and has had knee issues.
Y'all worrying about the wrong things though.
No.
You need some attitude and swagger on this team. You can't. Everybody's not gonna be choir boys, man. Everybody's not gonna fit into the box that we all try to put them in. I'm okay with it,
but I want them to.
But it's not.
As the former defensive end on the show, I'm trying to bring defensive players here.
No, I get it. Well,
yep.
Not about an AJ.
All right, last one. Everyone wanted me to cut this audio of Joe when we were coming back from this break.
We got a little Woody thing going on over there.
Little Woody thing. That was funny.
I meant what I said.
I know what you meant, but it just sounded funny.
Well, the context is the music was playing. The music was playing for Toy Story.
You got little Woody.
We only do things out of context here,
I know. So. Well, and I assessed it correctly. Kyle, if you told me there's a Disney character, Kyle would dress up as.
You were spot on. I used to dress up as Woody all the time.
Dress up as Woody every day. That was funny.
It was not
every single day.
Didn't even have to be Halloween. I was Woody.
Y'all really got you dressed up as Woody every day.
Big Woody guy.
You didn't mention it, but I'm sure the YouTube people agreed with me that The Rock is a box office star.
He's a fraud.
He's a box office
That's
star.
why he didn't give it to you because they
puts butts in the seats. Phillies win tonight?
Do they win it? Yes.
Yeah. Guarantee it? A guarantee? Jesus Luzardo on the mound?
First of all,
against Schwellenbach?
What we're not about to do.
Come on, Hugh.
I'm not about to be the guy that guarantees the win. Fine. They win tonight. The Phillies win tonight.
The guarantee. Enjoy the game. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. No matter how you want to bet this legendary tournament, it'll be even more enjoyable if you boost it. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
The boys of summer are back. Ready to hear the ump's calls? If your hearing isn't a home run anymore, visit Hearing Life to get your free hearing test. It's quick, pain-free, and you'll get same-day results. Stay in the game with better hearing. Visit one of Hearing Life's convenient locations. Call Hearing Life today for your free hearing test at 866-YES-HEAR. That's 866-937-4327. Receive a Philly sports gift for completing a free hearing test while supplies last.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries for all different tastes and needs. Discoveries like an oat milk that's gluten-free and sustainable. Woo! Or a quick dinner that's delicious and easy. Woo! Or perfectly ripe peaches. Woo! That are local. Woo! And organic. Woo! This is that Sprouts feeling.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
IBM in the Masters Tournament announced a series of new and enhanced digital fan features aimed to deliver a more personalized and engaging experience for millions of golf fans around the world. Follow all the action at the Masters Tournament, leverage in-depth shot analysis from Hole Insights and on-demand AI narration, or relive iconic moments within the Masters vault of broadcasts spanning from 1968 to 2024. Experience all the new Watson X AI-powered capabilities, the latest in a 30-year collaboration between IBM and the Masters digital team. Visit masters.com or the Masters app on your mobile device. Sponsored by IBM.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Rory McIlroy is red hot coming into the Masters. Even though defending champion Scottie Scheffler is still the favorite, all eyes are on Rory. He has a great chance to break through and complete the career Grand Slam. The only issue might be Rory's history at Augusta. He's had some tough moments. Will that affect him mentally when it comes to crunch time? That's why McIlroy contention would be the most dramatic outcome possible for this year's Masters field. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Back again, whether you like it or not, on a Hertz Day, WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike, who's smiling, must be because it's Masters time.
No, it's because we're on camera.
Oh, we are on camera.
So I just try to come in with a
smile.
Yes,
there we
yes.
are. Streaming on YouTube.
Yes, there we are. What's up, Brother Spike?
Oh, what up?
I'm doing pretty good, brother. Listen, last night, come on now. A little bit of adversity there.
Oh, no.
Little fight.
Oh, God.
And the fightings last night.
Yes. Big
pretty
win.
good. Come out of there with a big win in Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
Split the first two. Knowles. No, it's not Knowles on the mountain.
Luzardo.
Forget about what I just said.
Jesus. Yep.
On the mountain nights. I'm loving it. Jackie Baseball. Listen, not since opening day. MV3 hadn't went yard. Got there last night. How about Trey Bomb? Trey Bomb last night. Game winner. Holla at your boy.
Long-winded, love it. Good to hear. A good recap of the game from 18 hours ago. Appreciate it. Big stuff down in Atlanta, and you didn't even mention Saiwan Walker.
Oh. I didn't even get into Saiwan. I like that.
Saiwan.
Saiwan Walker.
God.
I like that.
I feel like we did this exact thing a year ago, by the way.
That was Taiwanimous.
Oh, it was Taiwanimous, right. Well, we have a big show, as we always do. We welcome back Shil Kapadia at 3 o'clock today from the Ringer to talk about the draft and the Eagles, as we are 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. And we are introducing a new, for the first time ever, on the WIP afternoon show, as today is the first day of the Masters. Every hour, half past the hour, Ike Reese will give Masters updates.
Well, I guess I was smiling about that.
Yes. Well, we knew you'd be keeping track of the Masters anyway, so we decided to capitalize on it. And we will get half past every hour. We'll get Ike's Masters update.
I like that.
So it was a big win last night, especially after they lose to the Braves 7-5 in the first game, coming back and winning the Taiwan game. Let me ask you this, Ike, because there were a bunch of things that happened in that game.
What was the biggest thing for you that you took away from that game last night?
Man, there were a lot of things that happened in that game last night, back and forth. Didn't expect to have the pitching sort of duel we had going through those first few innings, but I guess that should be expected now with Cy Young Walker on the mound. So as I'm digesting that win last night, and listen, it for a while I didn't know what it was going to turn out to be. Right? I mean, are we still complaining about the bullpen today if Trea doesn't give us the go-ahead home run last night? I know Bryce brought us from down 2-1, but still, and then we gave it right back, right, to tie the game up in the next inning.
Didn't hit a starter again. Jack predicted that we wouldn't hit that guy for the first 5 innings.
So I'm not going to focus on that as much. I'm going to focus on, I tell you, Spike, Fritzy, we may have something developing right before our eyes that helps us out. Everyone's concerned about the bullpen, and we need another arm. Should we trade Bohm and all those things to get the arm? And I understand that. But if Taiwan is going to pitch like this, to where he gives us 5 innings, 5 to 6 innings, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he's going to give up 1 run every time he goes out there, but even if he kept it to 2 runs, say even 3 over 6, man, I'm thinking about Ranger being in the bullpen, leave Taiwan in the rotation. I'm thinking later in the summer, you got Andrew Painter, who's also going to come up, who could also help strengthen the bullpen. If Taiwan is going to pitch like this, man, this is a development that's happening. I don't think anyone expected, and it's a positive thing. Now, it's only 2 starts. I get it. It's only 2 starts. I'm just saying, when we're looking at solutions and things that are possible, that's what I took from last night. Taiwan Walker's 2nd start. Maybe he's figured it out to where he can at least be a serviceable starter for us, and that's a good thing moving forward, Spike.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself on Taiwan. I look.
And maybe because the bar was so low.
Yeah, well, he hasn't given up a run.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Only starter to not give up a home run yet.
Right, not any run at all. The first start, I thought he was pretty good. Yesterday, I felt like I was seeing the high wire act that I saw last year. And I know, like last year, I think his first few starts, they weren't as impressive statistically as they were these couple of starts. But we were winning the games. It was getting through the innings. 2 things there. One, I just don't believe it. I'm just like, if it happens, I think we're going to have at least 2 more starts of him before Ranger's even ready, considering how much Ranger has to even ramp up. And I'd be surprised if we're even discussing this at that point. But if we are, then you have the added complication of Ranger being in a contract year and you're burning the guy in the bullpen and maybe you're hurting his free agency. And I know like we have to care mostly about the Phillies, but then when you're thinking about attracting free agents and you bury the guy as a middle reliever in his contract year after he was what he was last year, I almost think that unless Taiwan is lights out until then, I almost think you have to give Ranger that spot when he comes back and let Taiwan go to the bullpen. I don't believe in the Taiwan thing anyway, but even if he's still fine at that point, I think you got to put Ranger back in that spot. I like Ranger was too important to the team last year. And even that playoff start where he grinded through that start where he had basically nothing left. And we're saying because Taiwan has 3 or 4 good starts, he's losing his spot in the rotation. That's tough.
Yeah, but I think the only reason, listen, last year was last year with the pitchers that they had in place. And Taiwan was almost, they had him out there just because they had to have him out there.
Sure. Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm looking at our bullpen right now, and there are a lot of question marks there. This allows you to ease Ranger back in. You're talking about a back injury that you never know when it's going to flare up with Ranger and his back injury. You're probably going to have to monitor him anyway and at least keep his innings or pitches down so that he doesn't re-injure himself. So you're really doing a I don't want to call it what we used to call the where the bullpen basically does the whole
the opener thing?
Yeah, the opener. Yeah, I don't want to call it that.
No, we can't do that.
Yeah, I don't want to call it that, but I think Ranger, because he has more experience in the bullpen, is better suited to do it. And I'm sorry. I can't be concerned about Ranger Suarez's free agency. And if he and Scott Boras are so upset about his standing with the team, then you know what? Maybe we would have to move him for something. And I'm just saying all this depends on Taijuan continuing to pitch well. If Taijuan's not pitching well, then it's a no-brainer that you're moving him out of there. I'm just saying I'm trying to figure out a way to kill two birds here. Not necessarily one stone. It's going to take two stones to kill these two birds as far as
It's still relatively efficient. It's hard to kill a bird with a stone.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at it that way. And Taijuan right now, and here's the other thing. What does he make, $18 million a year?
He does, for this year and next year.
Him and Bryce Huff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so forget about Bryce Huff. At least, believe me, would you ever have thought Taijuan Walker's given us way more than Bryce Huff ever gave us?
In 2 games.
In 2 games, yeah.
So I'm just looking at it like, to me, and then thinking about adding Andrew Painter with that. Man, Taijuan Walker, even if he's just a 5-inning pitcher that can get you there, as long as he's eating up those innings, that's something to build off of right there.
You could piggyback them too. Like when Ranger came back in 2021 from his other injury, he piggybacked in the starting rotation, so they'd have a starter start, and then Ranger was the bulk guy. You could go Taijuan and Ranger, and then save the bullpen for that day.
So basically, like the opener thing, but with 2 guys rather than 3.
Yeah, and they give you more length.
Right. Well, because it would be 2 guys rather than 3.
Yeah, I know you're a lengthsman.
I am a lengthsman.
Say that's coming up later.
Yeah, and a girthsman. Jack.
Wow.
Well, 215-592-9494. What's your biggest takeaway from that game yesterday? Ike is thinking about maybe keeping Taijuan in the starting spot, bringing Ranger back as a reliever. Jack, you?
First off, I knew Taijuan in this was too good of a name and too good of a bit to die.
Yes,
you know,
here it is. We got it back.
Have a little. All you need is a little bit of a moment, Spike. That's all that matters. No, so what hit me last night is really just about how gutsy this team is, and I thought that they played sloppy 2 nights ago in the loss down in Atlanta. I thought they played sloppy on Saturday and bounced back, walked 11 times, got Glass out of the game. I thought they played sloppy last game against Washington. They're not letting things build, I don't think. Besides the third base situation,
right?
Which is we'll obviously get to.
Yeah, I still got my thing.
I know you got your thing.
Yeah.
But I think you're seeing a level of toughness that maybe wasn't exuded last year, and I think you're seeing some big players step up at big moments. I think that even Trea talking post game, I didn't see any water being snuck up behind and dumped on him.
That would have been the night to do it.
I was waiting for it.
It would have been. Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
Didn't see it. Bryce talked again after the game. Again, not to make too big a deal out of Bryce talking, but he's talking all the time this year.
Yep.
And I think that's really interesting. I think there's a different sense of urgency. The bullpen still walked a tightrope last night. I mean, they were trying to get 2 innings out of Jose Ruiz, 2 innings out of Joe Ross, and an inning plus out of Jose Alvarado. That's nerve-wracking. But I think you can eventually address the bullpen thing. They'll find a solution there. For the most part, I think this has been a tough team, and they keep bouncing back after sloppy performances and locking in.
All right. 215-592-9494. Your biggest, observation you're feeling after last night's win. So it was a win. It was a good win. It's a win over a rival. I'm going third because my thing is.
You sound so morose.
Well, because I'm going to have a negative thing where you guys have a positive thing.
There, he's back.
There's my
He's
guy.
back.
There's my guy.
I believe in the team, by the way. The Alec Boehm thing is over. It is over. And maybe they could throw a Hail Mary, sit him down to maybe even tell him to go home for a week or something like that. But this is what I was concerned about. What I was concerned about is his mentality affecting his play, which affects his mentality, which affects his play. And it's one thing for him to be throwing the helmet or not looking at, whoever's bringing his glove out after the game or not taking ground ball, whatever little baby thing he's doing. It's one thing for that to exist. And it's another thing for a lack of production to exist. But when they're both existing at the same time, this guy is, first of all, I believe, having a hard time getting over what happened this offseason with them trying to trade him. I absolutely think he is. There are certain guys who can battle back from that, who are sort of tough in that way and going to turn it into, I'll show everybody. And what's happening to him is the opposite. And my concern this entire time with Boehm is that this is going to build on itself and it's going to snowball and it's going to get worse and worse. And last night he was 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. The last strikeout, the same sort. I can understand being frustrated, but it's that same stuff. And as we're talking about this entire team being tough and this entire team being resilient and this entire team being, focused and committed to this new thing at the plate and having each other's back, that guy doesn't fit right now. He doesn't fit, and he doesn't seem like he is like, I just don't think he's built to work through this right now. And I sort of I know Jack has been saying you have to make this bullpen thing last until the trade deadline and make a trade then. There are teams you could trade with now. And I think, I don't think the Bohm thing's getting fixed this year. I don't think it is. And I think every time you put him out there and every time they run him out there, his value goes down and it makes it worse. And I'm watching Alec Bohm last night, and I just have absolutely no faith he's doing anything. He pops it up, beats the ball into the ground, or strikes out, and he has a sort of a mini tantrum out of every single one of them. And I just don't think it's getting fixed. And it sucks because the year has started really well, right? They're 8-3 this year, right? They're in first place by a half game over the Mets.
If you focus on it.
Well, but it's there.
Well, sure, it's there. It's like with any team, you're winning. There's always areas you can improve on. Like every player isn't playing great.
I agree with you.
So my only thing, here's my only thing. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything, with the exception of, unless I'm getting better, I'm not moving the guy. So removing just for the sake of removing him, I'm not at that point yet. I'm just not at that point yet. And thankfully, we got enough power and talent around him that this isn't costing them games.
But then what happens when it does?
Well, they're going to lose games throughout the course of a season unless it costs you in the postseason.
Well, I'm not waiting for that.
Well, but here's what I'm saying, Spike.
Yeah.
They've won. We've all said this has been the most winning era of the Phillies baseball
over the last 15 years.
He's been a big part of that.
Yes.
He's been a big part of it. So it's not as if they haven't won with him.
I know, but it's worse. It's just
he's in a slump right now.
He's in a slump, and it's the other stuff.
Forget about the other stuff.
No, it's real. I believe it's real.
It's only real if you focus on it.
But you don't think his teammates look at that every day?
It doesn't seem like. Well, hold on. They're in first place.
Yes, but
they're hold on. It doesn't affect their approach at the plate. He's not rubbing off on them. Their chase rate is better. Everybody loves their approach at the plate. Right? Nobody has any issues with that. So what Alec Bohm is doing isn't rubbing off on the team in a negative way, is all I'm saying. So here's what I'm saying. If this team is good enough and built strong enough that they can sort of continue to do what they're doing, I think they can win in spite of Alec Bohm right now. The same way they won last year when Casty was terrible. The first part of the season. Forget about the attitude stuff. I'm talking about production right now.
Sure.
I'm talking about production.
Sure, but
because his attitude's going to change when he starts hitting the ball better.
Unless
his attitude's going to change.
Unless the difference between him and Casty, and they're built way different.
Of course, one guy's older and a little more grittier. And we know that.
He wanted to battle through it. And Casty
and they let him every day, even when he struggled.
Absolutely. But I believe that and look, I'm just guessing. We're all just guessing. I believe that his mentality is going to make it a lot harder for him to battle out of this. And
you may be right.
Right.
All I'm saying is right now, all they can do is try to massage the situation. Ostracizing him, putting him on the bench for 3 or 4 days where it basically puts him out there as he's the guy that is terrible right now versus trying to, put a culture around him that he can sort of fight through this. And when he starts to hit the ball, everything else changes around him as far as how he handles everything. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's actually good that the team is still winning in spite of that.
I would agree there.
Like they're winning in spite of that. He's not causing them to get out of character, to not play well, right? They realize their teammate is struggling and they're just going about their business trying to be supportive.
I guess what I would say is I don't want to wait until it gets to that point. Like I'd rather act now.
So here's the difference between you and I. You're assuming that's where it's headed.
Yes, and you're not.
I'm assuming based on his track record and what he's done during his time in the league that he'll fight his way out of this and start hitting the ball. That's what I'm assuming.
Sure. I hear where you're coming from on that. All right, 215-592-9494. Biggest takeaway from the Phillies. And by the way, we do have a next question today. So I don't know if you heard, a bunch of Yankees got sick after eating chicken wings. They got food poisoning. And Cody Bellinger.
Where were they at? Where'd they get those wings at?
Well,
probably some hoity-toity New York
Yeah.
restaurant.
Were they on the road? Were they at home?
It's probably $38 dozen wings or whatever.
Wait, hold on. They were in Detroit.
Oh.
I don't know if Detroit's known for their hot wings.
Yeah, I have no idea. But so Cody Bellinger, Cody Bellinger has sworn off wings for at least 5 years after getting food poisoning from chicken wings.
Yeah.
So
what a weird. Why just 5 years?
5 years. Well, I don't know.
No way he's gonna
Because
last
he wants
5
to come
years.
back.
Yeah.
but
Well,
like,
yeah.
Eventually, he'll get over the food aversion thing.
Exactly.
So for next question today, what food could you never swear off? Like, what could you not live without? Jack, your terrible next question to answer. What is the one food you could not live without?
Oh, give me a moist,
Okay.
juicy,
Stop.
little bit of blood,
Oh,
little bit of
God.
pink
Oh.
steak. Come on, man. Like, give me a nice, well done, pink, moist.
Not well
That's
done.
not well done if it's
well
pink.
Well,
done.
I mean, well done.
I know
like,
what you're saying.
like
Yes.
it's
Well,
Well-
you said well done, and everybody else listening to us damn near crashed.
I'm
Well
sure they did.
prepared. Well
Every-
prepared.
Yeah, like a well done steak.
Well
Yeah.
prepared.
No,
Yes.
not a well done steak.
Yeah,
a
stop
well
saying
prepared
that.
steak.
Yes, well prepared.
Oh my God. Were you the one ordering medium well, the fake temperature when we were in New Orleans? I forget who was doing
No,
that.
that wasn't me.
Maybe
Yeah.
that was Elliot.
Nah, me.
Oh, well, medium
I'll
well is
do-
not a thing.
Well, it is for me.
Okay.
No, I remember.
Well, 'cause some people's medium is a little bit too medium for me.
Okay, but then
Yeah.
that's medium rare.
It depends on the restaurant. I'm
Yes,
not gonna call
it
out
does.
any names.
It does.
So
it does.
I'm just
Yeah.
basically saying there's an eye test I go through.
Sure,
and I'm
sure,
like,
sure.
yeah, I don't mind it being pink. I just don't want it. I don't need it bleeding.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
right,
Still
right.
kicking a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
No.
Ike, the food that you couldn't live without?
Steak is a good one, Jack. That's a man's choice.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, wait till you get to mine.
Oh God. Oh man. Well, chicken is an obvious one, but that comes in so many different forms.
Yeah, I think you would have
Yes.
to give us a specific
Yeah,
kind.
yeah.
Yep.
You know what? I can't live without. I'm gonna have to go with ribs.
Oh, yeah, a ribsman. You could not, even if
Yeah.
you got totally sick on ribs, you would go back to it.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, unless it's a McRib.
Well, that's not a
don't
real
eat big
rib.
ribs. Yes,
That's not a real
I
rib.
don't. Not to just be disparaging
Yes,
anywhere.
yeah,
yes, I
right,
don't
right.
eat.
Yeah. That doesn't seem like
Yes,
an Ike
yes.
sandwich. Yeah. Doesn't seem like an Ike sandwich.
Yes, ribs, and whether it's baby back or spare.
Okay. So,
Yes.
well, I mean, mine isn't going to
Every
be.
once in a while, a beef rib. Not real big on a beef ribs.
Mine's not going to have the same.
we
Yeah,
got
what
lettuce.
ass
Yeah,
answer is this
without
going to be?
lettuce.
Well, it's chunky peanut butter.
Oh,
I
sick.
love peanut
Wow,
butter.
awesome.
I eat peanut butter every day. I can't go without peanut butter. Every once in a while,
Do you eat peanut butter every day?
every day with a spoon after lunch.
Wow.
I bring peanut butter in. I eat it straight up with a spoon. I love peanut butter. Peanut butter every single day of my life. It is the one, and oatmeal I like. There's a lot of other things I like.
Yeah.
Peanut butter, cannot give up on peanut butter. Love peanut butter. That is the one food I can't live without. All right, 215-592-9494. The one
I've
thing.
never seen you eat peanut butter. I don't think.
Oh, you've seen it, right, Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always have the
Celery?
jar.
He brings his own little jar. No, it's not like Ben. Remember Ben's lunch
Yeah, with the
was
celery. That was hummus,
Celery's and
so-
hummus. Yeah, yeah. No, I eat it straight out of the jar.
Okay.
Bruce in DC, you're on WIP. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, Mark. Hey, how's
Marks.
it going?
Whoa.
How's everybody doing?
Yeah.
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry about that. No, I'm in the Enterprise. I'm waiting to get picked up. I'm a little stranded.
Oh, they'll
I'm
pick
gonna
you
make
up.
my way back up north.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stranded.
They'll leave the light on for you.
Yep. No, that's not Enterprise.
Yeah, but this. All right, Spike. I caught that now.
Yeah.
Well, that was Fritz.
Yeah.
But look, man, this thing about Bone, man, this guy. I look, I'm like you. I'm at my patience is really short with him because see, here's the thing. It's one thing about his attitude, but the other thing is his refusal to buy in at being patient and at the plate. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him and why he seems as though he doesn't feel as though he needs to conform. And this is the thing that really bothers me about him. But I get what you're saying about him. I don't want to bench him right now because that would shatter his.
I mean, you can
ego.
bench him for a day. I just don't know how long you can keep him on the bench.
Right. Well, when Sosa needs to play, they need to get Sosa in there
Sure.
and play when it's warranted.
I
But
agree.
here's the thing: if he doesn't shape up, if he doesn't get his act together, he needs to be gone by the trade deadline, because the other thing here that I'm concerned about is with the Phillies, with the bench. You know, and as those pitchers. I mean, they maybe they could arrange a deal and maybe get something going to where they can get him, maybe get a prospect or get a trade to get him out of there, because we got adequate replacements for him. He won't be missed, as far as I'm concerned.
What are you talking about, Bone?
Yeah.
Who's our adequate replacement?
Sosa.
Say again?
Well, defensively he is.
Sosa.
Sosa.
Well, not offensively.
He can certainly hit better than $125.
Well, that's to assume he's going to hit $125 the rest of the year. He's been a 275 hitter pretty much his whole career.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent.
Meanwhile, Sosa's never batted more than 255.
Yeah, I just don't think that the difference between Sosa and Bohm at the plate is that big a deal at this point.
When both are at their best.
Well, but I don't think.
I have to assume. I'm not assuming the worst. I'm saying at their best, Bohm is the better player at the plate.
At the plate, he's the better player at his best. Yes.
Yeah, and that's to your point, and that's the reason why, like I'm saying here, is his grace period is to the trade deadline, because despite his stats, you know, he falls flat in the playoffs anyway. Again. My patience, it's just time. It's just time to move on from him if he doesn't get himself together psychologically. I don't know.
Bruce.
I mean, that's my whole point. So,
Bruce, for next question, they tell us something. Give us a food you couldn't live without.
Seafood.
Well, that is not. You're gonna have to dial in a little bit. Imagine if somebody said land food. Crabs.
No,
okay.
I'll say crabs.
Is there now? Is that like
the snow crabs?
Yeah, is it like
crab legs?
Blue crabs.
Blue crabs. There you go.
Okay.
Blue crabs.
Yes, blue crabs.
Lock in, Bruce.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a pain in the ass.
That was my thing when I ate that stuff. Crabs just seemed like too much work.
Yeah, that's why I like the legs better.
Yeah, the Alaskan king crab legs or whatever. You just do the one.
Oh, snow crabs.
Yes.
I don't even the king crabs. I don't want the spikes on them.
Yeah.
I just want the legs.
Yeah.
When I did it.
You're a legsman?
I was a legs and clawsman.
Oh wow, I didn't know you're into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but the same. Like, crab cakes are a smidge overrated. I don't know.
Crab cakes?
Yeah, a smidge.
No, it depends on where you get them.
Well, my thing was always like people would be like, "It's all crab in there instead of filling." And I'm like, "Well, then it's not a crab cake. Then it's just a pile of crab. Don't you need the filling to make it a crab cake?"
Yes.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're like, "It's 95% crab." I was like, "Well, that's not a
You
cake.
get some good crab cake out there, Fritz.
It's good enough, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's fine. I just think that people act like it's like this big delicacy.
Oh.
And I don't view it in that light. It's not a steak. It's not even lobster. Like, lobster's better than crab.
Now, it's funny. I don't think I've ever had lobster other than like lobster macaroni and cheese.
Oh, you've never had lobster?
I don't think like the real lobster.
Lobster mac and cheese is
tail?
awesome.
I'm not a big lobster tail guy.
Oh, okay.
You know,
All right.
You ever have a lobster roll?
had lobster roll, yeah.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've had lobster, but it's already out of the shell and everything else.
You haven't done the whole thing with the bib.
Yeah.
And the butter and the cracker or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next, the very first edition of the Ike Reese Masters Update.
Oh,
and we will talk a little NFL draft. And to you, what is the biggest thing you took away from the Phillies win last night? 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed. Lock in. Guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber deposits one off the chop house.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Philly, are you ready for a wild weekend? Cheerleaders Philadelphia is bringing the heat April 11th and 12th. Catch the electrifying Jesse Pony live on stage with 2 shows each night and meet and greets between shows. Then Saturday, April 12th, it's UFC 314 at Cheerleaders. Witness featherweight history with Volkanovski versus Lopez. Thrilling fights and fiery entertainment all under one roof. Cheerleaders, just minutes from the stadium. Watch all your favorite sports teams on their 75-foot video wall alongside Philly's sexiest cheerleaders.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesearch.com today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You're just moments away from a first-time segment on the WIP Afternoon Show. We're all very excited.
Ike Nance over there.
But yes, before we get to it, the Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's, as you know, is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply at marks-jewelers.com. The question, should the Phillies put Ranger in the bullpen when he gets back and keep Taijuan in the rotation? Like, what do you think the response is to that? Yes or no?
This is a tricky one.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's already the perception with Taijuan is there.
Yeah.
Not sure everybody's buying the first two starts.
Right.
But it makes sense.
And Ranger did struggle the second half of last year.
So it makes sense. So I'm going to go, this one is a little tough. I'll go 55-45 in favor of keeping Taijuan as a starter and Ranger in the bullpen.
Oh, you were on a good streak.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
60% say no, 40% say yes. You had to flip it around.
I had to flip it the other way.
Yeah.
People not buying Taijuan?
Not yet.
Not yet. Probably need one more start.
Yeah, for Taijuan. Not only the only Philly starter not to give up a home run, the only Philly starter not to give up a run. He hasn't given up a run in his two starts.
Yeah.
So 215-592-9494. Before we get back to the phones on the Phils, as you know, today begins a tradition unlike any other, and the WIP Afternoon Show begins a tradition unlike any other.
A tradition unlike any other. Ike Reese on the Masters.
Wow.
Quick Masters update?
That's pretty nice, fellas.
Yeah.
Yes, and I was impressed with you with the whole tradition unlike any other.
Oh, come on. I'm informed.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you.
So, I got to do this in my Jim Nance voice.
There you go.
Yes. The Masters is off to a great start. The majority of the field is out on the course right now. Everyone has teed off. And I will tell you, two-time champion Scotty Scheffler finished up pretty strong today. Well, he's not finished just yet, but he's finishing up strong right now. 3 under in 4th place.
All right. Wow. That's a good. Now he did not get arrested.
No, he did not get arrested.
Right. That's great.
Wasn't his fault last time. Anyway.
Of course not.
Not his fault. A couple other big names on the board.
Yes.
How about Colin Morikawa? Two-time champion.
Don't get too excited. Keep it low.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. You're right. Yes. He's in 5th place right now. Some of the live golfers who are former major champions, like Bryson DeChambeau, off to a good start today. He's at 2 under also in 5th place. Wow. So right now, listen, Augusta is playing like it normally does. It's tough, but not as tough as some expected. I mean, 4 under as the lead on the first day is a pretty good score to start off the weekend at Augusta.
It's a tough walk, Ike.
It is a tough walk. People wondering, will Rory McIlroy be able to complete the career Grand Slam? He's a favorite in this tournament this week.
Oh, wow.
Only behind Scotty Scheffler. Rory right now, 1 under through 4 holes, 12th place. So looking good.
It's a good start for Rory.
Good.
This sounds a lot like whatever I imagine the quiet storm from Ike to sound like at night.
So here's the thing. Corey Connors is leading the Masters right now with 4 under.
Right.
I did not mention Corey Connors.
Yeah. How could we forget Corey Connors?
Yes.
Yes.
Out there.
Wow.
I tell you, star-studded field. First day. Be interesting to see who gets out to an early lead, but tomorrow is really the day where moves come at Augusta.
Oh, golf clap for Ike. Ike golf.
Out of way.
Yes.
I like golf.
Just to throw in one little personal nugget here,
Yes.
as a personal interest.
Oh, like there's
in this weekend's Masters.
Ike Carton over here.
Ludwig Oberg.
Our boy.
Yeah.
The
Oberg.
speed, they say.
The speed. Even right now through 4.
Okay.
He's got to
right
pick it up.
4.
All right.
Yeah.
Some would say plus 2,000.
Okay. Great job, guys. Ike, you'll get your next Ike Masters update in 1 hour, 30 past every hour today. And if it goes well, we'll bring it back tomorrow. I already love it. I want to do it when the Masters isn't even going on. All right.
The Valero Open.
Yeah.
Check in with Ike Reese.
Thank you.
215-592-9494. Anthony in Collegeville, you're on WIP. What's up, Ant?
Hey, how's everyone doing this afternoon?
Oh, jeez.
What's up, Ant?
Yep.
Hey, not too much. That was pretty quick. I didn't know if there was a delay or anything there.
Nope.
All right.
All
So
right.
I'm thinking maybe Mr. Bone just needs a copy of Inner Excellence. I'm not sure if any.
A copy of Inner Excellence
That
might
not
help
be a
out.
bad idea. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
I think maybe a meeting between AJ and Alec Bohm might not be a bad idea.
Dude, if we saw Bohm in the dugout with a book,
Oh, we would slaughter that guy.
we're going to slaughter him.
Well,
when
if it's that book.
AJ does it, it's the greatest.
Yeah. Well, it is the greatest when AJ does it. Now, if Bohm's doing it because the Hertz is not throwing him the ball, then I'm fully in favor of it. But otherwise, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and I don't know. He maybe at the end of the day, not everybody's built to play here. You know, some places you can do that. You can struggle and sort of have little tantrums all over the place, and the fans aren't on every single move. You know,
Sure.
and we are here. Anthony, give us for next question today. Give us a food you couldn't live without.
I'm going to let my inner child show a little bit, and I'm going to say cereal.
You're going to have to give us.
Cereal. Give me,
I think he's got to
give me
pick
a top
a cereal.
Yeah, give me a cereal.
I think you got to pick
a
a cereal.
little too vague there.
Yeah.
All right, let's go with Lucky Charms. Ugh, the worst ones for you.
Yeah.
You couldn't live without Lucky Charms?
How old are you?
I'm just calling that. I'm actually 36, but that was just the most recent one I ate. Actually, I ate some like good for you stuff from like Trader Joe's. Like,
Oh, all right.
Well, no
Yeah.
cereal is really good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. There's it.
Sorry.
The Raisin Bran or
nah,
Chex.
full of sugar.
That's the purpose of eating cereal.
Yeah, well, it really is. The end of the day.
Yeah, why else would I eat it if it wasn't sugar?
I do like cereal. My problem always with cereal is, first of all, you look at what the serving size is and the size of the bowl you eat. It's like 3 servings. But like, I could eat 17 bowls of cereal.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm never full from a bowl of cereal.
Oh, really?
Never. Yeah, maybe
What type of milk you use?
almond milk.
Oh, okay.
But it's milk, you know. I mean,
sometimes, hell, I grew
use
up drinking
whole
whole
milk.
milk.
Yeah.
I'm not anymore. I'm just saying I grew up drinking whole milk. More
Oat
of
milk.
a lactate 2% milk guy now.
Oat milk is the heavier of the
Yeah.
plant-based
Okay.
milks or whatever.
Okay.
The only cereal I don't think I could eat 100 bowls of. You remember grape nuts?
Yeah.
Grape nuts is like eating gravel.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
grape
they
nuts.
give you a heavy belly there.
Yeah.
But the other ones, I just could eat bowl after bowl after bowl.
Smacks.
Yes.
Pops.
There you go.
The corn pops.
There you go.
Honeycombs.
There you go.
Frankenberries.
There you go.
Was that the Captain Crunch?
Captain Crunch.
Yeah, Captain Crunch.
Blueberry.
Blueberry, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Was never a
Oh,
big
you were
fan
thinking
of,
Count Chocolate.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was
Chocolate.
never a big fan of that. Is that the
That's the chocolate one.
Cookie Crisp or
Oh,
whatever?
Well, Cookie Crisp is a completely different cereal. It's just like little cookies.
That's the one I'm thinking of,
Yeah,
though. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Golden Grams was always my favorite
Golden
cereal.
Grams.
Number one.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Is a good one.
Man, Cinnamon Toast. That's a
And the milk afterwards.
yes.
Come on.
That's the best part.
Well, let me tell you the best part of sex.
What a segue.
Is doing it?
Well, it really is. You know, but the best part, you want your best part to be the best, right? And Blue Chew is going to help you get there. We know you're not always at your best, and it's okay. You don't have to admit it to us like publicly, right?
But she knows.
She knows, and you know, and you're going to be more confident with Blue Chew. She's going to have a better time. More confident. Better time means it happening more. Everybody's happy, and all you had to do was go to bluechew.com. And thanks to the WIP Afternoon Show, Ike, Jack, and I all got together.
Yep.
And we said, why don't we do this?
Yeah.
Why don't we pay for their first month of Blue Chew?
Because we're good guys.
Yeah.
Okay with that.
Make
people
it free.
People helping people.
Yes. So you're going to go to bluechew.com. You're going to use code 94. Your first month's going to be free. You're only going to pay for shipping. We're not covering the shipping like Jack's book, but we are going to cover the first month. It's
And
only going
again,
to be
with
$5.
that, I'm going to hand a lot of them in person.
Yes. There you go. Blue Chew is chewable rather than a normal pill that you have to swallow. There's an advantage. As far as like the ingredients in it, it's the same as Viagra and Cialis and Levitra and Staxin. It's all made here in the United States, so it's cheaper, Jack, because
there's no tariffs.
No tariffs, so it's cheaper, and it's shipped directly to you. So this whole thing is online. No doctor's appointments.
None.
Who needs a doctor's appointment?
Yeah, imagine Ike walking in there.
Yes.
You know, everyone's like, "Oh my God, there he is."
There
Doesn't
he
have
is.
to deal with that.
Yeah, what are you here for?
What are you here
Yeah,
for?
you don't want to deal with that. And then you don't want to go to the pharmacy waiting in line. Some old lady, she's
Give you the stink eye.
You say, "What's he in line for now?" Because they ship it directly to you in a
discreet package.
There you go.
Hard
package.
There you go. So what I
is
want
that in there, by the way? Is it a hard package?
No, I know because it came in the mail.
Everything's hard about
Yes.
Blue Chew.
Yeah, it is
a hard package.
Yeah, it's one of those those stiff envelopes.
Yeah.
Wow. Hard, stiff.
There you go.
Yeah.
Discreet.
It's hard to bend.
Do this. No, you absolutely don't want any bending going on.
Don't bend it.
No.
Don't bend it.
Go
Don't want
to
you in the ER.
Again, you just go to bluechew.com, meet with one of their licensed medical providers. It's really like a 3-minute process. So not getting the Blue Chew is the 3-minute process.
3 minutes is perfectly fine.
It is.
Not with these.
Yeah. Bluechew.com, code 94. Your first month is going to be free. And then you can
chew it and do it.
Do it.
I have to apologize to Justin every once in a while because I'm mostly a stand-up guy.
Yeah.
But sometimes I get tired and I sit down and I screw up the YouTube when I do that.
Oh, I thought you meant like you're a stand-up guy.
No. I'm not one of those. I just stand up a lot.
He's
yeah.
a stand-up guy.
215-592-9494. Oh, hi, Chuck. Chuck in Mount Airy. You're on WIP.
Hey, fellas. Hey, listen. Ike, you sound pretty good, man. I like that about you. That master.
The master.
Oh, yes. It's a tradition unlike any other.
He doesn't even need the Blue Chews.
Yeah, you sound like the old WJS dude on Quiet Storm, Tony Brown. You know what I mean? I started to fall asleep behind the wheel when he was talking. But listen, Jack, you know what? Jack Fritz can kiss my ass.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Oh, what happened?
You don't think I didn't hear that yesterday? You know, the stock down watch. Y'all heard that?
Oh,
well,
I forgot about
some are agreeing with him, Jack.
Let me say this, Spike. You know what I mean? Even though when he said that, I was like, all right, maybe my stock is a little down. Let me say the names he put in front of me. I felt like Mike Smith felt like when Allen Iverson was to go to Boston. Like, really? Okay, Andrews.
Well, he was behind you. He was behind you.
But his stock is up.
But you did say his stock was up.
Oh, well, but Chuck, here's the difference between okay, Andrew's got a very low bar.
Look.
He's barely jumping. He's doing like
Stand tall, Jack, on your statement. The Chuck stock is down.
Well, it's down a little bit, but like again, your stock versus okay, Andrew's.
King over here.
Yeah. Okay, Andrew is going from 0. It's like Taiwan Walker's first 2 starts.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like you're Zach Wheeler.
Oh, yeah, that's the way to recover.
You're
I
saying
like
Chuck is like Nvidia stock. It's very valuable, even though if it's low, you don't even know what
What
that
the hell are you talking
Sorry.
about?
Sorry.
You say at least Enron or something.
You say Enron?
What is Nvidia?
Enron is not even a company anymore.
Well, they are back. I don't know if you saw
It's
that.
a different company.
I'm trying to use references from your day and age.
My day and age. You
The
said the
90s.
tariff thing. You don't even know what Nvidia is? Apple stock. How about that?
Thank
Do you understand? There
you.
go.
Grow up.
All right. Chuck?
Yeah, I'm a little upset about that. You know what I mean? I'm calling radio racism, man. All the black callers stock
was down.
Oh, that's a good
Way to
point.
call it out, Chuck. Way to call it out.
Wow.
I missed that.
And then Spike even tried to throw Rios in all the earth.
No.
He's throwing another,
Yeah,
bro.
but
I
Spike's
just
fault.
asked about Rios. I was not throwing Rios in there.
I mean, you better be with us too, White.
Oh, I'm with you now that you brought it up. I didn't even recognize it, though. I did
Wow.
not see it at
I always
first.
knew Jack. I always had my own Jack. I always knew he, you know what I mean? Undercover. You know what I mean? Let me stop. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Listen, though.
Yes.
What I take out of yesterday's game is that it's as simple as this. And Jack, you don't like my baseball knowledge because I speak the truth. Okay? What I'm saying is this. Wherever Bryce Harper goes, that's where the Phillies go. That's what I took out of yesterday's game. Without Bryce Harper, this team stinks, and you know it, except for Willer and Ranger. Those 2 guys showed me something in the playoffs, so I give them a pass.
Well,
The
Schwarber.
rest of those guys suck. All of them, each and every last one of them stink. You know what I mean? And Bryce
Big
Harper
home run by
carries
Trea last
the team
night,
on his
Chuck.
back. Trey Turner stinks, and you know it. He's going to go in the dumps right when it counts. every year like he always do it.
317 hitter in the playoffs.
He's the invisible man. Alec Boehm's the invisible man. And, you know, and you think about it, it's this, right? You don't like what I say about the Phillies because I come at them because they haven't done nothing. So, I mean, they're just good to watch during the summer, drink beer, smoke a cigar, eat a hot dog. That's it. Then come October, what they do, they wet the bed like they always do.
Most postseason wins in baseball the last 3 years.
What that's accomplished, Jack?
I know.
What is that
I know.
accomplished? You know what they did against the Mets? You know,
They laid down like dogs.
Laid down like dogs. Spike.
You know what's wild?
Yes.
Their record with and without Harper since he got here, basically same win percentage. So,
hey, Spike, you can say what you want to say. Spike is just the eye test.
Oh.
Eye test shows that the playoffs, you know, when things
Spike doesn't
count,
have
when
that.
it matters. You know, these guys.
I'm not saying he's not important, but a baseball player can't be that important as you're making him.
Why can't he?
Because he only hits 4 times a game. He's look, I agree with you, but you're saying as Bryce Harper goes, the Phillies go. That's not true. Bryce Harper had like an 1,100 OPS in the Mets series last year, and they lost in 4 games. It isn't just as Bryce Harper goes, the Phillies go. It's not true.
Joel Embiid should request
All right.
There it is.
All right. No, you're an idiot.
There it is.
Look, Chuck, Jack was right. If you're going to call about baseball all the time, I love you. You can't just pivot to Joel Embiid when you don't know what you're talking about.
Have you noticed, by the way, I was going to do a top 5 on this, but it's only
Yeah.
really one thing.
Yeah.
When people get mad at you, it always turns to the Sixers. We had very nice people that came and sat in today.
Oh, yeah.
And
that friggin' guy.
He went to the Sixers on Spike?
Well, remember, he was like, Spike, why don't you fix your league?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he asked me, he was like, you're being tough on Alec Boehm. It's hard to hit a baseball. I was like, I understand it's hard to hit a baseball. I'm comparing him to other players who play baseball. And he's like, why don't you fix it to the NBA?
You get blamed for everything about
Yeah.
the NBA and the Sixers.
Yeah.
So good.
I didn't do it. The NBA is in a bad place.
But you got an answer for it.
Yeah, well, but I didn't create it.
Oh,
you
I
know?
No.
And the problem with baseball, I wish baseball was as Bryce Harper goes, the Phillies go, because the Phillies would have won a World Series by now if it was as Bryce Harper goes, the Phillies go.
Fair.
It's just that that's the problem with baseball is that it's why, think about this. The Angels had Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani on the same team.
Right. Didn't even make the playoffs, let alone win a World Series.
Right. Like that's the tough part is that it takes everybody.
What happened to that rule? If they were thinking about voting on, what was it called?
Oh, the Golden at Bat.
The Golden at Bat.
It was just a concept. I don't think they even thought about.
Okay.
The next baseball rule that will happen is I bet next year the challenge the ball strike thing is going to happen like they had in spring training this year. I bet that happens next
I like
year.
the idea of the Golden at Bat.
I love the Golden at Bat idea. But
Because that way you can say the team goes as Bryce Harper goes.
I mean, can you imagine the legacies that could be built or crushed based on a clutch at bat when you get called in for the Golden at Bat? Oh my God, it would be incredible.
I actually like that.
I love the idea of, could you imagine if one-time Topper, like, I don't know, he takes Weston Wilson over Kyle Schwarber because Weston Wilson's right-handed.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, or something like that. I don't think he would do that, but
I know what you're saying,
there's
though.
some manager that would look at
a little bit more
matchups.
intrigue to it adds to the game.
Yeah. I love Chuck. I just like.
Oh, Chuck.
I want to
worry
talk
about
about
it.
baseball.
Don't worry about it. That was fine, man.
Yeah.
Chuck's fine.
He starts yelling at me about Joel
Chuck's
Embiid.
fine.
Barely yelled at you.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, you gave him the quick hook. That's
yeah,
what
I
you
did.
did, right?
I don't
Get him out of there.
I don't want to do this today.
Yeah,
Your stock
right.
is down. What I mean, I'm pumping and dumping you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Talking about stuff.
If I hadn't heard that in another context before, I would have been like, what?
Yeah. Don't want to do that.
Never mind.
All right. Get into a little birds next. We will continue to talk about the Phils, 215-592-9494. But we are 2 weeks from today away from the NFL draft and the Philadelphia Eagles. The return of Sheil Kapadia to the WIP afternoon show is next. I'll ask you about all that stuff. If they have to replace all these guys that they lost in the draft. Should they keep all the picks? Should they trade up? All that stuff. That is coming up next with Sheil. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. So, what I want you to do as far as trading is I want you to trade your old drafty windows for new windows from Gaida. And you've been putting it off for a long time. And I'm going to get to this in a second. Gaida's working to make sure you don't put it off any longer. because there are a lot of great things to replacing your windows, especially if they've been in there for too long. Your energy bills are going to go down because this summer you're going to keep that hot air outside of the house. So you're not going to have to keep your air pumped up as much. The value of your house is going to go up as it does when you do something valuable like replace your windows and doors. And it's just going to be more comfortable. You're going to feel better about the entire thing. Now, as far as comfort, they're going to make you comfortable with the cost. 0 down and 0% financing for up to 36 months. Depending on the size of your project, you could up that to 72 months. And the math on that, I've been told, is that 72 months is 6 years. That is 6 years of low payments, lower energy bills, and pure happiness. On top of all of it, 20% off every single product they have. 20% off every window, 20% off every door. There are restrictions. There is a minimum purchase. The financing is subject to credit approval. That's a lot of details, so I suggest you just call them. Call 877-GO-GUIDA. At the end of your call, you can set up a free in-home estimate. It's great. Or just go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to 20 matchups and so much more. Look, it's the best golf event of the year. Find the better bets that works for you and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. I'm talking about betting on Augusta this week. FanDuel.com/hammer. Tee off with a variety of bet types and bet the tournament as it unfolds through Sunday. FanDuel.com/hammer. With FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hardworking, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to vaxassist.com and schedule today. That's vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Belated congrats to Yeshiva University Baseball. The Manhattan School snapped its 100-game losing streak by taking the back half of Tuesday's doubleheader with Lehman College, who snapped its 42-game skid in the opener. That's right. When the day began, these two schools had lost a combined 141 consecutive games. Hopefully for both, a few more wins now follow. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's Thursday at 3 o'clock. You know what that means. Sheil Kapati of The Ringer, just like old times. Welcome back, Sheil.
I know. I feel like I should be getting ready with the game prediction. You know, we're going to be talking about, is the offense Jalen Hurts or Kellen Moore? But I guess it's a different year. It's the off season, so I don't have to worry about all that.
Well, I got an important question first, Sheil.
Okay.
Are you okay with the intro music now?
Oh, yeah, it's different.
I'm okay because I figured you guys put thought into it and you wanted to save the other one for in-season hits only. So if we have a standing off-season one,
it's not coming back.
It's not coming back. I campaigned for this song for months.
Okay.
Yeah, Spike got this song on here. It's not leaving.
Yeah. But I made the agreement. They were like, I think it was midway through the playoffs. I was like, why isn't the song coming? They were like, wait till after the playoffs. We got to win the Super Bowl first, which we did. And it has been.
Jack said that.
Yes, it has been a while. How old a guy are you now? No, it's just been a couple of months. So you know, really, we haven't talked to you about the offseason at all. It has been even though the Eagles have explained it and analysts have explained it, it has been sort of a stunning offseason for the Eagles, given the number of players that they've lost and the fact that they haven't really replaced any of them in a player for player sort of way. They've signed a bunch of guys. Excuse me. They've signed a bunch of guys, but all those guys seem like, you know, lottery tickets in some way.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A bunch of dart throws. I think going into the offseason, like you said, we all sort of knew, all right, they're going to lose some guys, but you wondered, all right, is there a big trade up their sleeve? Is there, hey, just one signing that they're going to make? And instead of that, you know, you're able to bring Zach Bond back. But I think, honestly, the most stunning move of the offseason was probably the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade. I don't think anyone was really predicting them to go to those lengths to save a little money and reshape their defense. So it's not panic time. They're still the favorites to win the Super Bowl if you look at the sports books, but I think it makes this draft probably maybe even more important than we thought it was going to be a few months ago.
Well, and that's sort of my question on this is, do you go into this draft? Do you think the Eagles are going into this draft saying we need like multiple starters out of this draft? Because they lose Sweat, they lose Milton Williams, who wasn't a starter, but, you know, for all intents and purposes, starter type snaps. They lose Slay, they lose CJ, who you mentioned. And Nakobe Dean's not going to be there when the season starts. They lose Becton. Do you think they go into this draft thinking we have to get like number of real true contributors to this year's team?
I think the way Howie Roseman looks at it is he tries to put together a roster that, hey, if you need to play a game right now, 2 weeks before the draft, you can go line up and you have guys, some guys you're not sure of, but you have enough guys to put out there where you feel okay about it. In other words, you sort of set the floor the best you can at every position. And then you go into the draft and you say, hey, if we can draft over some of those guys we're not sure about, let's go ahead and do that. So, yeah, I think ideally if they could get 2 starters out of this draft and it could be as fruitful as last year's draft was, they would love to do that. Now, last year's draft doesn't always happen. So I think that's going to be challenging. What to me is most interesting is that this is a team coming off a Super Bowl victory, and there are probably like 8 spots where you could say they could draft someone over a guy who's there right now. You know, offensively, you could certainly say it at right guard. You could maybe say it about tight end if they move on from Dallas Goedert. You could say it about wide receiver 3 with Jahan Dotson. And then defensively, you could say it on pretty much every level. I mean, you could draft a defensive tackle who starts right away, an edge rusher, a linebacker, a safety, a corner. So to me, that's the unusual part where you say, you know, you don't have to necessarily force a position and say, we got to get this guy because he can play right away. At the same time, when we get to the summer and August in training camp, I do think there are going to be a lot of spots up for grabs. And they showed us last year, specifically on defense, that they're willing to play the rookies right away if those guys show that they're capable.
Sheil, what do you think the likelihood of? Because we all know they need help on defense, and there are a lot more holes to fill there, like you said, at all 3 levels. But you mentioned the position there. I think would catch some people off guard, although it would make some others excited. And I'm thinking about that tight end position. 32 is a good spot. It's almost like a high second-round pick for a tight end because it's late in the first round. I'm wondering, you know, you think the Eagles would consider a tight end in that first round? And I know Tyler Warren is up there as a higher draft pick. A, would you go up to get him, or B, is there a tight end you could see somewhere sort of late in there in that first round that the Eagles could be interested in?
It's possible. I think more likely might be day 2, but like you said, if you trade back a little bit, you know, it could still be a top 50 pick. I mean, if you're looking at the strength of this draft, I think tight end is right up there with almost any position. Now, a guy like Tyler Warren from Penn State, there's the Michigan kid, Colston Loveland. I think those guys are probably going to be taken at a spot where it's kind of too high for you to even trade up because you're going to have to give up quite a bit. I mean, I think those guys could very well go in like the top 20 there. So I think more likely than not, you say, hey, who are some of these guys on day 2? You know, there's a tight end out of Miami who is really interesting, where whenever you see the Cam Ward highlights, who's going to go number 1 overall, he's the guy that he's throwing to. So, yeah, usually in the past, you know, they had Brent Selleck and they drafted Zach Ertz early. They didn't have to think about it. It wasn't an emergency situation. They had Zach Ertz. They drafted Dallas Goedert. They didn't wait till Zach Ertz was off the team. Well, this is a sort of different situation where, and again, Goddard's still on the team, so who knows how that plays out. But if Goddard ends up not being on the team, then yeah, I think that's a position where second round, third round, you draft a guy who you really like and hope that he can come in and play right away.
Now, when you brought up, you mentioned moving up to somewhere in the 20s would be a little bit too rich. Now, you think are you saying that's too rich for a tight end, or do you think that's what it would cost to move up in the 20s for another player would be too rich for the Eagles? Do you believe the Eagles would move up if there was a defensive end or maybe a defensive tackle they wanted in the 20s somewhere?
I think if there's a pass rusher who they love and that guy starts to fall, that would be the position. You know, I still think they care about positional value in the draft, and you look at how the defense is built and the guys they lost. Yeah, I think that would be the position where you say, hey, they're going to make a big swing. And I don't know who the player would be. You know, I think a lot of those guys could go early, and then, you know, some of them might be available. What they like to do or what they've done in past years is it's kind of a small trade up where you're going up, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots, and then you try to get back draft picks in the second or third round. So I think that's probably more likely given some of the holes that they need to fill. But yeah, if you told me, hey, they're going to make a big swing in the first round, I would think the position would be either edge rusher or defensive tackle.
You know, the trading, especially if you're trading other picks from this year, I'm a big move up guy, But man, they need so many players. I've been, and most people here haven't been. And in Philadelphia, everybody's very happy with the Super Bowl. And this happened after the last one, where every move they make is it must be the right thing. They've lost so many players, and the draft is. I know they've been successful recently, but it's not. The draft isn't a thing where you can count on being as successful as they've been. And I just sort of I've put myself in the camp of more picks better than less picks. Take more players rather than less players. And the move up, that the cost to get into the teens or something like that seems so high from a draft capital standpoint. It makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially in this draft. You know, it's not even the teams that are picking in the top 10. You look at some of these guys and you're like, wait, these are the guys going in the top 10 this year? This guy has an injury history. This guy's undersized. It's really not one of those drafts where you say, all right, there are a bunch of guys you could say, hey, if they slip, this is the time to trade up. So I think you're right about that. You know, they've talked about, hey, we have to sign a bunch of these rookies, or not rookies, but guys we've drafted in the last 3 years. They're going to become very expensive. Well, what's the way to supplement those guys on the roster? It's to have new guys on rookie contracts. What's the best way to do that? You have a lot of picks. You know, you're not going to hit on all of them. And you hope that you can find enough success stories that you're able to supplement the roster that way.
Sheil, have you done a mock, and is there a player, let's say that the Eagles are picking 32 or round 32, is there somebody that you have sort of dialed in on and who you think might be a good fit, who might be there when they're picking?
Yeah, there are a couple of guys who I kind of have my eye on. One of them is Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle out of Ole Miss. Like we just talked about,
Andrew.
that is an area that they could absolutely address. And so he's somebody who, you know, it was kind of hit or miss a little bit last year. You look at his 10 best plays and you say, wow, this guy should be a top 15 pick. And then you watch a little bit more and you say, okay, I can see it. It's not as consistent, but he's a guy, if you're swinging for upside and say, hey, the best version of this guy could be a really special player, I think he would really interest them. So he's a guy I have an eye on there to see if he falls. And then the other one, you go back to the Georgia well, and I don't think it's the ideal position they would like to draft, but there's a safety from Georgia named Malachi Stark, who to me seems like a really clean prospect who can come in, replace Chauncey Gardner-Johnson right away, high IQ type player, played as a freshman right away at Georgia, a 3-year starter who I think is a really good player. So just looking at it, hey, who could be there, who could interest them? Those are two of the guys that I kind of had my eye on.
Yeah, it should be an interesting night for the Eagles. Our big nightmare, as it is every draft when they're picking lower, is that we do this huge draft show on draft night and they trade out of the first round and we just go we go home with our hands in our pockets.
That's right. Last time they won the Super Bowl, right? Dallas Goedert in the second round.
Yep.
They trade out of 32. Lamar Jackson goes 32. And quite honestly, that's something to keep an eye on. You know, the quarterbacks are not great in this draft. However, if you're a team that likes one of these quarterbacks and they're still available at 32, you're incentivized to trade into the first round because it gives you that 5th-year option where now all of a sudden you have that quarterback for an extra year. If he hits, he's going to be cheaper for you on the 5th year, whereas if you're a 2nd or 3rd round pick, you only have him under contract for 4 years. So that's always something to keep an eye on when you have the 32nd overall pick in the first round is, hey, one of these quarterbacks, does a team fall in love and say, hey, we want to get back up there into the first round, and now you trade back and you maybe get another extra pick on day 2. Now for content for you guys doing the big draft show, I hope that doesn't happen. But from an Eagles perspective, it's something to keep an eye on for sure.
Listen, I wouldn't mind if the Giants wanted to get up there to 32 to get Jalen Milrose in that first round.
And we get something out of that.
And we get something out of that, yeah. And the Eagles give the Giants a chance to take Jalen Milrose in the first round.
Yeah, it could make sense. And in some of these, Shedeur Sanders, I don't think is going to be there at 32, but there's some uncertainty with basically every quarterback other than Cam Ward. There's the quarterback from Ole Miss, Jackson Dart.
Yep.
You look at some of the draft analysts out there, they say he's going to go in the first round, where a month ago, no one would have said he's going in the first round. So this always happens with quarterbacks. Teams start to get desperate. The quarterbacks get pushed up the board a little bit, and you might have an opportunity to capitalize on that if you're a team like the Eagles that already has your quarterback in place.
All right, Sheil. You can read Sheil at The Ringer or listen to the Philly Special podcast wherever you get your podcast. We appreciate it, buddy.
Appreciate it,
All
brother.
right, Mike. Talk to you soon. Take care.
There he is, Sheil Kapadia of The Ringer. Should be fun Thursday night. I'm excited.
I'd trade with the Giants and tax them even more.
Well, and the quarterback stinks too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not even afraid of the quarterback. That's why I'd go in and do it.
Yeah. By the way, it's clear Shield's been listening to the show, just taking all of OK Andrews' points.
Unbelievable.
A little
by the way.
disappointing.
Unbelievable.
He just legitimized OK Andrews.
Yep.
Man.
Our draft expert, OK Andrew. I'm
That's
sure
right.
we'll hear from him later. By the way, we do have the next Ike Masters update in about 15 minutes.
There's been movement.
We saw a big putt from one of the stars in the league.
We'll find out more at 3:30.
That's a good teaser.
215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus, you're in WIP.
Hey, man, that boy Scotty. That boy Scotty heating up. You know what I'm saying?
It was a big putt. It was a big putt there, Corey.
Yeah.
Corey!
What's up?
Boy, I'm not used to talking to you in the 3 o'clock hour.
My bad. You know, hey, when work call, I told you sometimes I got to take care of business. You know what I'm saying? I heard y'all, people crying about their caller status and all that, you know. I don't got to cry about that. You know what I'm saying? Because you already know what I
You
said,
solidify.
so
Yeah, you're the leadoff hitter.
I'm
Yeah.
the list. You know what I'm saying? That's what I you know. Hey, you know, LeBron James was at the top of the hill one time too, and he ain't there no more. That's all. You know, that ain't no shot at nobody. You know, just
Corey, do you think that you have overtaken OG Wade as the number one Jalen guy on this show?
Hey, Uncle OG always gonna be, you know, my legend. You know what I'm saying? Hey, don't try to put me.
He's trying to divide and
Yeah,
conquer.
but hold on. Joe Montana was the GOAT for a while, and then Tom Brady came along. That's all I'm saying.
Somebody give Corey the jersey, the blazer, rather.
Listen, it ain't gonna happen. See, you ain't gonna divide me from my folks. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna put no beef between me and my folks.
Oh,
See,
you watch.
That's what Spike tried to do. See, I tried to end the beef with Aaron. I keep coming on here with that Corey from Kentucky when he introduced me.
It's a great line. It's a great line.
Listen, I ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, but Sheil Kapadia, good analysis, but all I'm saying is, okay, Andrew gave y'all that for free. You know
I know, we said that.
Gave y'all that for free. You know, also, Walter Nolan, I love Walter Nolan. I would love to pick. But it's like, y'all got to say somebody else, man. Like, everybody saying Walter Nolan. Like, we want to know more prospects. Everybody is drafting.
What if that's the guy?
But what I'm saying is,
I'm not drafting anyone named Walter in the first
what
round.
I'm saying is, we picked 32. What if he ain't there? We need
Right.
somebody else.
That's a good point.
The same guy.
Yeah.
Also, you know, my man Spike, I love him, but I got to get on him. Listen, I see what you try to do, accumulate the picks. Hey, man, this ain't no trust no process. We don't do that.
Exactly.
We don't
Oh,
accumulate
right.
no picks.
No.
We don't do that. We win.
It's what he just did.
It's
It's what they did. You let Josh Sweat and Milton Williams go for third-round picks.
Oh, you make it seem like Josh Sweat is like Aaron.
I forgot that's what we do here. That's what we have.
So who's you gone?
Yeah, we have the player who should have been Super Bowl MVP. It's like, man, it wasn't even that good anyway.
I don't know about no shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Wow. He made plays when they mattered.
All I know is only one man Super Bowl MVP. I don't know about no shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah.
Foles is Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, so is Nick
and
Foles.
Foles an elite quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh,
we-
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? What you talking about? Like, I don't know what Jack trying to hum and you like. That's fact. We gonna make on the draft. Listen, we gonna make a splash. How we got something up his sleeve? I don't know what it is. All I know is edge rusher. Listen, they got some late gems on the edge rusher. So even if we don't get one in the first round, you got the boy Josiah Stewart out of Tema North. You got the boy Jack Story out of Z Ohio State. Man, we got edge rushers deep in the draft. You know, you got the dude from Ole Miss, Prince Ugalala. I don't even know how to say
That's
his
close
name.
enough.
Yeah, so you know you got some edge rushers in this draft. And we don't hit in the first round. My guy is Trea Amos. If we can get him, put him in the back with Q and Coop, man, we locked up in the solidify for the next 8 years.
Trey Amos. What is he in safety?
Nah, corner.
He's a corner.
That's a good name for
out
a
of
corner.
Ole Miss. Yeah, out of Ole
Trey.
Miss. I see it. Yeah.
If we get to do Malachi Starks, you know, I'm cool with the Georgia pipeline. Keep pumping it through Jelon Walker. Michael
Williams. Yep.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't gonna just be holding on
Oscar
to no picks.
music.
Like, this ain't no trust, no process. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So when Howie accumulates draft picks, we're all like, "That's great." But when I say keep the draft picks, you're like, "No, that's bad. We can't be like Hinkie." Blah, 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 blah.
Nah, listen, because he got a plan with it.
Oh,
he
right.
got a plan too, but they didn't let him execute the plan. That's not our fault.
All right, there
That's
we
not
go.
our fault. They
I'll
got
take
bad
that.
ownership up there. You know, That's why the Commanders about to fall apart in a couple of years. But that wouldn't even, you know what I'm saying? That ain't our fault.
Corey, for next question today, Cody Bellinger has given up hot wings for 5 years. Give us a food you can't live without. You wouldn't give up.
Oh man, that's mac and cheese. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good one.
There you go.
That's a good one.
That's a staple. That's a staple. In a black household, mac and cheese. If you don't cook it right, you can't
Don't bring it to the dinner. Don't bring it to the cookout.
When you mix it up, you know what I'm saying? It gotta sound a little juicy. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about ice. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and we ain't talking about no easy mac with no powder and that. Nah, we talking about baked in the oven. That's what we talking about.
Now, what I will say, a real mac and cheese is great. There is something charming and comforting about Kraft mac and cheese. The powder with the butter and there's something comforting. And I used to put hot dogs in it back in the day.
Sure, we were kids.
Yeah. I'm just saying there's something comforting about it. It's not the same thing, but there's something comforting about it.
Real quick, we're on my way out too. Hey, yo, Justin for Tennessee. Stock is up, baby. I forgot about my boy.
I think his stock is neutral.
Well, it's always up. I mean,
okay, why is not the board too? You know what I'm saying?
He is.
So,
Absolutely.
Hey, get my callers together. Don't put us against each other.
All right. Now I'm even more committed to
pitting you against
each other. Corey, Aaron from Mount Airy said you were from Kentucky. I thought it was funny. Whatever. All right. 215-592-9494. Dan from Akron, just a kid from Akron. You're on WIP.
Ohio kid. Oh, that's PA.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Dan?
That's Akron, PA.
Yeah.
How's it going? First time caller on your show.
All right.
What's up, Dan?
Yeah, not a whole lot. Just wanted to talk about the Phils a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And I got a Blue Chew thing for Jack there. I don't know if you ever heard of the old saying, when Jack and Joe went up the hill.
Each with $1.25. Joe came down with $2.50. Oh, that one.
Jack and Joe went up the hill to have a little fun. Yeah, Joe forgot to take her bill, and now they have a son. Like I guess that kind of figures.
Oh, it's a different one.
There.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah.
I've heard them all. Wife's name's Jill.
His name's not really Jack though. So it's John. It's a completely fraudulent thing. Anyway, Phils, go on, Dan.
So, how can we get Castellanos up in the lineup?
That's a good idea.
Jack had mentioned yesterday flip-flopping Castellanos and Bohm.
Yeah.
But I don't want to put here's the other thing.
I'm not sure where Bohm's at right now. I mean,
the problem is if we move Bohm to 5 and we have Schwarber hitting cleanup, because normally when Bohm's hitting third, it's when Schwarber's hitting cleanup, right? So I don't want to have Bohm. I like the fact that get Castellanos. There's a little protection, for Schwarber. I'm sort of fine with Castellanos is. He's comfortable hitting fifth. He hit fifth almost all last year. They moved him up to cleanup a little bit last year. But I guess I wouldn't mind him at cleanup when Schwarber's leading off. Mm-hmm. Maybe something like that. They've tried a bunch of different things in there. I wouldn't mind that. But in the lineups where Schwarber's hitting cleanup, I'd rather keep Castellanos fifth.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Dan.
Would you move anybody else to that spot?
On your food take.
Oh, yeah. What's a food you couldn't live without?
Smoked brisket.
Brisket.
Ooh, smoked brisket.
There you go, a little brisket.
Smidge overrated as well.
No.
Yeah.
Brisket overrated?
Smidge.
You got to. That's the one thing I haven't learned how to cook yet.
Haven't nailed the brisket
yet. Well, brisket's
yeah.
tough, right? Because it gets dry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a smoker?
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yep.
One of the big, like the green egg ones or whatever?
I do.
Wow, this guy.
I got a big smoker over
there,
man.
Look at this rich guy over here.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I didn't know. I had no idea I was sitting next to a rich guy.
Don't take the heat off your
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I understand it, though. Oh, man, that's one of my things in the summertime.
Oh, smoking?
Yeah, man, on the weekend, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Because it's slower.
Yeah.
I can sit out back.
Yeah.
You don't really have to worry about the whole managing the fire and all of that. You just put it in there and, man, sit back there and chill.
Now, I'm not gonna use the smoker, obviously, but I'm excited I got a good backyard now.
I use both.
Oh, use the grill and the smoker.
I mean, if I want to do something quicker, I got a Weber. I still use my Weber.
Oh,
man.
there
I
you
still
go.
got my Weber, man.
There you go. I got a deck now and a good backyard. I'm pretty psyched to sit out back.
There you go.
Do you own a grill or no?
I do own a grill.
What do you use that for?
Well, my
decoration.
My wife is not vegan. And you can put like vegetables on the grill. Vegetables on the grill are good.
Like, oh man, can't wait to smell the vegetable kebab. No one says
I'll
that.
tell you, you throw some onions on the grill. That's a good smell.
Onions, peppers. Man.
Yeah, with a little olive oil on there.
Potatoes.
I've never put potatoes on the grill. Can you just put it in the foil and put it in the grill?
I would do. No, they have like the smaller ones.
Yeah. Like the little yellow ones.
Yes, the little yellow potatoes. So you can do that with vegetables.
Oh, there you go. Or the little red ones.
Yeah, or the red ones. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Come on, Jack.
All right. Come on, Jack. Coming up next, it is the newest portion of the WIP Afternoon Show.
Oh, we're back with update.
The Ike Masters update. We will also take your calls on the Phils, 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, Mark's Jewelers is looking for a few good artisans. Now, if you're an attention to detail individual, guess what? With a passion for making people's dreams come true, then Marks wants to talk to you. Now, Marks isn't looking for people who need a job. They're looking to build careers in metalsmithing, diamond setting, and computer-aided design and manufacturing. And that's because the team at Marks are jewelers, not just jewelry resellers. Get your career started in Montgomeryville, PA, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Check them out online at marks-jewelers.com. That's marks-jeweler.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesearch.com today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah, I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Trea, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Trea, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens. And that is gone! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is just awful.
That's where you got to hit the hook. You can't have this cousin in there.
Get the cousin out.
The hook's got to be there. Yeah. It's a WIP afternoon show. Like Spike and Fritz. Imagine that on YouTube. Streaming live on YouTube. You could have seen us dancing to that. Man, I'll tell you, Big Justice's verse in that is terrible, too. I got Pokemon cards. I got chicken bakes. What the hell's going on with that?
And again, it can't hit. I know someone tagged us in a video today of him in the little home run derby.
Yeah.
Got no bat speed.
No bat speed at all. No, the guy couldn't hit it 35 miles an hour. It's got to be the top speed that kid's going to hit. It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Your Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented, have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply at marks-jewelers.com. Should the Phillies put Ranger in the bullpen? Oh, no, actually, I'm going to do the other one. What do you want the Eagles to do in the first round? Trade up, trade out, or stay there and make the pick?
Trade up, trade out, or stay there and make the pick.
What do you think?
Well, we love trading up.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, I'm going to go with trading up. And I'll give it, I want to say in the 40s. I'm going to go in the 50s. I'll go high 50s, low 60s. Give me 58.
You had it. You had it. I feel like you're in your head right now.
I am in my head.
You're like
in the 40s.
You're like the Alec Bowman predicting this. Yeah, the 44.8% trade up.
I know.
You're right there.
Man.
I cringed when you corrected yourself. Trade up 44%, trade out 25%, stay there and make the pick 30%.
Okay.
Now, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, this is a new feature of the WIP afternoon show because the Masters have begun and we have our Masters master right here. Let's get to it.
A tradition unlike any other. Ike Reese on the Masters.
Ah, yes. I tell you, there's nothing like the fresh smell of azaleas.
Wow.
You make that turn at Amen Corner.
Yes.
My goodness, what a sight.
No idea what
Jesus
that
on the
is.
mound tonight too. Amen corner.
That has nothing to do with
Yeah.
this.
Well,
what
just
is
making some
No.
biblical
Oh,
church
I gotcha.
references.
Get out of the way. Get
Yeah.
my
out
bad.
of
Out.
the
Yeah,
way.
sorry.
Get out of the way.
Let him do his thing.
All right, we're here. I tell you, the leaderboard is changing.
Uh-oh.
Just an hour ago, Corey Connors, -4, was at the top of the leaderboard. As we sit here right now, he has dropped to second, and we have a new leader in the clubhouse.
Tiger Woods?
Just, no, we wish.
Shut up, Spike.
Sorry.
We wish it was
Shut
Tiger
up.
Woods.
Sorry.
Justin Rose.
Man, Justin Rose is inevitable.
Is he?
Huh?
He's inevitable. It's every time. He's always in the mix.
Yeah, Justin Rose, good golfer. Really is a good golfer. But I tell you, all eyes are on #1 ranked golfer in the world, Scotty Scheffler.
Where's he at?
He's in second.
Whoa. He's making
-4.
moves.
2 off the lead. Just birdie not too long ago. The famous par 3, 16th hole at Augusta. 40-foot birdie Scotty Scheffler hit. Wow. Oh, man. What a shot. You should have heard the roar of the crowd. I'll tell you, a couple guys that are going to be on the course late today that I want to keep an eye on.
Please lower your voice.
I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Matt Fitzpatrick. All right, sitting at -2 right now. Top five. I'm very good with him. And you know what? Patrick Cantley, pretty good golfer. He's about to make the turn at Augusta. Going to be going through Amen's Corner. We know that's a difficult spot in the golf course that you have to sort of navigate to get to those final 3 holes.
Again, please lower your voice.
Okay. I'm getting excited. I'm sorry, guys. He's right, though. He's right. He's sitting at -1 right now.
All right.
I tell you, it's still early. A lot of notable names on the leaderboard. It's good to see that. But this thing really starts to heat up, Spike, as we get to the second and third day of the tournament.
Well, we're definitely bringing this back tomorrow. So Ike has to do it at Chickies.
And they have, I think, Rob.
I definitely won't be whispering there.
Yeah.
I think Sealski and Ellis also have to bring on Ike.
Yes,
on
over the
30s.
weekend. Yeah.
Go
For an
Birds.
early update.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm wondering this.
We're not whispering anymore. We're back.
Well, yeah.
We're back to
Okay.
regular.
Okay.
Why are we doing golf updates on a sports station? Should we only talk about sports?
You're so cute.
Kidding me?
Should we only talk about sports?
Oh.
Ridiculous.
Well, no offense to the hockey community, but
Well, hockey's a sport.
this is way more popular than hockey.
More popular,
Yes.
yes. But
And it's
so
a
is,
sport.
I don't know, there's a lot of things more popular than hockey that we
I'm
don't
just
talk about.
saying, though, it's a sport.
Oh, it's not a sport, though. Dude, if you can be like 70 and be really good at it, then I don't think it can be a sport.
I don't know how good you would be at 70,
Really?
but I'll tell you,
Yeah.
I got a newfound respect for these golfers.
Yeah. Well, that guy's fat. Who's
Listen,
that
you
guy?
try, no, that's thickness.
Okay.
You try walking this course for 4 days.
Look at me. I could do it.
Not easy.
I could do it. I couldn't play the golf part of it. I could certainly
could
walk it,
walk
though.
it.
Yeah, I could certainly walk it. All right. 215-592-9494. By the way, a top linebacker potentially available for trade. We'll get to that in a moment. Jerry, the truck horn guy, you're on WIP.
Now I'm awake.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Listen to this guy.
I'm awake. When Jack told me I was asleep, he woke me up. I was taking a little nap. Now I'm awake.
Yeah, when I talked to Jerry and I said, "Do you want to hang on for the afternoon, guys?" He sounded a little sleepy.
You're not driving, are you? Sleeping and driving?
I was pulling out. Had to take a little breather. You know,
Yeah, a little cat nap.
When you're driving straight through to Florida, sometimes you might see things that you not want to see. So I got to pull over, take a little break, and then I keep on rolling. So I'm good to go and be down there about 9:30 tonight. Trying to work on my left arm tan today. I got my sleeve pulled up.
Oh, I'm sure that's working.
78 degrees out, so it's pretty nice weather down here right now. I'm about 30 miles from Florida, and I got another 3 hours to drive.
Where you driving through, Georgia?
I'm in southern end of Georgia right now, heading to Palm
And
Beach.
get over to Augusta.
I know you guys keep talking about it. I want to make that right hand turn and go back the other way. Oh my gosh!
but I'm getting ready to get my bets right for the weekend and see. Keep up on Ike's updates and
there you go.
There
you go.
Help me stay in the mix.
Okay.
So I'm just hoping the Phillies start doing something. They helped me out the first weekend, but they ain't done nothing since then. So
they're 8-3.
Well, I know, but they're not 8-3 in my pocket.
Oh, got it. While you're driving, got it.
They're 2-0 in my dollar side, and they're
got it.
you know what I'm saying? So
I guess
I'm getting half of them, but I'm not getting the whole thing. I just need a couple more good swings. So I still got boom. I say, I play a lot of baseball. Jackie knows that. If a guy's in a bad way, you keep
There's
him
no way.
in. You got to keep, dude.
You play baseball now?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was very good when I did play. I stopped, and then I played high class softball.
Oh, wow.
For probably 10 years and was really good at it.
You look like a third baseman. Were you a third baseman?
Exactly. Spike, you hit that nail right on the head.
There you go.
Look at that.
What an eye test. Yeah.
Corner defender.
Well, you look like the hot corner. You look like you caught a couple of balls in the face.
Jeez.
No. That was wrong on several levels, right there.
I know. I just wanted to say it. It popped into my mind. No offense, Jerry. It was a phrase that popped into my mind. I had to say it. It has nothing to do with you.
Myself, but I was the best defensive third baseman in the county league for about 10 years.
Wow. Okay. Called you the Brooks Robinson of that league, I guess.
Well, they gave me the nickname Nails after Lenny Dykstra, but
okay.
There you go.
Because I didn't shy away from anybody. I challenged people to hit me the ball. They stopped hitting me the ball because I would catch. Anytime they hit me the ball, they was pretty much out. I had a good arm. That's probably why I can't throw the ball 20 feet now.
Yeah.
I probably can't. Literally, I can't probably throw the ball. If I do, it's like my arm might fall off. So,
okay.
It's that bad. So in the squirrel reference, see, Spike, you didn't pick up on the squirrel reference yesterday. It had nothing to do with Justin. I don't step on anybody's toes because my bit's the horn. Justin's bit's the Justinism. The squirrel bit.
I understand I
Did
understand
you figure it out?
No. Well, why don't you spell it out? Why don't you spell it out for me?
It all has to do with the ex-wife.
Okay.
The polls, and I can't get around. I can't get to the prize.
Got you.
The pole gets greased. They have the squirrel thing there, and
is the squirrel greasing the pole?
What's up with the greased pole and the squirrel?
Yeah.
Well, because you never heard that to keep squirrels out of your bird feeder. People
I
grease their
have
poles
heard
and
that.
They can't climb the pole.
Oh, that makes sense.
They put the dome over it also, so that's like a double protection for them to get to the prize.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense.
So I got like a double. I got a double whammy in trying to get to the prize, and the prize is just, it's.
Hey, you're not even close, Jer.
I know. It's a hard nut to crack.
Yeah, apparently that part shouldn't be hard.
Well,
don't do that while you're driving.
I try to crack as many nuts as I can, but it's
all right. Okay. All right. It's too much.
It's
too much.
Yeah. Facebook meetups.
Yeah. Well, you be safe out there, Jer.
Well, okay. Well, I had one more thing.
Oh boy.
So I love listening to you guys every day.
Yeah.
And Spike, I do not watch I listen to you guys.
There you
because
go.
It's even because I can catch all the bad words before they hit the Odyssey air.
Yes. Yes.
So
we can't edit it on YouTube. Yep.
That's the best. That's why I do that. But I listen to it. I glance. I like I like seeing you guys' responses on somebody's crazy results. And,
Okay.
whatever they
Yeah.
say.
Where are we getting though here? Come on.
Well, I was just kind of shooting shit.
Well, all right. We gotta let
2 straight days.
Yeah,
there you go.
Gotta let Jerry
calls
go.
every single day. Still thinks we can curse on the air.
Yeah, because he's watching the YouTube and he hears the curse words on the YouTube and he thinks we can do that.
He wants to be a cool guy.
Yeah, he can be a cool guy. Unbelievable. You know who thinks I'm the coolest? My dogs.
There you go.
I get home every day. My wife hasn't been home the last few days. I get home. I don't get home till 7:30. They're lunatics. They're like, take us out for a walk. It's warm outside. It's the spring. Dogs and cats rule can be your home for making sure that your dogs and cats, because dogs and cats rule, but have everything they need for the spring. The lead dog, George Perenni, has made sure that all 7 locations are stocked with whatever you need. Maybe you need to hear about natural flea and tick prevention. Maybe you need to hear about it because your dog's going to be outside way more during the spring and the summertime, and the ticks are all over the place. And you may ask me, well, I don't know. Well, tell me about natural flea and tick prevention. I'm not going to tell you about it. The staff and Dogs and Cats Rule is going to do it because they are the best, the most informed, the friendliest, the absolute top of the mountain of anyone who could help you out with anything for your pet, whether it is toys for the outside, whether you need a collar or leash. They've got all of it at Dogs and Cats Rule. And where they really shine, aside from that, the excellent staff, is pet nutrition, top of the line. Whether it's kibble, our dogs get the kibble, but they get very good stuff from Dogs and Cats Rule. Whether it's that, whether it's any of the fresh diets, raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, all that stuff, baked, synthetic-free, all those, whether it is supplements, Dogs and Cats Rule, that is your home. 7 locations, as I mentioned. 5 in Delaware. No, none in Delaware. 5 in Pennsylvania. Newtown, Doylestown. Yeah, sorry. Maybe they should open up one in Delaware. New Hope, Bluebell, Doylestown, Maple Glen in PA, Pennington and Princeton in New Jersey. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. All right. So we've been, Eagles lose a lot of defensive players. There have been some defensive players, star level, maybe previous star level, who we thought might be available, right? Myles Garrett, not available anymore. Yeah. Max Crosby, not available anymore. Then there are a couple of guys, free agents available for 1-year deals, older guys, not available anymore. However, there is one star linebacker who seems unhappy. Here is Crapsheet, Ian Rappaport on TJ Watt.
TJ Watt is in a contract negotiation situation with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We've seen several top edge rushers get paid. Myles Garrett topping $40 million. We still have Micah Parsons need to get paid. We still have Trey Henderson needs to get paid. But TJ Watt, set to make just $21 million this year, is in that category. Generally, when a player makes a social media post, it forces us to talk about it on TV like we're doing right now. It is because contract negotiations are not going as well as anybody had hoped. If they were going well, if things were all wrapped up, then this would be more like this and less like this, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're reading into it. So I think we could safely say the contract talks between TJ Watt and the Steelers are not off to a rip-roaring start. Doesn't mean they won't get there. They've gotten there before. He is a great player who deserves every penny. But for the sake of this argument, right now in this discussion, let's assume that TJ Watt is not exactly the most thrilled person on earth dealing with this contract.
So TJ Watt, 11.5 sacks last year, 19 sacks the year before, 22.5 4 years ago. TJ Watt is 30 years old. TJ Watt is obviously a great player. Is he somebody, now if you're trading for TJ Watt, you got to give him a contract because that's the whole problem going on right now anyway. Yeah. Are you trading a first round pick? Are you trading multiple picks for a player like TJ Watt?
I would.
Really? At 30?
Yeah, even at
30.
You
got to pay?
Yep. Even at 30, and even one that I got to pay. And here's why. Athletes today are a little bit different than they were 20 years ago. These guys can play longer. The wear and tear on their bodies isn't the same as it was 20 years ago. So when a guy is getting to 30 years old, most people think, well, he's about to fall off the cliff, can't be productive. Now, he may not be what he was at 26, 27 years old when he was in his prime, but a guy like TJ Watt with his ability, there's a lot of good football left in him. And I would think there's at least 3 or 4 more good seasons of football. And with TJ Watt being lined up next to a Jalen Carter, like that type of a tandem, sometimes it does matter for a player at that stage of his career who he's lining up with. So in other words, if he was the only guy on that line and he's going to draw a ton of attention, then maybe I may think twice about it. But I have other pieces around him that I'm going to get top-level production out of TJ Watt over the next 4 years. There's no question about his work ethic, his dedication to the game. He is on the track if not already, a first ballot Hall of Famer.
108, I think, career sacks. Yeah.
7-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro. He's already been Defensive Player of the Year. He's right there with Myles Garrett. I don't know. Myles Garrett may be in front of him a little bit, but it ain't by much.
And
it ain't by much. I haven't even looked at like stats or anything.
Sure.
I'm just saying I know T.J. Watt had a run there where he was arguably the best defensive player in football.
I guess, and we don't know the answer to this. I guess my biggest question is, from a cap and a salary standpoint, can they?
That's a different.
Right.
That's different.
I'm stuck in this world of Elliott telling me they can do anything with the cap they want to do, right? And even when we had, I'm sorry, what's the gentleman's name?
Jake Rosenberg.
When we had Jake Rosenberg on, he also believed, look, they can figure it out. But then I have the Eagles telling me, I have Jeffrey Lurie telling me, and I have Howie Roseman telling me that like they have to make these decisions and they have to have these other spots filled by young players. And I know you don't have that answer. It's a completely different.
Sure.
But if next year you're paying Jalen Carter, and then like, is it even possible to keep the great players that you have that you want to pay, and also get a guy that you know you're going to have to give $25 million a year to, or $30 million a year to? I have no idea.
I think it is. If you could pay 2 wide receivers $25+ million, and AJ is getting paid $30+ million. So, and you got a quarterback that's making the money that he's making, and the lineman that's making the money that they're making, you can find a way to pay TJ Watt and Jalen Carter. And real quick, I just took a quick snapshot at the stats.
Yep.
TJ on paper is better.
Really, than Myles Garrett?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you trade AJ Brown for TJ
Or
Watt
at least
straight
he's
up?
equally as good as Myles Garrett.
Would you trade AJ Brown for TJ Watt?
Oh,
straight up?
No.
No?
Because I'm not trading AJ Brown.
Okay.
I'm not trading players unless I'll trade Nolan Smith.
Well, yeah, of course.
Well, Nolan Smith,
I mean, not even
Nolan
of course.
Smith,
Yeah.
Nolan Smith in the first round pick.
Wow.
I'd do that for TJ Watt.
Nolan Smith in this year's first?
Yeah.
Jack, would you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
TJ Watt here would just be
Yeah,
sick.
man. TJ Watt with Jalen Carter.
Now he's had some injury things the last couple years.
Here's the thing. I looked at that too, Fritzy. I looked at that.
Wow, IQ research over here.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, listen. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Big Masters updated 4:30.
I know.
He's played at least 15 games, except for 1 year, and that was the year when I think he broke his foot or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he played 10 games that year.
2022, you're talking.
Yeah,
about.
he played 10 games that year, but he's played 15, 16, 16, 15, 15, 17, 17. Like, he's there. He's there. 30 years old. Myles Garrett is 29. They both been in the league. They came in the league the same year. Somehow, but TJ is a year older than he is. TJ has 7 Pro Bowls to Myles Garrett's 6 Pro Bowls. Both of them have been 4-time All-Pro.
Wow, so right there.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He's right there where TJ has more sacks than Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett has 102. TJ has 108.
Wow, and the exciting white percentage.
Oh my God, we're back.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Did you say we?
Yeah. Wow.
Come on, man.
Wow, multiple delegations
See,
here.
that's how I roll.
Yep. You got to.
That's how I roll.
You know, you're on the radio. You got to roll
right,
all
that's right.
delegations.
I love everybody.
Yeah. Jack, would you trade AJ Brown for TJ Watt?
No.
Oh, well, I shouldn't have asked you that.
Never.
Actually.
Wouldn't trade him for the world.
Would you trade AJ Brown for TJ Watt and 15 first-round picks?
Not, absolutely not.
My guess is the Pittsburgh Steelers are trying to win football games. I mean,
they gave a receiver $150 million.
Right.
Well, they're about to bring in Aaron Rodgers.
You bring it, yeah. So is it?
Then they're going to need to get what's his face from the Jets,
Alan Lazard.
Alan Lazard. Yeah, you don't need
Devontae.
Yeah,
he's a Ram.
Yeah, I like Nolan Smith, but to add TJ,
yeah,
I'd do it.
Wow,
I'd do it. TJ Watt, Jalen Carter. Whew. Yeah.
And did the Bengals end up paying Hendrickson? He has not gotten paid yet. Interesting. Be interesting to see that. So the Eagles have $23 million, I think, left in cap space.
Yep.
But they do have to pay their draft picks, so the draft picks
I
are
would have
part
offered
of that.
Bryce Huff, but I know they don't want him.
Yeah. Well, that's the. If we ask people for their TJ Watt trades, they'll be like, "All right, give him Bryce Huff."
You want me to get Jake Rosenberg back on? We can break down the cap ramifications or no?
Well, I don't know if my brain can take it this late in the show. I need Jake Rosenberg before the 4 o'clock hour.
And 5 o'clock hour is a lost cause.
Oh, that cooked me. We'll just put Jake on with Herb.
Yep.
At that point.
Could you imagine him arguing with Herb?
Oh, well, Herb would win that argument.
Yep.
Herb wins every argument. All right, 215.
I got more numbers.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. IQ
Hit us.
Analytics.
Well, I'm just saying 20 forced fumbles for Myles Garrett, 33 forced fumbles
for
TJ Watt.
Yeah, he's a monster.
I said he was close to Myles Garrett.
He might be better.
I didn't really look at this correctly. He might be better than Myles Garrett.
Well, certainly had a better career. I don't know if he's better today, but
right.
The career seemed pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing his way to being better than his brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. Since his rookie year, nope, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Went one too far with the numbers.
Yeah, I did. No, that's Myles Garrett's numbers.
Okay.
He's been double-digit sacks every year.
Okay.
I knew something went right because TJ got injured.
Had
in
in 2022,
year.
had 5.5 sacks, I think.
Yeah. Still two good players. The only reason I say that is that we were willing to go after Myles Garrett.
Give 3 first-round
Right, we
picks
were
for
willing to give
Myles
up
Garrett.
even more for Myles Garrett.
We were ready to interrupt our entire show and start screaming at him to get Myles Garrett. All right, 215-592-9494. What is the one thing you took from that Phillies game last night? You're telling me that, Jack, not him. You told the
I
wrong
did that
person.
yesterday.
Yes,
too.
you did. You
Man.
confused the hell out of me.
I
Sorry.
know, you got all flustered.
Yeah, Jack said something in my ear I didn't understand. And coming up next is the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's the best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Best parts guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. No matter how you want to bet this legendary tournament, it'll be even more enjoyable if you boost it. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is no withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneaker peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. If you needed more proof, maybe an advertisement for why Luka Doncic should always have been a Maverick, last night was just that. His emotional return, the tears, his 31 points in the first half, his 45 overall, his utter dominance. It was an exclamation point behind the incompetence of a Mavs team that sent him to LA. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Hear us on your radio and the free Odyssey app, or if you prefer to watch, you like watching, you could do it live as we are streaming on YouTube every day now, the show. Now, Ike here, everybody knows him as an Eagles guy. Unfortunately, everybody knows me as a Sixers guy, but we do have a Phillies guy here, and that's Jackie Baseball over there. Why don't you take care of it, Jackie?
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
All right, let's get the shameless plugs out of the way early on this one. How about that, Spike?
Oh, yeah, it's brought to you by ringthebellbook.com. Next 5 orders, free shipping and autographed.
Oh, we're so close to 300 pre-orders. We'd love to top that this segment.
Oh, are you kidding me?
There you go.
We will top that.
Oh, I'm just saying. Ringthebellbook.com. Would love to.
Yes.
Me and Kevin Reevey got the draft back today from the publisher.
Oh, yeah?
I'm very impressed by it.
Well,
Kevin's portion, I'm sure, not mine.
Can we get early? Now I bought a copy already.
Yeah.
Can I get an early copy so I can read it so I can do a better job of talking about it on the air or no?
When I get the thing. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I can send you the draft. Do you want the draft? It's 458 pages, by the way.
Oh, I'm never reading that whole
Never
book.
reading that book.
Yeah.
458? What is
Well,
this,
he did
War and
ask us to cut it down. And I said, hold on, I can't take out everything.
How many chapters are about you
Are you doing a
specifically?
history or the 2024 season?
Oh, no, this is a history of the team.
Oh, it's a history of the team. Okay.
Wow.
458 pages on the 2024 Phils?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know what the hell
Breaking
you were
down
doing.
every game? No, I'm just kidding. Well, it's from like 1964 on. So we started with the collapse.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so it was a good place to start, I thought. And tonight, me and Seltzer, Maxie's on Temple's campus. We're watching,
that's right.
watching
That's
the
right.
Phils, little high hopes get together when Phil's tickets play trivia and all that good stuff.
All right. Can anybody win the book?
No.
All right.
No free
Can they
books.
can they pre-order at the event?
Well, I already said I'm joking when I say this. I don't want that out there. Any of the Temple kids that are asking for career advice, I'm only giving it if you buy the book.
I think that's fair.
Well, again, I'm joking.
I
but
think that's
not
fair.
really joking.
Yeah.
It's valuable career
Wow,
advice.
you're a broadcaster that charges for career advice? Who would do that in this
I
town?
could never think of one person who would scam college kids or
I
something like that.
cannot think of anyone who would do something
No,
like
it's
that.
unbelievable.
Yep. All
Yeah.
right. Well, let's get to the Phils.
All right. So interesting. We talked yesterday about a Kyle Schwarber extension, and John Heyman on his live stream, Heymaned his way up when talking about a possible Kyle Schwarber extension. Here's John Heyman.
Schwarber extension? Question mark. I'm not sure if it's a question mark. I think that's going to happen. I mean, I'm not going to be shocked if that happens. I mean, that deal has worked out great for them. 4 years, $79 million. He's been really good. He's a terrific hitter, one of the best in terms of home run by percentage. He's probably not there quite with Judge or Babe Ruth, but in the top 10 all time. So give him credit. And the Phillies, look, the Phillies have signed a lot of good players through free agency.
Yeah. Big report there. Get
He
that out
wouldn't
there.
be surprised if it happened. First of all, like John Heyman a lot.
Of course, love him.
Can he not do these live streams in his bathroom on speakerphone?
Or the kitchen.
Yeah, what the hell is
at?
going on there? Find a closet or something, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Seriously.
It's too echoey.
It is a little too echoey.
Yeah.
Wow. A little breaking news here on the Phils.
Hit the sounder, hit the sounder, hit the sounder.
Breaking news.
Now, I think they should have benched Alec Bohm. I think they should have sat him because I think they're on the verge of losing Alec Bohm. And I was bringing this up last night. In 2009, you could read about this in the book. Charlie Manuel benched Jimmy Rollins for 5 games in the middle.
I remember that.
I need to know. They have fake injury for Bohm?
No.
Oh.
He's batting 7th tonight.
Oh.
Okay.
So the lineup tonight: Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Castellanos,
Mm-hmm.
Max Kepler, JT Realmuto, Alec Bohm, Bryson Stott, Brandon Marsh.
All right. Well, first step 7th. Next step, some other team. Next step, Seattle.
Wow, you're ready to learn Mariner, buddy?
Yeah.
No, but like
go to the fish market, pal.
I do think that my concern with Bohm, because I still want him to figure it out. Like I'm not totally where Spike is, where I'm done with him. I want him to be a good Philly. But I also think that the Phillies are on the verge of losing him. And I don't know why it became so outlawed to sit guys for a couple of days. If Charlie Manuel could do it for Jimmy Rollins and after winning a World Series, I think any player should be on the table for.
So I agree with you, but the difference between Jimmy Rollins and Alec Bohm is that Jimmy Rollins has a bunch of FU in him, and Alec Bohm has F me.
Has a bunch
it.
of poor me's.
Yeah, and it's just like I wonder if that even helps Alec Bohm.
Yeah, I just think he needs to get away for a little bit.
Right.
I mean, just don't even put
Seattle,
the cleats
maybe.
on. I know.
Okay.
I know.
Sorry.
What do you
Hold up.
What?
You have like a real thing here with Alec Bohm.
Me?
Yeah.
I look.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, honestly, while I was working up in New York, I didn't watch the Phils every day at all. But occasionally I watched the Phils. Last year was the first year I'd watched the Phils every day since the pandemic year.
Mm-hmm.
He drives me nuts. I don't like the attitude. I think he's way overrated as a hitter. I think his numbers do. I know people say numbers don't lie. I see the numbers and I watch him, and I don't think he's feared at all. I think he should be hitting 25 home runs with his size. And like, I've just never been into
But he's
him.
never done that.
But he should. Look at how the guy's 6'5", like 225. He's a third baseman. He can hit 295. He should be hitting 20, 25 home runs. And I don't like watching him. I think he's a pop up or a double play waiting to happen. He whines constantly. I think he's a drag on the team. I know you say it's not affecting them, but
it's clearly not.
It's not affecting their performance. But at some we were talking earlier about the commitment to seeing more pitches, and you said if it's only one guy doing it, but eventually the rest of the guys are going to be like, why in the hell are we all working toward this thing?
Else?
What's that?
You sure this isn't anything else?
What else could it be?
Well, I don't know. I don't normally see you like you got this is like a dog on a bone right now with Alec Bohm. It's like everything with you is Alec Bohm.
Well, he's the only thing on the team that's driving me crazy. I think the team has looked great this year, and I have such high hopes for the hashtag High Hopes podcast. I have such high hopes for the team, and I'm worried about this thing dragging it down. There's nothing out. Like, I don't know him or anything. I'm sure he's a great guy.
I'm just saying, but
personal.
when listen, I know the difference between analyzing the game and a player and this and that and the other, and honing in on somebody and locking in on them, and you're like a dog on a bone every day with Alec Bohm.
Let's put it this way:
you didn't like him when he was playing well.
I did not.
That's what I'm saying. Like
right. Because when he was playing well and they had him hitting cleanup, and it was
the home run.
This was the original argument with Ken. I'm like, the guy is not a cleanup hitter to me, and
that's a team.
I know. But we've never done a show before. I was the same way with Simmons. Like
I know.
Okay.
I know. That's why I know when you get this way about a player.
When I'm out, I'm just like, I'm out. And put it this way, I've never been this way about even like Jalen.
Oh well.
But I've never.
But nobody believes that.
Well, but I'm not. I'm not like, get Jalen out of here.
Because that makes no sense. But if you wouldn't fight to keep Jalen here.
Well, without another plan, I would.
Well,
yeah.
My only point is that you're not a Jalen fan.
No, I'm not.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all.
But sometimes I do get locked in on this ain't it, and I am locked in on him as this ain't it, and it happened early last year.
But for somebody who wanted people to enjoy the team's success, you can't even do that.
I wanted people to acknowledge the team's success, that they were better. It was no. That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
If I'm going to watch this team every single day and I see 8 guys in the lineup battling toward one thing and one guy.
So you let the one guy distract you from all the other guys.
No, I love all the good stuff, but this thing
I'm just saying what you focus on.
Well, there's only so many times I can say Nick Castellanos is playing great. I tried doing that, and everybody tells me to wait for October.
No. All I'm saying is that there's a lot of good things going on.
Yes, and I've tried to acknowledge those. And everybody just tells me to wait for October. So
you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You just don't want to admit to what I'm saying. And I'd rather have you admit it, so at least I know. Like, in other words, like when we discuss Alec Bohm, I try to discuss him. It's not. I don't give a damn if they get better.
Yes.
If they get better, I'm not crying over Alec Bohm not being here. Pun intended, by the way.
Yeah.
On that one, I'm just saying. It seems like it's an axe to grind on the guy every day.
I've never liked watching him, and this year I agree with you. That's true, but I've never liked watching him, and this year has just been a sort of a.
That was your Tobias thing. I know when you're in on
no. I didn't really care. Tobias was neither here nor there to me. I just thought he wasn't that good. Like I wasn't like, get Tobias out of here. That was never. They couldn't trade Tobias. I was just sort of, Tobias was what Tobias was. Yeah. It's closer to what Ben is. And when I decided Ben, this was not going to work with Ben, I was just like, there was nothing he could do. There was nothing. I was just out. And look, I could end up being wrong about Alec Bohm. I could have ended up being wrong about Ben Simmons. But I'm watching Alec Bohm.
You're probably right about Alec Bohm. My only thing is that they're not going to trade him anytime soon. Like they just aren't. At least unless, you believe they would, Jack, anytime soon?
I don't think so.
I just don't think it's going to happen anytime.
Yeah,
soon.
It
we'll
would either
see.
be the
Yeah.
deadline, but even that's, I mean, to break up the team, depending how they're playing, maybe they need a spark at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe it does actually start to affect the team because it's not really affecting the team
Well,
right now.
and by the way, this quiets down if he gets his average up to 272 or something.
No, it won't.
Well, I'm not going to.
Well, you'll say he still it's a weak hit to the outfield.
Well,
it's a
yeah, but
weak
it's not going to be a focus.
Sure.
Yeah, that's all. All right. Sorry.
All right.
Sorry, Jack. Is there anything else?
No, he's got nothing else.
Well, they got fun with numbers. Should we
Okay.
call it dog on a bone, by the way?
I'm a dog on a bone.
Yeah, with going for Alec Bohm.
Dog on a bone.
Yeah, he's riding the Bomer, and I'm
I
a dog
got
on a
you,
bone.
Yeah,
I kind of like that.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's
yeah.
not bad. All right, three quick little stats things. Speaking of Alec Bohm, 4 homers in his last 60 games, which is excruciating.
Yep.
Again, from a third baseman.
He was hurt last year, right?
Well, it's still last 60 games.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
that's actually around being hurt and Aaron Dolan.
Okay.
So, that's also happened.
Okay.
Bryce Harper, 13 home runs since July 1st of last year.
Wow.
And that's the one in the playoffs. So really 12 regular season home runs.
Do you know he's only driven in 100 runs once?
He's basically Pat Burrell. I'm
Okay.
just saying that we need the 500 home runs from Bryce, and we can eventually get there one day. We can start picking up the home runs.
Right.
Picking up the home runs.
Pick up the pace, yes.
Yeah.
I thought he's going to be here another 8 years.
And
I wonder if his back
6.
His back
It's
has
6 years.
Yeah, and then another.
I'm giving him the extension.
And then another 3 years.
Yeah,
on top of
yeah,
that.
not 2 years. That's gonna be a 4-year extension.
Exactly.
Yeah. I wonder if his back has sapped some of that power, and
that's my concern.
Yeah,
like he's still a really good hitter.
Yes.
I just wonder if some of the power we're not going to see He's still a 30 home run hitter. He was last year, but I don't think we're ever going to see a 40 plus home run year, even 35 plus.
Oh yeah, 40. I don't think we're ever getting to 40 again.
Like I think he might just settle in for the next 4 years as a 25 to 30 home run guy that hits 280 ish.
Wow, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shows up in the postseason.
If he right, no,
as long as
no
he does
doubt
well in
about
the
that.
as long as he does well in the postseason. Because I thought the same thing. Even that home run last night that I thought he smoked. It did.
So did he.
Yeah. Just get over.
Yeah, but you know what? He is smart enough, and not smart enough. I think he is strategic enough. It's an interesting comp to the sort of to the Embiid conversation we had.
The face you made
Well,
when you're about to bring up Embiid, I need YouTube to hone in on that.
You know what I mean. Well, we were talking about Embiid as a lesser physical presence is skilled enough to still be a good player if he understands what he is and he plays within that. I think Bryce is smart enough to say at some point, look, I can't jack the ball 430 feet like I used to. And
relaxing there, Gary Matthews.
Stop. And I just think he becomes a different hitter. And
well, he's gonna be a higher average guy.
Hit more doubles in the gap.
Well, that's
yada,
what he
yada,
did last year.
Yeah.
When we were all concerned heading into the postseason, like where's his power? I also think like he can turn it. This might sound dumb. I do think he can turn it on when he wants to. With the power stuff, I think in the postseason he can. I just don't know if he wants to do it because again, it's a violent swing.
Yes,
it's a violent swing. In the 7th inning or later, they're hitting 297 with a OPS over 1,000 as a team.
Wow,
which is really interesting. And I know Ike loved this at the beginning of the season. The starter versus reliever splits.
Oh yeah,
they're both at 266 ish.
It's worked its way out. There you go.
It's worked its way out.
Starting to
And
hit starters again.
Yeah.
Final thing, I thought Stott had good swings last night.
He did.
Yeah, like finally, he's got when he starts doing the pop up thing or trying to hit home runs, bad. Line drives up the middle. Think left center field gap. That's my Bryson Stott, and some great defensive plays as well.
Yeah, there you go. There is the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. 215-592-9494. Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP. What's up, Tasty Cake?
Hi, Spike. Hey, Ike.
What's up, Tasty Cake?
Jack. Everything's good. Spike, you guys did a show I was thinking, you guys did a show a couple of days ago about how if the fans had changed.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just thinking, you couldn't have been more right. Because I just remember how if I would be working 2 weeks before the draft, we would be out doing our jobs and we would agonize over the draft. I am so perfectly content that the Eagles are going to nail it that, I'm not concerned. They have a lot of work to do, all the holes on defense and the tight end thing and everything. I just think that I got 12 wins already wrote down without them doing anything.
This
You
happened
sound like me, Tasty Cake.
This happened the last time the Eagles won the
Yep.
Super Bowl. Because I remember I was a program director at that time, and we're so used to going full on draft, and we couldn't. People were interested, but you couldn't get
It
people
was the last pick in the draft
to like dial in on.
Yeah.
We need this guy or blah 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 blah. And you're right. Like I think this specifically, the draft being so sort of close to the Super Bowl too. We can't even. Because we're not watching the team play, we can't even perceive of what they need.
Yes.
We can look at the roster and sort of guess, and we can say edge, we can say cornerback, but nobody feels an urgency until we see a guy getting burned on cornerback or not sacking the quarterback. You know,
you guys tell us every day there's a lot of work to do, especially defensively.
Yeah.
But I just think they'll get it done.
Yeah, I'm just going with
It's a
drafting
really
a Georgia
interesting
player.
place to be.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna move up for that guy,
Yeah.
Starks, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
take
Georgia.
one of these Georgia defenders, Tasty Cake, and we'll be all right.
And I kind of feel the same way about the Phillies. They're going to win 95 games. I feel that. And then, you got the Dodgers and you got some other teams that are really good. But they're going to be right in the mix, and they're a really good team. And I'm not sweating over. I mean, these left-handers, Spike, are beguiling them early on.
Wow, that's a good word.
It's a great word.
You watch the game and you tense up a little bit, but it's not like I had told Jack a couple of days ago. Stott looks overwhelmed to me against left-handers.
Jack,
He just does.
do you think Stott looks overwhelmed against lefties?
Yeah,
He's striking out a
have-
little bit more than I would
already
like.
Convinced, I'm already convinced that Marsh should never play against left-handers.
Yeah, I think that's
But
probably
I
where
had
he
thought-
is.
That experiment is over.
Phil's agree with you.
Yeah.
I thought one of the upgrades this year would be Stott would have a bounce back year. Jack and I talked, and I said I thought he would hit like 285 or something. I'm starting to wane on that because he looks really overwhelmed against left-handers.
Yeah, well, and you can't hit 285 not hitting lefties, So, it's going to take, it's so funny. It's going to take me longer to give up on that on Stott. But the only year I've the Stott to me is the 240, 250 guy. I didn't live through the what did he hit?
The 22 year.
Yeah, he hit 290 or something that year.
280 and 23.
Okay, yeah. So
23. I keep thinking that wasn't the World Series year.
No.
He's the thing about Stott that I do like is that he does look like he's a smart hitter, and he is patient. He's got a good eye, and I think he's a good baseball player, but he doesn't have very much pop at all. So then that limits you. If you don't run 100 miles an hour and you don't have any pop, it's very hard to be you have to be a really good sticksman if you're gonna hit 280, 290 without that stuff.
And he had a classic shot at bat last night, which was good to see. Where he fouled off a ton of pitches and line one up the middle.
Yes.
Like more of that.
Yeah.
More of that.
And then you get the lucky little infield single or whatever that he had late in the game. But yeah. Tasty Cake, you got a food you couldn't live without? Though
I
you,
do, Spike.
Yep.
Spike, can I ask you guys a question real quick?
Yeah.
Just to clarify in my head.
Yeah.
Because I don't listen to the morning show hardly. Yesterday I had a doctor's appointment,
Mm-hmm.
so I was listening to the morning show. And I worked in a warehouse for a long time, and 25 years with Tasty Cake. Coworkers bust each other's chops, but I thought yesterday morning the morning show went low. I mean, is this all kidding around stuff between you guys?
What'd they say? I don't know what they said.
Well, they got on Jack, and soft is one thing. Calling my man Jack a weak-minded person.
Wow.
This will be addressed in the top 5. Don't you worry.
I hadn't heard
I didn't know about this.
And I got to tell you, it's like I'm not BSing. I left my house 20:09. I had to be at the doctor's at 9. So it was between. They did it before the 9 o'clock break.
I would say this, Tasty Cake, about the question that you asked. We all get along here at the WIP. At WIP,
Yeah.
We're all cool. We do bust each other's chops quite a bit, and sometimes it's stronger than others. This Joe versus Jack thing has a potential to get real. is the way that I'm feeling. And I think Rhea has taken it to another level. And then all of a sudden, Seltzer, now that I've pushed Seltzer over the edge by saying that they're trying to glom onto our show because we're the big show now, I think that didn't make him very happy. So I guess the point being, Tasty Cake, is that I might be as guilty at making things worse than as they are,
Seltzer and Ruben Amaro defended Jack.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Seltzer knows where his bread is buttered.
Well, exactly. Seltzer has to work with Jack.
Way more
he has to work with them, too.
Way more athletic. The way this came up real quick is they were saying Jack is way more athletic. That Jack runs. He's an 8-in shape person, and he's more athletic than this other guy. And then that's when the comment came, but he's a weak-minded individual.
Yeah.
And,
But that's the camera's comeback.
That's all he's got.
Yeah. Because he's a weak-bodied individual, the camera.
Well, when you think of toughness, I don't know if the camera's in the dictionary.
I mean, let's think about this, Tasty Cake. The Eagles were on a run to their first Super Bowl ever, and Joe DeCamera stayed home for the entire thing because he was sick.
I'm not familiar with the guy, but I'm not really. I'm worried about this show because this is the show I listen to.
Yeah, we're good.
And you guys are my guys, and like I said, I almost called the guy in. I almost called this. I have never called. I've never called that show, and don't have any intentions to call that show.
Good, yeah.
But I almost called the guy in because I thought I thought he went real low.
Wow. Yeah, you got your hair. You got your hair up on your neck, made you a little uptight. Yeah.
I have to tell you three guys, I said this before, and then I'll get the hell off. But when I went through a difficult surgery, and when I was in that rehab, I had to go through some stuff that was difficult for me. I would put your show on and zone in on that, and that helped me get through it. So I'm with you guys all the way.
Well, we're with you, Tasty.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate you being a Foxhole guy.
I'm a family, brother. You know it.
And don't worry, Jack is going to obliterate that little man during their little competition. Then we'll shut this up forever. And I told them, I want, when they lose, when Joe loses, I want part of the bet to be that it has to be the WIP morning show with Jack Fritz, even though he's not on the show. That's what they have to. That's what they have to pay.
What will we have to pay?
If we lose, I don't. They have to propose something. We're not going to lose. I'm not worried about it.
I got you, Jack. There's a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm well aware.
Yeah. Tasty Cake, give us a food you couldn't live without.
Well, I am a Foxhole guy to you. And somewhere I spent 25 years, I got to go Crimpets.
There you go.
There you go, Tasty Cake.
Yeah, if he didn't go
that was
Crimpet,
an obvious one there.
His name's friggin' Tasty Cake. Yeah,
that's right.
Coming up next, I think this part of the show is sweeping the nation. Is the Ike Reese Masters update?
Every time you say it, I look up like,
what's coming up?
That's my segment.
And
I'm with you. I'm ready.
And a wide receiver on a top NFL team says that he wants the Eagles on opening night. We'll talk about that next. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory, because right now all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Now boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tournament matchups and so much more. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber deposits one off the chop house.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There should be plenty of goals tonight in Beantown.
I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Blackhawks and Bruins lace them up tonight, and this could look like a men's league game. Nothing to play for, defense minimal, and you think anybody's blocking shots with a week to go until tea times? Let's play the over 6 in Boston. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The PGA Tour is coming to Philly. The Truist Championship will be played at the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to watch the top PGA Tour players while enjoying specialty cocktails, Philly's favorite foods, and a variety of fan activities. Kids 15 and under get in free with ticketed adults, so bring the whole family and enjoy excellence at every turn. Tickets are selling fast, so secure your spot at TruistChampionship.com.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky Pete's. Our selection of seasonal cocktails make any meal better. Come sip and enjoy our bourbon cherry lemonade made with small batch bourbon, muddled fruits, and refreshing juices. What a winner! Is fruit your flavor? Try a watermelon shandy cocktail. A smoky grapefruit with mezcal and fresh lime. Or sip and enjoy a berry martini. All pair perfectly with our seasonal menu features. Come sip and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas.
the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on the free Odyssey app on 94.1 on your radio and streaming live on YouTube. 30 past every hour today as the Masters launches. No better coverage than right here on the show.
A tradition unlike any other. Ike Reese on the Masters.
Some say not since Ike Juice have I been this prominent on a feature on the show. So, yeah, some are saying that.
Again, please lower your voice.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Man, that's tough to do on radio. Oh, okay. Yes. Welcome back to Augusta. Update on the leaderboard. I tell you, there's been movement, Spike. Fritzy, we have a new name on the leaderboard in the top 5. A well-known name. Rory McIlroy. Roy's there. He's sitting there 3 behind the leader and Justin Rose, who just finished up the 14th hole. He's on a par streak, so he's not let Augusta. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, again, you're getting a little too loud, please. Yeah.
He's not letting Augusta.
Yeah, more Nancy.
The pressure get to him.
Yeah.
But Roy is making a move on the back 9. Scheffler has finished his round at -4, so he's sitting in a good position, tied with Corey Connors in second place.
Wow.
So that's pretty good. And I tell you, Spike, Fritzy, you know this. Anytime you look at the leaderboard and you see world ranking top 10, 15 players on the leaderboard, you know this is going to be a great tournament. So as we're sitting here right now, you see the names up there that you want to see. Tyrell Hatton is making a move. A little bit unknown there. Listen, Aaron Rye, he finished up at 2 under. Don't worry about him.
No interest. No
one
interest.
trusts him.
More stars.
And I'm keeping an eye on Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, hit all over the place.
You know, listen.
What all over the place?
He can hit. Hey.
But he's a long ball hitter, man.
Yeah, he's a long ball hitter. He can hit it all over the place.
He can. He really can. So if I'm looking for anybody from the Live tournament, Spike, do you know what the Live tournament
I do.
is?
The Saudis.
Hey. There you go.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
They're going to do that to the NBA eventually, too.
Your
And they're going to buy an NFL team.
Your league.
Wow.
Here's a little Saudi thing for you.
Hey. A tradition unlike any other. Shut up. Sorry. Please back to Ike.
I appreciate that, though.
Back to Ike.
I tell you, it's a good tournament. Listen, I don't know if anybody's going much lower. I'll see if Justin Rose can hang on to this 6 under on the first day. But it looks like if you get to 2, 3, or 4 under, it's a pretty good day down there at Augusta.
All right.
Yeah, Justin Rose is inevitable. Again, he did this back in Marion in 2013.
Yeah.
He's a major player.
The next update coming up in an hour.
Yeah. Also, Sergio's outfit looks ridiculous today.
Oh, really?
And I hate Sergio Garcia.
Okay. There we go. What I was saying about the Saudis.
Yeah, you can bring your voice back up
Now we're back to regular voices.
Well, keep an eye out for this because team valuations have gotten to a place where there's not as many people who can buy teams anymore. You know, we're having teams of 5 billion, 7 billion, 10 billion. But you know who's interested in sports?
People with a lot of money and can't spend it.
The Saudis. And they basically muscled the PGA Tour
did.
And either the NBA, probably not in the NFL, but I would bet the NBA at some point allows foreign ownership of one of those teams. And I bet, and because what's going to happen is if they don't let them do it, the Saudis are going to go, do you see what happened with golf?
Right. We'll just offer more money.
We're just going to pay every one of your players 10 times what you're paying them.
Yeah.
And we're going to ruin your whole league. Let us buy a team.
Wow.
Yeah. That would be my guess. Twitter question is
NBA in more trouble.
Yes. Yeah. We'll see. I'll tell you who's not going to. Daryl Morey's not going to be tweeting any anti-Saudi Arabia stuff like he did with China. I can promise you that.
Yes.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply at marks-jewelers.com. Question: this was something that Ike mentioned at the top of the show. We haven't really discussed very much since, but it is an interesting question. Should the Phillies put Ranger in the bullpen when he gets back and keep Taiwan in the rotation? This has actually shifted a little bit. 60% no, but 40% yes. Keeping Taiwan in the starting rotation and putting Ranger in the bullpen.
Man, Taiwan.
Yeah. I think
like that name.
I can't tell. Listen, I like Taiwan. I like Taiwanimous.
But Taiwanimous sounds negative.
Yeah. I know, but it's also the anonymous movement to support Taiwan, but also you don't want to get too far out there because he can make you look really stupid.
Right.
So and then I like the Taiwanissance, which is the
that's difficult.
Yeah. Well, I know.
I can barely say the other one.
Yeah.
We got to really think about it.
Yes.
That's the issue. And then everything, we got to think past 4:30. It's a disaster.
Yeah. Which is why I like Taiwan Walker.
The show at this point, the show used to unravel at 5:30.
Yes.
Then it moved to 5, and now the show starts to unravel. It started yesterday with Pim around this time.
Now I blame one person for that actually.
Who?
Jake Rosenberg.
He broke our brain.
Yeah, we haven't recovered since.
Yes.
The first 2 hours we're locked in. 4 on's questionable.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Andrew in Northern Liberties. You're on WIP. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, you might be having people cancel their Bluetooth subscriptions with that voice there. That's crazy.
Are you kidding me? Yeah. You kidding me? They should. Yeah. Oh, you're saying that alone. You wouldn't even need Bluetooth with Ike sounding so sexy.
Me? I thought he said Spike. Spike and Ike just starts to sound like all the time.
Right.
With Alex Bohm, looking back to 2 nights ago, he's top of the ninth, 2 outs. He's got Schwarber on deck. He's 3 for 3, a double away from the cycle. Second pitch, he gets jammed, and he pops it up. He's playing selfish baseball. He's got to learn to be a team player. If I'm Kevin Long, I'm telling him to keep the bat on his shoulder until he has at least 1 strike. That's my opinion.
Well, I think them moving him down to 7 and taking him, in a lot of ways out of situations like that where he's worried about who's hitting before him and who's hitting after him, I think is probably an attempt to get him back on track. Would be take the focus off of him a little bit.
We have to do this with Trea. A couple years ago. We had to do this with Trea Turner a couple years ago.
The big question is, does Jack, in the promotion for his book,
we might need to
start a Bohm-vation?
It's getting close.
Yeah.
Again, I'm trying to retire from the ovation game.
I don't know, man.
But if he's given all the signs of needing an ovation, he really is. Yeah. I thought he was going to cry in the 9th. He turned around and gave the old. You guys don't know this, but Sutton has an unbelievable pouty face. Bohm.
Well, at least he's only 4 months old.
Yeah. Very similar faces.
Huh.
It worked after he said he hates this place. They stood up for him, so maybe it'll turn him around again.
Fritz.
As for the Taiwan and Ranger debate,
yes,
I think why not just go to a 6-man rotation right off the bat?
Because
that's what they're gonna do when Hader comes up.
Because Wheeler doesn't like that.
But they can keep Wheeler on a 5-day if they want.
We still got enough days off to move guys around.
Well, no, you can keep him on his regular rest and extend someone else. If you can,
I know what
you can keep him and then move back someone else.
Yeah, and just move everybody else around. But get them both starts.
Well, I guess
a tryout for him.
So I guess the issue with that, Andrew, would be if they weren't short in the bullpen, that would be an easier conversation. But if one thing that Ike said when we brought it up is, look, you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone here and keep your starter and also bolster your bullpen by putting Ranger in there. I think give us the food you can't live without, Andrew.
Yeah, that is very true. And I mean, in my opinion, they need to name roles in the bullpen. Like having this, who's your closer, things like that. They need to name a guy. I mean,
Alvarado's the closer.
To be Alvarado. Yeah, but they have Romano coming in to close games. He's an absolute disaster. I think they just need to have it.
Well, let me ask you this on the naming a closer thing. And I know people say this all the time, and I get it. But what about, let's say the 3, 4, 5 guys are up in the 8th? Like, would you not want to use your best reliever in that situation? If your best reliever is your closer, right?
But that's my question: is who would you say is our best reliever?
I think it's Alvarado.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, why not put him in? Like, no matter what, are you saying in the 8th?
Well, I'm saying like sometimes you want to use him earlier because you might not get to the 9th of the lead, and you want to use your best arm in the 8th. Like in a perfect world, you have a lockdown closer, and then you can use Alvarado earlier. It's just like this whole idea of they need to name a closer. Well, then why? I mean, you can use Alvarado early and have Kerkering against the bottom portion of the lineup.
I mean, yeah, I guess every situation
I
is
think-
different, but I mean, I trust Strom in that situation more than Romano.
Well,
Kerkering, I know
Romano,
he's have a great
Andrew,
last night, but-
thank you for the call. Romano's not the closer. Yeah, I mean, they were talking about him being the closer. Having a closer only works, by the way, if you also have a setup guy or two setup guys, because then Jack's counter, which is a good one, is not part of it because you have an 8th inning guy, a setup guy or whatever that you really trust the same way that you trust a reliever. But if you don't, and Jack makes a good point, if it's a 3-2 game and you're facing the top of the Dodgers order or the meat of the Dodgers order in the 8th inning, why do you not want to throw your best reliever in the 8th inning as opposed to the 9th inning if you don't have a setup guy?
Well, and also in the situation where Romano pitched, which was last Friday, and JT had to throw him out, and Alvarado can use 3 out of 4 days, and he was unavailable.
Right.
Which is also that happens during a baseball season.
Right. Well, and Alvarado he's a throw a lot of pitchman.
Yeah.
And
Listen, you're most likely walking a tightrope with any reliever.
Yes.
Dude.
What's up?
I had that game as a loss last night. When he got to 30 pitches.
Yeah, first and third.
I'm like, dude, we see where this is going.
Well, last night was, Jose Ruiz, they tried to sneak 2 innings out of him. Joe Ross, and they brought Alvarado back out. First time he's pitched multiple innings in like a year and a half.
So Amon-Ra St. Brown was on Kevin Hart's podcast where they sit in a cold tub. And
Sounds relaxing. Do you do that to your podcast guests?
Put him in a cold tub?
Cold tub.
You're going to do that with Maury when he comes on this year?
Oh, dude, that would be funny. I make him sit in a cold tub.
Yeah.
I'm too scared of a cold tub to do it myself. I'm terrified.
Oh, you do the polar plunge.
I did, and
That's true.
It's terrible. I mean, it's a great experience.
It's for a great cause, but no, you don't have to lie. It's terrible.
The Special Olympics is great. It's a great cause. It's terrible.
Yes. Yes. It's me, man.
Yeah. It might be great for your bones. You know what? I want a friggin' sauna. That's what I want.
Wow. A little sauna, and then would you do the cold plunge? Tank?
Nah, I just want sauna. I'm not a steam room guy. I'm a sauna guy.
You and Herb.
Yeah. So Amon-Ra St. Brown was in the cold tub or whatever with Kevin Hart, and he had this to say about the Eagles.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Hopefully we play you guys week 1.
Oh, is that your wish?
It is.
Well, guess what? I'm going to make a call. You want us, you got us.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. And I'm sorry.
Amon-Ra St. Brown wants the Eagles on Thursday Night Football as the Eagles kick off the season. It looks like the schedule will be out in May, and we don't know. That is one of the rumors that has floated out there. We've heard the Bears, we've heard Commanders,
and the Rams.
The Rams as well.
I'm thinking Rams now. I was thinking Commanders or Detroit at first, but they played the Rams in the playoffs, and it was a close game.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
If we play the Rams, we're starting off 0-1.
Oh, you are. Oh,
yes.
Oh, really?
I'm
like perpetually afraid of the Rams.
I am. I have a great respect for the Rams. I did last year, and I think ultimately, even though I wasn't right that I bet that they would win the NFC. They were.
Well, you didn't want to be right.
Yeah, they were good. I mean, that was a good football team.
And remember, their guys were injured like the first 6 or 7 weeks of the season.
And they're going to want revenge. They feel like that game was stolen from them. I have a friend who
I
knows
love
some
way
in the
McVay,
organization.
and this is where McVay is a good coach.
Yeah.
He's using that
Yes.
as their offseason motivation.
Yes.
These were guys won the Super Bowl, and we should have beaten those guys. Like, we had them there on
Yep.
the ropes.
And we'll be a little fat that day, you know, a little happy, and
He is.
they will be pissed off.
And they got Devontae Adams.
They do. They
Yeah.
do. And Stafford got himself a new deal there.
So I may not want the Rams first game.
I'd rather have the Lions.
Yeah, I may not want the Rams.
I'd rather have the Lions. I'd rather have the Bears. The Rams are the team I don't want to see.
So here's the thing with the Lions.
Yeah.
He's coming off as we were better than the Eagles. We didn't get a chance to play them.
Yeah. Well, you lost by 3 touchdowns
to
to the team that we
beat by
obliterated.
3 touchdowns, yes. But that's what this sort of seems like. Yeah, I want the Eagles.
Yeah. Well,
because
we'll
maybe
see.
Detroit, man, they probably felt like they were the best team in the league.
I'm sure
all
they
year.
did. I'm sure, and I'm sure it was frustrating. The injury thing was frustrating to them, and it had to be. You know. 215-592-9494. Okay, Andrew, you're on WIP.
What it do?
What it do,
Andrew?
All right, here it is. The Okay, Andrew draft report.
So we got a guy out of Notre Dame coming in as a sleeper of this draft, and I think the Eagles could definitely snag him, Xavier Watt. Safety converted for a wide receiver coming into Notre Dame. His last 2 years were none less than spectacular. 13 interceptions combined and a unanimous All-American 2 years ago, consensus All-American last year, and he won the Defensive Player of the Year in 2023. This guy, man, on film, lights your eyes up with great ball hawk ability, playing chess, not checkers, and some would call him Captain America, defensive weapon on that Eagles defensive secondary, right next to Reed Blankenship, making plays, going down in the box. He fills the lane, fills gaps, makes tackles, and I think that he's one of the smartest players in the draft, being a 5-year guy, playing in the playoffs, playing against the big teams, and I think he can make a real difference as one of the biggest sleepers in this draft.
Hold on, man. A 5-year guy? He's like 26 years old. We can't draft 5-year guys.
Day one starter, can make a giant impact in the league. I don't care how old he is.
I don't even know his name. What's his name again?
Xavier
Watt.
Xavier Watt.
Okay. All right. And where did he go to school again? I already forgot.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Soft school.
Ike, what do you think of this guy? Do you know who he is at all?
Yeah, I know who he is. Not a day one guy.
Oh, you don't think?
No, he's probably a second or third round guy.
Okay.
I don't see the Eagles at 32 taking him. Good safety. One of those sort of guys, don't mind playing physical, get down in the box, makes tackles, played at a big-time program, played in big-time games. Unlike Fritzy there, I'm not worried about the fact he's a little older because you know what? Nowadays, I mean, listen, it's great when a 21-year-old can step right onto the NFL field and play. That doesn't happen very often.
Well,
you get a guy a little older, his body's a little more ready to do it, and at 23, that's still not old.
Yeah, and this is not – if you get 8 years out of this guy –
that's a full career.
Fine. Yeah. We're talking about trading 2 first-round picks for T.J. Watt, who's 30.
Yeah.
You know, if the guy's good enough, he's good enough. I think the NBA used to focus on that a lot.
They did.
And I think a little less now. I think, the more complete players that come out a little bit later, I think they've loosened on that a little bit,
And actually, they need to, not to disrupt your segment here, okay, Andrew, but with NIL money, guys who
stick
aren't
around
lottery
longer.
picks, they're staying in school longer.
Yeah. Okay, Andrew, did you have a comment on caller crime?
So I think there's a guy in the studio stirring up a bit of drama between the callers.
Who?
Some know him as Hawk Tua. But
I didn't even do anything.
Earlier on the show.
First off, I gave you compliments yesterday.
No, they were backhanded compliments.
They were never. I would never do that.
You did.
Hey,
that.
Jack, stand on business. Stand on business. Maybe stick to baseball or vary your knowledge in college football.
Whoa,
stick to baseball.
Stick to baseball and stand on business. Who got a backbone and okay, Andrew?
Hey,
how's your leadoff hitter take?
If you want to do a debate between me and other callers, go ahead. But I don't think Chuck needs to bring up callers' names when he calls in every 2 weeks. I mean, he's a great caller. He's an OG. But, I
Wow.
mean, dude, step up your game if it's going to be all about you during your call.
Whoa!
Wow.
Did okay Andrew just take a shot at Chuck?
Who put a battery in his back?
Wow.
Hey,
stock up.
I do respect him. Love the guy. Brings energy.
Stand on business, okay?
Stand on business.
Stand on business.
Toughen up a little bit.
Stand on business.
I said what I said. I mean, we can have a debate. We can have a good sports debate. Not an ego debate, but a sports debate about things. And
Wow. Wow, a showdown
Wow,
between
a gentleman. Okay.
Wow,
Andrew.
that's a great call by you.
I
Okay.
forgot Chuck did the whole stock up and stock down.
Yes.
Okay, Andrew.
Brought race into it.
Yes.
Love when that happens.
Can't insult a guy like okay with that. Wow. Okay, a debate.
And I did
between...
forget that I did say that okay, Andrew's bar is really low to climb over.
Yes.
Yeah, that's maybe why
Yeah, he
you guys
heard
back
it.
up
Yes,
a little
exactly.
bit.
He heard it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I never expected okay Andrew to pick a fight with any of these guys.
Yeah.
Wow. How long before Chuck calls again?
He's probably already texting me right now.
Yeah. Jack, what do we have coming up in the top 5 at 5?
It's a good one. The most ridiculous things I've heard on the morning show this week.
Oh, he's picking on the morning show.
Well, number one was maybe the most insane audio. Like they're so disconnected from reality on the morning show.
Wow.
And Ike pointed it out. I found it.
Okay.
It is ridiculous.
You heard it, didn't you? Yeah.
They live on another planet.
Really?
In that morning show.
I did not hear this. I don't know any of this.
Yeah.
So
he's right.
That's coming up next. So that's the top 5 at 5. If you were to do a top 5 at 5 of the things that make you really good at sex, what would be number 1?
Well, probably
Blue Chew.
There it is.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, lock in.
I think you wanted a real answer.
No.
That is a real answer.
Well, it's a real answer. I'm saying like that's obviously the most
Come on,
important
lock in, Jack. Tell me some good things about Blue Chew.
It's made in the USA.
It is.
Which means no tariffs.
Also cheaper. Shipped directly to you. Tell me some other good things about Blue Chew.
Well, listen, obviously the same core ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Staxin.
And Levitra, yes. Wow, look at you.
Good memory.
You got one other good thing for me here?
It makes you.
Well, it's
that's
blue,
the goal.
Blue Chew, so it's
chewable.
There you go.
Look at Coach coaching you through it.
And
Dan.
we're getting to 5 o'clock, which means you're probably getting in the car. You need to shoot that text, or you get the text sent to you.
Yep.
And you're like, showtime. Maybe nothing's showing up down there.
Yep.
Bang, Blue Chew.
Yes. She sends you the eyes emoji, and then you send her the eggplant emoji.
Have you ever sent that before?
No.
Where did that come from, by the way?
I have no idea. I don't understand the reference. I don't. I just know.
Why y'all looking at me?
I don't know.
I don't know why
You're
I'm
shaking
looking
your
at
head.
you.
You want me to say I
Well, you
sent
kind of look
the
like and your mic head's purple.
It is. So
this is an eggplant? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. People are asking questions.
A Blue Chew is chewable. It enhances your performance. It makes you more confident, makes her happier. Then you in turn are more confident, and she is happier, and confidence and happiness, and everything is great.
Yes.
It's all online, so you don't have to go to the doctor's office. You don't have to go to a pharmacy. None of that stuff. It's all just online. And thanks to the WIP afternoon show, we had a meeting.
That's right.
Jack and I, and we said, how do we get them to try Blue Chew for the first time to hear what we're talking about? First month free on us.
We'll take care of it.
We are paying for it. Just use code 94 at checkout. You get first month for free. You only pay shipping, $5. Then it arrives in the mailbox in a discreet and hard package, and you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend or a pipe on the man.
Roto-Rooter, man.
If plumbing, drain, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to 20 matchups and so much more. Look, it's the best golf event of the year. Find the better bets that works for you and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. I'm talking about betting on Augusta this week. FanDuel.com/hammer. Tee off with a variety of bet types and bet the tournament as it unfolds through Sunday. FanDuel.com/hammer. With FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense reminds you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. Luka Doncic returned to Dallas last night and had 45 points in a Lakers victory over the Mavericks. And it's still stunning to see Luka in the Lakers jersey, and the emotional pregame video of Luka's time in Dallas was definitely moving. I also loved how the Fire Nico chants rained down all night from Mavs fans, because there's no reason why Nico Harrison should have traded his superstar in Luka Doncic. So now my question is to Dallas, why does Nico still have the job? I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz, the afternoon show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phillies baseball on WIP tonight, 7:15 first pitch. Jesus Luzardo versus, what's his name, Schwellenbach?
Yeah, he's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
God, everybody's pretty nasty.
Yeah, well, he's basically Grant Holmes except better. So
Yeah.
Grant Holmes shut him down for a good portion of that game last night.
Yep.
Now, they did a good job working. They got him to like 90-some pitches in 4 innings, which was good. But, yeah, Schwellenbach's pretty nasty.
Let's get to that top 5 at 5.
It's the 5. Number 5 at 5. With Jack Fritz.
So, as always, we're always monitoring the morning show, hearing what they're saying. And the morning show had a lot of ridiculous. It's only Thursday, but in 4 days.
Just this week.
Are they trying to win the belt?
As a show?
As a show?
Well, we have the belt as a show, everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. So what I have for you is the 5 most ridiculous things I heard on the morning show this week. Number 5, a Tasty Cake Dom brought this up last segment, but listen to just like they're starting to get a little personal with some of the shots on the morning show.
None of these guys believe in me. Rhea's rooting
I
for me.
have no belief in you.
100%.
I'm sorry.
Zero.
And I don't have that much belief in Jack Fritz, but
so that shows you how low you think of me.
You
but
guys
your
are down
bar
there.
is like so low, it's beneath, it's submerged, it's
Wow.
buried.
Okay. Well,
See, I
I
believe
hope it goes
Joe
better
can-
than
buried bar.
I hope it goes better for you than I expect.
I hope so
Joe
too.
can
But it's not.
psychologically destroy Fritz.
Well, that's my
that,
thing.
that might be true.
I agree with that, Rhea.
Yep.
Because there's a
That's
big,
actually
I think
true.
it can be mentally
It's very
beat.
there's a big baby thing in there.
100%.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, very sensitive
Yeah.
sort.
Very sensitive. Yes.
Yep.
Where's
Baby.
DK coming from?
Verbal
DK's out of control.
DK got in there with a
Absolutely.
tin can
I mean,
shot.
John, that is his
That's
vulnerability.
all part of the
Who gave him
competition,
this
isn't it?
glint of hope that this.
No,
now-
I already knew it.
Well,
Wow, there's a lot there, Fritz.
I know.
you are a sensitive guy.
But listen, I think we're all sensitive. Also, I'm the one on the show who makes fun of whenever you guys get all emotional. I don't, with the appreciate you.
Oh.
I mean, everyone else is cry. They make everyone cry. And again, where's the camera and this toughness?
Yeah,
He's acting like he's been. Now, I don't like that Rube was able to smell it. Maybe that's why he didn't draft me back in 2012. You know what I mean? I don't like that he could. Listen. I'm obviously, a little softy,
Yeah.
But I don't like that people can like smell it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you got to toughen up. You got to start. This is the only thing my only worry with this thing is that you're not like, you work a lot, but you're not like what I want is the 8-minute mile, Fritz. I want you to treat this like the camera's an actual
Yeah, we're trying to
threat.
get you locked in.
Yeah, I want you to really prepare, and I'm worried that you're just going to try to like drift in there on I'm a much better athlete than him anyway,
Right.
and he's really going to prepare, and you have to destroy him.
But I don't think he's really going to prepare.
I think he is.
I don't think he is. There's more on this tape that we'll get to that
All
would
right.
suggest that maybe I'm in the clear there.
I just think you got to prepare.
Yeah. The fourth most ridiculous thing I heard on the morning show this week is once again, how much money are we paying the camera? I mean, listen to this hoity-toityness from the morning show host.
So anyway,
You don't know what the panini
Where did you
you
get
were
it?
eating for breakfast was?
I did not know
How
what
is
it
that
was.
possible?
I mean, it was. I don't.
You
roast
don't
beef,
know what you're
steak,
eating
it
for
was,
breakfast?
It was something in there. Roast
Did you
beef.
buy it?
I did, but I did not request it.
Hold on. How does that work?
I'm
I
confused.
know.
You
that
bought food. You didn't know what it was, but you ate it.
I got a chef that drops food off, and I take whatever is given.
That's pretty
Personal
highfalutin.
chef.
That's as highfalutin as highfalutin gets.
I didn't want to say that.
Well, look,
He's got a chef.
look, this guy, I don't have kids, but I do have a wife and have a house. But this guy is
he's solo,
not
man.
married, live in an apartment.
Yeah.
That he doesn't even, that he gets his girlfriend to clean or whatever.
Mom
No
does-
disrespect for her. Mom does the laundry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's kind of like an 18-year-old, just happens
Yeah.
to be a 46-year-old.
That's a chef that drops off food.
Well, he obviously doesn't cook. So it's probably one of these people that prepares his meals.
Well, so if he has somebody preparing healthy meals for him,
right?
Why does he
Look like
the
that?
way he does?
Well, did we say they were healthy meals or they're just meals?
I think that's where it started, in somebody getting him healthy meals because he's
Okay.
having all those stomach issues.
Right.
But he doesn't. Forgetting about like the general shape of him, he like even his color is like he's sort of like
see-through?
sickly.
Yeah, he looks sickly.
Yeah,
all the time.
He looks like from Scooby-Doo, the
Shaggy.
He's got like a sort of, like he's been in the basement for days and weeks. That's the sort of color that's going on with him.
He was a hostage?
Yeah.
Man. Wow.
Yeah, he looks like he was held hostage.
That sounds healthy. Speaking of healthy, he also detailed his wild and crazy Saturday night when he tried to go to McDonald's at 11:30 at night. 11:30 at night. Listen to this back and forth.
I have never before seen what I saw Saturday night. I don't know the exact time, maybe 11:30, 11:15. I don't know what it was. There were at least 20 cars in the parking lot. I would tell you probably 30.
Was your car one of them?
Yes, but I never got to the front of the line. So I know that part's not good, John. I acknowledge that. But
What were you doing,
I
man?
wanted to eat McDonald's.
Too busy.
Well, no, I wasn't going to wait
So you're
for
eating McDonald's at like 11:30 at
It's
night.
not smart. I get
Okay,
that.
good.
I acknowledge that. I cede to the court my
Isn't there a
my
college
culpability.
right there?
Well, there is, but I'm telling you, it was like 30 cars, and they were lined up, and then there were others waiting, and then there were others trying to weave their way into the line, and then like me and Amy are trying to, with an Uber driver, trying to weave our way through to get out the other
You
side.
had an Uber go to McDonald's?
Yes.
Oh my God. It keeps getting worse. It's like
Yes.
everything you say is worse.
Well, you
than
flip,
the
you
last
flip,
one.
you flip the guy an extra $5 or $10, and you get your Mickey D's.
This is unbelievable.
But I'm just telling you, if you guys saw this line, you would be like, something done that up here. It just
That is strange.
was it a high school kid, like people getting together?
I don't know, but what again? Do you feel guilty?
Yes.
And it,
What was
yes.
clearly
Okay.
But I am picking it up,
Well,
John.
what is Amy doing? By the way, Amy driving? No, so okay, you're in the Uber. Is Amy
Complicit is the word you're looking for. Complicit.
Right.
Yes.
Is she reprimanding you or trying to talk you out of this decision?
Well, listen, when I want food late night, I'm going to get food
What were
late
you
night.
going to
Amy's done
get?
a poor
I
job.
don't know. But then I got
Was
it.
Amy gonna get something?
I got it
like
for
he did the
breakfast the
last
next
time.
morning. Delivery.
You got McDonald's delivered.
Yeah.
Well, that was my first question.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just call
Uber Eats or something?
Yeah, or DoorDash.
Or
whatever.
and like, but was he going to the McDonald's near Temple? That's the only one I
near
can
Nova.
think of.
Oh,
near
Nova.
Nova.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, near Nova.
Yeah, it's college students. What does he think is going on at that time of night?
But why are you taking an Uber? Like, I don't understand why you don't just get it delivered.
Unless he was Ubering home from somewhere.
And then they
And it was-
stopped on the way.
Yeah, but even that, like you know, I would know, even I think Fritz would know, around a campus, the restaurants at that time of night are filled with college students.
The other thing
They're
is,
either going there after leaving the bar or they're powering up before they go to the bar. You know what I mean? Put something on your stomach before you go to the bar and drink.
well, and how does Mr. sensitive stomach over there, how is he metabolizing McDonald's at 11:30 at night and then taking the Uber home? I'd have kicked him right out of my Uber at
Right.
that moment.
And then to come back
Or put on a diaper.
and still order it in the morning.
Yeah. Oh,
This is the competition. Again, this is what I'm
just
dealing
saying,
with.
If it's not the fries, I'm good on McDonald's.
I haven't had it.
Yeah, McDonald's
30
fries are still good.
Yeah.
I used to love the breakfast.
The
back in the day.
second most ridiculous.
I don't mind the breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast is good.
Yeah.
Little McGriddle.
Yeah.
The second most ridiculous thing I heard on the morning show this week is that Richie seems like his dad was a little tough on him.
Oh yeah.
So this happened this morning, and Richie, listen to the way he weighed himself and where he did it. Here's the back and forth.
You got bigger, right? Am I remembering this right?
Well, I kept eating the way I always ate. I was no longer exercising the way I wanted to, but I was still eating the way I always ate. And lo and behold, now I can drink beer and not have to worry about it the next day. Oh, this is great. So that's a lot of extra calories. And suddenly, within a year of retiring, my dad told me, you look disgusting. My dad said to me, look at yourself in the mirror. You're gigantic. You should be embarrassed. You must weigh 300 pounds. I was like, are you kidding me? Come on, Dad. That's a little harsh. Right? And then I stepped on the scale at the airport that they weigh the bags on. The next time I was picking
I'm sure they appreciate
Did you
that.
say, can I step on the scale here?
I didn't ask.
You
I
just
just
did
stepped
it.
on it.
You
And
are
then I was like, you know what? It says 305. There's no way that's right. They calibrate it heavy just so everyone has to pay extra.
Wow.
305, man.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday. I think it was on yesterday's show.
Yeah.
I mentioned that
Yeah.
he said he was much bigger
Yeah.
after the.
Now, John played at like 240.
But that was big.
No, that's I mean, hell yeah. I mean, that's the fullbacks look like.
Yeah.
Back in those days, 240, 250. So that's a lot of weight he put on.
A lot of weight.
That's a lot of weight he put on.
Well, he said the other thing that he went through, I think he's told us on the air, is that when your body goes through a lot of, when you play that position, like a lot of pain.
Yeah,
he said
oh, yeah.
also he wasn't using the stuff to get rid of the pain anymore.
Oh, he didn't do the Toradol and all that stuff.
All that stuff
Yeah.
once he was retired. So
Right.
like even moving around was like he was in pain all the time too. It sounded terrible.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, we talk about football being like a damn car wreck and it's a crash course. Well, he played the position that it actually was that the majority of
Every play.
Yeah.
Yeah, every play.
I just wish I could envision him just jumping on at the scale at the airport.
Yes.
Without even asking.
It's a very Richie thing to do.
It's definitely
it
a
is.
Richie thing.
And now he's built like a slot receiver. So it all
Man, he looks good now.
Yeah.
man.
He does. Now, number one, the most ridiculous thing I heard on the morning show this week is actually something that Ike heard. And again, they live on a different planet. I'm not sure what planet it is, but apparently no one eats fried chicken sandwiches anymore.
You don't see fried chicken much anymore, and that's a health thing. But you don't see, that was a staple. Growing up, fried chicken.
I see. Well,
You
you're
don't see
right about the
fried
fried
chicken
chicken, though. Man, it was like an art form. I remember the first time I had fried chicken as
Oh,
a small
so
child.
good.
What?
I couldn't imagine anything tasting better than that.
It's glorious.
I
It really
couldn't
is.
believe
Yeah.
it. It was hot and juicy, and holy cow, this explosion of
And the
flavor.
crunch and the-
Why can't I eat that for every meal,
Yeah.
Mom
You
and Dad?
can. It's still
there!
There's this place in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania called Red Barn, and it hasn't been there since 1980, but it was delicious.
The reason you can't have it every meal is you'd be dead by now.
Oh, totally, no doubt.
What?
Does Richie think that they got rid of that place in 80 and there's no more fried chicken?
The last place to ever serve fried chicken.
First of all, from fried chicken sandwich perspective, we just had that
We had a
Popeyes
craze
thing.
over it, yes.
The Wendy's and the Popeyes.
Yes,
it was
during COVID.
Yeah, it was insane. That was just a
Yep.
couple of years ago.
Yep.
And Ike's a TikToksman like me. I see people eating fried chicken on TikTok,
All the
crunch
time.
all the time. And now those Korean fried chicken places are all over the place
true.
now. And that's a big thing. What world are they in that fried chicken is not a thing anymore?
Yeah.
We're talking about the same guy, by the way, who didn't know how many wings were on a chicken. Is that's
That is
DeCamera.
true. That is,
Didn't know
Well, and
whether
the-
there were 4 wings or 2 wings on a chicken.
Well, and the pillar of health, they're
Yeah.
talking about.
Oh, yeah, you'd be dead.
Yeah.
if you ate fried chicken.
Dude, there's fried chicken all over the
All
place.
over the place,
You don't
brother.
see it anymore.
Yeah.
You don't see fried chicken anymore. It's one of the most popular sandwiches.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What's
Yeah,
wrong
I thought
with
that
those
was
guys?
interesting listening to them talk about fried chicken like it was some sort of foreign meal
Yes.
that you can't
Do
find
you
anywhere.
remember? It's like us talking about a show like Taxi.
Yeah.
You know, the show from the
Yes.
1980s. Like, do you remember fried chicken? Oh, it was so good.
Oh man. That's a weird group of guys, man.
Really
Yeah,
weird.
it is, man.
And Rhea has been infected by them, obviously, as well. The hell's going on?
She
there?
tries to maintain the sanity on the show, but you're right. I
Wow.
think she may have been infected
Yeah.
by those guys.
This hour, sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 6 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Well. Yoshi in Brewery Town.
Oh, yo.
Wow, you're on WIP.
Man, strike. Big Ike. I'm sorry, sexy voice Ike. Hey, baby. What's poppin'?
What up, yo? Long time no hear, brother.
What's up, baby? You know, I'm in that change of season schedule, man. So I get off a little bit later, and it's like hit or miss if I'm. So I got to come home. I got to lift them weights to get them 2-a-days in. Because I'm looking.
He's getting ready for the summer. Yeah, he's getting ready for tank top season.
Yeah, boy. Hey, a couple times I'm going to take that trash out with my shirt on. My wife's going to have to scream at me. Them ladies going to be looking, boy. They going to be looking at this old man, old Sil walking out the door. Know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Y'all, cats. Man, I listen to y'all every day, though. I be texting Jack a lot of times during the show.
Yeah.
Keep that energy, boy. I like shut up, boy. See, y'all shut up.
Hit me with a shut up.
So, man.
Yeah.
Hey, you know I'm tell you to shut up. I love you now. I love you. Hey, y'all out there, I love Spike. Don't come to me telling me tomorrow what's name y'all's happy I told him to shut up. That's all love. So Spike. So Spike to shut up. I love when you argue with Spike. I want Spike to do it though. Hey, but keep that energy, that 0-1. That means we going 1-0 if we play him, Ike. Stop letting Elliott get to you because I'll be sitting there listening. I was like, he don't like Jalen. He really don't. But then I have to say, he right, though. Jalen was playing suspect throughout the year because I was even texting Jack, like, Jack, I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
I remember.
Yeah, I was. But, I'm a Jalen guy.
Oh, yeah.
You got to stop letting that boy mess with you. Hey, Spike, almond milk with cinnamon toast crunch, honey nut and O's, and daggone Cheerios. Honey Nut Cheerios?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Honey, I forgot about Honey Nut Cheerios. Yes, that's a great one.
Yeah, the milk at the end of the cereal for those cereals. Excellent. Yep.
Especially if you like me and yourself, almond milk drinkers. It tastes my wife don't like because Honey Nut Cheerios, they give me a little gas, you know what I'm saying? It ain't fun under the covers, boy. It is not fun. Hey, I ain't doing it on air. That's all that counts. I ain't doing it on air. Hey, I think it was last week, y'all was talking about leading men. I was following up that day, but then I got sidetracked. Stuart Scott was a great leading man. Let me touch on that real quick. Stuart Scott was my leading man if I got that answer off that day. And you better not lose to this daggone thumb puppet. I'm telling you, man.
Thumb puppet.
Cameron is a tasty looking thumb puppet. You better not lose to him. Y'all better boost him up. I mean, that I listen to them. I give them 30 minutes in the morning. That's my drive into work. And we already winning. I'm gonna say we because I'm a Foxhole guy. Whether I call in last week, next week, 3 weeks from now. What's the name? We winning already because you are in their head every day. And we only talk about them responding to them talking about us. Yeah, you better not lose this fight. I swear, boy, you might as well just get fat again because I'm going to talk trash about you. And that's just going to be some extra ammo by you being fat again. You better not lose this fight.
No, this is like it would be like the 1980 hockey team.
Yeah, you have to crush him.
It better be.
You have to sweep him.
You do, and I agree with Spike. Don't go in there thinking, oh, I got it. What's the name? Look at that thumb puppet. I can beat him. What's the name? You better not lose against the thumb puppet. You better not. And my favorite food, I don't know if Spike said it, but I'm like Spike. I eat oatmeal every day. I love me some oatmeal. Got to have some oatmeal. And looking at them comments on YouTube, Spike, they be killing you, boy. You probably do push-ups like a woman on your knees.
I don't.
They be talking, so I be ready to come in there and just go to war for you. But I was like, nah, I don't like that telecommunication arguing. I ain't going in there saying nothing.
Well, I don't deal with the YouTube comments. Here's my thing with the push-ups. Any day I wanted to, I could just take video of myself doing it, but I feel like it ruins it now if I just end it. Like if I just end it,
right,
then it's over. I sort of like the mystery of it now. But I could at any point. I thought about it this morning because today was a push-up day. And I'm like, you know what? When I'm on my walk, I should take video of this, just tweet it out, and it's over. But I kind of like the mystery.
it's kind of cool. I should come down there on a Friday, and then you just bang out as many push-ups as you can bang out while I'm still going, and we just shut them up. They say you only can do like 5 at a time and stuff like that.
I do 50 at a
You
time.
got to shut them up, Spike.
I will. Eventually, I will.
50?
50 at a clip. That's what I do.
Work, baby. That's life work.
Well, look, I'm not you.
50 while I'm urinating.
Yeah. Whoa.
I got to get you right.
The hell are you doing?
Why would you do that when you're urinating?
Sounds like a mess.
Yeah. Is your toilet on the floor?
Yeah.
Nah, I think you do this all the time.
You put a tarp down or something?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly. You know what? We talk about this real quick. I've been watching a show on Amazon Prime called Naked Dating in the UK.
So you got issues.
Gracious,
Yeah.
guys. You gotta.
Yeah, too much free time.
Naked dating in the UK.
Why is that a show?
Hey, boy, don't win. Hey, when you get up there, you gotta strip down. And I'm telling you, them UK women be great. Boy, you know, man. My wife walked in. She was like, "What you looking at?" I was like, "Check it out. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, man. Okay. Keeps me alive. The more I look at it, the more I'm ready to go. She's ready to sell. Let y'all cats, baby.
All right, Yosh.
All right, Yosh. See you, man.
Great to hear him.
Yeah, well, it was a
couple weeks, right?
Yeah, it was at least a couple weeks. I can't remember the last time we heard from him, but he came in hot, you know, called us all on the carpet. Me, you, Jack, of course. Jack, are you gonna train at all for the camera thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna play some basketball. Probably play some rounds of golf.
Okay.
I already got some tennis people reaching out if I need to do some tennis.
We need
I just
a
want
date.
the date. Like I want the date.
Well,
yeah, you need the date that we're going to do it so you know
how long
set up your schedule of training and this and that and the other.
Father of two. Spike.
Yeah.
Well, is Roddy convention back? Can we get a date for
Well, he probably
this
got
thing?
another free trip he's got to go on.
Yeah.
He's on his docket, I'm sure.
Yeah, Roddy Vegas back there.
Seriously.
Yeah, come on. What are you doing?
Lock in, Rod.
Lock
Although
in.
he doesn't even need a blue chew right now because Trout went yard twice.
Oh.
And he's already trying to lay the groundwork for Ask Out Trout.
Dude, I'm going to be 60 and he's still going to be
Ask Out Trout.
He's still going to be waiting for this Trout promotion.
Trout fishing?
Yeah. When do you think Trout gets hurt and he's out for the next 2 to 3 months?
I give it a nice 3 weeks.
Yeah, he's got 4 home runs, right?
He got 2 today.
So he's got 6.
Yeah, he's eating up.
Wow, playing right field Trout.
Exactly right.
You think that's going to extend his
He's got
career?
6 on the season?
Yeah.
I think he's got 6, yeah.
Wow.
He had 4 coming into today.
Yeah, he's got 2 today.
Yeah.
Now they're playing in a minor league park.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
So both minor league parks are a launching pad.
Yeah,
if you're
Tampa
looking
Bay.
if you're looking for rovers,
Yeah.
the A's park and the Rays park. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are the A's are still playing in Northern California, or they're playing in Vegas at this tiny stadium?
No, they're in Sacramento.
Sacramento, that's right. That's where they are. Yeah. And then are they going to be in Vegas next year?
No, I think they're in Sacramento until 26.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that's next year.
Okay. So
Through
next
26.
year.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't believe 2026 is so close. We were talking about this before the show. So next year, we're going to have the PGA Championship here. We're going to have the NCAA tournament here. We're going to have the All-Star game here for Major League Baseball. Like there's the FIFA World Cup. And 2026 in Philadelphia is on fire.
It'll be busy here next
It's going to be
year.
a big year for the show.
Yeah.
Philadelphia will be the city, the center of everybody's focus
Off
next
of,
year.
of another
What's
Super
it called?
Bowl.
Hold on, what is the year called? It's not the
No idea.
bicentennial.
The 250th year of America.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the one we're sticking with.
It's
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yes. There's an actual name.
Are we going to have to talk a little footy on the show? You're going to have to talk soccer because of the World Cup or whatever?
Listen, Elliot's going to be shining during that time.
Oh, but he doesn't really know soccer. He just knows more than we do. So we can't call him on anything.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I know that whole bit. Yeah. All right. We have the final update for today, the Ike Reese Masters update that is coming up next.
More movement.
This is This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, talking about my friends at National Appliance Warehouse. You've heard me talk about National Appliance Warehouse for a good bit now. And if you haven't gotten down there, what are you waiting for? Spike's been down there. He loved it. My parents, they got a new dishwasher from National Appliance Warehouse installed over the weekend. Said it was great. National Appliance Warehouse takes care of all of your appliance needs. The first thing you will get from National Appliance Warehouse is you're going to get the best Price, that's guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store if it finds a lower price elsewhere. Also, tax-free Delaware helps. And of course, they always have great savings events going on. So you are going to get the best price. Appliances, they got that covered from sub-zero to budget, over 100 brands in their 50,000 square foot showroom. They have whatever you could possibly need from an appliance standpoint. They have that covered. And on top of all of that, you're getting top of the line professionals who truly make it feel like family. When you walk in, they're knowledgeable, they're smart, they take care of you, they have fun doing it. Sounds like a place I would want to shop for appliances. Get down to National Appliance Warehouse today. Visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showrooms in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware. Also, they do installation, delivery, and a whole lot more. Yeah, they're the total package at National Appliance Warehouse. And of course, when you go, tell them Fritz sent you.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep up with your family's needs. Don't worry. Horizon Services is available 24/7 to service your existing system or install a new heating and cooling system. Plus, Horizon has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon always works with you, so the job is done according to your schedule and budget. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Spring is here. The sun shining, the flowers blooming, and the backyard officially a margarita oasis. Kick off the warmer weather with tequila from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Stock up for Cinco de Mayo with Luna Azul Tequila Blanco 750 milliliter. Grab 1800 Tequila Silver 1.75 liter for your outdoor happy hours. Both are $4 off. Both are perfect for margaritas. Shop more tequilas on sale for spring in-store or online at fwgs.com. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
Get ready for a double play of excitement at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Catch every pitch, every hit, every home run live on their 75-foot wall of TVs. Fuel your fandom with $5 Miller Lights or grab the legendary deal. A Miller Lite and 2 hot dogs for just $10. Plus, every Wednesday when your home baseball team plays, Cheerleaders is bringing you the same unbeatable specials. Cheerleaders Philadelphia, where the game meets the party. Your late night destination awaits. Go see the girls at Cheerleaders. Open until 2 a.m. BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back at unrestricted withdrawable funds. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join LifeSearch to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. LifeSearch, featuring champions of faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Masters update. I did a little research during the break on fried chicken.
Still locked in.
The fried chicken market has experienced a robust growth in recent years. It is projected to increase from 6.9 billion in 2024 to 7.37 billion in 2025. Also, crispy crunchy chicken is opening 600 new locations in 2025.
That's some pretty good chicken, bro.
And opened 605 new locations in 2024.
Well, it is pretty good.
It's hard to find, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's such a delicacy.
Chick-fil-A in 2023 had system-wide sales exceeding $21.5 billion. So there you go.
I'm wondering how there are any birds left on this planet.
I know. What the hell is what world are they living in?
Well, they're made in a lab.
Yes.
Mostly.
Thank you for pointing that out. And,
yes.
and
Grossing
ruining
you out.
everybody.
Wow.
Yes. Thought of chicken.
Just get pasture-raised chickens.
Cut the beaks off them so they don't peck each other. All right. One more. Let's do it.
A tradition unlike any other. Ike Reese on the Masters.
I tell you, it's been a pretty good day at Augusta. Really has for our opening round. I mean, sometimes the star power doesn't get to the top of the leaderboard until the weekend.
Yeah.
They're not wasting any time.
No.
They're not wasting any time. Justin Rose, he's on the 18th right now. In a little bit of trouble. Maybe looking to give back a stroke. But you know what? Since the last time we had an update, he's gained 2 strokes. So he's sitting right now at 8 under.
Ike, I was looking at him on FanDuel.
Yeah.
And I was like, I just so mad.
Do it?
Yeah, he's like plus 9,000 too.
I've been thinking about it all day. Too.
I've been kicking myself.
You've been
all
thinking
day.
about his strokes.
Here's where you
want to gain strokes though, as we learned in the Blue Chew read.
Okay.
Here's where you won't be kicking yourself.
Yes.
Is when he craters tomorrow.
Probably he's a little old.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't expect him to hold on to this lead.
It's like when Tom Watson was leading the British Open in 2013.
Wow.
He collapsed.
Wow. That's pretty good British Open knowledge by you.
I think it was 2013.
Imagine if you knew that many things about sports.
Well, I do. It's just about baseball. I wrote a book, ringthebellbook.com.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. All right. So I mentioned earlier, Scheffler has finished up his round at 4 under. A big fan favorite, Rory McIlroy. Last time we spoke, he was at 3 under. He's now at 4 under.
Please lower your voice.
You're right. I'm sorry. He's now at 4 under. Just finished up the 14th. He's actually on the 15th, which is the last par 5.
He just missed a big putt.
Is that on the 15th?
Well, I think it might have been a birdie putt. I don't know. I looked over and he missed the putt. A makeable putt. I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping your eyes on the board as well.
Certain members of the show are very invested in Rory this weekend.
But Ludwig Oberg,
my boy,
our guy, he's hanging in there. He's actually playing with Rory, I believe.
Ah.
So yeah, he's gotten up to -2 now. DeChambeau is still at -2. And I'm gonna tell you, keep an eye out on Tyrell Hatton this weekend.
Yeah, Tyrell's a tough name. But
yeah, but here's what I'm telling you. Tyrell Hatton's one of these golfers. Doesn't win a whole lot, but he's always in the hunt.
Is it Terrell or Tyrell?
Tyrell.
Oh, really?
So listen.
Yeah.
There's 2 of us that watch golf
I know
the pronunciations.
I just looked him up because I heard Tyrell and I was like,
yeah.
Thought it might be another.
It would be Terrell if it was part of the delegation.
Right.
Yes.
That's what I needed to look it up.
Kind of sounds like a Game of Thrones character.
I should have known that's where you were at.
Well, that's what I was looking. I was
like having an Antoine out there.
You're right.
Hold on, Antoine.
Right.
Is that the update?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Breaking news.
No.
The Eagles have signed a wide receiver.
Wow, a wide receiver.
Some guy
Hold on. Who is it?
They have agreed to
Google him right away.
They've agreed to terms with Terrence Marshall Jr., former LSU Tiger, I believe. He was interesting a couple of years ago.
I do remember Terrence Marshall Jr., Carolina, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Was he first or second round pick?
I think he was a high pick. If it wasn't first round, it's definitely second round.
And I think
are there any players left in the bargain bin
that they can find
that the Eagles could possibly sign?
Yeah. And obviously he's a good camp body. I don't even know if he's going to make the team, right? You bring him in. We're already – well, we have 2 young receivers, don't we? Outside of
Johnny
Dotson.
Wilson.
Wilson.
Yeah, we got Johnny Wilson, and I'm thinking Anais Smith.
Oh, out.
Well, he was a draft pick, though, right?
No, I know. It was like a fit. Not to discredit the 5th round
I know
pick.
what you're
He
saying.
was a later round
Wasn't
pick.
he hurt most of camp?
He was
or
hurt.
something?
Yeah.
I'm just saying they bring Marshall in. He was a guy that was a good prospect coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly has not lived up to that, but I don't know if I can blame it on him or the fact that was he on another team outside of Carolina?
Yeah, he's been on a couple teams. Like he was with the Niners for a little bit. But
I didn't even know he was with the Niners.
Yeah. There was some. So he was with the Niners, Raiders, and Panthers.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think he did much, obviously, with those other teams.
No, because I was about to give him a little bit of a pass and just like, well, he hasn't really played with any good teams. Hasn't really had any good quarterbacks. I think he was there. Was it when the year when Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield were down there?
Yeah, it had to be.
Right? And was that Frank Wright? No, who was the coach got fired before Frank Wright?
Matt Rule.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Matt
wow.
Rule. Yeah, that's it. I think that was under Matt Rule.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers.
He reminds me of Ruben Randall.
Ruben Randall. I remember another LSU wide receiver.
He was a guy we talked about.
Yeah.
He was an Eagle, and we finally got him, and then he was horrible.
Was it in the Ravens, Ruben Randall?
Giants.
Giants, right.
Was it him and my boy Hakeem Nicks?
Hakeem Nicks.
I love Hakeem Nicks.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans who are detail-oriented and have a passion for making people's dreams come true. Apply at marks-jewelers.com. Final count here. I'm stuck in Ike, the master's voice here. Should the Phillies put Ranger in the bullpen when he gets back and keep Taiwan in the rotation? 39.8% say yes. 60.2% say no. Newest Foxhole guy, Ralph in L.A. You're on WIP. What's up, Ralph?
Hi, Spike, Ike, and Fritz.
What's up, Ralph?
Love it.
Are we gonna do a belly flop competition between DeCamera and Fritzy?
Well, I'd probably crush him in that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm all Team Jack, but I mean, DeCamera's little pot belly. I think might get the upper hand on the belly flop competition.
Yeah. He would. I think he would have a belly flop. Now Jack is a much bigger person. than Joe is.
Yeah.
But belly flop, I think Joe I can't get out of the Ike voice.
No, I know. You're in the Master's voice.
I can't get out of the
Pick it
Master's
up a
voice.
little bit. Yell at someone.
Yeah, what are you, Ralph?
Yeah,
What's your deal?
Jeez.
That was quick.
Would you wake up?
Holy
in there?
cow! The dagger was not that big a play. All right, sorry. There we go. I'm back, Ralph.
I said, how about we get some Ike juice to wake up over?
Oh,
There
no.
you go.
I
Been
just
drinking
put me
that
to
Ike
bed.
juice.
I had my first drink during the week in 3.5 months or something last night.
Is something going on?
No, I had to do
Since the Super Bowl, basically, is what you're saying?
Well, I cut down on any alcohol during the week, and I feel better. I had a podcast last night. I didn't feel like doing it, so I was like, maybe I'll have a drink. But I feel I can't do it.
You're a little thrown off today?
Yeah,
That's good.
yeah, can't do
Ralph,
it.
Ralph, real quick, do they have fried chicken sandwiches out in LA?
You
I
kidding?
mean, Popeyes. Yeah.
Well, it seems so rare after listening to the morning
Well,
show.
they have a pretty famous hot chicken truck out there in LA.
Ah.
Yeah, my brother talks about it all.
And
the
you
time.
got Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles out there.
You have Roscoe's out there as well.
Dave's Hot Chicken or something like that?
No, Dave's Hot Chicken's a chain. There's like a truck or something out there that seems to be a big deal. I'll find the name of it, but we're not in LA, so it doesn't matter. How are you feeling on the Phils?
Not feeling bummed.
No.
No. I know Jackie wants to maybe start another standing ovation, but I think Boom is way far beyond, getting fixed with a standing ovation.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about like the new generation, like the little softy generation. He's part of that generation, the poor
Here we go.
generation. At least when Trey Turner was, in his little funk.
Entitled millennials, way worse than Gen Z.
Who do you think was worse? Well, you probably can't recall because you weren't here during that time.
What?
But I'm wondering, Jack, Trey during his slumping time, or where Bohm is at now?
Well, I think Bohm's handling it worse.
Well, yeah, definitely. He's definitely handling it worse, yes.
But who do I think with better chance of pulling themselves
No,
out
I'm
of
just
it?
saying, who do you think was going through a rougher patch?
Probably Bohm, but at the same time, Trey had the $300 million expectations.
And Trey's was longer.
Trey's was definitely longer. And I
Right.
think he was trying to live up because Bryce was out at the beginning of the year of I got to be the star now.
Right.
This team just went to the World Series. So I think he put a lot of added extra pressure on himself.
Ralph, you got for next question day, you got a food you couldn't live without?
Yeah, I'll get to that, but I just want to touch up on one more little thing. I know the bullpen is also struggling.
Sure.
So I'm thinking about maybe why don't we dump Bohm over to the Angels for Kenley Jansen to solidify the bullpen.
Oh, Jansen will be a Philly at some point. There's no doubt about it. He's just cooked enough.
Well, the Angels aren't
He's not that
sellers
cooked. He's
yet.
fine. Yeah,
by the way.
the Trout's heating up. They're playing good ball right now, Spike.
Yeah.
Not yet, but we have a pretty good track record of dealing players over to the Angels or getting players from the Angels.
Yeah.
I want to bring somebody else back with the pitcher.
You guys and your Trout stuff.
Trout.
Yeah.
Trout fishing.
Yeah. Where are you gonna have him play? Center. Are you gonna have him play
field.
center?
Yes, sir.
But he's having his best. He's having his revival playing right. You're gonna make him play center? Oh, is that the Trout fishing thing?
He can play left.
What are you gonna do with Kepler?
Well, who cares?
Okay.
I'm over Kepler for getting Trouty here.
All right.
Wow.
Well, Trout will be hurt within the first 6 weeks of when he's
There
here.
it
anyway.
is.
No, you're so disgustingly negative.
There it is.
Well, you guys, nobody liked Positive Spike, so
Yeah, you've really brought him back. You have the one thing of bourbon on a Wednesday night, and
Yeah.
now you're miserable.
Well, I'm not miserable. I just like I'm gonna be negative again. Nobody liked Positive.
I know it's been a tough day with the house, but I mean, come on.
It hasn't been bad. Got the gutters finished, so
There you go.
that's good. Yeah.
Oh, this is good. Yeah, this is good.
All
What's
right.
up, Ralph? You still there?
Yeah, Ralph, give us
Yeah,
that
I'm still here,
food,
I'm
buddy.
still here.
Give us that food.
Okay. One thing I can't live without is a little bit of Blue Chew.
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
that's
There
gonna be
you
the
go.
food you
Blue
can't.
Chew.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll
There
take
you
it.
go.
You don't want that to be the only thing you're living on, though. The food that you can't live without. I mean, geez, Louise.
As long as you got a place to go
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah, stay away from. I don't need to be in the same room
Yeah,
with you.
exactly. I'm not
Yeah.
going to be around you.
Yeah. Herb in the Northeast, you're on WIP. What's up,
Speaking of
Herb?
Blue Chew.
Ike Reese, you should have been over there at
Oh boy.
11th and Bigler, 10th and Bigler. They're playing tag football today. The girls and the guys playing the tag, the flag football with league, whatever they got.
Well, what am I gonna
Well,
do?
why would Ike
Yeah.
have to be there, Herb?
Well, I
Yeah.
play football.
I think he's a football guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
People forget that.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted me to play, Herb.
No, I want you to coach. I want you to
Oh.
show these kids. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
okay. Oh, this is a young group. This is young kids.
I think they're from the high schools and all.
Okay.
They're doing that now
Okay.
in Philly. I had a game. My home plate umpire actually hears me on your show and other shows.
Mm.
But mostly on
probably
this show,
call
Herb.
in
Mostly on
tonight
this
or
show.
Tomorrow. He'll probably call in. But anyway, what I want to say is Marsh and Bohm just see the ball and hit the ball. I mean, it's
It's as easy as that.
Yeah.
Stop guessing on pitches. Stop thinking you're going to get a curveball and he throws you a fastball and you look stupid at the plate. Just go up there looking for something hard and make the reaction if it's got the spin on it. It's plain and simple, man. This ain't no
Rocket science.
This ain't no rocket
So you're
science.
saying
Right,
this is what you
exactly.
do. You go up there, you look for something hard, and you stroke it.
Yeah, that's all. That's all you got to do.
It's called a
man.
big
Just see
dose
the
of D.
ball,
That was an easy
See
layup.
the ball, see the breaks, and that's it.
See the ball,
Whatever it
hit the
is,
ball, Herb.
Yeah.
Get the ball, get your bat on the ball.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yep.
I'll be fine. I predict them to win tonight, 7-4.
I'm definitely betting on that.
Yeah, I'm feeling a loss tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah.
I'll just bet the score 7-4.
Well, take the first 5 under. I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah,
Win
we're losing
to
4-1
St. Louis.
tonight.
Shut up.
On to St. Louis, 7-4.
Okay. What else is going on, Herb?
Same old stuff.
Yeah.
Different day. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it was cold out there today, man. I froze, man. It was rough out there. It felt
Yeah.
like 40 degrees with that wind chill.
Wow.
Have some shrinkage?
Yowzer.
I even had to wear my coat, my heavy coat that I use for that I would, when I'm on the plate, I would have this heavy coat on to go over the,
Oh, you were umpiring today, Herb?
Yeah, I had a game. I just told you.
Yeah,
11
pay
to
attention.
3.
Lock in.
Pay attention.
How'd you do?
The Philadelphia Performing Arts beat Swanson. You know Swanson up in the Northeast at
Yep.
Red Lion Road, Jack?
No. Jack doesn't. He's not he's not from here.
Man,
Yeah.
they had a left-hander. There was a left-hander. He was throwing pretty good.
Were you behind the plate, Herb, or were you on the bases today?
I was on the base. I was working the bases, Jack.
Did you argue with an umpire? Argue with the coach at all today?
I was up in the day.
No, I know. I want to know if you're if you got an argument with a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't argue with one coach. Yeah.
Yeah, he told him to shut up.
Because it was a stupid thing because I was looking at some runners at third base and there was a courtesy runner thing where the catcher got first base. And they're making a big thing about that he's got to step on first. So the home plate umpire didn't say it. So they asked me, I said, it's okay. It's okay for him to, he was doing it all game. So.
Wait, who's on first?
That's what I said. Who's on first? What's on second?
The catcher was on first base.
Okay.
Well, that seems ridiculous.
He got
Well,
he got
why is he
hit.
any catching?
He was up the bat. He
Oh.
got hit, and then he went to first base. It's a dead ball. They wanted because he didn't step on first yet, and the coach for
No.
Swanson
This is not a
says
good one.
he wants to use
not a good one.
courtesy runner.
It's not
and
getting
he's
anywhere.
saying the runner's got to step on first base
I'm just hoping.
before you
at
can
this
make
point.
that move.
You know?
I said okay. I said let it go.
Yep.
I'm okay in it to be. I mean, we're out there freezing our.
I don't even know his
Sleeps off. Yeah.
I want to get the game over. We're in a.
Well, hold on.
You trying to get out of there before? Hold on.
This was
Getaway
a
day?
getaway day?
Getaway
game
day.
over. I want to get the game over. It's the top of the sixth. Okay.
Can I
Those
ask?
kids are out there doing their best, Herb.
Do you think that you're
This
cold?
guy was- no, it's okay for them to do what they did. I say it's okay. It's
Yeah, because you
okay.
want to go home. You mean you're getting paid to be out there, Herb?
Zach, I said it was okay. He didn't
I know you said it was
heard
okay because you want to go home.
Herb,
Yeah, but
can I?
they've been doing it all game. That
Herb.
ain't the first
Well,
time
you got
they
fired
did it.
up
They
right
did
there.
like
Herb,
2 or
can-
3 times they did it.
Can I ask? Maybe you're cold. You got that high and tight haircut. You don't have any hair on the sides. You're probably cold because you're losing all your heat up top. You got the summer cut a little too early.
Let me tell you, no, that ain't it.
Mm.
Trea, I told you 2.5 weeks ago, it was the same team, Performing Arts, and won the day. We had that game at Tacony Charter.
Tacony?
And it was like 50-mile-an-hour winds. That's how I got sick.
Ah.
50-mile-an-hour winds.
You got sick from the
game.
wind?
Yeah, the wind getting
That's
in
not
your,
how it
in
works.
your
No.
bed.
Nope.
That wind was rough.
But how do you get sick from the wind? It's just wind.
Jack, you get out there, man.
Yeah,
See if-
shut
Yeah,
up,
see if
Jack.
you can do it.
You friggin'
Yeah,
idiot.
I love you,
You're a
Herb. I
moron,
really do.
Jack.
I
Friggin' outta
love,
here.
I love this man.
5:15.
He act like it's an easy job, Herb.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
know.
what he's talking about.
Jack's asking questions about the wind. Of course you got sick from the wind.
Everyone does.
Thing about umpiring.
I don't know. I hate. Yeah, no, I'm not an umpiresman.
Yeah. Herb, I think we gotta go because Jack's not
You're
even.
almost done.
Yeah,
10 minutes to go.
Jack's not even doing top 5 or the Fritz at 6 tonight.
I'm
are you?
doing leading off. Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
And then you're just speeding over there to Maxie's?
Yeah.
At Temple? Oh, okay. Well, Jack's
I'm
got
a
to do leading
grinder.
off. He's right.
I'm the only one that doesn't work hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike Reese, you there, brother?
I'm here, bro. I'm just listening.
Yeah, who'd you give the shirt to? Who'd you give the shirt to?
I think I saw Rod wearing it today.
No, I'm not talking about Rob. I'm talking about, did you give it? I told you to give it to Trotter.
I know I haven't ran into him yet.
Oh, but you got it at the house.
Oh yeah, no, it's in the car. Yes, yeah, it's in the car. Yep.
And tell Trotter Senior I said hello.
Yeah. Is it okay
I thought
if
that's who you meant to give it to. Did you want me to give it to Junior or
I
Senior?
don't care. Yeah, give it to Junior. He should be able to fit in that.
Can we give him your number?
Of course.
Okay, just want to
You know
make
he
sure
played-
we give it to
You
him.
know he played at St. Joe's Prep. I thought
course.
anybody plays some St. Joe's
Okay.
Prep. You know
All right.
that.
Give him Herb's number. All right,
Okay.
When you give him the shirt. All right, we got to get out of here, buddy.
You knew who I saw
Nope.
on TV the other day?
Who?
On NFL. The guy that was the tackle.
Peyton Manning.
Played at Council Rock. That played for the Giants.
Oh, Justin
I
Pugh?
threw-
No, Justin Pugh. He played. He came off the couch to play for the Giants. 2 years
T-Rex
ago.
arms?
I don't know
Yeah.
what he's doing now, but I saw an interview
Well,
with
he
him.
played 2 years ago when they needed an offensive lineman. He wasn't even
Yeah,
playing.
Denver. I think
Yeah.
he played in Denver.
No, he played for the
right?
Giants. He played for the Giants a couple years ago.
He played for the Giants when he got drafted.
Yes,
by
but
the
then he
Giants.
came back and played for the Giants again after he was out of football.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he's out now, right?
Yeah. I don't know. We got to go though, Herb.
Well,
We gotta-
you
You
his
don't care.
father ordered the limo. They took
it's
care of me
insane.
very good. Big tips. They
Ooh,
when I was with them,
Wow.
we played at Yankee Stadium.
What do they
and that,
have?
that Kansas State ball.
All right.
That-
Herb, we
that-
gotta go. He's not. I keep telling. We legitimately have to go though, Herb.
Herb,
Yeah.
love you, buddy. See you tomorrow.
Love you.
All right,
Jack's
man.
just trying to get us through.
Yes.
No,
At
I
least the
know.
first segment of leading off.
Yeah.
I know him.
You big daddy Fritz over there. I've seen this whole thing before.
Grinding.
The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Spike, we're back. Brother Ike, how you doing? Ike goes through the play-by-play of every inning of last night's game before finally saying, holla at your boy. Alex in Lancaster.
It was a longer intro today. Yep. We were like, all right, coming up next. Almost went to
pointed out,
break. Yeah. What's next?
Ike, I don't think I've actually ever had lobster. Spike, growing up, lobster was my everyday after-school snack.
there it is.
Mark in Modco.
Yeah. I brushed my teeth with lobster when I was younger. Oh man, we had lobster. We had lobster shoelaces. Everything was made of lobster and gold. What's next?
Great next question today, boys. The food I could never give up is tofu. Deep fried tofu, stir fried tofu, caramelized tofu, and on and on and on. Nobody knows tofu like I do. Battle in the studio.
There we go. Little self-effacing humor.
There you go.
Good job,